The first thing I did after being reborn was to skip classes like crazy to exercise my body. Even facing the teacher's warning of failing the course and breaking up with my girlfriend Lu Ruyan, I remained indifferent. Just because the me who lived another life knew that in just 1 month, various devil fruits would sprout worldwide. At that time, whoever obtained a devil fruit would gain extraordinary power. In my previous life, even though I gained extraordinary abilities, I still died miserably in a zombie tide due to the low power of the fruit ability and poor physical fitness. Now that I am reborn, of course I have to take advantage of the advantage of being a prophet, grasp everything that can be used. According to what I know, in my previous life there was a devil fruit, which appeared in a fruit shop near the school called You Are Too Beautiful Fruit Shop, but I am not sure about the specific appearance of this devil fruit. So after being reborn, I have to come to this fruit shop every day to buy some fruits and see if that devil fruit has appeared. Walking into the store, as usual, I went around and checked out every fruit. When I reached the peach area, suddenly 2 short purple branches caught my attention. I pushed aside a pile of peaches buried on top, and the purple short branches were revealed in front of me. Yes, it was exactly the same as the fruit in my memory. This is the devil fruit of the Western Emperor Kaido in the world of pirates, which was reported in later generations as the strongest one with the exact location of the fruit known. I was thrilled, paid for the fruits, just walked out of the store with a bag of fruits, and a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure came towards me. I glanced at him, feeling somewhat familiar, but quickly, a face from a past life merged with the man in front of me, unmistakably the eater of the dragon fruit from a past life. If I had come a moment later, the dragon fruit would have been bought by this person. Since the devil fruit has appeared, it means that the end of the world is not far away. Returning to the campus, I no longer hesitate, picked up the fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. Even though the taste was like sewage mixed with a septic tank, I forced myself to swallow it down, and then resolutely swallowed the remaining flesh. After a while, I took a deep breath. The seed of miracles had been planted, waiting for the miracle to happen. I took out my phone, started browsing short videos and forums, browsed around various short video platforms and forums, entered an ID in the search box, clicked on the first video, and sure enough, it was exactly the same as what I had seen in my previous life. In the video, a young man with yellow hair was showing off a strange fruit. This fruit was entirely golden, with black curly patterns, but its surface was as if lightning had exploded with yellow hair. The youth laughed heartily. Did you see that? The thunder fruit. Anyone interested in buying? I am auctioning it in the comments section. Highest bidder wins. I was thrilled when I saw it. I have already consumed the blue dragon fruit and cannot eat another one. However, as the end of the world approaches, everyone knows the value of the devil fruit. A fruit is worth a fortune. It is the most important trading resource. Even if I don't use it for trading, I can give it to my parents and sister, or there may still be a way to eat a second devil fruit, but that requires strength, luck, and opportunity. I did not leave a comment in the comment section, but directly messaged the user named Noble Maozone with yellow hair. Brother, this fruit is well made, just like the real thing. I want it. I'm sure you know that those people in the comment section are just making noise, asking for prices. You can quote a price directly. If it's reasonable, I'll buy it immediately. In a small county town next to the capital of Jizhou province, a yellow-haired man is strolling on the street, but he is always paying attention to his phone. When he hears the phone vibrate, he quickly opens the message. He is delighted by Aoxian's message and quickly adds Aoxian as a friend, saying, "Brother, this is a real devil fruit. Is $1 million too much to ask? Aoxian, really? Why aren't you eating it? If you are sincere about selling it, give me a fair price. Otherwise I will block you." Huang Mao scratched his head and tentatively asked, "So, 100,000? He immediately lowered it by 10 times. But he also knew that a devil fruit figurine was not worth that price. But what if the person opposite was foolish and had a lot of money? Aoxian was naturally not foolish. He knew that when the end of the world came, not to mention 100,000, even $1 billion couldn't buy one, and it was also a rare, natural type, and extremely famous thunder fruit. Of course, in the end of the world, the monetary system collapsed, and the 1 billion he mentioned was the equivalent price. Pretending to be impatient, he replied, "Fixed price of 1,000 for a figurine of this quality." This price was already at the top. Huang Mo sighed. He wanted to scam more money, but 1,000 exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought he could sell for 500 or 600, but 1,000 was enough for him to be carefree for a while. Immediately, he replied, "Okay, you give the money. I'll send it to you." But Aoxian was not happy. "You're not a merchant. What if I give you the money and you don't deliver the goods? I see you're in Jizhou. I happen to be in the provincial capital of Jizhou. Give me your address, and I'll come find you for a face-to-face transaction." Huang Mao didn't care. Face to face it is. Who does he think he is trying to outsmart me? He provided his address, and Aoxin immediately said, "Okay, I'll be there in 3 hours." He called a taxi and, after paying extra and promising a round trip, the driver agreed to take him to the neighboring county. Racing all the way, in less than 3 hours, he had already arrived at the county station as Huang Mao had mentioned. At this moment, Yellow Hair was also waiting here. Get out of the car and the driver stops to wait. He caught a glimpse of the Yellow Hair playing with his cell phone. "Mr. Noble Hair?" Yellow Hair looked up and asked tentatively, "You're the guy who bought the devil fruit?" Aoxin also no nonsense. Immediately nodded, "Give a payment code. I take a look at the fruit authenticity will sweep the code to pay." Yellow Hair was still a bit reluctant and wanted him to pay first. Aoxin laughed. "So what? You're still afraid I'll renege on the debt? This is your territory." Yellow Hair thought also right. They are in this area of the gangster community is also a little famous. This person dare not give money. He called a phone can call a group of good brother. Aoxin took the bag in his hand and pulled out the fruit inside. The heartbeat unconsciously speeds up. It's true. It's true. Based on his past life experience, this one was definitely a real devil fruit. Immediately scanning 1,000 to Yellow Hair, he took the fruit back to the cab and continued back to his school. If it weren't for the fact that the train doesn't work in this small county, he would have gotten on the train right here and gone home. On the way back, he opened his cell phone to swipe through short videos. Suddenly, a video caught his attention. Today, there are many patients who suddenly fell unconscious. And, there are also many people who have strange spots on their bodies. Experts say this is most likely a new type of influenza, and call on everyone to wear masks and do a good job of protection. When he saw the news, his heart stuttered. Unconsciousness and the appearance of spots on many people are precursors to the outbreak of the end times. The outbreak of the end times may come earlier than in the previous life, but he also couldn't remember the exact world in which the end times began, and could only roughly judge it by the fact that devil fruits began to appear. Hastily picking up his cell phone, he called his father. "Dad, did you see the news? Those people who suddenly passed out and had spots appear on their bodies." Ao Kong said, "Still need to look? Our hospital has so many right now. Everyone is too busy. I guess I'll have to work overtime at night. It's impossible for me to take a vacation in this situation. You and your mom and your sister eat first. Don't wait for me." After saying that, he hung up the phone, not giving Aoxin any more time to explain. Aoxin dialed again, and the phone was already on hold. He knew he couldn't convince his father, so he had to call his mother. "Mom, did you see the news? So many people in comas and spots on their bodies. I've heard some inside information here that this is a very serious epidemic. Our school has been suspended and closed. You should hurry up and take leave to go home as well. Pick up Xiao Chen as well. It's no longer safe outside." He made up a straight lie, just this once. Take a vacation. Wait for the news bulletin in a few days. It was hard to convince his mother, and he prayed in his heart that hopefully it wouldn't explode so quickly and give him time to get home. When the cab returned to the school gates, he immediately made a mad dash back for his luggage, now less than an hour before the train departed. However, he had just walked into his dorm room when he saw a couple of his roommates rushing to make phone calls and get hot towels. Walked in to see, but saw his roommate Wang Fan unconscious collapsed on the bed. His face, but also appeared light spots. That's a necrotic spot, a precursor to zombification. Everything, exactly as it was in the previous life. In his previous life, it was also Wang Fan who was in a coma, but because there were too many people in the city who were in a coma at the same time, the ambulance was too busy. They had to carry him in a cab to the middle of the hospital. As a result, just after arriving at the hospital, the end of the world descends and Wang Fan turns into a zombie and infects Zheng Chang with a bite on his neck. The group of housemates had gotten a plank from somewhere and were lifting Wang Fan onto it, but Wang Fan was too fat, and a few people couldn't lift him off the bed even after half a day's effort. Just in time to see Aoxin come back, Liang Yu shouted, "Aoxin, come and give us a hand. Old Wang is too fat. A few of us can't get it." Aoxin worked out all day and didn't even go to class, and they were very skeptical that the kid wanted to transfer to a gymnasium. But this was the time when a man of strength was needed, and he was beckoned. However, Aoxin completely ignored them, grabbing his long-packed luggage and preparing to go out. The virus had appeared, which meant that the end times would be here any minute, and he had to hurry home. Seeing him about to leave, a few of his housemates were shocked, and Liang Yu was even more furious as he stopped him. "A housemate is in trouble and you want to leave without helping?" But where did Aoxin have time to pay attention to him? In his last life, after a few of them sent Wang Fan to the hospital, the end of the world descended within a few minutes. Wang Fan turned into a zombie and lunged at them. In order to save his life, This Liang Yu even pushed him down and used it to block Wang Fan's pursuit. If it wasn't for his own destiny, his last life would have been accounted for there at the beginning of the end times. His pupils narrowed slightly, and the murderous aura honed between life and death in his last life unconsciously erupted, causing the Liang Yu who had blocked the way to feel alarmed. He unconsciously took a step back, and Aoxin pushed him away, grabbed an equipment bag in the corner and headed for the door. As he went out, he also heard Liang Yu's scolding voice behind him. "What a person! It's not even if you don't help, but you even pushed me." He was angry at himself for being intimidated by Aoxin. This Aoxin had become very abnormal since she was green and dumped. After thinking about it, he muttered to himself, "I don't talk to psychos." However, when Liang Yu was about to go out and get help from his classmates in the next dormitory, suddenly a shriek came from behind him. The shrieks resounded throughout the dormitory building. Not only was their dormitory 504 screaming, there were not a few people who fainted and had spots on their bodies just like Wang Fan. At this moment, an inexplicable and terrifying pressure descended, and everyone felt a sinking in their hearts. And then, all of these comatose people underwent astonishing mutations. Only the skin and flesh on their bodies rapidly decayed, emitting a disgusting corpse stench, and those spots spread and expanded. They were corpse spots. Corpse oil and pus dripped downward. These men's eyes bulged, and their nails became as sharp and slender as a wild animal's. Zombie. Wang Fan has turned into a zombie. Aoxin heard that it was Zheng Chang's voice, and in the next moment, Zheng Chang was bitten by the necrotic Wang Fan's neck, while the trachea was bitten through. The zombie virus was also injected into Zheng Chang's body. In just half a minute's work, Zheng Chang's body was necrotic at a speed visible to the naked eye. The building is a mess. The zombies rushed out from one dormitory to another, and countless students cried out and ran towards the outside. Aoxin also felt an awakening of power from the depths of his bloodline at this moment. That power was wild and powerful. It's the power of the devil fruit you ate earlier. The power of the green dragon emerged in his body as he threw his head back and hissed, letting out a loud and clear dragon roar. Green scales appeared on his skin, which were dragon scales, and dragon horns appeared on the top of his head. Hands and feet transformed into dragon claws and held up shoes. His entire body began to dragonize. This scene of mutation immediately shocked the students in the building, thinking that he had become a monster just like those zombies. After turning into his human beast form, his physique increased greatly. His strength, defense, speed, and recovery ability all had great improvements. At that exact moment, the low roar of the zombie came from behind him, and when he looked back, it was Wang Fan and the infected Zheng Chang biting towards him. Stretching out his dragon claw, he pinched the two men's throats, and with just a slight force, he pulled off the heads of the two zombies. Zombie blood spilled all over the floor, and the smell of blood and corpses hit the olfactory senses of the students in the building. Two zombies died. Another zombie rushed out from another dormitory in front of him, and Aoxin directly opened his mouth and sprayed out a hot breath. It was searing flames that roasted the zombies in front of them until they were charred. But after this mouthful of hot breath, he felt his strength drop a lot. The devil fruit's ability relies on physical strength, and even with the hegemony later on, it actually consumes physical strength. During the first divine gift, it is a stage of forging the body. He wasn't an Oni like Kaido, much less Kaido's monster-like physique. Therefore, even if he gets the green dragon fruit, the power he can utilize is far less than Kaido's. No longer spewing hot breath, he ripped open the bag of equipment thrown on the floor. A baseball set. There is a baseball bat, baseball, glove, and other sets of equipment. It was something he had originally prepared to make it easier to take on the train. If you only carry a baseball bat, it will be treated as a weapon and cannot be taken on the train. But if it's a full set, it's a different story, and would be recognized as exercise equipment, and would be allowed to be carried. Now that the end times have broken out, the transportation system must have been paralyzed. These amenities are also no longer useful. He dropped everything else on the floor, lifting only the baseball bat. The baseball bat was a thicker and heavier version that he had specially customized, perfect for popping walkers. It's not that steel knives are unaffordable, it's that baseball bats are more cost-effective. Swords and knives. Although he could purchase crafts to come back and open the blade himself, such things were too easy to roll the blade, and would be scrapped within a few cuts. Far less useful than a baseball bat. Swinging a baseball bat with the slightest bit of electricity wrapped around it. Green dragon fruit. Capable of manipulating the three natural elements of wind, fire and electricity. Although its power is not as good as the nature system, it is enough to be used to strengthen the attack. The baseball bat entwined with lightning struck down on the head of a walker. Only a loud clang was heard, even if the zombie's defense far exceeded that of a human. Its skull was exploded by a single stick. This was the strong physique granted by the green dragon fruit.
Oxin was killing it in the hallway and quickly caught the attention of the other students.
It was also because of the fact that he had been killing zombies that he had also given those students a chance to catch their breath.
What's that thing? Why is it killing walkers? Some people were puzzled, but others saw Oxin's dragonization process. I know. He is 504's Oxin. When the zombies appeared, he took on this appearance. Liang Yu, who had already run to the corner of the building, looked at Oxin with a complicated face, not realizing that this roommate, who had never been able to walk away from the shadow of his lost love, still had such a powerful ability. Just what did he acquire this ability through? He looks like a dragon in this form, just like the Dragon Man. The human animal form of the green dragon is very recognizable, and this 8% resemblance to Kaido's likeness is quickly generating buzz. It looks like the form of Kaido from Devil Fruit. Didn't the internet explode 2 days ago that strange fruits like Devil Fruit were appearing all over the place? Could it all be true? Crap, when you said that, I remembered too. Oxin, this is definitely the green dragon fruit. Those fruits must be real too. At that time, there was an anchor who wanted to sell it, but I was there with a group of people taunting them. If only I had bought it back then. Oxin winding the current of the baseball bat is really like thunder gossip. Zombies in front of him is basically a bat a second. But he didn't indulge in the thrill of the kill. Instead he quickly dashed downstairs while fighting. There are two things that are urgent now. One is to find a way to go home. You can't let your parents and sister be bullied again in this life. The other thing is to kill enough zombies to get 100 as fast as possible. Because, as long as a single person killed 100 zombies, the Divine Providence space would open. And at that time, he would be able to exchange the tricolor hegemony cultivation method from it, accelerating the increase of his strength. Xinglong could fly, but with his current physical strength, he would never last long enough to fly home. The iron rod swung up. Oxin was like a green dragon god of war, invincible, and behind him, a large number of students had gathered, wanting to follow him out of the building. But what they don't realize is that there is no longer a safe place in the apocalypse, and hiding in a dormitory with the door closed can, in turn, keep them alive for a while longer. But he didn't care about them. They were just disposable NPCs. After rushing out of the building, his eyes narrowed. Sure enough, the situation downstairs was even more frightening than in the building. He went to medical school, and the big body teachers, as well as the specimens that had been made in the labs that hadn't been cut up into pieces, all came rushing out as zombies. What's even more mind-numbing is that this school, at one time, was a mass grave. Many people died here during the war against Japan. Campus rumor has it that the Yin and demonic energy is so strong that residential buildings were built here, causing many people to fall ill. Later, a feng shui master suggested that a school be built, so that the blood energy of the young people, which is the strongest and most virile, could be used to kill the Yin of this place. Hence, there is this medical school. Now, the corpses that had been turned into dry bones, infected by the zombie virus, burrowed out of the ground as much as they could and attacked every living person in sight. Help! Somebody help me! The campus was in chaos. Everyone was frantically running for their lives. They were panicking and rushing into each other. A number of single, weak students were knocked to the ground by others, stomping, almost killing them. It was hard to get a breather. But then the walker pounced on him and took a bite out of him. Oxin didn't care about them, recognized the direction of the school gate, and rushed towards it with great strides, and his menacing appearance made the others afraid to approach. Suddenly, two familiar figures in front of them came into view, a man and a woman, both dressed in designer labels, but now they were in the same sorry state. The girl has a pretty face and white skin, but her physical strength is obviously not as good as the boy's, and it is Oxin's ex-girlfriend, Wu Man. Suddenly, a skeletal claw reached out from the ground and grabbed the boy's ankle. The boy was so shocked that he was able to get out of the skeleton's grip only because the girl beside him helped him take off his shoes. But this delay also allows the pursuing walkers behind them to approach. The boy went so far as to just push the girl to the ground and run away alone with one bare foot. The girl was desperate and saw that the zombie was about to bite down, when she suddenly spotted Oxin, who was killing big time on the side. Help! The big man over there begs you to save me. I'll do anything for you. She couldn't recognize Oxin's current appearance, but vaguely felt that there were a few familiarities. And when she saw a group of students following behind that dragon man, she also felt that it should be a person. So she shouted for help. Oxin's afterglow saw Wu Man, but his footsteps didn't pause for a second. College couples, being green and breaking up, is normal, and he's not going to get back at people just because of it. But the two have been strangers ever since. Want him to save the day. Dream on. No longer concerned about the situation over there, he continued to run wildly through the kill. Wu Man saw that the big brother ignored her. Endless despair surged to her heart. Finally,
Her heart was pulled out by a zombie hand, and she closed her eyes in dismay. Not even a scream. Wu Manman's tragic death did not move Aoxin. At this moment, there were countless people who had died tragically under the hands of the zombies. Just like Wu Manman, he still opened the road with a big stick. Zombies are skeletons. Their fatal point is in the skull. Just blow the head off and you'll be a real corpse. Finally, as he killed the school entrance, his body suddenly froze and did not move. Not only him, but everyone, including the walkers, stopped dead in their tracks. It was as if the whole world, the time pause button was pressed. A majestic and grandiose voice rang in everyone's ears. The first divine gift, devil fruit, has descended. The divine gift space opens. Afterwards, Aoxin only felt a blackness before his eyes, and when he woke up again, he was already in a strange space. There is no space, no time, just a large and a small screen of light. On the large light screen, there are 4 big words God's gift shop, and on the small light screen, there are 4 words personal panel. These things, Aoxin had long been familiar with in his previous life, and they were chances bestowed by an unknown being. You can use the points and exchange them for appropriate items. There are feats, battle techniques, equipment, potions, and more. Points, on the other hand, are gained by hunting walkers. Just as he was about to go in to redeem it, the grandiose voice from before appeared in his ears again. For being the first to hunt zombies to reach 100 points, you will receive a divine reward. And because you reached 100 points within 10 minutes of the end of the world, the divine reward grade has been raised. You may choose any one of the following 3 rewards. Aoxin was stunned. This was content he had not experienced in his last life. But since it was a reward, it was always a benefit, so he hurriedly gazed at it. Reward 1, perfect fruit, bring your current green dragon fruit to a perfect state, completely eliminating the green dragon fruit side effects. After the side effects are eliminated, not only can you ignore the sea lock and seawater restraints, but you can also eat another devil fruit without your body exploding. Note, if the second fruit is eaten, it will still be subject to the restraints of sea light and seawater until the side effects of the second fruit are eliminated, and no other fruit can be eaten. Reward 2, Hegemony Genius, no need to redeem points. No need to cultivate. Directly awaken the 3-color hegemony, and even if you do not take the initiative to cultivate, the 3-color hegemony will automatically grow slowly. And if you take the initiative to cultivate, then the speed of your 3-color hegemony cultivation will be doubled. Reward 3, Zombie Decimator, you get a custom type of weapon that is of the Supreme Great Fast Blade level, and the weapon doubles the damage it deals to zombies. Fruit, hegemony, weapon, one of 3 choices. If he chose 1, he now had another rattling thunder fruit in his backpack, and once he gained the double fruit ability, his combat power would be multiplied by at least 2. If he chose 2, the speed of his hegemonic cultivation would far exceed that of others, and in the long run, the increase in battle power would be even more powerful than the double fruit. If he chose 3, he would be able to directly obtain a powerful weapon, and with the effect of the special attack on the zombies, he would be able to obtain points at a much faster rate in the future. What exactly do you choose? 1 and 3 will boost your battle power immediately, and 2 will slowly boost your battle power, but the cap will be higher. Judging from his experience of obtaining the second divine gift in his previous life, at least up to that point, dominance hadn't become obsolete. As for whether bullying would go out of style, he didn't know. While Aoxin was hesitating, he suddenly remembered Mr. Kai's golden advice. Domination is fundamental. Roger, Shanks, and Cap all have no fruit abilities, and they still became invincible powerhouses? Even Sensei Kai didn't develop the fruit much in pursuit of the hegemony boost, and didn't even awaken when he beat King Luffy. Pick 2. Overwhelming genius. No more hesitation. The ability to be precise and not more. How strong the green dragon fruit was depended on how strong one's physique was. It's not easy to develop a fruit to its limit. In the next moment, blessed to the heart, he directly awakened the 3 colors of hegemony. A black and weak hegemony covered his fist, which was the armed color. Tap on the divine gift shop, which contains all the items that can be redeemed during the first divine gift. At the very top of the light screen is a simple, 1-sentence description of the points. Points can only be gained by killing zombies. The stronger the zombie, the more points. And hot weapons are ineffective for killing. It is divided into 4 major sections: techniques, battle techniques, equipment, potions. In terms of techniques, naturally, the 3 colors of hegemony are armed color hegemony, hearing color hegemony, and overlord color hegemony. That's right. Here, the overlord color is not dependent on natural kingly qualifications, but can be cultivated. The essence of the hegemonic color was an aura that originated from soul power, and it didn't have much to do with kingly qualifications. It was only that those who possessed the ambition of a king had a stronger mind and could feel the power more easily. The exchange price of the three-color hegemony was not much. For each of them, it only cost 10 points, which was simply cheap, but this was for AOXIN. For ordinary people, it was extremely difficult to cumulatively kill 10 zombies. Inside the battle technique, there's just more. The first is the 6 styles of the Navy, each of which requires 1,000 points to redeem. There are also fighting techniques for all kinds of powerful people. For example, Kaido battle techniques. There are comprehensive packs and separate ones, such as Thundering Bagua, Roaring Thundering Bagua, David Thundering Bagua, Descending Sansei, Invoking Narama, Vajra Dysprosium, Huntari Ryusei Jun, and so on. For each battle skill, you need 100,000 points to trade for it, and for the Grand Bundle, you need 1,000,000 points to trade for all of Kaido's abilities. It also includes a drunkenness series. Of course, such things as Cap's punching skills, Hawkeye's swordplay, Sauron's swordplay, Sanji's kicking skills, and Jesus Boo's shooting skills are all in there. For equipment, there are various types of swords, bows, guns, armor and the like, such as the most common Navy saber or pirate saber, which only cost 100 points. Fast knives require 1,000 points. Rio Quick Sword requires 10,000 points. The Big Fast Knife requires 100,000 points. The Supreme Great Fast Blade level of equipment would require millions of points. There are all kinds of medicines to treat injuries, poisons, and even food that can be used as dietary supplements to replenish energy and repair injuries. The most special of the potions, the Bloodline Factor Potion, was divided into 4 types: Poisonous Powder, Sparking Red, Electric Shock Blue, Winch Green, each of which could grant the user an exoskeleton and a superpower. It's one of the few ways to gain special abilities besides Devil Fruit. The other way is the artificial Devil Fruit, Smile, and Green Blood. The former, created by Caesar, is an imperfect animal-based devil fruit with great side effects and even the disadvantage of losing expression and only being able to laugh. The good thing was that it was cheap and only required 1,000 points to exchange for one. The latter, created by Bergapunk, can only replicate the abilities of the Superman lineage, and because ordinary humans don't have the Luna Lua bloodline, fusing the green blood carries a risk of death. And the copied ability is only half as effective or powerful as the original. In addition to these 4 categories, there is also unique redemption item. This means that as soon as someone has redeemed it once, the item will be permanently taken off the shelf and no one else will be able to redeem it. The only redemption option. There are 2. They were Invisible Black Bloodline Factor and Magic Transformation Potion. Invisible Black, the pedigree factor of Sanji. Unlike the other 4, red, blue and green cause people to lose their feelings, while the highly toxic powder has feelings. The exoskeleton is half as weak. Invisible Black, on the other hand, is the perfect pedigree factor. Super strong defense, self-healing power is even comparable to the awakened phantom beast species. There's also extreme speed, which is equivalent to a form of invisibility when it's so fast that it can't be detected by anyone else's vision. This ability is no worse than any devil fruit. No devil fruit side effects yet. Of course, the price was ridiculously expensive, requiring a full 100,000,000 points. The demonizing potion, on the other hand, is similar to the perfect fruit in that it removes the side effects of the current devil fruit, and in doing so, allows for a second devil fruit to be eaten. But it's also unique and worth 100,000,000 points all the same. With 10 points, he exchanged 5 pieces of watery meat, which was a food that could quickly replenish his strength. It would allow him to last longer in a fight. At only 2 points apiece, it's a great value for money. Closing the Divine Gift Shop, he opened his personal panel again to check his details. Name, AOXIN. Talent, Hidden Attribute Overbearing Genius. Devil Fruit, Fish Fruit, Phantom Beast Seed, Green Dragon Form. Realm, Body Forging 0. Battle Skills, none. Equipment, none. Points, 90. Nothing is nothing, because everything has just begun. The baseball bat in his hand was not considered a weapon, and with this amount of points, he did not want to exchange it for a normal weapon. Realm-wise, the entire period of the First Divine Providence was at the Forging Realm. There are 9 realms: Copper Skin, Iron Bone, Giant Strength, Divine Foot, 5 Treasures, 6 Mansions, Chalcedony, Return to Life, Corpse Fighting. The method of cultivation is the Armed Color Hegemony. This is the way to forge the body. Although he had already learned the 3-colored hegemony in his last life, in this life, without the reward of the hegemony genius, he would still need to redeem it before he could learn it. What is redeemed is more of a license to practice than a method. Personal panels that provide not only personal attributes, but also communication tools. When the construction of human civilization is destroyed in the apocalypse, everyone relies on the communication function of their personal panels to stay in touch. And It's also very user-friendly to give a lot of channels. By now a number of people had already started talking to each other. My goodness, this God-given space is amazing. It's all props from the pirate world. With all that, it seems like walkers aren't so scary. Stupid asshole upstairs, do you have any points to say this? Killing a zombie only gives you 1 point. I don't know how long it will take to exchange those goodies. Don't talk about redemption. I'm lucky if I don't die. Soon. The majestic and grandiose voice from before resounded once again. The spatial stagnation will end immediately, and in the future, you can readily enter the divine providence space. 10. He only felt a blackness before his eyes, and when he woke up again, his consciousness returned to his body, surrounded by endless zombies, and panicked and unaware classmates and teachers. His right paw grasped a baseball bat, and his left paw, 5 pieces of watery meat. Divine gift space, does not provide storage. 3, 2, 1, 0. When the countdown ended and time and space returned to normal, Aoxin stuffed a piece of watery meat into his mouth and wolfed it down while continuing to charge towards the school gates. Suddenly feeling something in his heart, Aoxin immediately vacated his position, and just as he moved away, a skeleton arm reached out from where he was originally standing. It's a seeing eye color hegemony. Behind him, there weren't many students following anymore, because he was too fast for those students to keep up. This, coupled with the zombies that were everywhere, stopped wave after wave of people, causing those who spaced out on him to have no choice but to stop in their tracks. He also turned a deaf ear when someone shouted at him to slow down. Now his mind was full of his family. How could he be in the mood to save these people? At the entrance of the school, he saw 5 walkers blocking a BMW, cracking the glass and dragging the owner down hard. It was a beautiful woman in heavy makeup. The front and back of the body is attractive, but the zombie has no mercy. As the beautiful woman screamed at the top of her lungs, she ripped open her stomach alive and began to devour her intestines and internal organs. As the zombies devoured the flesh of the beautiful women, the rotting flesh on their bodies was actually slowly recovering. Zombies are not just infected, they also eat some human flesh and use it to reach evolution. But as long as they aren't eaten too thoroughly and the basic shape of the body is still there, especially if the head is still there, it won't take long for the body to be taken over by the zombie virus and turned into a new zombie. After taking a few bites of the beauty's intestines, they sensed footsteps coming from behind them. Scarlet eyes flocked to Aoxin. Look at you paralyzed. Aoxin swung his stick down, and a zombie's head was directly cracked by him. Physical strength had been fully restored through aqua water meat, and the baseball bat wrapped in electric current exterminated these zombies in 3 strikes. And then, he transformed back into his human form, got right into the car, and drove at full power towards the outskirts of the city. On the road, there was an endless stream of fleeing vehicles, trying to escape to sparsely populated places to live, thinking that the zombies had broken out in the city. But, in this world, there is no longer an inch of clean land. If you want to live, you have to fight, battle zombies, gain points, exchange items from the god's gift space, and become stronger. It's the only way to live. In the car, the radio was still playing at this point. A national emergency announcement. Everyone don't panic. Stay in your homes, close the doors and windows. Our troops are out and our biolabs are working on antidotes. Please maintain order. No chaos. The first wave of the zombie virus, spreading through the air. Those who are physically weak will be infected. Therefore, hospitals, nursing homes, are infection-prone areas. When the apocalypse comes, the main way the zombie virus spreads is by relying on tearing blood. In this case, troopers with the best physiques have a very low chance of being infected, so the military can still be effective when the end comes. However, Aoxin knew that it wouldn't last. The army will have to use hot weapons such as firearms if they want to purge the zombies quickly. But in doing so, you can't get points. Without points, you can't get stronger. As the zombies continue to get stronger and eventually have no fear of conventional heat weapons, the more ineffective the military becomes and the faster the social order will collapse. So, the only chance of survival now is for all the people. Fight the zombies. It's a race for survival of the best and the worst. The car traveled at a rapid pace, and even if there was a zombie blocking the road in front of him, he chose to brutally ram through it. Because, with traffic directions paralyzed, once you dodge the walkers, there's a high risk of a chain of crashes that will instead affect your own speed home. The pale ends of the earth are my love. Suddenly his cell phone rang. He glanced at the afterglow. The memo is Xiao Chen. It's the sister. Straight through. Hello? Brother, where are you? There are so many zombies out there. It's so scary. As soon as the call was answered, his sister's anxious and frightened voice came through. It was only normal for a 16-year-old girl in her prime to panic when she suddenly encountered such a thing. Aoxin said, I'm fine. How are you?
Are mom and dad okay? Hearing his neutral voice, which indeed did not seem like something was wrong, Ao Chen Fong was relieved. Mom listened to you and took an early vacation and picked me up at home. Dad is still in the hospital. We just contacted him and he said he locked his office and is fine for now. You're a god, brother. If you hadn't forced mom to take a vacation, we'd probably be dead outside by now. Ao Chen grew less fearful even after he talked to his brother. They had not encountered the wave of zombies because they had returned home early, and they knew about the news of the end of the world after the opening of the Divine Providence space. Standing on the balcony and taking a look outside scared the girls so much that their hearts thumped. Brother, do you have some inside information? Not only did you let me and mom go home ahead of time, you also prepared so much food and canned goods. Did you already know that the end times are coming? Ao Chen has been puzzled this month. His brother buys a large amount of living supplies every day and sends them home, and when they ask him, he doesn't say anything, and they don't know where in the world he gets so much money from. Aoxin herself certainly didn't have any money, and 1 month wasn't enough time to earn it. But since the end was near, what did he have to fear? Borrowed all the illegal black internet loans. If he hadn't been able to explain it to his parents, he would have had to mortgage his house. But with the existence of God-given space, there was really no need to store too many supplies. These, just for emergencies. He told his sister never to go out, not to open the door to anyone except his father when he came back, and to wait for his own return for everything. Ao Chen also answered yes in succession. As we were chatting, a luxury car in front of us rolled over to avoid a zombie that suddenly lunged at us, directly triggering a series of car accidents. A number of vehicles have crashed and been destroyed. Aoxin had long anticipated this scene. It was too late to stop at that moment, and, with many other fast-moving vehicles behind him, there was no room for slow stopping. After stuffing his phone into his backpack and reaching behind him to grab his back and the baseball bat, he took on the form of a green dragon and crashed through the roof of the car straight up into the sky. Flamecloud holds up the body as Green Dragon raises it up. A magical scene that stunned everyone on the road. This made the already intense crash even bigger. Just seconds after he had hit the roof of the car and flew out, the BMW had slammed into the disabled car in front of him and erupted with a violent noise. With no time to pay attention to the noisy crash scene below, the Green Dragon dug into the clouds and flew in a straight line in his direction. Occasionally, pulling a piece of watery meat out of his backpack to replenish his strength, he wasn't able to fly for too long now. Finally, when all the watery flesh was exhausted, he too landed from the air and transformed back into his human form. After roughly sweeping his eyes and seeing no zombies around him, he hurriedly entered the Divine Providence space, once again exchanged 5 pieces of watery meat, and stuffed them all into his backpack. In the backpack now, there were only these 5 pieces of aqua meat, as well as a rattling thunder fruit. Eating a piece of watery meat, he didn't take off again, although water meat could replenish physical strength. If one continued to rely on it for recovery, then the physical strength would be depleted faster and faster, and the mental exhaustion cannot be replenished. Opening the map and looking at it, he now needed to find a highway and hijack a car. Only after finding the right direction did the party turn into a green dragon again. This time, he had only been flying for 10 minutes when he saw a highway below with countless cars moving rapidly on it, lowering his flight altitude. He's looking for a sturdy buggy. Below, many in the traffic saw the green dragon flying in the sky. Immediately, someone captured this scene on their cell phone and uploaded it to the communication channel of the Divine Providence space. Families, I saw a dragon. A huge green dragon. It must be nearly 100 meters long. This video was immediately commented on below. Green dragon? It should be Kaido's green dragon fruit. I wonder who's so lucky to obtain this powerful phantom beast species. Real name Envy. If only I could get a devil fruit too. Hey, I once obtained a rattling thunder fruit, but I thought it was fake and sold it. A comment with the name Noble Mao caught the attention of many people. Crap, you stupid ass. If you ate the rattling thunder fruit, wouldn't you just take off now? That's just it. Now that everyone still doesn't have armed color hegemony, the natural system is just invincible, powerful attacks, extreme speed, and the characteristic of not getting hurt by elementalization. It's so awesome. Damn, I did not get the devil fruit. If I got it, certainly will not sell. You stupid bastard even sold it? Looking at the mocking comments, the little yellow hair hiding in the toilet of an internet cafe was so angry that he was shaking. Teehee, you guys know that's a real devil fruit? However, he himself also extremely regretted. Now think of that buyer's anxious look. He did not know that it was true. A real devil fruit, or a rattling thunder fruit in the rare nature department. He's only selling it for 1,000? Little yellow hair wanted to smack himself now. However, listening to the slamming of the toilet door, he was overwhelmed with fear, so it was better to think about how to survive first. In Magic Capital,
A beautiful girl reached out her hand and a vine appeared on the ground to wrap a zombie, and then a large disc appeared above the vine, swallowing the zombie in one bite, and chewed it delicately. The young girl was excited, although she was very frightened when the zombie crisis initially broke out. The power that suddenly appeared within her body was incredibly reassuring. I told you that fruit must be real. It's amazing that the fans still don't believe it. Now, it's time for my lady to save the world. She was wearing a backless dress, and her white and delicate back was actually growing a pair of wings that were transparent with a slight pink glow at the moment. Above her head, a beautiful garland of flowers appeared, setting her off like a fairy, and there were tiny garlands of flowers wrapped around one of its showy wrists and ankles. As she gently twists, vine after vine rises from the ground and grows cannibalistic flowers that devour the walkers. The girl's face was smiling, her elegant appearance contrasting with the bleak scene of this post-apocalyptic world. On the surrounding high buildings, someone had filmed the scene from above and uploaded it into the Divine Providence Network. It immediately caused countless people to watch. Wow, so beautiful. That's a devil fruit ability too. It looks like the Mori Mori fruit, but it's not the same. Is it a different power than the devil fruit? No, I think it's supposed to be a brand new, unseen fruit ability from the Pirate King. I just don't know what type it belongs to. Isn't that the beautiful anchor woman Yuzu? That devil fruit she ate earlier turned out to be real. Oh, my Yuzu goddess. It's surprisingly so beautiful even in the post-apocalyptic world. I'm in love again. In the West, in a small county, a 13-year-old boy looked at the fruit in his hand that was like a gourd with a stirring mood. Devil fruit. This is actually a real devil fruit. He's a senior Hemi and recognizes the fruit. The Superman line threadbare fruit. Fruit of the sky nightshade Doflamingo. With excitement, I took a bite and the disgusting flavor spread through my mouth. But the teenager relented, forced it down, and threw away all the rest. Devil fruit. Just take a bite. The next moment, he reached out and another thread so thin that it was invisible appeared in front of him. Aha! I knew I had to be the main character of this world. The teenager was overwhelmed and completely ignored his parents, pushing open the door to his room and rushing out. He's going to kill zombies. He's going to be king in the post-apocalyptic world. Bouncing wires. Super winch whip. He excitedly shouted out the names of the moves Ming had developed, expecting to be able to easily penetrate the zombies as soon as those moves came out. However, the truth is beyond brutal. The thin threads that he fired out were weak and feeble, let alone penetrating a walker. It couldn't even break defense. The teenager continued to strike in disbelief, and behind him, his parents had rushed out in a desperate attempt to drag him back. Little Hyuk, it's too dangerous out there. Go back with mom and dad. But the teenager struggles and won't return. The zombies would not have mercy on him, and several zombies immediately opened their fishy mouths to pounce when they saw the three humans rushing in front of them just like that. Hyuk, watch out. His father swung a kitchen knife at a zombie, and, as a result, it was just barely into the flesh. The zombie didn't wait for him to pull out his kitchen knife before he tackled him and tore into him in a frenzy. Dad! Hung! The teenager woman's shrieks rang out as the teenager named and also tried to bind the walker with silk threads, but it only slightly impedes the walkers for a second. Widening his horrified eyes, he unwillingly had his neck snapped by the walker. Before he died, he was still roaring in his heart. Why is it that I'm still going to die in the end times even though I've obviously gained the devil fruit ability? No one could give him an answer, and his consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. Devil fruit is not invincible. It continues to happen all over the world. Many fruits need to be developed by the mind of the eater in order to be powerful. Take for example the thread fruit, which is really a waste of a fruit that only seems powerful because of Ming. The strong one has always been Ming, not thread fruit. There are still many people in the present world who do not understand this, thinking that with the devil fruit you can dominate. As a result, you can only die a horrible death in the mouth of a zombie. Over the highway from Jizhou to Yuzhou, Aoxin, who had transformed into a green dragon, finally spotted an extremely sturdy-looking SUV. He was about to drop in for a ride when suddenly out of the corner of his eye he caught a dull glint of light from a large tree beside the highway. There was a flutter in his heart as he fell towards that one large tree, and as it neared, a pair of dragon eyes snapped wide open. God help me! At the top of that one large tree, among the dense foliage, a fruit hung. It was a poplar tree that grew extremely tall. This tree, it doesn't bear fruit, but now, something that defies common sense has come up, because, it's a devil fruit. This fruit, shaped like a corn, is golden in color and comes with white curly lines. Another fruit you have not seen before, but that was normal. There were far more devil fruits in the end times than in the manga. There were only dozens in the manga, but, based on the fruits that had been counted in his own previous life, there were tens of thousands of them. Of course, most of them are animal-based.
the phantom beast species aren't that few. After all, there are countless myths from all peoples around the world, and every one of them, such as the divine beasts and magical beasts, will become a new phantom beast species. However, even if the phantom beast species sucks, it still deserves the title of the strongest. Reaching out with his dragon claws, he plucked this fruit and placed it in the large backpack behind him. After one's points reached 1000, one could open a new permission in the Divine Providence space. Devil Fruit Identification. This will prevent you from eating some of the unappealing fruits. Of course, the appraisal fee was expensive, and each appraisal would cost a full 1000 points. Plus, most people are already lucky if they can get one devil fruit, so how can they still be in a position to pick and choose? Just as he was about to catch up with the SUV again, a large truck in front of him suddenly overturned. 3 walkers climb out of the car and begin blocking the attack on the surrounding vehicles. But what car would dare to stop at this time? They all hit the gas and sprinted away from the walkers. A zombie was pinned against the front of the car, his already rotting legs rubbing against the ground at high speeds, quickly grinding out the white bones. But the zombie had no sense of pain, and he raised his fist and slammed the windowpane, sending the man and woman in the car screaming in terror. Soon, the glass is smashed by the walkers. These things were infected with so much strength that they smashed the glass and then crawled towards the car. The owner's face was pale, and all he could do at this point was drive frantically and swing from side to side in an attempt to shake the walkers off. However, the walker hadn't been thrown off yet, and his behavior set off a chain of car accidents. Aoxin glanced over there and ignored it, but instead landed next to the overturned big truck, transformed into a human beast form, and held onto its overturned side, turning it over hard. The power provided by the green dragon fruit was extremely terrifying. Touching the dragonization and getting into the car, he drove straight ahead. Upon arriving at the scene of the chain of car accidents, he once again transformed into a divine dragon and moved as much of the wreckage of the cars blocking his way as he could. Some of those who were seriously injured and not dead saw him clearing the road and opened their weak mouths to call for help. "Sir, please help me." He struggled to increase the volume, but unfortunately, his sternum was cracked and his lungs were traumatized, so weak at this point that he could die at any moment. But he didn't want to die, and even though he was in severe pain, he had to grab the only straw. Aoxin didn't even look at him, and after clearing the road, he redug into the big van and left in style. Behind him, thanks to him, the vehicles passed through the road he had cleared, surprisingly unconsciously close behind the big truck. Perhaps keeping up with the big man is the only way to have a chance of surviving the end times. Aoxin saw this scene from the rearview mirror, but it does not matter. These people want to follow it, as long as it does not affect his action is good. With the big van around, his return trip was much easier. With a van this big, there's no fear of being hit. On the road, every now and then a walker emerges from a speeding car. Some of them, are frail and sickly, and the zombie virus has carried them so far that there is finally an outbreak. Some were accidentally injured by zombies during the escape, and didn't care because the wounds were too small, but they still couldn't resist the virus. Car accidents are frequent, and from time to time he gets out of his car to tackle walkers and clear the road. In the rear, a caravan following him tries to climb with him. "This brother, can you take me with you? I can pay." A rich, big-bellied, middle-aged, greasy man smoked a cigarette while flashing him an ingratiating smile. He is a big businessman with assets in the billions. But now, he was no different from these ordinary people, but he just gotta fuck off. The middle-aged man's face changed, but in a split second he continued to show a smiling face. Having fought for many years in the business world, being hit in the face was no big deal, as long as he could achieve his goal, let alone punching him in the face. He could be made to kneel. "Dude, don't be a stranger. How much do you want? 100,000? A million? 10 million? As long as you're willing to protect me, I can give you endless money." A pair of dragon pupils filled with majesty glanced at him. A faint pressure was released outward. Aoxin coldly said, "Take another step forward. Die." The middle-aged man was so horrified that he couldn't help but kneel down. It was as if this dragonized youth in front of him was the supreme being in this heaven and earth. The light overlord color scared back a group of people who were ready to come and strike up a conversation. However, under the crisis of life and death, there are still people who want to fight for themselves. A beautifully poised imperial-type beauty boldly stepped forward. Even in the midst of the end times, she was still dressed so beautifully. The elegant and gorgeous Cheongsam highlighted her figure to the fullest, and a pair of high heels set off her long and slender jade legs, along with a very seductive face. Such a beauty can seduce a man's eyes wherever he is. "Little brother, can you take me with you? You can do anything to me." She was a master at teasing men, and the tingling sound of it in the bloody apocalypse caused a flame to rise in the small of the backs of all the men around her. However, what Aoxin gave her was still a cold get out.
The woman blanched, the unbeatable temptation failing at this moment. She saw the lustful gazes of those around her, and if she could not attach herself to a strong person, she feared that she would instantly become someone else's meal once the dragon man left. Little brother. She wanted to fight for herself one more time, but Aoxin had already finished clearing the road and was ready to leave. Just as he was about to get in the car after just disarming his powers, another burly man came up behind him. This, sir, I would like to serve you. Seeing that Aoxin had no intention of stopping, he hurriedly pushed himself as fast as he could. Sir, I've also read a lot of post-apocalyptic texts. Although you are powerful, don't you need manpower to build a base? I, Meng Kuei, have no other skills, but I still have a handful of strength. Saying that, he also displayed a handful of his toned muscles. Sir, I'm a combat instructor. I can definitely help you. Aoxin stopped and looked back at him, and sure enough, he was extremely majestic with all his tendon flesh. Rubbing his chin in thought for a while, the man had a good point. Civilization is about to be completely destroyed. To survive in the post-apocalyptic world, he needs to build his own safe base to fight against the zombies. These zombies grow so fast that it's hard to protect your family all the time just by yourself. When Meng Kuei saw Aoxin stop and turn to look at him, he immediately displayed his muscles in 360 degrees. Yes, get in the car. Seeing him agree to Meng Kuei, rejoicing, their own parcels of luggage car and so on do not want, as long as you can follow this big brother, but also lack of that a little life supplies? Fearing that Aoxin would abandon himself if he took a step late, he didn't dare to get on the co-pilot, but instead utilized his physical fitness to climb into the back of the car. Meng Kuei's success has given others hope. The big man wasn't completely insensitive. The greasy middle-aged man spoke again. Only to be interrupted just as he opened his mouth. Get out. Even if Aoxin himself wanted to recruit people, he couldn't directly recruit too many here. Having a Meng Kuei up front is also enough. And the man's loyalty is still an issue that needs to be tested slowly. Sir, that Cheongsam beauty hurriedly said again when she saw him about to leave. I can work for you too. I don't have the strength, but I can do the cleaning for you. Housework. Cooking. I'm good at that too. She knew that since the youth had not taken her on because of her beauty, she needed to show her other values. Even, she said, Sir, beautiful women in the post-apocalyptic world are also a bunch of resources. I think, with my looks, you can get a lot of benefits by selling me. Besides, I'm still a virgin. She knew that men cared about this, and even though she had played them off against each other, she had never let them actually touch her, because that is one of her greatest capitals. Crap. Aoxin was shocked. How can you sell yourself like that? This woman is really a tough one, but it's also the kind of people who tend to accomplish great things. He gave the woman a deep look. Get in. The woman was overjoyed, and without Aoxin's consent, she didn't dare to enter the passenger side, but instead tried to climb into the trunk without regard for her image. Aoxin watched the scene and secretly nodded. This woman might not just be a vase. The others at the back also wanted to do the same as these two. However, Aoxin's overlord color once again shook, and everyone fell to the ground in shock. A senior seahorse recognized this kingly aura. It's the overlord color. Big brother has awakened the overlord color. My god, how is that possible? Didn't the end times just start? Big brother is too strong. His overlord color grade was not high after all, and, since overlord color could be cultivated on its own in the end times, it was certain that he would have to cultivate step by step from low to high levels. You can't just shock the others right now. Get back in the car, start it up and keep going. At the same time, he was paying attention to his surroundings. The big truck was running low on gas and needed a gas station to refill. Given the extent of the first day of the end times now, there should still be plenty of gas left at the pumps. After traveling for another 2 hours, he finally found the roadside service area. Only, it's been overrun by walkers. Pedestrians passing by would have wanted to enter the area for fuel and food, but seeing the large number of zombies entrenched in the area, one had to give up that idea. But Aoxin didn't have this concern. The big van had just pulled up when a group of walkers surrounded it. The driver's side they couldn't get into, so they tried to climb up into the car to attack Meng Kuei and the pretty girl. The two men cowered in the carriage in fear, not daring to show their heads, praying that Aoxin would be able to kill these zombies quickly. Aoxin opened the door and entered his human animal form, casually smashing the few zombies climbing the car with the baseball bat in his hand. It was at this moment that the convoy that had been following them at the rear came to the service area. They had wanted to wait for Aoxin to clear out the zombies and replenish some supplies, but their appearance caused these zombies to pounce towards them as well. The convoys had no choice but to leave. Come down. Aoxin let the two people in the carriage down and took out a crowbar from the cab and handed it to Meng Kuei.
You go and kill this zombie. Meng Kuei took the crowbar. It was hard and felt good in his hand. A good tool for killing zombies in the post-apocalyptic world. After killing all the zombies one by one with a single stick, only one zombie was left for Meng Kuei to fight. Instead, he started refueling the big rig. It's also good to remove the fire axe and fire shovel from the gas station and throw them in the cab. Meng Kuei deserves to be a grappling coach, with good strength, speed, and reaction to the fight. And he had also killed 2 zombies before fleeing the city, so he was quite experienced in dealing with such things. If he hadn't been afraid of the zombie virus, he would have been able to launch a more violent attack. When Aoxin finished refueling, he also managed to kill this zombie. Not bad. Aoxin nodded in recognition before saying to them, "Go inside and find a few oil barrels. We need to fill more oil to go back." The 2 men immediately went forward to look for it. But soon, they ran back in a sorry state, because behind the service area, there were a few more zombies, who were frantically chasing them at that moment. After resolving these few zombies, Aoxin filled the fuel into the drum and put it into the carriage at the back. It was only at this point that he inquired about this Cheongsam beauty. "What's your name?" Though the woman didn't look like she had much use for her thin arms and legs, she had been doing well since getting into her car. The walkers climbed the car and she didn't yell. This made her rating in Aoxin's heart go a little higher. "My name is Lu Xiao." Seeing Aoxin finally ask her name, the woman hurriedly replied, "Take the passenger side. No need to climb the wagon." Aoxin's words surprised Lu Xiao. Does that mean the young man recognizes himself? "Yes, master." Her address once again stunned Aoxin. She doesn't even ask for her name, but just honors her master, letting go of face and stature. Such a person can live better in the end times. After Meng Kuei climbed back into the carriage again, he returned to the caboose as well. Start this big van and head for home. On the way, he once again received a call from his sister Aochen. "Brother, where are you? Dad's stuck in the hospital office, and I've heard that the hospital has the most zombies. Dad doesn't have any food or water either. I'm so afraid something will happen to him." Aochen's voice was tinged with sobs, next to his mother's voice. "Xiao Xin, how is your school doing? You protect yourself. Mom and Dad will find a way to save you," Aoxin said in a hurry. "Mom, don't worry. I've gained the power of the devil fruit, and I'm awesome now. Wait a little longer. I'm almost home, and when I get back, I'll be able to save Dad." Hearing him say that he had devil fruit abilities, Aochen immediately turned from sadness to excitement. "Really, brother? What kind of fruit did you get? Animal, Superman, or nature? It'd be great if you're a nature type." Influenced by Aoxin, Aochen also quite liked to see the King of Thieves, for all kinds of devil fruit familiar. Aoxin laughed. "It's Teacher Kai's green dragon fruit, Phantom Beast Seedio. It's even more powerful than the nature department." Wow! Aochen immediately thought of the video that someone had uploaded in the Divine Providence Space Communication channel. "Brother, is that you in the video? Qinglong? So handsome. Are you now as capable of destroying the sky as Kai-sensei?" Aoxin lost his smile. Whether it's a fruit ability or hegemony, it consumes physical strength. Where do I have that kind of strength right now? Speaking of devil fruit, Aochen was immediately unafraid, and the siblings chatted on the phone for a full hour. After hanging up the phone, Aoxin called his father again, telling him that he was now a capable person and would soon be able to go back to save him, telling him to hide and not risk rushing out. Sitting in his office, the anxious and hopeless Aokon then put his heart down, and after instructing caution, he quietly waited for his son's rescue. When Aoxin drove the big truck into Biancheng, it was already late at night. At the moment the streets are full of zombies wandering aimlessly. Anyone out there has either found a safe place or has left the city. Either that, or have become part of the zombie hordes. The rumble of the big truck was so harsh in the stillness of the night. People who were still in shock and couldn't sleep for a long time opened their windows to see what was going on outside. Instead of going home, Aoxin went directly to the central hospital. Here, hundreds of walkers are gathered. Aoxin took out a piece of shui meat from his backpack and stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it, recovering his massively depleted stamina. Taking Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao, the two of them got out of the car and entered their human animal form, with the electric current wrapped around a baseball bat, killing the zombie horde indiscriminately. Under the powerful force, every time the baton went down, the head of a zombie was burst open. Walking into the hospital, there was not a living soul to be seen here anymore. In the outpatient hall, he casually pushed open a door, killing this zombie inside, and said to Meng Kuei's duo, "You two wait here for me. I'll pick up my dad and we'll go." "Yes, master." "Yes, boss." Although Meng Kuei was loyal, but letting him call out to his master, he really couldn't, and after thinking about it, he decided to address Aoxin as his boss. Aoxin didn't care much about these names, but instead felt that Lu Xiao's calling of this master was a bit awkward. When her parents and sister heard her call herself that in a while, they would definitely think the wrong things. Inside, Aoxin, who was about to leave this room, still decided to say to Lu Xiao, "Don't call me master, it's weird. My parents should get confused if they hear it." He scratched his head, which made the two of them feel that this murderous and powerful youth was also a normal student. Lu Xiao said, "Master, the large number of zombies and the divine providence space already indicates that this crisis is unusual. With your strength, you will definitely become the king in the end times in the future, and there will definitely be a large number of people who will address you as we do, and your parents, they should get used to all this earlier." Listening to her words, Aoxin couldn't help but look a little sideways. This woman has such sharp instincts. It is important to realize that there are still many people who are under the illusion that the country will be able to defuse this crisis. However, this woman had already understood that this was the true end times. The order of all civilizations would collapse, and a new world order would be established by the strong. This woman, in and of herself, holds great value, and she, too, is gradually showing her worth. Good. Aoxin nodded, no longer arguing with her about the matter, and after going out, the two manhwa immediately blocked the door with a large number of tables and chairs, waiting for Aoxin to return. Aoxin killed the zombies over and over again, while picking up his cell phone to talk to his father. "Hey, Dad, I'm already at your hospital. Which office are you in?" Aokong was hungry and thirsty, and was still mentally tortured by the zombies that kept banging on the door outside. And now late at night, he was half asleep in a daze when he was suddenly awakened by his cell phone. "As soon as I saw that it was my son's call, I was immediately energized. Be careful, there are a lot of walkers in the hospital." He did not say his position, but instead first let Aoxin pay attention to safety, until Aoxin gave him a video call. To see Aoxin dragon people look like a great killing the heroic posture, Aokong Fong Fong put down his heart, pointing him in the right direction. Aoxin soon came to the door of an office in the corner. There were 12 zombies gathered here, banging on the door of the house, and there were quite a few holes in the door of the house. If Aokong hadn't blocked the door with a large number of tables and chairs, they would have rushed in and torn him apart. The iron rod swung up and exploded the heads of all these zombies, and Aoxin violently kicked open the door of the room. The father in the house was in poor shape but intact, and that was the great news. Taking a piece of watery meat from the backpack behind him, he gave his father a boost of energy. Aokong gorged himself on meat while sizing up the mighty dragon man in front of him. "Is this the devil fruit ability you were talking to Morn about?" Trapped in his office, Aokong also took this time to watch a lot of videos and comments on the communication channel of God's Gift Space. A general idea of some of the things there are hanging around the King of Thieves. "Hey!" Aoxin giggled, casually knocking another intruding zombie to death with a stick and showing off to his old man. "How's that? Isn't your son handsome?" "Aha! The brat is handsome." Aokong smiled back at him. The end of the world had come, and he had witnessed countless people being killed by zombies in the short time he had been on the run. And now that his own family was even at peace, it was the greatest good news in the post-apocalyptic world. Taking his father out of the hospital, on the way, he could still see people peering out of the broken doorways of some of the houses. When they saw Aokong follow a dragon man away, and that dragon man had another raw batch, someone immediately called out, "Old Ao, help me." They were co-workers in the Aokong hospital, as well as some family members who had come to the hospital to visit the patients, who were also trapped when the end came. As for the patients, their weakened physiques are barely able to resist the infection of the zombie virus, and the vast majority of them have already turned into zombies in the first place. Aokong saw his colleagues calling for help and hesitantly said to Aoxin, "Xiao Xin, save them as well. They are all colleagues strange and pitiful." But Aoxin shook her head. "So what if I save them? The city is full of zombies. Do I have to send them home one by one again? Even if they go home, will they be able to survive?" Ignoring the shouts of the group, he pulled his father away quickly. When they pass by manhwa and Lu Xiao's room, they clear out the zombies that are banging on the door and then crack the door with a stick to bring the duo out. "My lord, master." Seeing Aoxin return, the two immediately spoke out respectfully. Aokong, however, was shocked. He looked at Aoxin incredulously. "They are? One muscular man, one stunningly beautiful woman. Why would such a man honor his son so much?" Moreover, he heard clearly that the beautiful woman called her son master. "Oh, the cake seller. He's not some old-fashioned old man with an outdated mindset. Is his son so good at playing behind his back?" Rarely to Aoxin 2 generations of people's skin, at this time actually also some hot,
but still pretended to calmly replied, "Rode to collect the two little brother." But Ao Kang's eyes were clearly disbelieving, with an expression that said you must not be telling the truth. Aoxin was speechless and didn't intend to continue explaining, taking them back to the big truck and letting his father sit on the passenger side before driving Lu Xiao back to the trunk. Once again, he cleared the walkers surrounding the van and drove home. Ao Chen looked at Lu Xiao with a stunned expression. What a beautiful woman. Besides, what did this woman just call her brother? Master? Ouch. What has Lao done out there? How dare he bring this woman home? And that muscle-bound guy. Even if he said he was a special forces, he would believe it all right. Calling your own brother boss? At this moment, Lu Xiao was like a competent maid, placing her hands overlapping at the small of her back as she stood quietly behind Aoxin. Meng Kuei was obviously a bit overwhelmed. As outgoing as he was, this was the family of the boss he served, and he didn't know how he was going to get along with them. In the end, it was Aoxin's mother, Zhang Hong, who took the initiative to say, "All hungry, come and eat." She stayed up even after learning of her son's imminent return, cooking all night just so her son and husband could have a hot meal. I just didn't realize that my son had brought back 2 more people, so that made the meal a little short. But the good thing is that Aoxin prepared a lot of canned goods in advance, opened some of them to put together a large table. Seeing Meng Kuei's 2 men being formal, Aoxin said, "Come over and eat together." Meng Kuei was about to go forward, but Lu Xiao said, "No, just give some canned food. I can't eat at the same table as my host." Ao Chen, Zhang Hong, O'Connell. Ao Chen's skeptical eyes swept around the 2 men's faces and suddenly exclaimed, "I know, this is called tuning, Agu." Before she could finish her words, she was bounced on the head by Aoxin with a headbutt. The pain caused her tears to well up in her eyes and she grabbed Aoxin's arm and bit it. After playing around for a while, Aoxin said to Lu Xiao, "Let's eat together. There's not that much to talk about." Only after receiving his authorization did this Cheongsam beauty gracefully sit down at the table. Ao Chen sat on her other side and asked in a low voice, "Sister Lu Xiao, what exactly is your relationship with my brother?" Lu Xiao said frankly, "The relationship between master and servant." Ao Chen. After the meal, Lu Xiao and Ao Chen stayed in a room, while Meng Kuei was placed in the guest room. The next day, when they woke up from their nap, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After breakfast, Aoxin took out 2 devil fruits from his backpack and said to his parents and sister, "I have 2 more devil fruits here. One is a rattling thunder fruit and the other I don't know exactly what it is yet, so you guys eat it." Having seen a batch of Aoxin's fierce green dragon form, and having also seen quite a few scenes from the video where the ability user was indulging in invincibility, they now knew the value of these 2 fruits. Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao were both shocked, not expecting Aoxin to have 2 more. A deep longing in his eyes. Devil fruit power users, who wouldn't be envious? But they also know they don't deserve it right now. However, Aoxin was so powerful that he might not be unable to find more devil fruits in the future. And at that time, as long as they performed well, there was a strong hope that they would be given one. At this moment, the 2 were even more determined in their decision to pledge their allegiance. Ao Chen was very curious and picked up the 2 fruits to play with and showed his parents the magical fruit. After reading it, Ao Kong gave it back to Aoxin. "Give one to Xiao Chen. We are old. Even if we eat it, it will be a waste." Zhang Hong also said, "Yes, Xiao Xin. With you protecting us, we are satisfied. Such a valuable thing. You must have a greater role in keeping it. We won't eat it." Aoxin said, "I already have the green dragon fruit, so I'm sure to improve my strength very quickly in the future. And if you guys eat the fruit, you'll also be able to kill zombies quickly, and then redeem the hegemony cultivation method. And these are the capitals for surviving in the post-apocalyptic world." However, after talking for half a day, the Ao Kong couple still refused. "No, it's fine if you give us more later if you have more. It's too wasteful for us to eat this now." Aoxin was helpless and said to Ao Chen, "You pick one." Ao Chen had long been watching with bated breath for half a day, and when he saw that it was finally his turn, he immediately became excited. She held up the 2 fruits, looking left and right. The rattling thunder fruit had a great reputation, so if you were to eat this one, it would naturally be the most secure. The other one doesn't even have a name, so if it's just a common breeder line, it's a big loss. But after half a day's thought, she still returned the rattling thunder fruit to Aoxin. "I'll eat this." Aoxin wondered, "You don't eat rattling thunder?" The natural system elementalization ability is invincible in the early stages. And, who knows what ability that one will be? Ao Chen shook his head. There is a pot of demonization potion in the divine providence space that can eliminate the side effects of the devil fruit and allow one to eat another fruit. Brother, you're so strong now that you're sure to be able to get the demonization potion. And this rattling thunder fruit is perfect for you. I'll just eat this one. Aoxin thought about it and said, that's fine. I'll appraise it first, and if the ability is good, then you can eat it. Identification? Ao Chen was puzzled. Fruit appraisal is a privilege that can only be opened after the points reach 1000. Ao Chen now has 0 points. Of course he doesn't know. He had killed more than 1,000 zombies after killing his way home from the school and then killing a huge amount of zombies in front of the central hospital. Just enough to open up an appraisal. But Ao Chen immediately objected when he heard that it would take 1,000 points to appraise. No, no, no. 1,000 points. Too expensive. 1,000 points can already be exchanged for one of the 6 naval styles, or a quick sword. It would be a waste to appraise a fruit. After saying that, she didn't wait for Aoxin to retort and directly grabbed this fruit, which was like a golden corn, and stuffed it into her mouth. He didn't bother to taste the flavor even after biting a piece of the pulp, but swallowed it with a grunt. Devil fruits were hard to eat. She knew that. Mourn. Aoxin was shocked, not expecting Ao Chen to eat it directly. If this fruit was weak, there was no place for regret. But Ao Chen had already swallowed a piece of the fruit flesh. The wood had been turned into a boat, and he could only pray that the fruit was capable enough. The family, along with Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao, were all staring at Ao Chen, who had swallowed the fruit, keeping a close eye on her changes. Ao Chen himself was nervous to feel that magical energy within his body. Soon, the energy covered her entire body, and her body began to change. Cheeks lengthened, ears grew large and erect, and white fur appeared on the surface of the body, and in the white, there were dark golden streaks dotting it. And then, the entire body quickly shrunk, turning into a palm-sized white-furred, gold-striped little mouse. It's animalistic. The crowd immediately understood the category of this fruit. However, this little mouse looked extraordinary and most likely was not an ordinary species. The little mouse made a human sound. Brother, you guys are huge. Aoxin and the others squatted down and asked her curiously, what category is it? Ordinary species? Ancient species? Or the phantom beast species? Ao Chen laughed cheekily. It's a phantom beast species, yo. Hearing the words phantom beast seed, Aoxin was overjoyed. It seems that his sister did not lose out on the bet. Phantom species all have special abilities. What are yours? Ao Chen said. Look. Saying that, she drilled her body downwards, unexpectedly disappearing directly into the earth. It's not even the earth. It's the mezzanine between the buildings. And there was no bump or damage to the ground. It was as if the little mouse had fused directly into the ground. Soon, the little mouse burrowed out from behind Aoxin and transformed into a human beast form. Her human animal form was extremely cute, with large white and gold striped ears sprouting from her main body, her hands and claws turning sharp, and a thin white tail appearing behind her butt, completely different from the lewdness of the mole fruit. Knowing that the crowd was curious about her abilities, Ao Chen didn't sell herself short and introduced herself. Ahem. This young lady solemnly introduces my devil fruit ability to you all. Lifting up her proud little chest, Ao Chen said joyfully, the name of this lady's fruit is, Animal System, Mouse Fruit, Phantom Beast Species, Doppelganger Form. There are 3 abilities. One of them is to cross all earth and stone type obstacles, such as vanish through walls and so on, is like passing through a water curtain to me. This was something that everyone had just seen, but it was still a rarity to hear her talk about it herself. Secondly, I own a separate treasure space where I can store inanimate objects. With that, Ao Chen picked up a mop in the corner and shoved it into his chest. The crowd stared in awe as the long, thick thing entered her chest and disappeared completely. Crap, Aoxin was shocked. Quadruple cleavage? The key to this girl is not big ah. The mother, Zhang Hong, even poked her head into her daughter's arms and reached in to touch. It's gone? And then, Ao Chen reached into his chest and pulled out the long, thick mop. How big is this space of yours? Aoxin focused on this key question. As far as she knew, there wasn't any storage equipment during the first Divine Providence. As to whether there will be any in the future, he is not sure. However, with this ability of Ao Chen, if the space was large enough, he could carry many things without fear of losing them. Ao Chen felt it and said, right now, it's only 10 cubic meters, but with the development of the fruit, this space will slowly become larger. Then, she continued to describe her ability. That's not all. I have another ability. Aoxin was even more surprised. Escape from the ground and through the wall, together with the carry-on space, was already considered a divine skill, but she even had other abilities? Ao Chen said proudly, the third ability is treasure hunting. Treasure hunting? The crowd wondered. Ao Chen explained, I can sense the scent of the treasure and lock its location based on the scent. Right now, my sensory range is able to cover half of Bian City. Crap,
OOXIN almost exploded into foul language. Transportation, space, plus treasure hunting. He felt like his green dragon didn't even smell so good anymore. But when you think about it, the green dragon has a lot of abilities. The first was the ability to manipulate the three natural elements of wind, fire and thunder at the same time. Secondly, grabbing the flame cloud has the ability to fly. Finally, far greater bonuses to strength, defense, speed, and recovery than any other animal line. Comparing the two, the green dragon was better at fighting, while the doppelganger, on the other hand, focused on auxiliary abilities outside of combat. But there are drawbacks. Ao-chan sounded a bit frustrated. The appearance of the three superpowers meant that there were gains and losses. Unlike the other animal lineages, I have almost zero strength and defense when I go into beast form, and I have no fighting ability at all. When I entered my human beast form, I also got almost no strength or defense bonuses, exactly as I did when I was a normal human. But I was fast. I estimate that my bonus in speed is at least twice as much as any other animal-based fantasy beast species. At the end of the day, Ao-chan was still very proud. It's true that this isn't a devil fruit that excels in combat, but it's useful, even more so than the green dragon. Treasure hunting. What counts as treasure in this period? It almost goes without thinking that the only answer is devil fruit. Of course, it wasn't entirely true. AOXIN knew that there would be secret realms opening up in the future, and this ability of Ao-chan's would allow them to gain more benefits in the secret realms as well. By the way, put this rattling thunder fruit in your hidden treasure space. It's the only place that's safe. After looking at Ao-chan's fruit ability, AOXIN handed over the rattling thunder fruit to Ao-chan and transferred 30 of his own points to each of them to exchange for the cultivation method of the three-colored hegemonic energy. Even if there is no fruit, as long as the hegemony is practiced to the extreme, one can become equally strong. Even if there are fruits, if the hegemony doesn't work, it will be gradually eliminated by the end times. After exchanging another ordinary saber for each of them from the Divine Providence space, he led the group out of the home. Downstairs, there are still countless zombies that keep wandering. AOXIN transformed into a dragon man and cracked the spine of a zombie with a stick and wasted both of his arms. To his father, he said, "Dad, you cut off his head with this knife." Ao Kong was a bit hesitant. Even though the other party was a zombie, he had been a human in life, and asking him to behead him would be the same as killing someone. He was a little down, but how can you not go down in a post-apocalyptic world? Seeing that his father didn't dare to make a move, Ao-chan took the initiative and volunteered. "Brother, let me do it. I'll give Dad a demonstration." After saying that, he drew the long knife in his hand and cut the neck of this zombie with a single slash. Sticky corpse blood flowed out, and the fishy smell hit his nose. Ao Kong frowned, but he wasn't scared as a doctor. AOXIN once again wasted a zombie as he did. This time, Lu Xiao took the initiative to chop off its head. After the demonstration by the two young girls, Ao Kong was finally able to do it himself. And then, it was his mother, Zhang Hong, who also cut off the head of a zombie. As for Meng Kuei, he was in existence capable of killing a zombie on his own, and as a combat instructor, he was also much better at fighting than his own family. Now they have the hegemony cultivation method, and the cultivation of armed color relies on extreme forging and unlimited fighting. Refining the body in battle is fundamental to becoming stronger. "Dad, you guys work out around the house. I'm going to hunt walkers from afar." Fighting zombies is about gaining points, in addition to cultivating your physique. It's post-apocalyptic currency. Not only can they be exchanged for items from the Divine Providence space, but they can also be used to trade with other people. The original money system has collapsed. "Brother, I'll go with you." Seeing that he was about to leave, Ao-chan hurriedly hugged his arm and begged. AOXIN frowned. "No, I'll clean up a batch of zombies near my home, and you guys can go home and rest when you're tired. It's too dangerous to go to a faraway place with me, and your fruit fighting ability isn't very strong." Ao-chan said, "I feel that there are treasures in the southwest direction. I can take you on a treasure hunt." "Treasure?" Ao-chan's words caused AOXIN to be startled. Now the treasure. What else could it be but devil fruit? "Okay, stay close to me and don't wander off on your own." "Aha!" Ao-chan nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. To Meng Kuei, he instructed, "You protect my parents." Meng Kuei nodded solemnly. "No problem. Guarantee that we won't let the boss's family suffer any harm." AOXIN led Ao-chan in the southeast direction. Both of them were in human-animal form, and the speed of the duo Baomaos took AOXIN by surprise. With their speed and godlike ability to vanish, those zombies couldn't even touch the corner of Ao-chan's clothes. Although Ao-chan's own attack power wasn't great, he was able to grind the zombies to death with a wandering fight. Pust! When AOXIN knocked another zombie to death with his stick,
Ao-chan also managed to decapitate a zombie, but the frequent use of her abilities exhausted her and left her panting. But he still happily showed off to Aoxin. Older brother, I killed another zombie. Looking at the young girl with an expression that was quick to praise me, Aoxin laughed. My little Chen is so strong. Yeah. Hearing Aoxin's praise, the young girl's pair of beautiful eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons, and a pair of small dimples surfaced in her cheeks. But where can you get so carried away in battle? A zombie lunged from behind and bit into Ao-chan's neck. Ao-chan was startled and hurriedly tried to vanish and escape, but the massive depletion of her physical strength prevented her from doing so. The zombie was getting closer and closer, and in the nick of time, Ao-xin smashed this zombie's head to pieces with a stick. Brother, I can't fight anymore. Ao-chan panted heavily. She had neither worked out desperately for a month like Ao-xin, much less a gift like domineering genius. With the help of Ao-xin's points, she had only gained the qualifications for the cultivation of hegemony, and had not yet awakened the hegemony. The doppelganger didn't have much of a bonus to physical strength either, and being able to fight up until now was already the result of the extra exercise she had been doing on a regular basis. Ao-xin said, point out a direction. I'll take you there. Ao-chan stuffed the long knife into the hidden treasure space, turned into a beast form, and transferred it to Ao-xin's shoulder. The palm-sized mouse rubbed against Ao-xin's cheeks that were dissatisfied with the dragon scales, and his sister's familiar voice rang in his ears. There! Ao-xin directly dragonized and let out a roar that shook the 4 fields, startled countless people hiding in residential buildings. As they poked their heads out, they saw a green dragon stomping on the flaming clouds and rushing up into the middle of the clouds. Green dragon! It's that big green dragon guy from the video. Big brother Qinglong actually came to our Biancheng? Can he clean up the zombies in Bian City? Maybe big brother Qinglong is from our Biancheng. Another person captured the image of the green dragon soaring and uploaded it to the communication channel of the Divine Providence space. They didn't dare to fight the zombies, so they could only hide in their houses and communicate with people from all over the world through the Divine Gift space. Soon, a video titled Qinglong Big Brother Suspected Biancheng People was on the top of the hot search. The comments under the video, too, quickly surpassed 100,000. Big Brother Green Dragon is one of the strongest at the moment. Can he completely exterminate the zombies and return order to the world? Now there are more than 100 people around the world who have exploded and eaten devil fruit. However, there aren't many who can have the fighting power to sling zombies like Big Brother Green Dragon. And I think Big Brother Green Dragon is the strongest. There is no one. It looks like Big Brother Qinglong is leaving Biancheng. He might just be passing through Biancheng. Otherwise he would definitely be hunting zombies in Biancheng for points. In the sky above Biancheng City, Ao-xin quickly arrived at the place where she said there was a treasure according to the direction Ao-chan pointed out. Brother, there, in those woods, Ao-chan, who was incarnated as a multi-treasure mouse, sniffed her little nose vigorously, and the closer she was to the treasure, the stronger her feelings became. Ao-xin landed from the air, and after landing on the ground, he reshaped into his human beast form. Ao-chan on his shoulder also jumped down to transform into his human beast form. The two quickly ran towards the middle of the woods. It's not very populated and there are very few walkers. There were only a scattering of 3 or 2 zombies, whose brains were easily cracked by him. Aha! Stop it! Suddenly, Ao-chan shrieked as a lewd-looking man was holding a red heart-shaped fruit under a large pine tree. At the moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Running away from the city, I wanted to hide in the uninhabited countryside, but I found this devil fruit in these woods. He wasn't Hemi and didn't recognize what fruit it was, but from the forums of the Divine Providence space, he knew that whatever it was a supreme treasure. Ha ha, this heavenly fortune is going to come to me. Wang Defa, opening his mouth full of yellow teeth, he was about to bite down. Both Ao-xin and Ao-chan's faces changed. Too late, a mouthful of hot breath erupted, instantly drowning the Hanyu in it. He didn't even let out a scream before he was burned to ashes by the hot breath. Ao-xin and Ao-chan rushed over and saw the devil fruit in the ashes unharmed and hurriedly picked it up. Ao-xin, who had experienced an apocalypse, had long since lost the so-called compassion. He's not a good guy, killing people for their treasure. That's normal in a post-apocalyptic world. Ao-chan was a bit too much in her heart. Killing a living human for the sake of a fruit was inconsistent with the education she had always received. Ao-xin said, in the post-apocalyptic world, we only talk about the law of the jungle. Being strong is the truth, and being weak is the original sin. If I didn't have this kind of strength, obtaining the devil fruit and being discovered by a strong person would be the same fate as this person. Ao-chan nodded her head gently. Even though it was only the second day of the end times, she had seen the ugliness of human nature from the forums of the God-given space. There's at least a reason to kill and take the treasure. The end times are more of a senseless unleashing of the evil in human nature. I understand, brother. Although I understand this reasoning, but the heart is still a little difficult. Tightly embraced Aoxian's arm, and he looked at a fruit, red heart-shaped fruit with black curly lines. The two men, as Senior Hemi, recognized the fruit. This is the most expensive fruit in the pirate world, same as the Nika fruit, which is worth 5 billion belts. This is the fruit of the operation. Aoxian looked at this mass of coke on the ground again. The ability of the surgery fruit is very strong, and in the previous life, the person who obtained the surgery fruit was an extremely famous and powerful person on the side. However, this lewd man did not bear a single resemblance to the strong man he remembered. It is thought that the lewd man died not long after eating the fruit, and then the surgical fruit was refreshed in the rest of the world and eaten by a truly powerful person. The devil fruit in the end times, like in the manga, refreshes the fruit randomly whenever the ability dies. As a result, later on, there are also physical powerhouses who hunt down weaker powerhouses in an attempt to get refreshed fruits on their own. However, the success rate is extremely low, as no one can predict the refresh locations. Brother, the surgical fruit can be given to Dad. He'll love this one. Aoxian immediately thought of the best place for the surgical fruit to go. The father, O'Connell, was a surgeon, and he would certainly be interested in it. Well, it's just as I thought. Put it in your treasure space. With Ao-chen tagging along, Aoxian didn't carry her own big backpack. This little girl was the best backpack. Safe and effective. Very good. Ao-chen smiled and tucked the surgical fruit into his chest, which he had discovered with his own abilities. A contribution he had made to the family. She's happy. Returning to the city, he once again transformed into a green dragon, allowing Ao-chen to sit on his back as he quickly returned home. The parents are not strong enough and have gone home to rest. Lu Xiao was attentively serving the two of them. It makes them quite uncomfortable. Meng Kuwei, on the other hand, was still fighting alone downstairs, knowing that merely defecting to Aoxian wasn't enough. In order to be reused in the future, one must also be strong enough. Downstairs, there are quite a few people trying to kill zombies at the moment as well. After all, the redemption goods of the Divine Providence space were just too appealing. However, even the cheapest 3-color hegemony cultivation method required 10 points each, which meant killing a full 10 zombies. They took out kitchen knives, shovels, wooden sticks and every other weapon they could use at home and tried to fight the zombies. However, the strength, speed and defense of the zombies are far beyond them, and from time to time, people are disemboweled by the zombies or bitten and infected to become new zombies. When Meng Kuwei saw Aoxian return, he immediately reported to him about the situation after he left. Work hard, go back and rest if you're tired. Aoxian was very satisfied with Meng Kuwei's performance. This kind of hard-working and desperate spirit was a guarantee to survive in the end times. No, I'm going to keep fighting. After having Aoxian gifting points to purchase the tricolor hegemony cultivation method, although he still hadn't awakened his hegemony, Meng Kuwei could clearly feel that every battle he fought, he was able to make his physique improve somewhat. He's a grappling instructor, and his body's in shape to develop almost to the max. It had been a long time since he had this thrill of increased strength. Therefore, he extraordinarily cherished this opportunity that Aoxian had bestowed upon him. Without Aoxian, although he was confident that he could kill 10 zombies, he estimated that it would be at least 5 days later. Alright, take what you can get and don't push yourself too hard. Aoxian led Ao-chen upstairs. As soon as he entered, he saw Lu Xiao pinching her mother Zhang Han's leg. Although the two old men's physiques were good, they were old after all, and after such a fierce battle, their bodies were sore and aching. Although Lu Xiao's technique was irregular, it was still much more comfortable to have someone press it. Master! Seeing Aoxian enter the door, Lu Xiao immediately shouted master in a well-behaved manner. This girl did understand things. Aoxian felt that his vision was good. Meng Kuwei and Lu Xiao, both of them, had value for cultivation. Upon entering the house, Ao-chen immediately let go of his arm and jumped to his father's side. Dad, we brought you a good thing. Saying that, she took out the surgical fruit from her chest as if she was showing off and placed it in front of Ao-kang's eyes. Superman Department surgical fruit yo. Dad, you're a doctor. You'll definitely like its ability. The moment she saw the surgical fruit appear, Lu Xiao's heart trembled. However, she immediately stabilized her mind and continued to diligently squeeze Zhang Han's legs. Only, with a sharp shock in his heart, he was more and more glad for his choice. Another devil fruit, or the precious fruit of surgery. As long as I'm good, he'll grant me one in the future, right? Ao-kang wasn't too thrilled. After all, he hadn't seen the King of Thieves. Taking the surgical fruit from her daughter's hand, she surveyed it curiously. Surgical fruit? Can you perform surgery after eating it? he rightfully so deduced from the name of the fruit. But I can do surgery, could it make me more delicate? Ao Kong didn't understand, and Ao Chen immediately explained for him. Dad, the surgical fruit can create a spatial shield in which you can cut off anything, and you can instantly move around here. When you do surgery, you cause harm to the patient's body, but in room space, cutting through an object doesn't cause any harm to the object. After removing the harmful substance, it also allows him to combine it straight away, with no scars at all and no pain. Isn't that awesome? Ao Chen's explanation was a bit messy. Seeing that her father still didn't quite understand, she found the video of the surgical fruit again and showed Luo's abilities one by one to her father. Ao Kong was getting more and more surprised. The devil fruit was really amazing. How about it, Dad? It suits you. This is what I found out, yo. The little girl was inviting credit, and Ao Kong stroked her hair with a doting face. Chen is awesome. It's just that Dad's getting older, so it's better for you siblings to keep this fruit. Aoxin said. Dad, I still have a rattling thunder fruit. You can eat this one. It's a gift from me and Chen together. Moreover, when you and Mom are strong, I can do my own thing without worrying. Otherwise, I have to keep worrying about my family. Aoxin deliberately said this, and when Ao Kong heard it, he was really convinced. As parents, they do not want to be a drag on their children. Indeed, as his son had said, the world was too dangerous now, and if he was too weak, his son could only stay tied down to take care of the two of them. And how would he go about developing himself? Good, Dad, eat it. One bite down, the unpleasant flavor spread in his mouth. Ao Chen saw him frowning and quickly explained. Devil fruits are all very difficult to eat. Don't spit them out. Don't chew it, just swallow it directly. Just one bite. Ao Kong listened to his daughter's words and swallowed the fruit meat directly from his mouth. Looking at the fruit that had been nibbled on, he asked, "Where's the rest?" Ao Chen said, "Just throw it away directly. The latter is no longer useful." Dad, feel the power of the devil fruit in your body and see if you can use it. Ao Kong did as he was told. Following the guidance of the power within him, he gently raised his hand and pressed it, and a transparent cover appeared around him. Glancing at the mop not far away, he switched places with it with a thought. Dad, you did it! Aoxin and Ao Chen were both happy. Try cutting off everything again. Ao Kong pulled out the saber he had placed next to him to cut down the zombies and slashed at the table. The table was suddenly cut in half like a handful of paper mache. Dad, cut me! Try cutting me! Ao Chen excitedly jumped in front of his father and told him to cut himself off. Ao Kong was speechless. Even though he had already heard his daughter talk about the power of surgical fruits, it was still weird to hear the request to be cut. It's as if having a brain-damaged daughter. It's no good. Dad's not quite fluent enough in case he hurts you. Ao Chen wouldn't listen, but no matter how much she begged, Ao Kong wouldn't cut her. Physical exhaustion was gradually hitting his body, and any fruit's ability consumed a lot of stamina when it was used. Surgical fruits are particularly consuming. Ao Kong, who had already fought with the zombies, had not yet recovered his physical strength, and after a few experiments, he could not bear it immediately. Removing the room space cover, he sat down on the couch to rest. Ao Chen, on the other hand, obediently ran behind Ao Kong to squeeze his shoulders. While pinching, she proposed to Aoxin, "Brother, I think we should try somewhere else. I can find devil fruits with this ability. There's a limited amount of devil fruits that appear in one place, but if we go to enough places, we're sure to find more devil fruits. When the time comes, give one to Mom, Sister Xiao, and Brother Meng Kuei. We'll be able to dominate Biancheng." Ao Chen's proposal moved Aoxin's heart. Lu Xiao was also touched by the fact that Ao Chen was thinking of himself in his heart. She was very good at dealing with people, and in this short period of time, she had already harvested the goodwill of Aoxin's entire family. Aoxin sat down to think. Sister is right. She has the ability. If she only develops in Biancheng, it's too much of a waste. A lot of devil fruit is still undiscovered right now. Or maybe there's an ability that dies and his fruit refreshes and hasn't been acquired by anyone else yet. If he himself took advantage of this time, he would utilize Ao Chen's fruit talent to collect more devil fruits. Not only does it enhance the strength of your family, it is a highly valued resource. In the future, as people familiarize themselves with the crumbling world and get a foothold in the apocalypse, major powers will emerge. Although he was powerful, he didn't have the strength to push across the world yet. These fruits, then, can be traded to get what you need most, or it is used to enlist the strongest people to become their henchmen. But the safety of his family is always at ease. Xiao Xin, don't worry. Now that Dad also has a devil fruit ability, and with the help of Miss Lu and little brother Meng, we'll be fine. Seeing his concern, his father said, and there's also the food you prepared in advance. It's enough for us to eat for a long time. Even if we run out of these, we can still buy them from the Divine Providence space. We can also kill zombies and gain points, so don't worry too much about us. Dad will protect your mom. The mother also chimed in. Your father is right. This world, we can't see it anymore, so don't worry about doing what you have to do. With you helping us with this, we can already survive in the end times. Even Lu Xiao pledged her loyalty to him. Master, I will definitely take care of the two old masters, and as long as I'm still alive, I won't let them suffer an ounce of harm. At that exact moment, Meng Kuei was exhausted and returned to his room to rest, and when he heard them talking about it, he also assured them, don't worry, big brother, I'll take care of our parents. Xian was kinda moved to accept these two by himself. Not bad. Okay, then I'll leave my parents in your hands. I'll transfer another 400 points to each of you, which can be used to exchange for potions and various kinds of food, as well as allowing you to increase your strength faster. The strong tone didn't allow the crowd to push back, and after transferring 400 points each to his parents, Lu Xiao, and Meng Kuei, his points were basically consumed. But it was easy for him to kill walkers now, and he didn't care about that. Since my sister proposed and it was passed, it should be implemented as soon as possible. And then, through the Divine Providence space, he consumed 10 points to establish an exchange group and pulled in his parents, his sister, Meng Kuei, and Lu Xiao. In this way, even though he was away, he could always communicate with his family and find out how they were doing. After all this, he took Ao Chen and left his home, getting into the big van parked at the entrance, and the two of them headed out of the city. Where to? Xian left the question of direction to Ao Chen. You're a multi-treasure rat. Even if you can't sense the treasure, your intuition should still be useful. Ao Chen felt justified. Go to the west, to the provincial city, where the population is large and the city is big. The probability of a devil fruit possibly appearing is also a bit higher. Following the intuition of the doppelganger, Xian drove towards the west of the city. On the road, they got out of the car every now and then to have a big fight, and when they ran out of energy, they returned to the van to rest while they hurried on. But the big truck is ultimately not very convenient. Xian thinks still need an off-road vehicle. After entering the provincial city, they still followed a straight line to the west, and the zombies here were really 100 times more than in Biancheng. And there is an organized military purge of walkers here. Guns were firing and exploding zombie limbs were flying all over the place. But, unless their heads are blown off, they still have the ability to move. This big truck of Xian was intercepted by the military. Military action ahead. This area is off limits. But instead of letting them leave straight away, this warrior who intercepted them also registered them and pointed them in a direction. Go in that direction. There are shelters set up overnight, surrounded by our military garrison. Absolutely safe, with food and water provided at regular intervals. It is true that the state is trying its best to stop this disaster, but unfortunately, this disaster cannot be fought by human civilization. Xian didn't follow the direction the warrior indicated to go to the shelter, and they didn't come here for shelter. After turning the car around, they decided to bypass the place. An officer saw the big truck leave and did not come forward to discourage it again. As the saying goes, it is hard to persuade a damned ghost with good words. They have said everything they need to say, but the man still wants to go, and there is nothing they can do about it. Even if they were forced to stay, if they were bent on leaving, it would only cause more trouble. Besides, they couldn't afford to bother with so many things right now. Those who are willing to accept the military's protection will fight to the death to protect the people, but those who are smart enough not to stay can only be left to live or die as they see fit. Returning to the highway where they came from before, when they came to a fork in the road, Ao Chen said that they were traveling north, and Xian listened to her to go in that direction. After going north for about 7 or 8 kilometers, Ao Chen suddenly told him to continue west. It's not surrounded by the military, and walkers are still rampant. Occasionally, people who rely on buildings to fight against zombies can be seen. They use various methods to kill zombies and immediately withdraw to the house, and after resting, they come out again to look for opportunities to kill zombies. Everyone is trying to survive the post-apocalyptic world in any way they can. Suddenly, Xian's eyes lit up. Although he didn't find the devil fruit, he found a better thing. In front of a luxurious villa, a Dongfeng mastodon was parked. The car, said to be an off-road vehicle, was actually the civilian equivalent of an armored car. Sturdy batch except for the lack of a locator system and weapons system. It is the ideal model for Xian. A youth, relying on a slugger, made a hole in the door of the car. Then he got in and stuck a spear out to stab the incoming walkers. It was hard to get a direct hit to the head, but grinding slowly would allow him to kill a few walkers.
Aoxin parked the big van next to this Dongfeng mastodon and leapt down with Ao Chen. Dragon Man form activated and a thickened and weighted baseball bat was invincible. The rod was so useful that he continued to use it even when he already had the points to trade for a quick sword. The youth who was hiding in the car a little bit to grind the zombies saw a large truck suddenly stop beside him, and his heart thumped. At this time, it was not at all unusual for a rich man like him to be robbed. His father, whose body had been emptied by cigarettes, alcohol and women, was directly infected by the zombie virus and became a zombie, killing his entire family. Only he escaped in time by ducking into this DFL. And then, he relied on the car to maneuver around the walkers. Just as he was feeling apprehensive and wondering about the other party's intentions, a draconian and a cute young girl with big white hair and ears leapt down from the big van and killed all the zombies that surrounded him. Crap, big green dragon? He immediately recognized the classic look of Aoxin's green dragon. Why is Big Brother Green Dragon here? Why did he save me? Is it going to rob me too? Just as he was rambling, Aoxin had already cleared all the zombies here and knocked on the car window glass. The youth in the armored car carefully opened the door. He knew that this green dragon bigwig was capable of easily destroying his car if he wanted to, so it's better to be honest and cooperate. The other party was very knowledgeable, and Aoxin didn't make things too difficult for him. A van, half a carload of diesel. I want this one of yours. He stated his purpose bluntly. The truck won't be drivable after the swap anyway, so you might as well just bring it in for a trade. As for the diesel fuel, he couldn't bring it all with him, so it's just the right time to trade it. The corner of the youth's mouth twitched. He wasn't a fool and quickly understood Aoxin's purpose. That's trying to pull the wool over the eyes. Biggie, I don't want anything. Please take me with you. I'll give you the car. After nearly 2 days of surviving the apocalypse, he had come to deeply understand the horror of the end, and it was nothing like what he had imagined. What's the point of not embracing a big leg at this point? Aoxin was speechless. This bastard had a thick skin. After thinking about it, he said, I still have things to do. I can't take you. How about this? 30 points. Enough for you to exchange for the tricolor hegemony cultivation method, and use it to trade you this car. But the youth still wanted to run the gauntlet. Big brother, take me with you. I've studied wilderness survival. I can do a lot of things. He is a doomsday fanatic and used to fantasize about how he would survive if the end came. Therefore, he customized this thickened civilian armored vehicle with a modification to add a small window at the door, and a custom pig hunting spear in 2 sections that could be removed and installed. He thought that when the time came, he would be able to kill the zombies by hiding in the armored car and sticking his spear out of the door window. For this reason, he also prepared a full set of wilderness survival equipment, and a large number of dry food, canned goods and other living supplies. On top of that, he has 2 Kangos, a Caucasian, and has been practicing his bow and arrow consistently for over 3 years, thinking that if there really is a post-apocalyptic world, he can definitely live in style. Unfortunately, one can't plan as well as one can. His rich old man, whose body had been emptied by alcohol and sex, didn't resist the first wave of zombie virus infection and turned directly into a zombie. So much so that his family was instantly reunited and even his 3 dogs were infected with zombies. He managed to escape to his car, but the survival gear and supplies he had prepared were basically sitting in the warehouse, and he didn't dare get out of the car and go back to get them. After hearing what happened to the youth, Aoxin was speechless. The end times are not that simple. Taking you is out of the question. I have things to do, but I can help you clear out the zombies in your villa, and with 30 points to exchange for the hegemony cultivation method, you'll be able to slowly become stronger on your own as well. Aoxin insisted on not taking him, and the youth was discouraged, but having 30 points to be able to exchange for the hegemony cultivation method was also good. While he was stuck in his car, he went through the merchandise in the Divine Providence store. He knew deep down that the world had changed completely. Points are the most important thing going forward. Aoxin and Ao Chen led this youth into his villa and killed all of his necrotic family members and beloved dogs, and after trading him 30 points, he loaded a third of the diesel from the van into the armored car. Cultivate your hegemony well, and you too can become a doomsday powerhouse. Before leaving, Aoxin also encouraged the youth. Big brother, my name is Lin Tian. Can you tell me your name? Where should I look for you if I want to? Aoxin, who had just gotten into the car and was preparing to leave, was also stunned when he heard the youth's words. So obsessed with yourself? But there was no harm in telling him, and if this person was truly talented, he could be taken in for his own use in the future. My name is Aoxin. My home is in Biancheng. If you can come to Biancheng on foot, I'll consider taking you in. Leaving such a sentence, he turned on the car and left in the dust. In place, only Lin Tian was left muttering, Aoxin? It's just a hike to Biancheng. I can definitely do it.
raising his eyes to see that the zombies roaming in the distance had begun to make their way here. He quickly returned to his villa and closed the gate. With the points, he would be able to cultivate the hegemony. After Aoxin switched cars, the speed of his advance became faster and faster, and in his ears, the sound of gunfire roared as he headed in the opposite direction of the gunfire. Killing walkers doesn't help. Even if the heads of the zombies are cut off, these dead zombies will be devoured by other zombies and trigger evolution. To completely destroy the zombies, you need to set fire to their bodies and burn them completely. However, when a zombie corpse is burned, the stagnant corpse gas in its body will spread into the air, making the concentration of zombie virus in the air higher and further infecting humans with weak constitution. Also, the zombie virus gets catalyzed by the heat and becomes even more potent. It's a dilemma. The only way to do that was to practice dominance. Hegemony is the process of refining the body to the extreme, so that it is not afraid of the zombie virus and zombies. Any other method is just raising the soup to stop the boil. A little more room for your hidden treasure would be nice. On the way, Aoxin spat out to Ao Chen. This way we can bring all the diesel with us. Now that the fuel is limited, the range we can look for is also limited. Ao Chen sat paralyzed on the passenger side, holding a bag of potato chips and eating it slowly. And when she heard Aoxin's tirade, she rolled her eyes. Cut. You think I don't want to? How can the development of fruit abilities be that simple? Aoxin counted her down as she drove. Eat less of this junk food. When you're tired, go to the Divine Providence store and exchange a piece of watery meat. It'll replenish your stamina nicely. Ao Chen loudly refused. No. Between the two siblings bickering, Ao Chen suddenly sensed. She quickly put down the chips and sat up straight. Her big ears erected straight, and her little nose sniffed vigorously. Carefully sensed for a moment and then said to Aoxin, "Brother, in the southwest direction. It feels like there's a treasure." Aoxin's spirit was shaken, and when he heard that there were treasures, he immediately became excited. He also stopped getting out of the car to kill the zombies, but tried to go around as much as possible, heading towards the direction Ao Chen pointed out at full speed. When they finally arrived near their destination, they realized that things are not simple. It's a factory and has been fitted with barbed wire fencing outside, with many small machines and discarded tables and chairs piled up at the entrance to fend off the zombie invasion. Behind the barriers, someone had modified some long-handled knives with tools from the factory to kill walkers trying to destroy the barriers. Inside the factory, there are still quite a few people walking around, checking for leaks in case walkers creep in. If a zombie is found climbing the barbed wire fence, someone will immediately stab the zombie down with a long stick welded with a sharp edge like a spear. This place has just become a primary security base. To have made it this far proves that the organizers here are quite something. You wait for me in the car. There were some zombies outside, and this place was not suitable for Ao Chen to cultivate. Aoxin picked up a baseball bat and opened the door to get out of the car. And without turning on the dragonization, a bat went down and still cracked the skull of a zombie. One more catch and the zombie's head exploded completely. This scene completely stunned the workers in the factory who were guarding behind the barriers at the entrance. Does this kid want to die? How dare he get out of the car with so many zombies? When those workers initially saw Aoxin getting out of the car alone to fight the zombies, they all thought he was looking for death. But in the next second, when they saw the zombie's head being easily exploded, these people all stared in disbelief. Crap, did I see it wrong? This kid is so strong. 2 sticks to kill a zombie? Is this still human? Even the so-called devil fruit power users are nothing more than that. The crowd of workers were talking, and the zombies that had been trying to destroy the barriers at the entrance to rush in were all attracted to Aoxin. He still hadn't turned on his dragonization, because he had now reached the copper skin realm. An already good body combined with a month of hard workouts gave him a robust base. The hegemony genius directly awakens the hegemony, which in turn has the dual effect of doubling the speed of passive enhancement and active cultivation. His hegemony progression was flying. He reached the copper skin realm on the second day of the beginning of the end. The so-called copper skin, of course, is not really skin like copper and iron, refining the body from the outside to the inside. The skin is the first layer of the body's barrier. Practicing the skin to the point of toughness can drastically reduce the impacts that the body receives, as well as the recoil force that it endures when attacked. This was the first metamorphosis of the body in the exercise, and the strength, defense, speed, and recovery ability were also comprehensively improved. The green dragon fruit, even if he doesn't dragonize, it provides a certain amount of physique bonus to the humanoid norm. This was what allowed him to easily kill zombies even when he didn't use his abilities. And, without the use of abilities, the difficulty of killing zombies is increased, and for the hegemony, it will be increased faster. The workers behind the barriers at the entrance of the factory were dumbfounded as they watched Aoxin make a killing. Someone soon noticed the key point. I know that car of his. It's a Dongfeng Mastodon. It belongs to a civilian armored vehicle. He could have left this zombie swarm in this vehicle, but he purposely parked it at our entrance. He must have thoughts about our base. Right. Go tell the boss. Immediately, a worker left to tell their chief about AOXIN. Outside the factory, AOXIN backed away from the car while fighting to the window and said to AO Chen, "Give me a piece of watery meat." The consumption of a large amount of hegemonic energy had made him extremely tired, and AO Chen immediately redeemed a piece of watery meat and handed it to him. He took the watery meat in his left hand and ate it as he raised the baseball bat in his right hand and continued to slam it into the walker's head. The combat skills honed down in his last life were gradually being integrated into his body in this life. Although he didn't use a weapon like an iron bar in his last life, but the way of physical arts, touching on the same thing, he only felt that the more he used this baseball bat in his hand, the better it became. This was why he had never redeemed a fast blade. On the one hand, the quality of the fast knives he couldn't see, and on the other hand, the pre-existing knives, which were not as good as the blunt ones. There were a lot of zombies gathered in front of the factory, and his attacks didn't stop for a moment. And in the factory, a robust man with a darker complexion who looked to be in his mid-30s was led by a worker behind this one gate. An expert indeed. He looked gloomy. AOXIN killing the zombies was too easy and gave him great pressure. Would they be able to stand up to this person if he or she had bad intentions for their base? Before he came, he listened to the worker's account and had the idea of taking in this expert. But now it seems that I'm afraid I'll have a hard time suppressing him. Moreover, this expert is a young man, just the age of high-mindedness. How can he be willing to be easily subordinate to others? Immediately, he sent a message through the divine providence space. Old Wang, Old Wei, Old Lu, the three of you come here and bring 2 more people each. In the communication channel, Old King was puzzled. Chief, what's happening? We're about to kill this walker. Old Lu also asked. Yeah, Old Zhang, did something happen over there? Only Old Wei, without asking too many questions, immediately rushed toward the north gate with the 2 men beside him after seeing the news. Old Zhang said, "There's an expert here who may have thoughts about our base. I'm afraid that those of us can't handle him, so I need you to bring a few people to back him up." A master? These people were even more surprised. Head, you have almost 20 people there, and you still can't beat an expert? Is it a devil fruit ability? Old Zhang said. No, he uses a baseball bat and can headshot a zombie with 2 strikes. Very strong. He may have awakened his hegemony. It's only been a few days and you've awakened your hegemony? Lao Wang and Lao Lu were shocked and understood the seriousness of the matter, telling the workers around them to focus on defense and wait for their return. And then he headed for the north gate with 2 strong workers. A few of them, the ones in the factory who had already redeemed the armed color cultivation method, although they hadn't awakened their hegemony yet. With the cultivation method, their physique, too, had surpassed everyone, becoming one of the strongest few here. When several people had all gathered at the north gate, they were also shocked by AOXIN's battle power. Holy shit, is this still a human being? He has definitely awakened his armed color hegemony. More than that, I suspect he's reached that what's it copper skin realm. It's no longer an ordinary person like us. Several people had clenched their weapons in their hands. It's a good thing they're in the middle of a factory, using the lathe to turn out so many handy weapons to be able to fend off the zombies so easily. Old Zhang even suggests that everyone's families be brought to the factory, using the factory as a base to fend off the zombie invasion. Not only did he propose this, but he also took the lead in doing so, driving a big car with Lao Wang and others to bring back the families of the workers. On the way, of course, many died, but there are more that can be picked up peacefully. That's why he was able to be recognized by all as the Alpha and make this factory defense in style. Now that he saw AOXIN's strength, his heart couldn't help but get nervous. Head, this young man is so strong. Why don't we let him join us and we'll have a much better life in the future? A worker so proposed. No, what if he takes the spot with the head? Definitely can't put him in. And we don't even know him. Who knows what kind of person he is? This is the end times. What if he treats your wives and daughters? Before the man could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Shut up, stupid. However, there were still some people who felt that it would be good to have more experts around. Head, don't worry. We will always recognize only you, even if that guy is strong. If he really annoys us, won't he sleep? We have plenty of ways to get him. The crowd's words made old Zhang a bit distracted. He stared closely at AOXIN's movements, and the more he watched, the more alarmed he became. This young man was like a warrior who had been in the battlefield for a long time. Every move and every stance was meant to kill, without a single bit of unnecessary flourish. Moreover, he was always able to predict the zombie's next attacking move and react in advance. He was sure that it was definitely seeing colors.
It was only after Aoxin lifted his dragonization that he realized that if he wanted to quickly increase his hegemony level, he couldn't rely too much on his fruit abilities. In this battle, he could clearly feel that his armed color and hearing color had both had a considerable improvement. When he was tired, he returned to the armored car, and Ao Chen handed over a piece of watery meat, relying on it to restore his strength and continue fighting. After a full hour, the zombies in front of the north gate of the factory were finally cleared by him. Shaking his aching arms, he strides to the factory door. I'm going in to get something. He opened the door to his purpose. But how could old Zhang trust him so easily? What are you taking? Oxin couldn't say that he wanted to take the devil fruit. It looks like the devil fruit here is hidden in an inconspicuous place. Otherwise it would have been eaten by these people long ago. Take some vegetables. He said as much. With these words, old Zhang was even more certain that he was running towards his base and was going to trick himself into opening the door and occupying it. What's that in the art of war? Fake Wei de Gua. Although he was just an ordinary laborer, he did read the art of war on weekdays. This man, don't try to fool him. We don't have enough for ourselves. Go find it somewhere else. Old Chang refused. Aoxin narrowed his eyes, knowing that these people wouldn't let themselves through easily. What if I must go and get it? The threat was incomparably strong. Although he wasn't a good person, he wouldn't normally just kill anyone. So he hoped that these people would be sensible. Obviously these people are uneducated. Being threatened even provoked group anger. What's the arrogance of the little brat? Think you're invincible just because you can cut down a few zombies? Shit, there are so many of us. Would we be afraid of you? Come in if you have the guts. The workers made a lot of noise, and Lao Zhang did not make a sound. He wanted to test how Aoxin would deal with it. It would of course be best if they just conceded. If there was a clash, would he really dare to kill all the people on his side? After arousing public indignation, even if he occupies this factory, does he not want people to manage and build it? Unfortunately, he didn't know that Aoxin wasn't interested in this factory. He also knew people wouldn't believe it. An invisible aura spread out. The workers only felt as if they were facing the splendor of the king's might, trembling in their hearts. Fear, and even some people plopped down on their knees. The most timid few were even directly fainted from fear. Only old Zhang and a few others who had already begun their cultivation were still able to look straight at him. Yet their hearts were wildly shaken. Bully colors. It's definitely a dominant color. One of the workers who had fallen on his knee said, "Head, let him in. Even if we let him be the head, there's no shame in that." Yeah. The workers who had just been hurling abuse at Aoxin were shocked by the overlord's color, but they actually turned against him, wanting to welcome the new king into the city. You guys. Old Zhang's several faces were complicated. Even if he had paid so much for them, at the critical moment, they would still not hesitate to sell themselves. Aoxin had no intention of continuing to negotiate with them after releasing the overlord color. It's just too much of a waste of time. A layer of black light was wrapped around the baseball bat in his hand, and with a forceful slam, the barriers that the crowd of workers had painstakingly set up were broken open. Old Zhang gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, but in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. Aoxin cast a sidelong glance at him. He had naturally noticed those small movements. Better be honest and think about who has the tougher head, yourself or a walker. And then, beckoning to the armored car, "Little Morning, come. Hey, come on." Ao Chan, who had been watching the show, heard his call and immediately pulled off the keys and jumped out of the car, running towards Aoxin with a bounce. What a pretty maiden. They then realized that there was another person in that car, and it was actually a beautiful young girl in her 28th year. This caused them to start speculating about Aoxin's identity. Ao Chen ran to Aoxin's side and hugged his left arm as if he was returning to his home, leading him towards the interior of the factory. The workers watched their distant backs, while others were staring at the car parked in front of the entrance. Dongfeng Mastodon, hey, if we can get this vehicle, it will also be easier for us to go to the city to look for supplies. If you're not afraid of that master, then go ahead and steal it. He's still human even if he's strong, and by the time he realizes it, I'll have already stolen the car. Oh, if you run away, he'll take it out on us. Do you want us to die? Old Zhang annoyingly interrupted their argument. No one is allowed to touch that car. Otherwise you are making an enemy of our entire base. Come a few people with me to see what they are going to do. It would be fine if they really just took something and left. Just be afraid. Aoxin sniffed his showy little nose while leading Aoxin towards the back of the barn. Old Zhang and the others who followed them from afar were puzzled. What are they doing in the cafeteria? Is it really necessary to take some vegetables? In the cafeteria, there is a group of women choosing vegetables, cutting meat and scrubbing pots. They are the families of the workers, who were received into the factory to take care of the logistics. At this moment, when they saw Aoxin and the two of them come in,
They all felt very strange. These two they had never seen before. And with Aoxin and Ao-chen's face, if they had seen it themselves, even if they had only seen it once, they would be able to remember it for a long time. Obviously, these two were not from the factory. Who are you? A middle-aged woman with an obese figure blocked their way and inquired with a brutal face. Not to mention strangers, even if they are fellow workers, they can't just enter the kitchen. In the post-apocalyptic world where supplies are limited and each one of them has to be distributed rationally, how can they come and go as they please? Get out! Aoxin snorted coldly, and the shrew immediately became furious. What did you say? Little bastard. Born of a mother but not raised by a mother. Where do you think this place is? How dare you talk to me like that? I'll hang you at the door and feed you to the zombies later. He looked at Ao-chen again. Yo, you have a pretty little girl with you? Which club did you bring her from? Let's give the young men in the factory who don't have a daughter-in-law a taste of their own medicine. Aoxin raised his head, his eyes containing an untouchable majesty. While this shrew was in fear, the baseball bat that Aoxin was carrying in her hand smashed down blatantly. Shochin, behind them, old Wang, who had followed them into the cafeteria, was instantly enraged. All he could see was that the young man had smashed his wife's brains with a single blow. Brains dripped all over the floor, and the room full of women burst into screams of horror. Murder! Murder! They had already seen walkers kill people. This was the first time they had seen people kill people. Old Wang raised the steel knife in his hand. I'll fight you. The veins on his forehead bulged, and anger had filled his chest. Old Wang calmed down. Old Zhang tried to pull him back, but where was the angry old Zhang that he could easily pull back? The hatred of killing his wife made him lose his mind. The potential of a man in anger is infinite. Like an angry beast he rushed towards Aoxin with a knife, vowing to avenge his wife. Seeing that he couldn't stop old Wang, old Zhang stomped his foot and gritted his teeth. Brothers, go together. Our women are being bullied. We can't let this villain go. Aoxin's face was expressionless. Scolding himself. He might not do anything, but scolding his own family, he would definitely make the other party pay the price in blood. Xiao Chen. Zombies aren't the only thing that's dangerous in the end times. There are also people. Oftentimes, the sinister nature of the human heart is more frightening than zombie monsters. Nowadays you have dared to kill zombies, but do you dare to kill? Aoxin didn't even look back, gently took a sidestep, raised the baseball bat and cracked old Wang's skull. Order has broken down, and when someone bullies you and humiliates you, you must teach him a lesson in blood. Aoxin turned to face the rushing workers, while assiduously teaching Ao-chen. Ao-chen was speechless. She dared to kill the zombies, but she still couldn't lay her hands on him to kill. If you want to survive in the end times, you have to abandon all compassion. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If they offend me, they will be executed even though they are far away. As the words fell, Aoxin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of hot breath. The scorching flames spewed out over 10 meters away, burning all the rushing workers to ashes. Ah, he's a devil fruit powerhouse. At this time, where did the others not understand that Aoxin was an ability user? As the leader, old Zhang retreated in fear. But how could Aoxin give him a chance to escape? Directly Dragonized quickly caught up. 2 hot breaths swept through the area, and the workers who had chased them into the cafeteria were dead. Back at Ao-chen's side, the young girl was still a bit overwhelmed, while the women cowered in the corner in fear, seeing his gaze gazing over. Their psychological defenses were instantly shattered. Big brother, please don't kill me. I'm sorry, don't kill me. Their snotty noses and tears flowed, and their wailing resounded through the cafeteria and drew more people. Xiao Chen, kill them. Aoxin indifferently pointed at the women. End times rule, cut off the roots. Now that the hatred has been sown, it will never be sown again. There are many people who have sowed mischief for themselves through a moment of compassion. Ao-chen tightly grabbed the corner of his coat. After all, she was only a 16-year-old girl who was not yet able to change her state of mind from civilized society to the post-apocalyptic world. Brother, the person who cursed you is dead. They are innocent. Just let them go. Aoxin spewed out another mouthful of hot breath. The ground is full of coke. Xiao Chen, this is the end of the world. A little contradiction can trigger a conflict, but any conflict always ends with one side being killed or injured. Sighs and memories in his eyes. In his last life, he had thought that killing people who contradicted him was enough. He thought he was cold-blooded enough, yet he still lost his life because of that moment of holy motherhood. Some people persuade themselves that it is enough to kill their enemies without having to involve their families. However, that person's child, after becoming stronger, began to frantically seek revenge on himself. Under the planning of the 2 dogs, he managed to die himself at the hands of that teenager. In this life, he'd rather be called a demon than ever show an ounce of mercy again. Coming to the place in Ao Chen's senses. This is the warehouse where the factory cafeteria stores food. A violent crack of the stick broke it open and they found the devil fruit squeezed into a fruit basket below. It was still a type that he didn't recognize, and he gave it to Ao Chen and placed it in the hidden treasure space. The two then left the factory. However, just as he reached the factory entrance, he saw his car being driven away. Although Ao Chen had pulled the key off, there were always folk who were masters of lot picking who could do it, directly transforming into a green dragon. He carried Ao Chen up into the sky and soon saw his car. The green dragon swooped down and knocked the car over with one impact. Resuming his human form, Ao Chen took out his keys and unlocked the car door as he reached out and yanked the worker out of the car. "Biggie, don't kill me. Please don't kill me." The man was so scared that he was shitting and pissing. A foul odor came over him. Ao Chen frowned and flung him on a big tree by the roadside. But in an instant, the man's brain burst out, and he was already dead. Back in the car, the mischievous Ao Chen was silent all the way. She was really frightened by Ao Chen's decisive and murderous methods today. It was as if it wasn't his brother. It was a long time before she spoke carefully. "Brother, you were so scary before." Ao Chen sighed. "Xiao Chen, remember, it's already the end of the world, except for our families. In this world, no one is unkillable." Suddenly, Ao Chen ventured out. "Brother, have you been reborn? Ao Chen? Crap, have I ever shown any weaknesses?" Why did she say that all of a sudden? Seeing his surprise, Ao Chen became more and more certain of his guess. "You were frantically stocking up on food before the end times began, and when you were asked where you got the money from, you wouldn't tell me. So I guess it was gleaned black net loans. I wondered about it before, but after the end times came, I suspected that you must have known that the end times were coming for a long time, and that's why you did all this. And you made sure Mom took the day off work and made sure to bring me home too. So determined. You must have known that. Moreover, ever since you came home, I've felt so strange about you, as if you were another person. You're completely different from the old Ao Chen. The old Ao Chen wouldn't kill so decisively. I've also read a lot of internet articles. I guess there are only two reasons for this to happen. Either you've been reborn, or you've been taken over." Said the last sentence, Ao Chen's voice is getting lower and lower. She did not dare to look at Ao Chen, for fear that her brother is no longer himself. Ao Chen was surprised. He had done so many things that were out of the ordinary. Xiao Chen had always been smart and it wasn't a surprise that he could guess this. He laughed. "What if I'm taken over?" Ao Chen gathered his courage and stared at him. "If you were taken over, you would definitely kill me after I learned your secret. But I still want to know the truth, even if you're going to kill me. But Mom and Dad don't know anything, and for the sake of you using my brother's body, can you be nice to Mom and Dad? And, if you were taken, is my brother dead now? Will I ever see him again?" Ao Chen smiled and was touched. The little girl did not hurt in vain, even if she knew that it was risky to ask so much, and that there was a possibility that she might die. They still wanted to know about her brother's well-being, and was always thinking of her parents. His heart warmed, and his tone was unconsciously gentle. "Don't worry, your brother is still your brother. I was reborn." "Really?" Ao Chen was still a bit skeptical. Ao Chen was speechless and reached out to give her a brain crash. "Really, Agu, stinky old brother." But after being flicked with such a familiar brain crash, she instead confirmed that the person in front of her was really her brother and not taken from her. Knowing this, the tension and apprehension in her heart disappeared, and she suddenly became excited. "Brother, how did you die in your previous life? Was I good in your past life? And are Mom and Dad, are they okay?" At the mention of his previous life, Ao Chen's mood was a bit sullen. "You're all dead." Ao Chen sniffed in silence. "This is really a sad story," Ao Chen said with a serious expression. "But in this life, I won't let any more harm come to you. Whoever in this world dares to harm you, I will execute his 9 clans. Xiao Chen, we will definitely be able to survive until the end." After leaving the factory, the two continued west. On the way, after encountering a herd of walkers, they get out of the car and fight them. In order to exercise his hegemony, Ao Chen also stopped turning on the Green Dragon's ability. Ao Chen had not yet awakened her hegemony. Her strength was very weak. Relying on the speed bonus of the duo Bao Mouse, she was able to fight the zombies with ease. The duo just traveled west for 3 days. "Brother, the knife is curled." After another fierce battle, Ao Chen sat on the co-pilot to catch her breath. Her knife was an ordinary navy knife. In so many battles, it had rolled its edge, and the efficiency of cutting the zombies had become much lower. Ao Chen took the long knife in her hand and looked at it. In addition to the nick, the blade was curled up, and even at the interface of the handle, there was a hint of looseness. This is why he doesn't exchange swords. Regular swords are bad. Even if it was a Liang fast knife, he couldn't look at it. To support long-lasting battles, one would need at least a weapon of the level of the Great Fast Blade to be able to do so. Weapons of this level, coupled with the perennial nourishment of the armed color bay, could continuously improve the quality of the weapon to the point of indestructibility. Just roll the blade for a different one. Aoxin was indifferent to this and spent 100 points to re-exchange an ordinary naval sword for Ao Chen. As for her original one, it wasn't actually unusable. With a little more sharpening and repair, it could still continue to be used. But he didn't have the equipment or the time. Good thing the Divine Providence space could be recycled. Directly let the space recycle the knife with the rolled blade, and he could still recover 50 points. It was pitiful, but for the sake of his sister's strength increase, he could only endure it. For 3 days, they didn't find any more devil fruit. This caused Ao Chen's initial enthusiasm to wane a bit as well. She even wondered if there was something wrong with her powers, or if there weren't that many devil fruits in the world. But Aoxin told her that this was the normal situation. In his previous life, he had lived until the period of the second divine providence, and after the statistics of a certain powerful force, there were more than 10,000 people with different abilities that had appeared. It's a lot more than the less than 100 devil fruits in the manga, but averaged over the world's population of nearly 10 billion. It's a handful. 1 in a million. It was rare enough for him to get 5 devil fruits in a row in the past few days. Brother, let's go in that direction. Ao Chen stuffed the new knife into his treasure space and pointed to a path beside the fork in the road and said to Aoxin, "There." Aoxin was surprised and looked at the map, which led to the middle of a large mountain. This place was already on the outskirts of the divine capital, surrounded by mountains. If you run towards the mountains, there will be fewer zombies, and it's true that in the previous life, there were many people who ran into the deep mountains to wait for the end of the world. As a result, the end of the world soon destroyed human civilization completely. And those who fled into the deep mountains, although they escaped the wave of corpses, they also lost the opportunity to become stronger. Either they starve to death because they can't find food, or they are infected with zombies after the concentration of the zombie virus in the air grows higher and higher. Either that, or die in the mouth of a wild beast. I have a feeling there's going to be something good there. Ao Chen herself wasn't too sure. After all, this kind of intuition was too metaphysical, and the few times she had pointed the way with her intuition before, she hadn't gotten any treasures. Okay, listen to you. But Aoxin trusted her and immediately drove towards the mountains. Without zombies blocking the road, the car drove forward at full power. And Ao Chen also crossed a pair of white tender calves in front of him, shaking them while eating snacks and swiping videos and posts in God's gift space. Ha ha ha, that's so funny. Suddenly this girl laughed nervously. Aoxin was puzzled when she had already exited the divine providence space, laughing while sharing the gossip she had seen with Aoxin. Brother, I just read a post where someone who didn't get a devil fruit was complaining about it. Aoxin? What's so funny? He wondered if this silly sister was really out of her mind. Seeing his expression of looking at a retard, Ao Chen was instantly unhappy. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Do you know who this winner is? Who? Aoxin felt that no matter who it was, it couldn't be that funny. How many devil fruits are there? It's only normal that you can't get it. It's Oda. Ao Chen laughed out loud and uttered a name. Aoxin was stunned. Crap, he laughed along with him. That's funny. Old thief Oda is probably going to be pissed off. You don't know. This post is now being spread like crazy in God's gift space. And there are still people trying to get Onada to teach them hegemony techniques, only for Onada to say, "I'm just a crappy painter. I don't know shit about hegemony." Ha 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 ha. Thinking about it in a previous life, it seems like Oda really didn't make much of a name for himself. Even though God-given used the world of his pen, it no longer has much to do with the original author. Deep in the mountains, in a dilapidated Taoist temple, a dying Taoist priest was thrown out by the combined efforts of 3 burly men. No, you can't. The old Taoist priest was simply too old for his legs. If it wasn't for the fact that he nourished and practiced his chi on a regular basis, I'm afraid that he would have been infected by the zombie virus in the air a long time ago. But he was only as strong as his origin, but his body was rotten to the core. Stinking Taoist priest. It's the Taoist ancestors' honor for me to use your Taoist temple. If you push me any further, I'll just kill you. A vicious-looking bald man viciously kicked the old Taoist priest, knocking the old Taoist priest, who had managed to sit up from the ground, to the ground once again. Brother Zhou, I just went to see. There's still some rice behind the Taoist temple. If we save it, it's enough to eat for a month. And with these supplies we brought, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to escape the tide of corpses. A slim youth came out of the Taoist temple and playfully reported what he saw to the bald man. Aha, the bald man nodded with satisfaction. There won't be any zombies in this shithole. We'll just wait for the military to completely wipe out the zombies before going back. Just as they were about to return to the Taoist temple, another big man lifted a 5 or 6-year-old young Taoist priest and threw him right on top of the old Taoist priest. Why the hell is there a little brat hiding? Dare to steal my grain? I'll kill you. With that, he also used a dagger to gesture at the two Taoist priests and left with a sardonic smile, snapping the door of the Taoist temple shut. Inside the wall, there was a scant sound. What is all this crap? That offering table is dismantled, so we can burn the fire. The idol is taking up too much space. Brother Zhou, that idol in the main hall is too big. We can't get it. If you can't get it to work, why don't you smash it? There might even be some gold if we smash it. When we get back, we can make a fortune. Two small idols were thrown out from within the walls, smashing right into the old Taoist priest's thighs, fracturing his already osteoporotic thighs. Ouch! The old Taoist priest let out a cry of pain, but what caused him more heartache was the fact that the idol within the Taoist temple was thrown out as if it were trash. You'll get what's coming to you. Lei Zhu will punish you. An armored car came barreling down a wild trail in the mountains. Seeing that it was getting dark, Aoxin planned to park the car on the side of the road to rest for the night. I had just turned the corner of a hill when I suddenly saw some bright lights ahead. There's a light? A light means someone, but others are most untrustworthy in the last days. Do you want to kill the owner of the place just for the peace of mind that you're staying there? As brutal as he wasn't so bad as to prey on the innocent. Pulled over to the side of the road and, by the bright light there at the point, planned to spend the night right here. Driving down, Ao Chen took out a set of camping equipment, a large tent, from the back of the wagon and spread it out on the ground. Although the post-apocalyptic world was dangerous and the zombies were scary, under Aoxin's careful care, Ao Chen wasn't afraid, but instead had a sense of excitement. Sitting on a cooler, she tilted her head back to look at the sky. The zombie virus has clouded the air as well, and the stars and moon in the sky look a little fuzzy. Brother, tell me about your past life. Ever since he knew that Aoxin was a reborn, Ao Chen liked to pester him to tell him stories from the past. That experience of little people struggling to survive in a post-apocalyptic world was very emotional to her ears. Good. These are things that he would probably only tell his sister as well, and having someone who can listen to him tell the secrets of his past is not a blessing. Sit on the cooler and keep the baseball bat within direct reach. It was a habit he had picked up from his last life. At all times, a weapon should never be out of reach. A past life. His star-like eyes fell into long-ago memories. Suddenly, a regal roar rang out and he stood up with a roar. Brother, what's wrong? Ao Chen couldn't help but tense up when he suddenly stood up. Hurriedly, he took his longsword out of the hidden treasure space and looked around carefully. It's a corpse roar. Aoxin looked serious and had already lifted the baseball bat in his hand. His gaze, looking towards the place in the distance where the bright light was emitted. The roar, it came from there. Corpse roar? Ao Chen wondered what a corpse roar was. A corpse roar is the roar of a zombie, Aoxin explained. But why have you ever heard a zombie roar? Ao Chen was reminded by him, and then he realized that he had also killed many zombies, but he had never heard a zombie open its mouth, let alone this kind of roar. The bodies of walkers decay and so do their vocal cords. Therefore, they are unable to make a sound. However, as the zombie evolves, the zombie's muscles are gradually repaired and it gradually possesses basic physical functions, such as speech. But if you want to make a sound, you have to be at least a 1-star walker. 1 star? Ao Chen didn't know the grading of zombies yet. Aoxin said, the zombies that have just mutated are just rankless, the lowest class of zombies. Inferior zombies, just walking corpses, stumbling along, not fast enough to use more than a few occasional lunging maneuvers, except for a little more strength and harder bones. Not difficult to deal with. Even ordinary people have a chance to kill them. When they have finished mending their bodies by devouring flesh and blood and are no longer decaying, they will have completed the first step of evolution. At this moment, they are able to walk like normal people, except for their bodies being covered with corpse spots and stinking of corpses. By this point, they are much faster and also capable of human-like combat maneuvers, not just something as simple as grabbing and tearing. At this point, they are 1-star zombies. A 1-star zombie, also known as a meat zombie. The flesh corpse's body has been patched up so it is capable of roaring. But if you want to deal with flesh corpses, you must at least reach the copper skin realm. It's not safe here anymore. Aoxin said to Ao Chen, you go back to the car. I'll go to the front to take a look. If it's just a flesh corpse it's fine. If it's a 2-star zombie, we're in danger. He was only at the copper skin realm now, and if he wanted to deal with 2-star zombies, or zombies, he would need to reach the iron bone realm. But now that the end times have opened only 5 or 6 days ago, the zombies shouldn't have evolved so quickly. sending Ao Chen to the armored car. He dragonized and carried the iron rod towards the place where the roar came from. When he approached, he realized that the place emitting bright light was a dilapidated Taoist temple. Thunder Ancestors View? Tucked away in the mountains and so dilapidated. It is certainly not a Taoist temple wrapped in secular commerce. Here, there would be real Taoist priests. Ah! The man's cry of alarm came, followed by the clanging and clunking of pots and pans being knocked over and the sound of chaos. The door of the Taoist temple suddenly opened, and a bald man rushed out of the temple in a panic. Help! Help! Even though he knew that no one would rescue him in the mountains, he was still desperately crying out. As a result, just as he ran out of the gate, he came face to face with a dragon man carrying an iron rod. The darkness of the night and the blurred moonlight scared him. Demon! 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 Fear spread in his heart. He didn't even think that this was the ability person who had been caught on camera eating the green dragon fruit in God's gift space. Spirits crumbled in the moment, and he shat under his ass, dumbfounded and hemmed and hawed. Aoxin had a black line on his head. Such a big bald head. So weak mentally. Raising his foot, he was about to step into the audience when he saw the dilapidated walls of the Taoist temple's main hall collapse. An old man with pitch-black skin wearing a Taoist robe was frantically tearing into a man's body. On the ground, there were several other gnawed-up bodies. The old Taoist priest heard the sound and looked back, and the moment Aoxin met his eyes, he said something bad in his heart. Not flesh corpses, zombies. The old Taoist stretched his limbs out straight even when he was eating, a pair of dry hands filled with sharp claws, and in his mouth, 4 sharp teeth dripping with blood. Heck, it's the characteristics of a zombie. Zombie, a state in which flesh corpses further evolve by strengthening their flesh with a large amount of zombie virus, which results in the virus stagnating in the body before being digested. The stagnant virus causes the zombie's body to stiffen, but it also creates a bronze skin and iron bones that are extremely difficult to kill. The good thing is that its fatal point is still in the head. As long as the head is cut off or smashed, it can still cause its death. Cam, how can there be so many viruses for him to evolve in such a sparsely populated area? Aoxin cursed. The zombie old Taoist had already thrown the half-chewed corpse in his hand and leapt up to pounce on him. Although the zombie's body was stiff, with this leap, it had actually come to him. Aoxin hastily raised his baseball bat to fend it off. The zombie bit down and 4 deep teeth marks appeared on the baseball bat. Hot breath. A mouthful of hot breath was sprayed right on the zombie's face, but it only burned his hair and clothes off, and although the skin and flesh were a little charred, it was not a big problem. Roar! The zombie old Taoist roared and swung his sharp claws to pounce again. Thundering Bagua. Although it would not dominate the entanglement, the baseball bat entwined with electric current really had some of the power of the thundering 8 trigrams. Bang! There was a loud thud, followed by the sound of slight bone cracking. Cam! Aoxin cursed. This zombie's skull was as hard as steel. This custom-thickened and weighted baseball bat surprisingly broke right off. The battle achieved was just a mere crack in his skull. Roar! The zombie old Taoist roared, his sharp teeth emitting a fishy odor biting towards Aoxin's neck. The figure retreated sharply, while spewing out another mouthful of hot breath and roaring thunder, blocking this zombie temporarily. Brother! A shriek came from behind her. It was Ao Chen who heard the sounds of battle and came down from the armored vehicle. This was the first time she had seen Aoxin being repelled by a monster. Xiao Chen disappears into the ground. Wait for me to kill him before coming out. I thought it was just a flesh corpse, but I didn't know it was a 2-star zombie. This kind of zombie, all monstrous strength, copper skin and iron bones. Human civilization's armored vehicles can no longer defend it. So, for Ao Chen, it was still safer underground. Ao Chen also knew that he couldn't help in this kind of scene, so he hurriedly entered his beast form to transform into a palm-sized whiteford, gold-striped mouse, and quickly disappeared into the ground. Aoxin was panting a bit. Using heat breath twice in a row and maximizing his manipulable lightning output had drained his stamina quickly. Moreover, that baton just now had also shaken the blood chi in his body. The zombie old Taoist leaped again, quickly closing the distance to him, his 10 gray nails stabbing at him like 10 sharp blades. With a roar, a pair of dragon claws grabbed the zombie's wrist, and the two began to wrestle. Although the zombies had reached 2 stars and theoretically needed the human iron bone realm to fight against them, however, he relied on his green dragon reinforced flesh, and for a while, he actually confronted the zombie. Both sides jockeyed and the zombie probed again for a bite. Aoxin was fuming and lowered his head, using the dragon horn on top of his head to push against the zombie's brain. The dragon's horn was quite sharp, and under the top of his full strength, he poked one of the zombie's eyes blind, and even, this dragon's horn went deep into the zombie's brain. If an ordinary creature was hit by this, it would have been killed, but the zombie did not feel pain. He tilted his head back, pulled his head out of the dragon's horns, let out a roar, and his arms were slightly bent. The corner of Aoxin's eye jumped. The reason why the zombie's limbs were stiff was because of the zombie virus stagnating in the flesh, and when it completely fused and absorbed these zombie viruses, it would once again regain the flexibility of its limbs. The zombie's arms were now slightly bent, indicating that it was accelerating the absorption and fusion of the zombie virus. It can't go on like this. The zombies have unlimited stamina, and they will be exhausted themselves. With another roar, he flung the zombie's arms out of the way, and he rose into the air as a green dragon. The dragon's tail lashed down, smacking this zombie as it stumbled, and a shot of lightning struck down, causing its body to scorch even more. Bad wind. Countless wind blades spewed out from the dragon's mouth, and even though the zombie was copper-skinned and iron-boned, countless pieces of flesh were cut off. Where the wind and clouds moved, the green dragon rushed down. A pair of dragon claws grabbed the zombie's arms and lifted him up. The zombie, whose figure was unsteady by the bad wind, couldn't use its strength, and was directly taken up into the sky by the green dragon. Roar! The dragon's claws lashed out, wanting to tear the zombie right in half, but the zombie was also pushing inward, and he was surprised that he couldn't tear it. His own realm was still too low, and although he could suppress the zombie after transforming into a green dragon, it was not easy to kill it. Moreover, just in this moment of effort, he actually already had a sense of exhaustion. Just by flying with his dragon form, he could hold out a little longer, and in combat, it didn't last long. Once again, he rushed up into the clouds and flung the zombie and the dragon's claws downward with force. Boom! The zombie's body crashed right on top of the tall idol enshrined in the main hall of the Taoist temple. But how can a clay idol stand up to a zombie's hardened body? The idol was smashed into a million pieces. The zombie rolled to the ground, and his impenetrable body became pitted. There are pinned by the wind blades of the bad winds. There was destruction by heat breath and thunder roar. There are worn off from being smashed down. There was also a bone fracture at its skull from a baseball bat. With that, the green dragon fell to the ground and resumed its human form. Aoxin panted heavily. This was the first time he had used his green dragon form to fight at full strength. Strong indeed, but still too much of a stretch for his current self. Kaido's strong because he's already in existence, capable of destroying a country all by himself, and the green dragon fruit is the icing on the cake. And as he relied entirely on the green dragon fruit, the strength he exerted was naturally worlds apart. Brother, eat meat. Just as he was catching his breath, on the ground behind him, Aochin suddenly burrowed out of the ground and took out a piece of watery meat and handed it to him. She had already thought that her brother's physical strength would not be able to support him, so she entered the Divine Providence space in advance to exchange the shui meat that could quickly restore physical strength to Aoxin. Receiving the shui meat, Aoxin chewed it in a big mouthful, and Aochin also understood very well and disappeared into the ground again, not being a burden. With his physical strength somewhat restored, the zombie old man had also rolled over, and he once again transformed into his human animal form, covering his dragon claws with his armed colors and circling the zombie. With the double protection of armed color and dragon scale, it can effectively avoid the invasion of zombie virus. However, if you fight like this, you will still be dragged to death. He needs a weapon. Bang! After another clash, he quickly retreated, but it was too late to enter the god's gift space to exchange weapons. It wasn't like Aochin had enough points. Just as he was contemplating a countermeasure, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw an iron rod fall down next to the broken pieces of clay of the idol. That's it. He suddenly remembered that this was the Lei ancestors' temple. And this bamboo-like iron rod was the same steel whip in the hands of the Lei ancestors' idol enshrined in the Taoist temple. Is this thing at least stronger than a baseball bat? Aoxin pounced there and picked up the bamboo steel whip from the ground. As the idol was tall, this steel whip was also thicker and longer. The length of unusual whip weapons usually did not exceed 80 centimeters, while this one was 1 meter too. The whip is also thicker and heavier in the hand. With the power he has today, it is just right to use it. Just after picking up this bamboo steel whip, the zombie old Taoist had already reappeared to pounce. Its torso was tattered, but its attack was still swift. Aoxin used up his last stamina to release the most violent current. Lightning and armed color all wrapped around this bamboo steel whip. Towards the zombie old Taoist's head smashed down blatantly. Bang! The tremendous force of the recoil shook the dragon scales in his palm and shattered them. But the zombie old Taoist's head was also smashed to smithereens under this whip. Raging electric current poured down the zombie's flesh and blood. The pasty stench of electrically roasted zombie meat came out, and the zombie virus in its body was catalyzed by the high temperature of the electric current, and also emitted into the air. Getting out of the human beast form, no longer able to hold the heavy bamboo steel whip, and dropping it on the ground, Aoxin only felt soreness and weakness and emptiness all over his body. Ao-chan, who had disappeared into the ground, heard the sounds of fighting above stop and carefully appeared from afar. And when he saw Aoxin, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground gasping for breath, he hurriedly ran up to serve him with watery meat and fresh water. After a short rest, the two Aoxin entered the already dilapidated Taoist temple to check it out. In the doorway, the bald man initially seen had died in the aftermath of the battle, and in the view, there were broken idols, overturned utensils, and mutilated corpses. The corpses, already extremely mutilated, are unlikely to turn back into zombies. The back hall, where the old Taoist priest used to live, was the only place that remained intact when the Great Hall collapsed. The house was filled with all kinds of household goods, as well as a few floor beds. It should be safe here. Let's rest here today. Aoxin drove the armored car to the door and blocked it to prevent others or walkers from entering. In the backyard, there was also a water well that he tried and was still able to use. Guard outside and let Aochin take a bath with the well water. After many days of running around, although food and drink are not a problem, bathing is still a luxury. The water plant had long since shut down. The water system was no longer functioning, and they were on the road, with even less places to wash up. Aoxin, who had the experience of the last world in her previous life, did not mind, but Aochin, a flower girl who loved cleanliness, could not stand it. Now that there is finally a well, she is ecstatic. Aoxin moved a stool to sit outside the courtyard and tilted his head to look at the night sky. Suddenly, with a movement in his heart, his mind entered within the divine providence space. Just as he arrived, he once again heard that grand and majestic voice. For being the first to kill a star zombie, you will receive a reward. And for killing star zombies within 10 days of the beginning of the end times, you are rewarded with a grade increase. And because you directly killed a 2-star zombie, the reward grade has been raised again. Please choose one of the following 3 titles. Title: Aoxin's spirit was shaken, just like the talent he chose for the first time. The title, too, was an extremely rare and uncommon thing. At least, in his last life, he had worked so hard for so long, and he hadn't won any titles. Hastily, he looked forward. Sure enough, it was the same as last time, with 3 lines of choices directly in front of you. Title 1, Zombie Killer, damage dealt to zombies is permanently doubled. Title 2, Bounty Hunter, points gained from killing zombies are permanently doubled. Title 3, God's Providence Member, becoming an honored God's Providence Space Member. You will have 1 chance to exchange at a 10% discount, and you will enjoy a 20% discount on all items exchanged in God's Providence Space. Oh, Cake Seller. 3 titles remain so tantalizing. It's better to kill faster and earn more than to kill faster. Because when you kill faster, you naturally earn more and have the possibility of challenging stronger walkers. But neither is as good as Title 3, Divine Providence Membership. 1 chance at 1 discount, permanent 20% discount privileges. The 2 only redemption options. The invisible black bloodline factor and the demonization potion that removes the side effects of the devil fruit. Both require 100 million points. At a discount, you can redeem one for 10 million points. And, redeeming everything at 20% off. He could have used that access to be a middleman and make a lot of points. There was no need to hesitate at all. Directly choosing 3, God-given members. View your own personal panel. Name, Aoxin. Talent, Bullying Genius. Title, Divine Member. Devil Fruit, Fish Fruit, Green Dragon Form. Realm, Forged Body, Copper Skin. Battle Skills, None. Equipment, Lazu Whip, Pseudo. Points, 9,655. He suddenly realized there was something in the equipment column. Razor Whip? He looked at this bamboo steel whip beside him, which was in the hands of the lay ancestor in the lay ancestor's guan, which was in the hands of the lay ancestor's enshrinement. But after all, it's just ordinary stuff. So how can it be counted as equipment? There's also a pseudo word. That baseball bat he had before, which had helped him kill so many zombies, hadn't been used as equipment. Place the bamboo whip in your lap and look at it closely. What makes this thing so special? Just see, the steel whip is full of rust. Must have been through countless years. Once perhaps also worshipped by 10,000 people. There were a total of 18 sections, and on each section, there were also inscribed Taoist runes that he could not understand. After looking at it for a long time, I still don't see anything special about it. But when I knocked that zombie old man with this thing before, it did go well. The old Taoist, perhaps the abbot of this Taoist temple, was infected with the zombie virus necrosis due to old age and frailty. He thought as he did. I just don't know how that old Taoist evolved directly into a 2-star zombie in this off-the-beaten-path place. The points had also been nearly 10,000, which was still a lot of what he had consumed to purchase food, distribute to his parents and others, and change the knife for his sister. Otherwise, he would have over 10,000 points by now. Nowadays, many people didn't even have 1 point yet. and he had already gained over 10,000 points, which had to be said to be a miracle that belongs only to the Reborn. Should we appraise that fruit of Xiao Chen's? He rubbed his chin and thought. 1,000 at a time for devil fruit appraisal didn't seem like much to him. But there's no rush, and there's no need for that fruit now. It can wait until we get back. After another moment, Ao Chen's voice came from the courtyard. Brother, I'm done. Come in. In the original old Dao's bedroom, Ao Chen patted the spread he had brought out on the old Dao's bed and sat on it to stretch out. It is a great happiness to be able to take a beautiful bath and change clothes in the post-apocalyptic world. Aoxin went inside and also drew water from the well to rinse his body. After washing, flames emerged from his body, drying his wet body directly. He walked into the room and hit the floor. Once again, he entered Divine Providence space, this time to the family group he had built in the comm channel. Don't worry Mom and Dad, Xiao Chen and I are fine. After first reporting to his parents, he inquired about his family's recent situation. With the large amount of food and pure water he had prepared in advance, his family had nothing to worry about. Another big thing happened in the family today. That is, the upstairs Chen family father and son know their own home has stored food and then borrowed. At that time only Mom and Lu Xiao at home. Dad and Meng Kuei downstairs to fight with the zombies. Originally, their own mom was kind enough to give them some, but as a result, this father and son's eyes were red after seeing their house full of living supplies. Coupled with coveting Lu Xiao's beauty, these two even directly tried to kill old mother to seize the supplies and beauty. Fortunately, Lu Xiao was on guard, and after exercising her hegemony, although she had not yet awakened, her physique had been greatly improved, so she killed these two men when they attacked. At the time, his own mom gave him a fright. She had killed a few walkers, but killing someone, it was the first time she had seen it. Aoxin was furious after hearing this, but since these two had already been killed by Lu Xiao, it was just as well. Mom, it's the end of the world now. We must not have the good intentions we had before. The end of the world, I don't know when it will end. Those things, we don't have enough for ourselves. Where can we give them to others again? Besides, money moves people's hearts. And in a post-apocalyptic world where order doesn't exist, robbing is the fastest way. Hey, normally old Chen is quite nice. Who would have thought he would try to kill me? Mom's tone is a little depressed, but also gradually understand that the world is not the same as before. By the way, I remember old Chen has a wife and a daughter. Where are they? Aoxin thought about this matter. Our neighbors. He is also clear about the Chen family situation. Boss, they've been killed by me. Meng Kuei replied at this point. When he learned that Zhang Hong had been attacked, he was shocked, but he had promised his boss that he wouldn't let his boss's parents get hurt. Thus, the angry man immediately went and kicked down the door of the Chen family upstairs, decapitating the two women inside as much as he could. Meng Kuei's decisiveness and ruthlessness surprised Aoxin. He was different from himself. He hadn't experienced the end times, but he was able to kill so decisively. This Meng Kuei, not bad, well done. Instead of a thank you, he quipped that he understood how the higher-ups should behave in the end times. Boss, I've checked. There are no more living people in this building except for our family. I'm going to get some building materials tomorrow to block the building's passageway and make some fortifications. Dianqing was only a small fifth-tier city, and because of the sandy land, it was once told that no tall buildings could be built, so most of the buildings only had 4 or 5 floors, although now also built a lot of high-rise buildings. But Aoxin's family lives in an old-fashioned neighborhood, only 4 floors high, with 2 families per floor. There are only 8 families in a building. Add to that the high number of elderly people in such old neighborhoods who were infected long before the first wave of the zombie virus and wiped out their entire family. For the rest, there were those who died directly outside, and those who were killed when they came back and waited for the shrine space to open to try to kill the zombies for points. In the end, only the Ao family and the Chen family were left. Now that the Chen family is dead, the whole building is empty. Okay, you be careful. Aoxin agreed with Meng Kuei's idea. It was only at this point that he squarely asked about the families of the 2 men. Meng Kuei's mother is in poor health and was taken to the hospital by him in a coma after the zombie virus outbreak. As a result, she corpses during the apocalyptic outbreak and directly bites her husband, Meng Kei's father, who was wiping her face, and Meng Kei flees in a hurry and tries to escape from the city in his own car. Therefore, his loyalty to Aoxin came to Dianqing without any attachment, and now he is all alone. Lu Xiao was different from him. She's a township resident, went to college on her own on a scholarship, and she's smart enough to know how to use her advantages to take money from men, but managed to keep them from getting her. It was hard to save up and buy a house, but her parents came to her door to claim it, saying that they wanted to give her brother a daughter-in-law. She didn't want to, and was beaten up by her father, who also called her shameless. saying how she could buy a house so young if she didn't sell her meat. The house book was forcibly taken away and her parents told her to transfer it to her brother's name. As a result, when dragged off to transfer the property, doom erupts and she takes advantage of the chaos to escape, not really knowing what is happening to her parents and brother right now. Of course, she didn't care if they lived or died these days. I have severed my ties with them. Whether they live or die is no longer my concern, Lu Shio blandly said. In the future, I'll just be my master's person, doing anything for you. AOXI inside. The end times are merciless. If they did not meet themselves, the probability is that they have already died on the road. In a post-apocalyptic world, there is a far higher survival rate when you honestly hide in your home than when you run towards the outside of the city. Do a good job and I won't treat you poorly. Then, OXIN told them what he had seen and heard along the way. Of course, for the final battle with the zombie old Taoist, he just brought it up in one sentence so that they wouldn't worry. But still, he told them about the evolution of the zombies and told them to be careful. That the zombies are not only as strong as they are now, but they will also get stronger and stronger. Once you come across a zombie whose body is not decayed, but only has corpse spots and a fishy stench, be careful. That's an evolution of a zombie, a flesh corpse, and it's strong. After ending the call, he chatted with Aochen for a little while longer and looked at the Divine Shrine Space Communication channel for any new news, and then sank into dreamland. Outside the Taoist temple, a young figure quietly appeared and came to the side of the zombie old Taoist. His tiny dungarees were covered in dust. Master, he softly murmured a sentence, kneeled down and kowtowed 3 times to the corpse of the zombie old Taoist, and then, as soon as he was rooted into the deep mountains, he disappeared. The next morning, OXIN opened his eyes and woke up the sleeping Aochen, and after a simple breakfast, he got in his car and left this shabby Taoist temple. The only change was that the special baseball bat in his hand had turned into a thick and long bamboo steel whip. On the co-pilot, Aochen rubbed his sleepy eyes over and over again while dozing off. Although more than 6 days had passed since the end of the world, she, who was used to sleeping in, had not yet fully adapted to the rhythm in the end of the world. At this moment, in the provincial city of Yuzhou, the military had already gathered most of the zombies together. Countless high-powered anti-personnel firearms erupted in unison, and the earth-shattering roar was more violent than ever. Countless zombies were blasted to pieces. However, as long as the head was still there, they grabbed the chunks of other zombies around them and stuffed them into their mouths to chew and devour. Set the fire. The military has also realized that just killing walkers isn't enough, and blowing their heads off is just for other walkers to devour. So, after some research it was decided that flamethrowers would come in handy. After several rounds of artillery fire, fighters in protective suits wielding flamethrowers began to push forward. The air temperature is getting warmer and warmer, and the zombie virus is undergoing drastic changes in the microscopic world that cannot be seen by the naked eye. They split and combine and become more powerful. Finally, a zombie with no longer rotting skin and flesh, with necrotic spots and quick movements rushed out from the corpses. The flames seared its flesh, but could not burn it immediately. With a single click, it bit through the protection of the suit. More and more zombies evolved into flesh corpses, who were more defensive, stronger and faster. Even bullets don't bring them down immediately. Those sniper rifles that could blow people right to pieces were just a big hole in the flesh corpses' bodies, and they didn't have much of an effect on them. However, the military was still able to barely fight it off with powerful heat weapons, until the increasing temperature catalyzed a zombie, which streaked through the army like nobody's business. The fighters were trying to kill the zombies as quickly as possible, so they didn't fight them, but instead relied on their firearms to kill them, so there were no points, no exchange of hegemony, and no cultivated strength. More and more people are being infected, and this is happening in major cities and countries. The zombie crisis, which the military was unable to suppress, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The sliver of order that had been barely maintained thumped and collapsed. This news spread like wildfire in the Divine Providence space. Until this moment, everyone was convinced civilization no longer exists, and the end times are unstoppable. After 3 more days of driving on the mountain roads, the deep mountains were quiet, and aside from the zombies they encountered in the Taoist temple, they only encountered a few necrotic critters now and then. However, none of them were strong and were easily resolved by Aochen. Suddenly, Aochen's ears perked up and exclaimed, "Brother, I can feel it." In front, Aoxin was also in high spirits and followed the path Aochen pointed out to his destination. However, much of the mountain was undeveloped and they soon came to a place where a car could not drive through. There was no choice but to abandon the car for the time being. After locking the car on the side of the road, the 2 men proceeded on foot. Halfway up the mountain, a skinny youth was smoking a cigarette here, when suddenly, he looked up and down. "Ha, here comes a car." Grabbing the binoculars hanging around his neck,
He then looked toward it. Still off-road. Should be someone trying to hide in the mountains too. Two people, like a man and a woman. Well, something's up. After confirming this, he immediately stubbed out his cigarette and ran towards the back, where there was a tiled room not far from here. The youth ran in and said to the three youths who were playing poker, "Brother Fei, there are two people coming down the mountain, and they're driving an SUV? There must be a lot of supplies inside, and there's a woman in there." When it came to supplies, the few men playing cards were already glowing, but when it came to women, they immediately stood up in excitement. "Thin monkey, are you sure? Ha ha, here come the women. Great, damn it, I've been suffocating myself these past few days. No electricity, no internet, no poker. I'm tired of playing poker. Let's go brothers, let's get dirty today." With a holler, several people slammed the cards in their hands onto the table, lifted sticks and wood knives and other things and followed the thin monkey down the mountain. "Brother Fei, I've been around here for the past few days and I found a path down the mountain. We can definitely cut them off in front." Skinny Monkey was also excited. The boring apocalyptic life can finally be a little more fun. At the bottom of the mountain, the two of them, Aoxin and Aochin, circled around the mountain several times before arriving at the place where Aoxin perceived them. A large fern grew here, and walking into it, Aochin bent down and uprooted a piece of fern. Under its roots, a strange fruit was surprisingly growing. Strange shapes, weird and curly lines, the very devil fruit. "Great, I found another one." Aochin was bouncing and jumping with excitement, and it was all because of her. For youths had just come down from the side hillside, and their eyes glazed over when they saw the devil fruit held up in Aochin's hands. "Fei, that's a devil fruit, isn't it?" The skinny monkey's voice was trembling with excitement. Fei slapped him on the head. "Bullshit." He was excited too. It was a devil fruit. Once he ate the devil fruit, he would also be able to get superpowers. At that time, when he went out to hunt zombies for points, he would also be able to learn hegemony, exchange weapons, and become a strong man. At that time, he will be a dominant force, with a large number of minions. What kind of beauty does he want to play without? Thinking freely, he hastily shouted to Aochin, "Hey, put the fruit down." The excited Aochin was taken aback by her, because she was so focused on the devil fruit. She didn't notice anyone coming nearby either. When she turned around, she saw several youths carrying woodchoppers and sticks, staring at the devil fruit in her hand with burning eyes. When she turned around, the eyes of these people, too, were on her. What a pretty girl. Fly and the others felt like the only place they could see such a beautiful young girl was on the internet. From its childish face, one could tell that the young girl should still be in middle school. Unconsciously, he gulped. "Lousy is really lucky today. Not only can I get the devil fruit, but there is also such a beautiful girl delivered to my door." Smiling lewdly as he walked up, he directly ignored Aoxin and arrogantly said to Aochin, "Give me that fruit and you'll be under my face cover from now on. If you follow me, you'll be well fed and well watered from now on." In the face of this youth's arrogant attitude, Aochin wrinkled his showy little eyebrows. "Who are you? Why should I give it to you?" Aoxin didn't say anything from the side. He had the seeing color and sensed these guys when they first appeared, but he was going to work out Aochin this time. "These guys, it's up to you. Kill them." Aochin was shocked. She still didn't quite dare to kill anyone right now. Aoxin said, "If you were still the original ordinary young girl, what would happen to you if you fell into the hands of these people? If you don't put up with it, do you think they won't put up with it too? In times of peace, they are the assholes of society. And in the post-apocalyptic world, they are even more the dregs of the world. This kind of people should have deserved to die. Not to mention that they bullied you. What are you waiting for?" With the last sentence, he bellowed out so loudly that even the few youths were startled. The reaction was an irritated curse. "What kind of a thing are you? What's the dog's name? Damn, I'll kill you first. Keeping this sister is enough. So go to hell." Several people swung their crude weapons to hit Aoxin, looking at the location of their blows, obviously running to kill Aoxin. In this way, Aochin was furious. She had the same character as Aoxin, bullying herself, and maybe she could still endure it. But bullying your own family is never okay. "Dare to scold my brother." Looking for death. Reaching into his arms, he pulled out his own knife at the same time as he stuffed the devil fruit into the hidden treasure space. The long knife was sheathed, flashing with a cold light. After learning about the three-colored hegemony, with Aoxin teaching her closely, her strength progressed quickly, coupled with the many days of fighting zombies, even without entering the human-animal form of the doppelganger. Its strength was not comparable to these hiding punks. The blade slashed across the thin monkey's throat, directly cutting off his head. It's a blade technique honed from fighting zombies, because the only way to kill a zombie was to cut off its head. Every move Ao-chan made was aimed at cutting off the head. The skinny monkey's head hit the ground, and Faye and the others were horrified. They had never imagined that a young girl who looked so delicate would be so decisive and cruel in killing people. A knife to the head. This is a legend to them, but at this time has ridden the tiger difficult to get down. Not either kill after subduing this young girl, or be killed. Turning his heart hard, he cursed, "Stinking bitch, toast to the world. See how I'll get you later." When Ao-chan cut off the head of the skinny monkey, in turn, he did not have that kind of nervousness about killing. The knife skills that he had honed from previous battles with the zombies, together with his already strengthened body, it was simply easy to deal with these ordinary punks. Aoxin just stood by and watched the battle. This girl's combat skills were rough, but considering the short amount of time she had been exercising, they were already pretty good. Bang! The back of the blade blocked the firewood knife of a youth with tattoos on his face, and with a single step of her feet, she came to its flank, and with a chop, another head rolled down. After the death of another person, the fear in the hearts of the remaining two increased. As the saying goes, if a man gives up his life, he can't be taken, and if he is cowardly, he will not be able to exert 1 point of his strength. The blade flashed in quick succession, but within seconds, another head rolled off. Faye was so scared that both of his strands trembled. He dropped the axe in his hand, fell to his knees and started begging for mercy. "I'm sorry. Spare me, big brother and big sister. I was wrong. Let me go like a fart." Even if you've seen a zombie kill someone, there's still a difference in the shock caused between a zombie killing someone and a human killing someone. The opponent threw down his weapon and begged for mercy, which left Ao-chan, who was already on a killing spree, somewhat at a loss. She looked blankly at Aoxin, not knowing what she should do. Aoxin faintly said, "Kill." The voice was not loud, but it brought with it the intimidation of the overlord color, and Ao-chan actually unconsciously wanted to listen to Aoxin's words. When the long blade chopped down, the youth named Faye was left headless. Xiao Chen, remember, in the end times, as long as you make enemies, you have to kill them all. Any hint of hesitation or weakness on your part will sow the seeds of death for yourself. In my previous life, I died because of a moment of weakness. Ao-chan looked at the 4 corpses in front of him. These people, they were all killed by themselves. It was a little hard on the heart, but not so hard that I would say I was going to vomit. It's only the discomfort of killing someone for the first time. Nodding softly, he replied good-naturedly, "I remember, brother." The two of them returned the same way. The car was still in the same place, and when they got in it, they didn't continue to go deeper into the mountains, but headed out of the mountains. 2 devil fruits are harvested, but the car is also running low on gas, and if they can't find a gas station to replenish the diesel, they'll have to return now. Further outbreaks of the zombie virus and the satellite system has collapsed and navigation can no longer be used. They can only move forward from memory. I remember a gas station on our way here. Check it out. Driving in the direction of the gas station. By this time the highway was almost devoid of frantic cars fleeing for their lives. People are either hiding out in the city trying to survive, and those who are going to run have already done so a long time ago. Only, most of those who ran out died on the way. The highway is empty, which leads to very few walkers, because zombies are attracted by popularity and converge on places where people gather. There were no obstacles along the way, and when they arrived at the gas station, they told Ao-chan to wait in the car while he got out to check the situation at the gas station. Luckily, there's some oil left in here, filling all the empty oil drums from the car. This time, instead of continuing west, they traveled north. In this way, it's not too far a straight line from home. Driving north for another 3 days, changing direction a few times in the middle of the day at the behest of Ao-chan. Unfortunately, no other devil fruit was found. Another diesel refill on the road and they headed northeast, without navigation. Based on the feeling and experience, this should be the place that has left the Yujo and reached the area of the parallel state. 3 more days of searching, and we're going back whether we can find it or not. Aoxin said, "Satellite navigation has been disabled. If we continue to run, we will probably get lost and not be able to find the direction of our home." Ao-chan nodded his head. Okay, 3 more days of searching. Coming out for so many days and only finding 2 devil fruits was a bit unacceptable to her. With her fruit powers, she thought, how could she find a dozen fruits? After all, according to Aoxin, there were at least 10,000 devil fruits in the world. It's already good enough to find 10,000 of them are scattered all over the world. We're at most within China, and we've even only searched for parts of the Yujo and Meridian states. And it's already a testament to your ability against the heavens that you found 2. After being praised, Ao-chan Fong was a bit happier, but still said, 2 is too little. At least 1 for mom, 1 for brother Meng Kuei.
one for Sister Xiao. We're still missing one. There were actually 3 fruits in her treasure space, but one of them was the rattling thunder fruit, which she reserved for her brother to eat later after using the demonizing potion. She was sure that those 2 unique redemption options in the Divine Providence store would be available to her own brother. A civilian armored vehicle sped down the deserted road. Suddenly, a burst of yellow sand rolled up. Aoxin frowned lightly and stopped the car. Brother, what's wrong? Ao-chan, who was dozing off, was awakened by the slamming of the brakes. She looked around blankly. It was still deserted pavement and there were no walkers. We have a guest. Aoxin lifted the bamboo steel whip in his hand, pushed open the car door and stepped down. As he stepped out of the car, the yellow sand rolling in front of him suddenly subsided and transformed into a man. In the car, Ao-chan, who saw this scene, stared in disbelief. Natural system Sasha fruit? He was so sleepy that he opened the car door and stepped down as well. For her, being in an armored car was not the safest place to be, but rather it was safer to be out there. Standing on the earth, she could always escape in the dirt, far more convenient than in the car. Aoxin heard the car door slam and knew that Ao-chan got out of the car and didn't stop it. It's true that it wasn't very safe in the car. The yellow sand coalesced, and a slender youth wearing a casual outfit appeared. He had a stalwart face, sword brows and starry eyes, a pair of eyes looking up and down at the Ao siblings. There aren't many people who can still run in the wilderness at this time of year. He had his hands in his pockets and looked laid back. Introduce yourself. Li Hui, natural system Sasha fruit ability. Want to join my force? Aoxin replied expressionlessly. No need. Li Hui. He knew that in his last life, this person had risen to fame, not only in China, but in the entire world. He was an extremely famous existence. With his nature-based abilities, his strength increased quickly, and formed his own force, called the Emperor of the Desert. To make the title a bit more realistic, he even took his men on an expedition to the Gobi from Bohol, fighting all the way to the Middle East, and was even more unbeatable. It wasn't until a few powerful people in the West were afraid that he was expanding too quickly and joined forces to suppress him that his sphere of influence was compressed back. His strength, however, was recognized, and was named one of the top 10 strongest men in the world. Now, although he had also practiced for a short period of time, he was a mysterious ancient martial arts heir, and after the end of the world came, his already strong physical qualities, coupled with his experience in ancient martial arts, the cultivation of hegemony was also faster than normal people. Even now, I'm afraid I've awakened the armed colors. Coupled with the nature-based Sasha fruit, he was able to kill even flesh corpses. Don't? Li Hui wasn't angry at being rejected. He intuited that this youth was very uncomplicated. That was the intuition of being an ancient martial artist towards the strong. But what can you do even if you are strong? Have armed colors? Can you capture your elementalized body? Even if there was an armed color, with the newly awakened armed color, there was no way it could be a match for him. My friend, it's the end of the world. If you reject a strong man's invitation rashly, you can lose your life. Oh, Aoxin slung the steel whip over his shoulder and looked at Li Hui with a smile. What can you do? Li Hui's face was cold. Before the end of the world, he was the brightest one in the crowd. In the end times, he was still powerful and unrivaled. His own invitation out of curiosity was ignored. A fist blasted out like lightning, and Aoxin directly swung his steel whip and slammed it down. He's not going to have a fair fist-to-fist duel. It's the end times. Who the hell is going to talk to you about martial arts? Li Hui didn't care. His arm quickly turned into a grain of sand, and the fist in front of him still blasted at Aoxin's cheek. However, a sharp pain suddenly came from his arm. Li Hui was shocked and hurriedly elementalized and flew into the sky. He could feel that the opponent's steel whip directly hit his elementalized body when it smashed on his arm. The powerful blow directly fractured his arm. He has armed color, Buster? Li Hui was horrified in his heart. Not only did the other party have an armed color, but his hegemony level was definitely higher than his own. How is that possible? Couldn't believe it, but the next scene made him believe it. Think you can escape by flying into the sky? Being attacked for no reason. How could Aoxin let him off easily? Carrying the steel whip on his back, he directly transformed into a green dragon and caught up with the yellow sand in the sky and grabbed it with a dragon claw. Green dragon? Li Hui cursed. Crap, you're the one who ate the green dragon fruit. Thanks to the existence of the Divine Providence space, a lot of footage of ability battles were recorded and uploaded. The most famous of these are the green dragon fruit, the Sasha fruit, and a former anchor woman who had the ability to create overlord flowers. However, so far, that female anchor still hasn't announced the name of her fruit ability. Aside from them, there were some other ability users as well, but the battle results achieved were not as good as Qinglong and Shasha, and the popularity was not as good as that female anchor. Li Hui knew that he had kicked the iron plate. The other party was not only powerful in his domineering aura, he was also the strongest phantom beast species ability. But this is the same person who didn't say what he was capable of. So much so that he made an error in judgment and broke an arm outright. And it's still the usual right arm. How can this be a fight? Yellow Sand rolled up in an attempt to hinder the green dragon's pursuit. The green dragon's mouth spewed out bad wind, and countless wind blades churned the Yellow Sand to pieces. Shit! Li Hui was exasperated that his opponent's control over his fruit ability was not low, and was able to directly defeat his block. You win! Stop chasing! He had no choice but to give in and apologize to AOXIN. I'm sorry, it's my fault, but would an apology make AOXIN stop? This one was a strong contender for the future, and it would be nice to kill it at this moment. A mouthful of hot breath was sprayed out, and countless yellow sands were baked into glass falling down one after another. Seeing him in hot pursuit, Li Hui could only speed up and escape. The ability of the natural system to fly was convenient, and the green dragon's flight relied on grabbing the flame cloud, which was relatively bulky, to the point that the two side speeds were comparable. After a few minutes of chasing, Li Hui suddenly fell to the ground, and AOXIN thought that he was too exhausted to use his fruit ability, so he also followed him to the ground. However, after landing, a zombie suddenly drilled out from the side and rushed at them. Li Hui's elementalization passed directly through the zombies, and AOXIN did not see the zombies appear because his vision was blocked by the yellow sand. This time, he was caught off guard, but fortunately, there was a seeing eye who sensed the danger and hurriedly transformed into a human animal form, took off the bamboo steel whip on his back, and greeted the zombie. Dude, this zombie will make amends to you. How about forgetting all the things that offended you before? Li Hui stood behind the zombie and didn't take the opportunity to escape, but climbed into a conversation with AOXIN. Oh, how to make amends? AOXIN slammed down with a whip, knocking the zombie back, and that raging power. Watching Li Hui's heart was shocked. Is this the power of the phantom beast species green dragon form? It's really perverted. I'll assist you in killing this zombie, and the points go to you, Li Hui said. Now the zombies keep evolving, first into flesh corpses, and then into zombies. This kind of monsters, it's not something we can resist now, but with me assisting from the side, it'll be much easier for you to kill them. How about it? AOXIN pondered while fighting. Killing zombies, he could not do it himself. After all, he already had one experience. However, there was a nature-based ability person watching from the side, so it was inevitable that the battle would be tied up. But if he wanted to leave, the zombies couldn't stop him. Killing a walker is 1 point, 10 points for the meat corpse, 100 points for zombies. However, if you cross the rank to kill, for each rank you cross, the points x10, just like before. AOXIN killed a 2-star zombie with the Copperskin realm, crossing one rank to kill it, so he gained 1000 points. 1000 points was a lot for most people, but for AOXIN, it wasn't difficult. This zombie, there was absolutely no need to kill it. Besides, it wasn't near his home and was no threat to him, but I think it would be more valuable to kill you. After AOXIN repelled the zombies, he once again killed towards Li Hui. Fuck, you're fucking sick. Li Hui hurriedly elementalized and flew towards the zombie, and after passing through the zombie, AOXIN had to face this zombie again. After repeating this many times, AOXIN stopped chasing after him, and he taunted, "If you have the guts, don't run." Li Hui also disliked back, "If you have the guts, come after me." AOXIN, "Don't run towards the zombies if you have the guts." Li Hui, "Kill the zombie if you dare." AOXIN, "Cam, this bastard monkey smart. Take the zombie as a shield. He really cannot get him dead for a while." Sure enough, being able to achieve a strong party in the post-apocalyptic world could be more than just being strong. A quick mind and thick enough skin to defuse crisis after crisis. Seeing that it was difficult to kill Li Hui, AOXIN directly transformed into a green dragon and went up to the sky. "I hope that the next time I see you, there will still be a zombie to escort you." As a result, Li Hui chased after him from the rear instead. "Wait." Green Dragon turned around. "What? Must you seek death?" The elementalized yellow sand revealed a Li Hui's head as he kept his distance from AOXIN. "I apologize again. It was wrong of me to recruit you and attack you, but there's a deal I want to talk to you about." AOXIN snorted. "Assisting me in killing zombies? You think I'm stupid?" He didn't know Li Hui well enough to trust him. Who knows if Li Hui will backstab himself during the so-called cooperation, or end up stealing heads. Li Hui shook his head. "No, I have a devil fruit that I want to trade with you." "Ha?" Only then did AOXIN square up. "Devil fruit? You're willing to trade?" Li Hui said. "I've already eaten the Sha fruit. The demonizing potion requires a full 100 million points. I don't know when I'll be able to save up enough. So of course I'm going to use this fruit to make a deal. Talk. Aoxin sighed at how lucky this person was. Without his own prophetic advantage or Ao-chan's ability, he was able to obtain 2 fruits. Come down and talk? Seeing that Aoxin was willing to listen, Li Hui asked tentatively. Okay, let's go back to where we met before. He was worried about Ao-chan's well-being and wanted to go back to take a look. Li Hui also had no opinion, and the two returned once again, where they were, leaving only the zombie's unwilling roar. At the armored car, Ao-chen was sitting at the front of the car sunbathing. She believed that her brother would be able to defeat the man and wasn't worried. Suddenly, the green dragon fell from the sky, followed by a burst of yellow sand. Older brother never fought? Ao-chen was shocked and jumped straight down from the front of the car, ready to vanish and bolt. But on second thought, if Lao couldn't fight, he certainly wouldn't draw the enemy to himself again. Or is Lao going to run with himself? And ready to jump on the back of the green dragon, but saw the green dragon fell into human form, followed by yellow sand behind it, also not far from the landing cohesion of Li Hui's form. This made Ao-chen unable to understand. Quietly tugged on Aoxin's sleeve. Brother, what's the situation? Have you never fought? But looking at Li Hui's still sagging arms and wretched breath, it didn't look like it was very strong. Aoxin said, how can that be? He said he wanted to talk business with us. Business? Ao-chen didn't know what kind of business there was to talk about in the post-apocalyptic world. According to Aoxin, didn't the post-apocalyptic world rely on fists? He has a devil fruit to trade with us. Aoxin's words caused Ao-chen to jump up. Even his voice raised a lot. Devil fruit? But why are we trading with him? Wouldn't it be better to just rob him? The little girl had gradually settled into the rhythm of the end times, thinking of grabbing everything. Li Hui, why don't you at least carry someone on your back? He heard you. What kind of brain circuits do these two siblings have? One chased and beat himself to death, and the other opened his mouth to snatch. Aoxin said to him, say, what do you need? Although he was able to violently beat this Li Hui, it was not easy to kill him, or else he would have wanted to just grab it. Seeing Aoxin's eyes, Li Hui unconsciously took a step back. This brother and sister still want to rob me, but having come here, it's better to talk first. 3 conditions. Li Hui held out 3 fingers. First, I want 10,000 points. Second, I want you to assist me in killing that zombie. Third, I want to make an alliance with you. Aoxin was surprised that this request was not too high. The value of a devil fruit is at least 100,000 points. It's still worth an animal-based common species. If it's a phantom beast species, 1,000,000 points won't sell it. However, Li Hui didn't know the ability of this fruit in his hand right now. Killing a zombie is only 1,000 points. Aoxin has experience in killing zombies and can do it with a little effort. The key is third, alignment. You're in the state of Meridian and I'm in the state of you. Even if you and I were to make an alliance, I wouldn't be able to help you much. Aoxin said so. Li Hui said, we may be weak now, but what about the future? He revealed a bright smile. I can see that you are not someone who can live under others, and will inevitably establish your own power. As it happens, so am I. In time, I'm sure that your power will spread all over the U state, and I, too, will reign supreme in the Concord state. At that time, the rising power is bound to be more than just the two of us, and with Yuzhou bordering on the state of Meridian, what I want is an alliance at that time. Aoxin was surprised. This person is no wonder that he can become the world-famous desert emperor. His planning is so far-reaching. Now that the end of the world was only about 10 days old, he had already thought of the things that would happen after he had claimed a state and allied with himself at this time. He calculated that he would achieve great things, and that what he could do now with one devil fruit would require 100 worth. When the time came, do you trust us so much to become the strongest in Yuzhou? What if I don't recognize it when the time comes? Aoxin narrowed her eyes slightly, wanting to see how Li Hui would answer. Li Hui stuck one hand in his pocket and laughed. To be able to force me to run around, I'm sure you'll accomplish great things. As for whether or not you will recognize it, that will depend on how strong I am at the time. As long as I'm strong enough to combine things, why don't you recognize it? On the contrary, if I'm not strong enough, I'm worried about being annexed by you. Aoxin smiled. What he said made sense. It would indeed be good to have such an ally in the future. Good. I promise. With one hand, he pinned the bamboo steel whip to the ground as he reached out to Li Hui. Introduce yourself. My name is Aoxin, and this is my sister Ao-chen. The corner of Li Hui's eyes jumped, not knowing whether to shake hands with him or not. He was very afraid that the man would flip his face after he passed, and then there was no place to run to. But he's always been bold and confident in his vision. Walking slowly, he stretched out his pocketed left hand and shook it with Aoxin. You will be a powerful ally.
but in the next moment, his face changed. A sharp pain came from his palm. AOXIN's strength was incredibly large. Just when he thought AOXIN was going to flip out, AOXIN released his palm at that moment. Happy cooperation. Li Hui was then relieved and showed a smiling face again. Happy cooperation. I don't have the devil fruit on me. You guys wait a bit, I'll go back and get it. After saying that, he turned into yellow sand and quickly left. After he left, Ao-chan asked curiously, brother, aren't you afraid that he'll run away and not come back? AOXIN replied, just run. We can't kill him anyway. Wait for a day. If he doesn't come back we'll leave. Li Hui did not run away straight away, and soon he returned with a backpack. Brother Ao, you know the value of the devil fruit. How about trading 10,000 points first? I'll give you the fruit, and then we'll go kill zombies? AOXIN refused. You give the fruit first, Li Hui. But soon, he laughed. Okay, I trust Brother Ao's character. With that, he took out the devil fruit from the backpack in his hand and handed it over to AOXIN. AOXIN looked at it and didn't recognize it. Handing it to Ao-chan, he said, keep it. Ao-chan nodded repeatedly and stuffed the fruit into his chest. Li Hui? Oh, the cake seller. What do I see? Why isn't there a bulge when the fruit is stuffed in? Is that the legendary quadruple cleavage? Is your sister also a devil fruit power user? AOXIN didn't hide it. That's right. Then, he looked at Li Hui with a smirk. Do you think that if I flip out, you can hold Xiao Chen hostage? Li Hui blinked. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Ao-chen held out his proud little chest. Just you? It's impossible to catch me. Li Hui asked. I wonder what kind of fruit my sister is. Ao-chen proudly held her head high. Want to know? Call your sister and I'll tell you. Li Hui said he didn't want to talk to her. If I hadn't been able to beat your brother. That's a nasty pair of siblings. After getting the devil fruit, AOXIN added a friend with Li Hui and transferred 10,000 points to him. I knew you must have 10,000 points. Although Li Hui had guessed, he was still surprised to see that AOXIN had really transferred 10,000 points. This meant that AOXIN had killed 10,000 zombies. There's no way he's not redeeming something, which means he's actually getting more points. I thought I was already invincible, but I didn't realize there were such wizards in the world. Let's go and help you kill zombies. AOXIN and Ao-chen drilled back into the car, and Li Hui also turned into a burst of yellow sand and sat directly into the trunk. That's some thick skin you've got there. While driving, AOXIN spat. Is the arm going to be tight? Can you still fight? Li Hui hung his arm down. As an ancient martial artist, his spirit was indeed tough, and he had not grunted in pain so far after having his bones cracked hard. Not so good at wrestling anymore, but I can still use my fruit abilities. Let me slow down for a bit. This fight with you is exhausting. Ao-chan chirped. It's clearly you who are unilaterally being punched. Li Hui hated it and set his teeth. This brother and sister are really something. AOXIN gave Ao-chen a thumbs up. Nice dislike. And asked Li Hui, why do you have to kill that zombie? With your natural system elementalization ability, he can't threaten you. Can't you kill him when you're stronger? Li Hui sighed. After the zombie evolved into a zombie, it is simply no longer a species. Unusual guns and cannons are no longer effective against it, and the power is still incredibly large. Vehicles of all types, houses, are not protected against zombie attacks. It took me a lot of effort to lure it out of the city, and I was resting when I found you guys, and I wanted to invite you, but I ended up losing a devil fruit in the process. But we found out that zombies automatically gravitate towards human settlements, and even if I lure this zombie out of the city, it won't take 2 days for it to go back, and the humans can't fend it off now, so killing it off is the best option. Therefore, after he found out that AOXIN was the rumored green dragon big brother of the divine ancestral space, he had the idea of luring him to the zombies and using the dragon to kill the corpses. Here it is, right around here. The three of them got out of the car and soon saw the zombie hopping around aimlessly, but the direction he was hopping in was always towards the city. Take care of yourself. Run away if there is danger. Zombies are not something you can deal with your current strength. After AOXIN instructed Ao-chen, he and Li Hui headed toward the zombie to wrap up. A dragon's roar sounded, and AOXIN transformed into a human animal form, holding a bamboo steel whip and smashing it into the zombie's head. Behind the zombie, Li Hui summoned a stream of yellow sand to wrap around the zombie's ankles, blocking the zombie's movement. With his ankles buried in yellow sand, the zombie was unsteady on his feet and fell straight ahead. Great opportunity. AOXIN naturally will not miss. Strong electric current wrapped around the steel whip, violently towards the zombie head smashed down. Bang! With a loud bang, the zombie's fontanelle cracked open and there was green brain matter oozing out. But that wasn't enough.
Another mouthful of hot breath was sprayed out, and the zombie's hair and clothes were burned to ashes. But the zombie also forcibly broke free of the yellow sand at this time, and leapt up to pounce on Aoxin. The zombie's sharp nails stuck in the steel whip, making the sound of gold and iron clashing. Aoxin swept his steel whip across the room, trying to break the zombie's arm bones. At the same time, the dragon's tail whips the zombie's calf at the knee from the other side. The zombie tried to resist, and behind him, yellow sand rolled over again, which turned into a treasure knife and slashed down at the zombie's head. One Aoxin could barely suppress the zombies, and behind him Li Hui was assured of output. Isn't the Sasha fruit able to absorb water? If you suck the moisture out of him and turn him into a dry corpse, you might be able to weaken his battle power. Aoxin was kind enough to offer advice to Li Hui, but Li Hui did not want to accept it at all and felt that there were always unruly people who wanted to harm me. What if I suck the zombie virus from him into me? TSK. This one is pretty careful. Since you can't pit him, forget it. Aoxin dealt with the zombies at ease. The steel whip smashed down, and the zombie's body emitted a scorched stench from the steel whip with high voltage current attached to it. Taking advantage of the yellow sand binding the zombie's limbs again, Aoxin quickly smashed one of its arms with his steel whip. This arm had already been smashed by the steel whip many times in a row, with cracks all over it, and now after this smash, it directly snapped open. Arms hanging limply, the dragon's tail smacked the zombie in the abdomen, directly knocking it down. And then, the steel whip fell like a rain, smashing both of his thigh bones. The zombie roared, but his leg bones were smashed and he couldn't stand up. A foot stepped on the zombie's last intact handclaw. The powerful force pressed the zombie couldn't draw his hand, and the steel whip slammed down, removing this last arm as well. The limbs are broken. You cut off his head. Drawing back, he said to Li Hui. Li Hui nodded, and his left arm transformed into a sand blade, slashing towards the zombie's neck. Bang! Sand blades are sharp, and even if a zombie's skin and flesh are hard, its throat is the most vulnerable place. Moreover, Aoxin's several fire-breathing and lightning bombardments had already made his skin much more fragile. Even so, Li Hui chopped down the sand blade more than 10 times in a row before the zombie's head rolled down. No longer able to struggle. That's a tough steel whip you've got there. After chopping off the zombie's head, Li Hui was surprised to find that he had 10,000 extra points, because he was not yet in the copper skin realm. Killing this zombie belonged to killing across 2 stages, and he directly gained 100 times the points. The defense of this zombie was something he had tried, and he could not break it himself. But now, it was Aoxin who used a steel whip to directly smash off the hardest limbs. If it wasn't for the fact that thunder and fire had weakened the zombie's defense, he wouldn't have even been able to behead it. Thinking about the blow he received that directly smashed his arm bone, he cursed a pervert in his heart, secretly muttering, "Are all the phantom beast species this strong?" Instantly, you feel like your salsa fruits don't smell good anymore. Aoxin shrugged. This was still to leave the zombie to Li Hui. Otherwise, he would have cracked the zombie's brain. Walking towards the direction of the car, Ao Chen was here looking over the battle over there, and when she saw them coming back, she asked curiously, "Brother, why don't you just kill the zombie? What's the point of removing its limbs?" Aoxin explained. In order for Li Hui to be able to kill it. But, Ao Chen frowned as if there was something he couldn't figure out. Killing a zombie is just for the points. Wouldn't it be fine if you killed it and then gave the points to Li Hui? Aoxin and Li Hui looked at each other. Yeah, what's the point of going through all this trouble? On second thought, no. Li Hui, a fellow whose level was lower than his own, gained 10 times as many points from killing zombies as he did. It seems like a path to riches as well. If he crippled the zombie himself and let Ao Chen kill it, wouldn't the reward points directly double tenfold? After parting ways with Li Hui, the two Aoxin continued to drive to the east. The benefits of an alliance with Li Hui are indeed considerable. In the future, he would have a lot of power, and when that time came, he would be able to use the privilege of being a divine member to make deals with Li Hui's power to earn points. After traveling east for 3 days and not finding any more devil fruits, Aoxin decided to return. It had been 17 days since I left home this time, and the world was well and truly in the midst of the end times. Water and power are out everywhere. Transportation is paralyzed, and everything that human civilization depends on has been destroyed. The suppression by the militaries of various countries has instead catalyzed the evolution of the zombies, with bald eagle and northern woolly bear can across the ocean even using nuclear weapons in an attempt to wipe out a wave of zombies. As a result, it directly catalyzes a 3-star zombie hairy zombie that is stronger than a zombie. Nowadays, those places have become haunted areas where not a single living soul exists, a zombie's playground. The collapse of the satellite system also made navigation ineffective,
But Aoxin still relied on his previous life's experience of direction and distance to return in the direction of home. On the way, Ao-chen suddenly called out, "Brother! There are treasures! There's a treasure! I've sensed treasure again!" Aoxin immediately followed her guidance and drove towards the place where the treasure appeared. This is a combination of urban and rural areas, and there aren't many zombies comparatively. On the way, he experimented with his idea, with bad results. Ao-chen's level was too low, and although he was a phantom beast species, he had no strength bonus. Even if he removed the zombie's limbs, it would take a long time for Ao-chen to decapitate a flesh corpse. But the rate of gaining points has still increased dramatically. He knew that in a short while, the rules of points in the divine providence space would shift. At that point, all that will be needed to get points will no longer be killing walkers, but rather looking at the damage done to walkers to equalize the points. There are not many opportunities for this kind of wool gathering. He had been struggling at the bottom of the end times in his previous life, and had never enjoyed this kind of wool gathering opportunity. In this life, although it was possible for Ao-chen to wool gather, there were advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that Ao-chen had fewer opportunities to fight, and his strength increase would be slower. One must know that the cultivation of hegemony is all about forging the body in fighting. In the end of the world, a slow step is a slow step. Those who are strong, all the time fighting, only to always let the strength in the lead. The car drove near an agriturismo with an orchard. I'm sure business was pretty good here before the end times, but now, many of the fruit trees have been trampled by walkers. The two men got out of the car and were about to walk towards the orchard when they saw a man coming out of the orchard with a wood knife tied to a stick. This was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s, with a few vicissitudes in his face due to his years of planting trees as well as running a farmhouse frying food. However, Ao-xian's expression changed when she saw him. "It's him! Who are you?" the man shouted in a rough voice, raising the homemade weapon in his hand and aiming it at the two Ao-xian. Wei, Ao-chen was about to explain to him when he saw Ao-xian swing the steel whip in his hand and smash the man's brain. "Brother?" Ao-chen was a bit confused. Although his brother had become cold-blooded and cruel, he had never killed someone like this without asking for a reason. "This is one of my enemies from my past life," Ao-xian faintly explained. And then he heard a shrill shout resounding behind him. "De Yong! Aha! I'm going to kill you all." Turning back, he saw a middle-aged woman rushing over with a kitchen knife in a frenzy. Hearing the woman scream, in the house, two more old men came out. Their bodies still looked hard, one with a hoe in his hand and one with a shovel raised in his, and the sight of the fallen man's body was a bolt from the blue. "Isamu!" The old man trembled. Seeing the blood on Ao-xian's steel whip, how could he not know what had happened? "Brother?" Ao-chen felt justified and didn't know what to do, but Ao-xian had already acted, and 10 seconds later, there were once again 3 more bodies on the ground. Still not stopping, he kicked open the door of the room and walked into the house, where, at the moment, there was a little boy of 3 or 4 years old looking at him with a horrified face. Ao-chen chased after him from the back. He just heard his brother talk about his enemies from his past life and saw him kill everyone. But no matter what kind of enemy, a 3 or 4-year-old child can't threaten him. Looking back at Ao-chen, Ao-xian put down the steel whip in his hand. "Give me your sword," Ao-chen asked apprehensively as he fetched his sword. "Is this child to be killed as well?" Ao-xian laughed. "Give him a chance." With that, he redeemed another piece of watery meat and placed it in front of the boy along with the knife. "Pick one. Pick the right one and I won't kill you." The boy's trembling eyes scanned over the knife and the meat, eventually focusing on Ao-xian's face again, as if he wanted to memorize the appearance of the man in front of him. Knock! The steel whip struck the ground heavily, and Ao-xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. The boy was directly scared, pissed off and hurriedly grabbed the piece of meat and looked at Ao-xian with a supplicating gaze. Ao-chen said, "Brother, he chose the meat. Do we still have to kill him?" Ao-xian coldly said, "I killed his entire family, but he chose meat over a knife. Such a deep city, this son must not be kept." With that, he raised his steel whip and cracked the boy's skull as he looked on in horror. Ao-chen. She was a little confused. "What if he chooses the knife?" Ao-xian said, "Choosing a sword means he holds a grudge and wants to kill me. And the person who wants to kill me must of course die." Ao-chen? What if he chooses both? Ao-xian, insatiable, "When he grows up, I'm afraid it's not enough to kill me alone, but to kill our whole family. That's all the more reason to get rid of him." Ao-chen was stunned. What if he chooses nothing? Ao-xian walked toward the other houses while replying, "If you dare not give me face now, will you get me killed later? That's even more reason not to stay." Ao-chen, one hand on his forehead, "So it has to be killed. Right, so why are you doing all this work? Say, what kind of grudge do you have against this family that you must get them killed?" Ao-xian carefully searched every room,
including all the corners, all the cabinets, under the beds and so on. What are you looking for? The devil fruit isn't here. Aoxin continued to rummage through the box, and from the things falling down came his voice. Let's see if there are any more leaks. Ao-chen was puzzled. You can't hide someone in a dresser box. You even had to go through the plastic bag? Aoxin perked up. Who knows if anyone eats any weird devil fruits? Like they'll get smaller, or they'll turn into a plastic bag or something. After carefully rummaging through the house and confirming that there was nothing left, he left with Ao-chen. And before he left, he sprinkled all the oil and other flammable materials in the house on the ground, and a mouthful of hot breath was sprayed out, setting the house on fire. Satisfied with the fire, he said to Ao-chen, "Go find the devil fruit. The fire is going to hit the orchard later." In the orchard, a patch of kiwi trees is filled with densely packed fruit. Among these fruits, there was one that was exceptionally long. Its color, a deep turquoise, also has black fuzz with curly lines on the surface. It's the devil fruit. The fruit was hidden very tightly, in the middle of many fruits. If not for Ao-chen being able to directly lock its location, even if he knew there was a devil fruit in the orchard, it wouldn't be easy to find it. This fruit, perhaps, was the same one that the man had eaten in his previous life. That fruit, that's powerful. Handing the fruit over to Ao-chen, who put it into his hidden treasure space, the two of them returned to the car and headed towards Biancheng. On the way, Aoxin Fong told of his past life karma with this family. That man, who was once a member of my squad, and whose family I helped, has since betrayed me to a stronger man. These would have been no excuse. Changing families in a chaotic world is nothing more than a common occurrence. Whoever is strong follows whoever is strong. This is the most basic reasoning. Of course, by the time I knew him, he no longer lived here, but led his wife and children into the middle of the city. His parents, I never heard from him. Perhaps they died on the road. Then later on, he actually led an attack on my base, causing us to suffer heavy losses, and when we couldn't hold out any longer, we led our people to defect to another strong man. And one day, there was a firefight between the two of us. That organization was wiped out by the regiment. I killed him and his wife, and one of the men who had been following me persuaded me to spare his children, and I finally agreed, but I didn't realize that it was because of letting that little brat go that he would later seek revenge on me, causing me to narrowly escape death several times. In the end, with a pair of dogs plotting, I was killed by that little beast. When will the wrongs be avenged? When one side is dead, this grievance will naturally be settled. Aoxin fiercely stepped on the gas. Meow, there's a pair of dogs and men. Don't let me find them, or else I'll destroy their whole family too. Only then did Ao-chen understand what had happened in his oldest brother's last life, and why he had rummaged through the house like that and set it on fire. Brother, in this life, we have so many devil fruits, we won't be bullied anymore. Ao-chen softly comforted her brother. She couldn't imagine how hard it was for her brother in his previous life to live in the post-apocalyptic world without his seer ability and without his devil fruit ability. 5 days later, they returned to Biancheng. At this time, high-level zombies appeared in major provincial cities due to the military suppression. But Biancheng, a small wireless city, was blessed by the misfortune, and the highest was just some one-star flesh corpses. The car had half a tank of gas left when I got back to the house, so it would be inconvenient to try to get out later. Meng Ke did a good job. In front of the house, a number of fences and barbed wire had been installed downstairs to enclose the entrance to the building, making it impossible for ordinary zombies to enter, and it was a struggle for flesh corpses to get in. Of course, if there are zombies, they can easily destroy these obstacles. It's a good thing that Biancheng doesn't have those high-level zombies. In the middle of the obstacles were several layers of large, thick iron gates, and it was unknown where Meng Kuwei had gotten these things, but when he saw a large truck next to him, he knew that this should be what Meng Kuwei had found as well. Without a key himself, the obstacle in front of his own house naturally couldn't be easily destroyed, and said to Ao-chen, "Come on, I'll carry you." Turning into a green dragon, he carried Ao-chen directly to his bedroom window, opened the window and got in. As soon as he entered the house, he heard the sound of someone talking in the living room. It's father and Menkyu. The two opened the door and walked out. "Dad, Mom, we're home." The sudden appearance of the two men startled several people in the room. It was only when he saw that it was the two of them that he breathed a sigh of relief. "What are you guys doing out of the bedroom?" Aoxin laughed. "I see that the entrance to our building is blocked by an obstacle. If we destroy it, what a pity. We'll just turn into a green dragon and fly up." I haven't seen my family for a few days, and meeting them at this moment is doubly intimate and reassuring. The family remains well. Father was bandaging Meng Kuei's wounds at this time. Aoxin was shocked. Injured in the end of the world. The probability is that it is injured by a zombie. That will be necrotic. What happened to Menkyu? He was ready to kill Manhwa. Once the corpse changed, it wasn't a joke. His father, Ao Kong, immediately understood his concern and waved his hand at him and said, Manhwa was bitten on the shoulder to help your mom block the zombies, but I've already used my surgical fruit ability to remove that piece of flesh, so it won't get infected. Ao Kong stood between Aoxan and Manhwa. The scene of Manhwa sacrificing his life to help Zhang Hong fend off the zombies touched him, and he even felt that this was considered a godson. Aoxin is still not quite assured. The zombie virus is extremely violent. Once infected, the corpse changes very quickly. Just take out a piece of meat will really be fine? But Manhwa did help his family a lot, and he couldn't be too ruthless. Deciding to wait and see for a while, Manhwa said, Don't worry, boss, I live downstairs. Even if I get infected, I won't involve you guys. Downstairs? Aoxin doesn't know about this yet. Zhang Hong explained. After that family member of Chen's died, Manhwa went and got some building materials to block our building. Then he took the initiative to move to the first floor to live there, saying that he could help us discover the zombies and fend them off as early as possible. So he's been living in the original old Zhao's house on the first floor for the past few days. Ao Kong said, I've researched the zombies virus. It will make the blood turn black. When Manhwa was just bitten before, I used my surgical fruit's ability to cut off the part of him that was bitten, and it just started to turn black there. The rest of the place is fine, so it shouldn't have had time to spread yet. Aoxin kept a close eye on Manhwa's body to prevent him from suddenly turning corporeal and hurting someone. Seeing that Aoxin was uneasy, Manhwa took the initiative to go downstairs, and Aoxin followed. You are now injured in your arm and your fighting power is reduced. If the zombies come, it will be hard for you to defend yourself. I am here and can keep you safe. Of course, if you were necrotic, I wouldn't hesitate to kill you. Aoxin said bluntly that this was not the time for euphemisms. Manhwa gave a bitter smile of understanding. I understand, boss. The two of them arrived in the room on the first floor. Manhwa sat on the sofa and rested. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Aoxin entered the god's gift space, exchanged a piece of Luffy's favorite big meat stick. This thing not only has a very good effect of restoring physical strength, but also can heal traumatic injuries. The price of a piece is a full 100 points. It was a luxury that people of this period could not afford. Eat this. It will help heal your arm wound quickly. Handing the big meat stick to Manhwa. Although this thing can't protect against the zombie virus, it's good for healing. Aoxin stayed in Manhwa's room for half a day, confirming that his body was not going to turn necrotic, before taking him back upstairs. Boss, I'll pass. I can rest downstairs. Aoxin said. You've done a good job. You have merit. Naturally you should be rewarded. Hearing the word reward, Manhwa's eyes were on fire. What was the boss doing out for so long? Isn't he just going to look for devil fruit? Could you get a devil fruit yourself? It looks like all those days of hard work weren't in vain. Following Aoxin upstairs, Ao Chen had already changed his clothes and cleaned his body slightly with water. Xiao Chen, take out the devil fruit. Let's appraise it to see which one is more suitable. Getting Aoxin's consent, Ao Chen immediately excitedly took out the devil fruit. In addition to the rattling thunder fruit, there are 4 in total. 1 for the factory in the provincial capital, 1 for the mountainous wilderness, 1 for Li Hui's gift, and 1 for the last orchard. Xiao Xin. The appraisal fee needs 1,000. For his 4,000, it's too expensive. Zhang Hong felt that spending money to identify the fruit was quite unnecessary. Who didn't eat this thing as soon as they got it? These days, their old couple also gradually familiarized themselves with the post-apocalyptic life, and had a deep understanding of devil fruit, hegemony and a set of other systems. With the points that Aoxin had given them in advance, their physiques were now also very good. Although it was not up to the level of awakening the hegemony, the spirits were all a bit younger. Oxin didn't think it was expensive. We have Xiao Chen. There must be more than this many devil fruits. Of course we have to eat the best. Appraisal is still necessary. Appraising the 4 devil fruits one by one, he was surprised to find that they were, surprisingly, all still good. By nice, I mean, none of the animal-based common species. 1 of them is in the Superman family and 3 in the animal family. Separately, superhuman system, stitch fruit, animal bovine fruit, phantom beast species, grizzly form, animal bird fruit, phantom beast species, Pleiades chicken form, zoology bovine fruits, ancient species, plate-toothed rhinoceros form. Surprisingly, there were 2 phantom beast species. Aoxin was very skeptical that the doppelganger had the hidden attribute of adding luck. The other animal-based one is also an ancient species, the slate rhinoceros, an ancient giant rhinoceros with super thick fur and a huge pointed horn. As you can imagine, the slate rhinoceros form will provide the eater with huge amounts of strength and defense. The beast is a legendary beast. Its shape is like a bull, with 4 horns and long hair. It is said to be born in the underworld. Favorite cannibalism, extremely vicious. As for the Pleiades chicken, that is simply divine. The Pleiades, one of the 28 constellations, is also absolutely extraordinary. The family was also pleasantly surprised to learn of the outcome. They had thought that it would be good to have devil fruit. Who knew they could get such a good fruit? Mom, take your pick. The other 3 are pretty good except for that ancient species of animal line. The superhuman lineage's sowing fruit can sow everything together. Although it's not very lethal, the ability to trap enemies is unbeatable. If developed well, I don't think it will be weaker than the thread fruit. Of course, I prefer you to choose these 2 phantom beast seeds. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, the body is the root, and the fruits are just icing on the cake. Zhang Hong didn't refuse this time. She also understood now that in the post-apocalyptic world, the only way to help her son the most was to be strong herself, and economizing or whatever didn't help. I'll go with the stitch fruit. Zhang Hong picked up that stitch fruit. I've also read a lot of devil fruit introductions in the past few days, and this fruit ability is not bad. It just so happens that your mom is in the costume business and likes the ability, and your dad was thinking of catching a walker to study, and having this fruit would also help quite a bit by trapping the walker completely. Leave the phantom beast species to you youngsters. With that, she ate this superhuman stitch fruit. Having seen Ao Chen and Ao Kong eating the fruit, she knew that it was hard to eat, but she still didn't expect it to be this bad. But thinking that this is what my son and daughter have brought back from all the hard work, I have to swallow it through gritted teeth. With the fruit in her belly, she quickly felt it and went to the drawer to get a steel needle, which immediately had a tiny thread in its eye. The line looked short, but she knew the length of the line depended on her stamina. As long as she doesn't run out of stamina, the line is infinitely long. Stabbing the tabletop with the needle, there was absolutely no resistance and it went in easily. And then the needle went through the tabletop, and she crouched down and stabbed the ground with the needle again. And again it went in easily, sewing the table and the ground together. No matter how Aoxin tried to make this table, he could not separate it from the ground. The thread was tough beyond belief. However, when Aoxin transformed into his human beast form, he was still able to forcefully yank the thread off. Only the table was yanked off before the line broke. Not bad at all. As long as mom gets her speed up, it's perfectly possible to sew a walker to the ground and slash it slowly, or as she said herself, for dad's research. In doing so, both parents became capable of fighting. Only then did he look at Lu Xiao and Meng Kuei. Take your pick of these 2 fruits. You've done a great job these days, and this is the reward you deserve. Lu Xiao had always taken close care of her own mother, shielding her in front of her during the battle, and then thoughtfully squeezing her shoulders and pounding her legs after the battle. That day when the Chun family's father and son stormed out, it was still her who had been on guard and decapitated the 2. Although she had said it was easy in the exchange group in the Divine Providence space, Oxin later learned that she had also suffered some injuries while killing these 2. That's tough for a woman. As for Meng Kuei, there was even less to say. In order to protect his old mom, he was also bitten by a zombie, and if it wasn't for his dad's ability with surgical fruits, he would have been infected at this point. Though knowing that they must be doing this for a purpose to be reciprocated. But that's normal. It's not like he's a king or a bully to deter the 8 directions and make people bow their heads in worship of his charisma. Rewarding for good work and penalizing for poor work is the way to go for the long haul. The bottom line for yourself is that you can't betray. The 2 were pleasantly surprised, not expecting such a big return so soon. It seems their choice was not wrong. First, they were safely taken out of the zombie horde and into a home with lots of food and fresh water. Many more points were bestowed to purchase hegemony cultivation methods, knives, food, and a host of other supplies. That's what allowed their strength to skyrocket in the end times. If not, odds are they would be dead on the highway by now. Even if they hadn't died, they were just hiding and dying. Where would they have the good life they have now? The 2 of them looked at each other. The 2 phantom beast seeds were a reward that was billions of times more than what they had given. Both Lu Xiao and Meng Kuei involuntarily gulped. Mirage beast seed. Wasn't it because of the Mirage Beast seed that Aoxin was so powerful? After getting this fruit, they could also become strong in the end times. The eyes of the 2 were incomparably fiery, and in the end, it was Lu Xiao who took the lead to speak. Brother Meng is a power type, and that vicious sounds like a power beast. It's more suitable for Brother Meng. She spread her face and smiled. The charm of a mature woman was completely incomparable to a youthful little girl like Ao Chen. The bird fruit should be able to fly. I'm not as physically fit as Meng, so it would help me a bit more if I could fly. What does the master think? Aoxin said. Choose yourselves. This is a reward for you. Meng Kuei's favored one was also the gnarly fruit, and he pursued extreme violence. And the gnarly fruit, apparently,
fit in well with himself. I agree with what Sister Willow said. If the boss doesn't have a problem with it, I'll just eat this cow fruit law. Aoxin didn't have a problem with it. Taking it out meant distributing it to them. He wasn't afraid that these two would get ambitious after eating the fruit. His advantage could not only be the green dragon fruit, but also the talent of overbearing genius, the title of God's gifted member. One step first is one step first. Not to mention that these two were not as strong as themselves after eating the fruit. Even if they secretly betrayed them, one had ways to punish them. Moreover, he knew that although power was important in the end times, the root of power was still the chief. He's the cornerstone. Eat. I respect your choices. Proper respect was also more likely to win the loyalty of his men. And sure enough, when they heard that, they looked at him with more and more fervor. Don't worry, Master. Xiao will always be your person. Lu Xiao was the first to express her loyalty and even knelt down to show her submission. She wouldn't rebel because she got the devil fruit, and she understood that Aoxin's power was irreplaceable. Meng Kuei also hastened to show his loyalty as he knelt down on one knee, mimicking the plot of a movie, placing one hand on his chest and doing a Western knight salute. Boss, I, Meng Kuei, will also follow you to the death. The one who was willing to bestow the phantom beast seed devil fruit. He believed that apart from Aoxin, there wouldn't be a second person in this world. Well, eat. Aoxin nodded his head lightly. He had heard a lot of words expressing his loyalty. As to whether or not he was loyal, it also depended on how it was done. He doesn't completely trust people because of a horse's ass. Each of the two men picked up a devil fruit and brought it into their mouths, still sickened by the awful taste and then forced to swallow. Even Lu Xiao was so ruthless that she ate the entire fruit in its entirety. Hey, no good. Aoxin suddenly realized something and said to the two of them in a hurry. Many of the animal lineage's bodies are very large. Go outside and don't collapse the house. The others were also alarmed at this point, and the crowd rushed downstairs. Just after arriving downstairs, Meng Kuei's body couldn't control the changes. Moo! With a bull's roar, his body's muscles expanded dramatically. On his forehead, two sharp bull horns protruded forward, and at the top of his head, two black, curved bull horns also appeared. The face quickly turned into a cow's head, and long, thick black cow hair like a straw raincoat appeared on his body. The Yu, also known as Aoan, is supposed to be a white oxbow, but I don't know why this fruit is black. Moreover, an eerie black light surrounded his body. This layer of black light, cold and dead, Aoxin intuitively felt that the black light was dangerous. It should be a weird element. Moo! Meng Kuei was completely animalized. His four hooves were like hammers, smashing into a zombie, directly breaking its bones, and another foot stepped down. This zombie was even directly stepped on with a deep bull's hoof mark. Grizzly hissed as the black light on his body began to spread towards the walker. Soon, the zombie's body began to rot and decay. The zombies were originally the living dead, and needed to undergo evolution from death to life. But now, with all this black light, they were directly making their corrupt flesh and blood even more withered. That black light, the ethereal breath of death. Legend has it that the devil was born in the underworld, and it is only natural that he carries the scent of the underworld. Just as this place was shaking, the body of Lu Xiao next to her also underwent a huge change. Its mouth becomes a beak, with a flame-like crown generated on top of its head, and feathers growing out of its body, burning with golden flames. She turned into a chicken, a big rooster burning with flames. But shouldn't she be a hen? Aoxin spat in his mind. But of course, the mythical beasts, most likely, were all the same regardless of male or female. The Pleiades spread her wings. She was more beautiful than a pheasant and vaguely phoenix-like. A golden blaze, that was the true fire of the sun, which was even hotter than the temperature of the heat breath that Aoxin could control. Sure enough, burnt fruit dogs don't eat. Ao-chan also spat on the side. What a beautiful bird. Even though it was called a chicken, it was able to compete with a phoenix. The golden flames were collected into the body, and Lu Xiao fell from the air, transforming into her human animal form. Feathers made of golden flames burned on the surface of his body, a pair of broad wings on his back, and both his feet and hands turned into sharp chicken claws. That said, Marco's immortal is so bad that the human animal form has to turn its arms into wings. It should be noted that even Bellin is Tory bird fruit falcon form, in human animal form, doesn't have overlapping arms and wings, and is still able to use swordplay in human animal form. Lu Xiao drew her saber and covered the blade with golden flames, slashing down towards a zombie, easily splitting off its head. And the sun's true flame continued to scorch the zombie's corpse. Next to him, Meng Kuei also snapped out of his animalistic wildness and transformed into his human beast form. His human animal form was tall, at 3 meters. A straw raincoat like thick and long black hair covered his body. with 4 bull horns on top of his head and a ghostly aura lingering around. He severed the neck of a zombie with the same slash. The animal line provides them with a strong constitution bonus. Even if he still hadn't awakened his hegemony, it was enough to fight against flesh corpses without losing. This is the phantom beast species. Looking at the two's sudden surge of powerful strength, Ao-chan envied. Ooh, they're so strong. Why can my duo Bao Mouse only run away? The ethereal chi and golden flames made the 2 men look heroic, and the sounds of the violent battle over here drew the attention of the nearby neighbors. Crap! On a tall building across the road, a young man watched the might of the jaguar and the Pleiades chicken below, and hurriedly recorded and uploaded the scene into the Divine Shrine space. Surprise! Another fantasy beast species has appeared in Biancheng. Topics related to devil fruit always rush to the top of the hot search quickly. Especially the witnessed footage of the ability users using their abilities was extremely hot. And soon, the video had 100,000 people watching it. 2 phantom beast species appearing in one place at the same time? This probability is too low. Aha! I'm envious. I'm also in Biancheng. I'm going to join the big man. With the added power of the phantom beast seed, they quickly killed the walkers roaming around their home. However, after all, the 2 had not yet awakened their hegemony, and their physical strength was insufficient. Lu Xia was the first to be unable to maintain her human beast form, and panting, she lifted her devil fruit ability, and knelt on one knee in front of Aoxin. Master, thank you so much. Xia will follow you to the death. Soon after, Meng Kuei also lifted his human beast form and pledged his allegiance in front of Aoxin once again. Boss, I will definitely fight for you to build a great kingdom. They knew that everything they had came from Aoxin. From the initial points, weapons, food, to the current devil fruit, there couldn't possibly be an object in this world more worthy of allegiance than Aoxin. Although their self-confidence had increased due to the increase in strength, they did not have second thoughts about it. If Aoxin could easily build a battle force like theirs, he could naturally build others as well. Such a person will surely become an end-time overlord. Well, get up. Aoxin made the 2 of them get up. Although you already have devil fruit abilities, the root of strength is still yourselves. During the first divine providence, it is the realm of forging the body, the realm of the fleshly body, which is the root of your foothold. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the fruit ability that can be utilized. And even, as long as the physical body is strong enough, even without the fruit ability, one can still stand at the top. The cultivation method for the physical body is hegemony. You guys have to speed up the exercise of hegemony. Don't fall behind in any of the 3 hegemonic colors, and wait until later on. The hegemonic colors will become more and more useful. The use of the hegemonic aura and fruit abilities consume physical strength, so the physique is fundamental. Moreover, as zombies evolve, the concentration of zombie virus in the air will become higher and higher, and if one's physical condition is insufficient, he or she will also be infected by the zombie virus. You all have fruit abilities now. Self-preservation is no longer a big problem. Spread out and kill the zombies. They naturally obeyed Aoxin's words. Fighting, not only for points, but also for cultivation. Both parents also have powers in the superhuman department and seem to work well together. Even the father took a few pieces of the walker's body, saying he wanted to study it. But there was no research equipment at home, so my father planned to make a trip to the central hospital where some of the instruments might still work. Aoxin, on the other hand, began to hunt down flesh corpses, knocking off their limbs and then handing them over to Ao-chen for decapitation. Unfortunately, Ao-chen's attack power was really a bit low, and it took a long time to cut off the neck of a flesh corpse every time. No, it's too much of a waste of time. Ao-xin frowned. This kind of simple beheading action, although it could also serve as an exercise, but the efficiency was too low, and Ao-chen's physical strength was limited, so down the line, even if she had more points, her strength would still increase very slowly. In the end times, strength is more important than points. If you have the strength, you don't lack points, and if you have points but no strength, even if no one robs you, you won't be able to withstand the zombie virus and become corpseified. This was also the reason why even big powers rarely used this method to fish for points in their previous lives. On the streets, there were survivors who were using various ways to fight against the zombies, and even now that more than 20 days had passed since the end of the world, there were still a lot of people who still hadn't obtained the hegemony cultivation method. Compared to that, Ao-xin and the other slaughter of the zombies was exceptionally eye-catching. They want someone strong to lead them and get them out of this precarious life. Many began to ask Ao-xin and the others for information in the Divine Providence space, wanting to get in touch with the Big Brother. I know. They live across the street from my building. The young man who saw Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao's changes in form spoken at Biancheng Survivors Exchange Group.
and tell the crowd where you are. It's not just those two newly appeared phantom beast species yo. Big brother Qinglong is also with them. Another person who lived near Aoxin and the others said so. He had seen the scene where Aoxin had transformed into a green dragon, and had later realized that Meng Kuei was the strongest of the survivors in the neighborhood, and that he had the strength to kill zombies alone. Later, when he combined it with the video of the youth, he concluded that a few people were a team. My god. 3 phantom beast species? Their luck is too good. 1 mirage beast species can sweep through a city now. 3 mirage beast species. They're already invincible in Bian City. Not really. Sweeping a small wireless city is okay. We don't even have a single zombie in Bianqing now. I heard that a 4-star zombie has appeared in the capital now. I watched the video. That thing is like a nuclear bomb. No one is its opponent now. I've also heard about it. There are also several ability users in the capital. And even, there are rumored ancient martial artists. And when they join forces, they didn't even hurt that 4-star zombie one bit. And several ability users died. Not everyone dared to fight zombies in the post-apocalyptic world. And many people hid in their homes, shivering, their only pastime being watching videos uploaded by others in the Divine Providence space and chatting with strangers. With all this news, a strong person like Aoxin, who was always in the middle of a battle, simply didn't have the time to pay attention. I want to go to these big guys and I don't know if they'll take me in. Finally someone got back on topic and someone sighed. I don't even dare to leave the door of my room now. Even if I know where the big brother's house is, I can't get through. The youth who lived near Aoxin's house said, there's no need to be so discouraged. These big guys have almost finished killing the zombies near my house and are now heading towards other places. Maybe they can purge Bianqing of zombies. Let's hope so. Aoxin led Ao Chen to kill on foot in the distance. He didn't turn on his dragon transformation and merely used his domineering aura against the enemy. And a steel whip was still invincible. Brother, kill slower. I can't keep up. Ao Chen's small chest continued to rise and fall up and down. Even though Aoxin had killed all the meat corpses and killed 99% of the zombies she encountered, she still seemed to be struggling so much to deal with the remaining 1%. Oh, why isn't my fruit a combat type like Heosan's? Aoxin circled around to the back of a zombie with his faster speed and slashed at the zombie's neck, but he could only cut halfway in, unable to chop off its head directly. Think about how Meng Kuei and the two of them were able to kill ordinary zombies in seconds after obtaining their fruit abilities. Bang! Aoxin cracked a zombie's brain with a whip, the violent battle making his blood boil. An overbearing power flowed throughout his body, attaching itself to his bones, and he could clearly feel that his bones were rapidly strengthening with the help of this power. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. That was the overbearing aura being integrated into his muscles and bones. Once it was fully integrated, his bones would be as hard as steel. Even if the flesh is broken and decayed, the bones remain eternal. This realm is called Iron Bone. In the west of Bianqing City, in an upscale neighborhood, there were more than 100 people gathered here. In front of them stood a man covered in scale armor. A phantom beast species? Humph. He heavily mortared a pirate blade in his hand, which he had redeemed from the god's gift space. On the ground, Vian Cheng, it's mine. Qian Yi, have you inquired clearly? The man's scaly armor faded away, revealing a stalwart face. His figure, extremely robust, had dark skin, as if he had experienced the wind and sun for an unknown period of time. Looking up, the modest neighborhood is filled with blocks of independent villas, and outside the neighborhood, there is a 2.5-meter high iron fence. Now, at these iron fences, another concrete wall has been piled up to keep the walkers from attacking. This place is just like a worldly paradise. Behind them, in the villa, there were disheveled women showing eyes that had lost their luster. The older ones in their 30s and 40s, the younger ones no more than teenagers, but they are all fair-skinned and pampered. It was a stark contrast to these rough-skinned, rugged-faced hombres outside. Boss, I've inquired clearly. They're in the Little Sun neighborhood, which is an older neighborhood, and from what the group members in the exchange group who live in that neighborhood have said, the zombies inside that neighborhood have already been cleared out. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair was a bit worried. Brother Cohen, that's a phantom beast species. Can we be a match? As soon as the words fell, a one-armed man with a slim figure immediately said, what's wrong with the phantom beast species? Our Cohen is an ancient species. Marco's immortal bird isn't any better than Ash's toothless pterodactyl. Besides, our Cohen is an ancient species more powerful than the toothless pterodactyl. They seem to be very confident in the man at the head. We also have more people than them. The end of the world has just begun, and all of them have limited stamina, so we can grind them to death even if we grind them. Right. Bianqing should be our Cohens. From now on, all the women in Bianqing will belong to us. The crowd's theories and compliments flattered Feng Cohen.
He was just an ordinary middle-aged civilian worker before the end of the world, and by chance he obtained a strange fruit. He was not a hemi and did not recognize the thing, but curious he took a bite and accidentally swallowed it. Who knows? When the end times came, he directly gained the strength of powerful ancient creatures, not only able to easily kill zombies, but also gathered all these workers around him under his command. It also took over this upscale neighborhood where they were working, killed the rich and powerful, and occupied their wives and daughters. These rich people are no good anyway, and there's no guilt at all in killing them in the end times. Moreover, limestone and other things were brought from the construction site, and a high wall was cast outside the neighborhood, which actually vaguely formed the prototype of a security base. As for the wife and kids at home, as long as you have strength in the last days, will there be a shortage of women? Of course, there were workers who were attached to their own families, who insisted on going home, and most had died on the way. Fong Cohen sneered. He had long wanted to get rid of that ugly and obese middle-aged woman at home, and now he was told to pick that woman back up? What a joke! Even the teenage waif at home, who he'd suspected for years wasn't his own seed, relying on the power of a powerful animal-based ancient species and the assistance of his workers, he had killed not a few zombies, and had also used his points to exchange a pirate sword from the god's gift space, and everyone here was obedient to him. All the women in the house were also at his disposal. Mirage Beast Breed? Mirage Beast Breed should also kneel before me. Fong Cohen knew that there were still capable people in Biancheng, but his previous strength was all too poor. Now, he had a weapon, and under the daily cultivation of hegemony, he also felt that his body was much more powerful than it was originally. Thus, he had the idea of sweeping the city for other abilities. Those who go along with me will prosper. Those who go against me will perish. All of you, grab your weapons and follow me. Fong Cohen slung the long sword in his hand over his shoulder, and with a wave of his hand, more than 100 minions in front of him came out in unison. Opening the thickened and weighted gate, they stepped out of the cell. The women in the house watched the scene with indifference, and even though none of these workers had been left to watch, they had no intention of fleeing. Stay here and live, though you will be humiliated. If you go out, you will only die. In the streets of Biancheng City, Aoxian cracked the heads of the zombies while instructing Ao Chen on his fighting skills. You're not doing it right. Since your strength is lacking, you should make full use of your speed advantage. The knife should be used like this, and pay attention to the power technique. Although Aoxian didn't use a knife now, the one he used the most in his last life was a knife, and although he wasn't considered a master himself, he still had no problem pointing out Ao Chen. A small rookie, Ao Chen listened attentively to the lecture and memorized every battle point Aoxian told him. Her enlightenment was high, and the progress in her combat skills was extremely impressive. Only to see an instant acceleration, she rushed to the back of a zombie, raised the knife and cut the blade into the bone. The zombie roared, and when the zombie turned around, the young girl had already turned behind him again. Aoxian casually cracked another zombie's brain, and when he saw a zombie next to him lunging towards Ao Chen, he didn't stop it. Wanting to exercise his sister's reflexes, the blade severed the collarbone, and the walker behind him was approaching. Without looking back, the young girl dodged straight sideways and swung her blade upwards, scraping the blood and flesh off her arm. Yo, it's okay. Aoxian was surprised. This reaction speed was no longer just an ordinary reaction, but a symbol of awakening the seeing color. I didn't expect Ao Chen to awaken the color of arms before he awakened the color of seeing. With the aid of seeing color, Ao Chen's battles were more fluid. You need to learn to shed those useless movements and accomplish the most efficient attacks with the lowest physical exertion. Aoxian continued to impart his experience to her. He believed that with his sister's clever little brain, she would definitely be able to grow into a strong person in the end times as well. I remember that there is a group of forces in the west of Biancheng City, entrenched in an upscale neighborhood. These people's strength is not bad, and the most crucial thing is that this group of people were all civilian laborers before the end of the world, and they are much more familiar with infrastructure than others. Aoxian quickly integrated the information he had memories of from his previous life. The zombies are evolving quickly, and barriers such as buildings and iron gates will no longer be able to stop them. These folk with construction experience will be useful if you want to set up a secure base yourself. Also, water is a big problem, and now that the water and electricity are out, his stored water supply is about to run out. If you want to continue to survive, it is best to build your base on the banks of the Yellow River. Not only is there sufficient water, but more critically, there is a large amount of Hylu stone in the bed of the Yellow River in this section of Biancheng. Not only was seafloor stone a nemesis against ability users, its extremely hard properties made it the best building material in the post-apocalyptic world. The leader of this group of folk forces was named Fong Cohen, an ancient species ability user. If one remembers correctly, his fruit 4,
Animal system, dragon fruit ancient species, Tyrannosaurus rex form. Chao Chen. Let's head west. Aoxin brought Ao Chen to turn towards the west of the city, remembering that Meng Kuei had gone to the west to hunt zombies earlier, and wondering if he would meet up with Feng Kuen's forces. In the former Biancheng, in addition to Feng Kuen's forces in the west of the city, there were also Zhang Heng's forces entrenched in the chemical plant in the south of the city, Yang Xiaofei's forces in the center of the city relying on Gulu City as a defense, and Su Wenhao's forces in the north of the city drilling into the Iron Tower as a base. These four people, in their previous lives, were known as the four emperors of Biancheng. Among them, Feng Kuan and Su Wenhao were devil fruit power users. The other two even relied on their status as ordinary people, and hard relied on the cultivation of hegemony to hold on for a long time with Feng Kuan and the two of them. Of course, none of them ended up being the final winner. It was annexed by a great man from the god's capital, and this great man also unified all the forces in the U-state and joined forces with the strongest people in the G-state to stop Desert Emperor Li Hui from expanding to the southeast. This is why Li Hui later fought north and west all the way to Central Asia. In the west of the city, after Meng Kuei knocked down a flesh corpse, he used the long knife in his hand to chop its neck a dozen times in a row before chopping off its head. It wasn't that the flesh corpse was too strong, but rather that Meng Kuei had exhausted his strength and was no longer able to maintain his human animal form, and at the same time, the blade had curled up in the long battle. Looking at the chips and curls on the blade, Meng Kuei sighed. No wonder the boss preferred to use blunt weapons. It was really because swords were too useless. In the future, I'm going to use heavy weapons like the boss. Meng Kuei gasped for breath while muttering to himself in his mind, there is Kaido's wolfsbane in the god's gift space, and I don't know if the boss will redeem it, but that one isn't the only redeeming option. Even if the boss redeems it, I should be able to redeem it as well, and if I really can't, I'll just redeem Yamato's handle. He was originally a rough man. Vicious form was even more power-oriented, so he was very unimpressed with weapons like swords. What's the point of being light and fluffy? By the way, it suddenly occurred to him that there was still Arlita's wolfsbane in the divine gift space. Both Kaido's and Yamato's rods were of the supreme great quicksword class of weapons, worth 1,000,000 points, but not so with Arlita's, which was only of the quality of a good quicksword, worth 10,000 points. 10,000 points. You can still get them with hard work. Looking around, the nearest zombies had all been killed and the others were farther away, so he planned to exchange a piece of watery meat to rest. The streets were lined with kiosks and stores that had long been deserted. He was going to walk into one of the kiosks and rest for a while with a table and chair against the door. The figure suddenly paused. There was a large group of people coming towards this place in great numbers. There were more than 100 of them, and although they were all ordinary people, they looked like they used to do manual labor, and each of them had good physical strength. They used all kinds of weapons and alternately attacked the surrounding zombies, vaguely forming some kind of military formation. Even if they encountered a flesh zombie, they had the ability to maneuver around it, and the man at its head was so strong that he easily decapitated the zombie's head while his men held it at bay. Needless to say, its leader is a talent. These guys, they're a bit of a gatekeeper. Meng Kuei stroked his chin in contemplation as these people got closer and closer to him. Not thinking much of it, he took a few steps backward, intending to let the group pass, but then they stopped in front of themselves. Something? Meng Kuei was stunned. He was no longer the ordinary person he once was, and was even less afraid of people looking for trouble, tearing the watery meat in his hands while indifferently inquiring, "You're the phantom beast species ability?" A man with a tough face came to himself. "Follow me. I have endless food and women. Follow me and I'll put you under one man." The man is very mad and carries a knife on his shoulder. He is Feng Kuan. If this man of the phantom beast species were to be his subordinate, he would be even more confident in becoming the Bian City sovereign. In the future, he might even be able to expand his power to the whole of Yuzhou. "You?" Meng Kuei disdained. "What are you?" Feng Kuan was furious. Not only did this person not submit, but he also dared to scold him. It had been a long time since he had been so disobeyed since the end times came and he had great strength. "Looks like you have a death wish." Feng Kuan grinned, revealing his morose white teeth, and pulled out the long knife from his shoulder, the sheath of which he threw to the minions behind him. "Think you're invincible just because you have a fantasy beast species?" A sword slashed down. Meng Kuei met it with his long sword, and both of them were shaken back a step. "What strength?" Meng Kuei was surprised, and Feng Kuan was also surprised. Meng Kuei thought that in this world, apart from the boss, there couldn't be anyone else with more strength than himself. As for Feng Kuan, he thought that his strength was not weak compared to flesh corpses, and humans were even less likely to be his opponent. But the other party actually fought a battle with himself? "Looks like you're a power fruit too." Feng Kuan turned his neck and his body rapidly grew larger. Gray green scale armor covered his body, and his muscles became thicker and more powerful. A roar traveled a long way as Fong Kuan laughed maniacally. I am the dragon fruit ancient species, Tyrannosaurus rex form. How many rounds can your phantom beast species last in front of the Tyrannosaurus rex? He appeared in his human beast form. Meng Kuei was shocked. He was already exhausted. Although he recovered some of his strength after eating the shui meat, it wouldn't last long. Come on, let me see how strong the legendary phantom beast species really is. Fong Kuan's long blade chopped down again, this time with the power of the Tyrannosaurus rex added to it. This blade was even more powerful. How could Meng Kuei tolerate an aggressive enemy? With a snarl, he transformed into the form of a vicious man-beast, and the sword in his hand, which had already curled its edge, met Fong Kuan. Cow! Fong Kuan provoked. A mere herbivore dares to fight against my titular Tyrannosaurus rex? I'm not a vegetarian. Meng Kuei laughed coldly, the ethereal chi wrapping around the blade. If you pledge your allegiance to my boss, I can still spare you from death. Your boss? Ha 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 ha. So you're just someone else's lapdog too. Fong Kuan chopped his sword down while exchanging words with Meng Kuei. It's an honor to be my boss's lackey. You dumbass. Both sides were equal in strength, but Meng Kuei's underworld chi caused Fong Kuan to have palpitations. And although Meng Kuei's blade had already rolled its edge, he still didn't dare to let the blade cut into him. Moreover, Meng Kuei was originally from a combat instructor, and even though he hadn't practiced military combat before, his control of combat was not comparable to Fong Kuan. Soon, he saw a break in Fong Kuan. Spectral chop. With a loud shout, the power of the underworld extended a huge black blade light from the blade. This was Meng Kuei's initial development of the application of the power of the underworld. The spectral chop was not a blade chi, and it was not sharp enough. However, under the spectral, everything was corrupted, and even if it was the Tyrannosaurus rex's defense, it would still be cut in two under this move. Fong Kuan was startled, knowing that he could not be touched by the power of the underworld, unless there was an armed color to defend against it. The Tyrannosaurus rex's defense was as good as papier-mâché in front of the specter, hurriedly dodging, but the little brother behind him wasn't so lucky. At least a dozen people were chopped by the power of the underworld, and their bodies instantly decayed and dissipated into dust. Meng Kuei could no longer maintain his human animal form after delivering this move, and his body trembled violently, which was the result of his physical strength being overexhausted. Although a move was developed, however, the speed of the move was lacking, and the inability to hold the angle of the chop also led to questionable accuracy. That's what allowed Fong Kuan to escape. Fong Kuan saw a dozen or so people being killed in a second with a single move, and while his heart was fearful, he was also glad that he waited until Meng Kuei was physically exhausted from fighting the zombies before showing up. Pointing his long sword at Meng Kuei's throat, submit, or die. Meng Kuei faced the blade straight on, pleasantly unafraid. Want me, Meng Kuei, to submit? Only my boss in this world can. You, not worthy yet. Fong Kuan was enraged. You're not afraid of death? Meng Kuei laughed. Death? Being in the last days, who dares to say they won't die? However, boss treats me like a mountain of kindness, and even though I'm greedy and afraid of death, I'm by no means a villain who would betray my trust. Well. Fong Kuan said 3 good words in a row. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Roar. He actually dropped his longsword and transformed into the beastly form of a Tyrannosaurus rex, opening his mouth to tear Meng Kuei alive and swallow him. Even if he died, he would make his enemy's death painful. The blood bowl carried a fishy stench, and Meng Kuei closed his eyes. Am I going to die? I didn't protect my parents, and it was so hard to defect to a reliable boss who gave me so many good things and gave me the most precious devil fruit, but as a result, I'm going to die before I even have a chance to repay my boss. As he was lamenting, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from him. My people, how dare you kill them? A steel whip with a whistling wind was thrown by Aoxin. The force of this throw was so great and so fast, Fong Kuan didn't even see what was coming, only relying on the perception of the crisis to sidestep, barely avoiding the heart vitals, but was still pierced through the shoulder blade. The mind was horrified. Well, Tyrannosaurus rex is known for its strength and defense. This person didn't even use his fruit abilities or his hegemony, and he just threw an object from such a long distance, and it pierced his body? His body, now, could even carry ordinary bullets hard, which meant that the force of this person's throw was stronger than a bullet. Why is there such a strong man in this world? Fong Kuan was startled, and at this moment turned back, only to see that not far from the wall, inserted a bamboo steel whip. This is the thing. Is it some kind of artifact? As he thought so, the person attacking him was already in sight. It was a young man in casual clothes with an upright body and a handsome face. Behind the youth, there was also a delicate and cute young girl. Fong Kuan?
Aoxin slowly came to Fongkoan. This big dinosaur. He had once seen it from afar. Only, at that time, he was just a small karami with no fruits, while Fongkoan was a strong person who could be actively recruited by big brothers. But in this life, Fongkoan was a small Kara M in front of him. Dare to touch my people. Don't want to live? His voice was not loud, but it caused unconscious fear to grow in Fongkoan's heart. Aoxin was as skinny as a mole cricket under his Tyrannosaurus Rex size, but in his eyes, Aoxin was as great as a mountain. Boss. Manhwa was pleasantly surprised to see Aoxin appear. It seemed that he didn't have to die. But Aoxin didn't give him a good look. You can't even beat a little tiny reptile. It's a waste to give you the phantom beast seed. Manhwa lowered his head in shame, not daring to argue anything, clearly a 30-year-old sturdy man, with his head lowered behind Aoxin, just like a small child who had made a mistake. Dare to just run out of stamina in the end times? Think that with the phantom species, walkers are no longer a threat? Aoxin ignored the huge Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him and turned his back to Manhwa to preach. People, that's the scariest thing in the end times. No matter what, you have to keep a defense against the power of the human heart. Not only was he admonishing Manhwa, he was likewise imparting his experience to Ao Chen. Many people think that they have read many post-apocalyptic articles and know that the end of the world should first kill the Virgin Mary. But when it really comes to the end of the world, it is still difficult to completely abandon the goodness of the heart, and will always overestimate the moral bottom line of the people. It's not something that can be solved with the phrase I can kill and destroy. Yes, boss. Manhwa carefully savored Aoxin's words. He knew that Aoxin was imparting his experience. Fongkoan immediately turned from panic to anger again when he saw Aoxin's sightlessness. What are you? How dare you rampage in front of me? The bloody mouth tore down, to vent all the humiliation suffered before. Behind him, the 100 or so juniors also turned back from the fear of their companion's instantaneous death, scattering with a holler to surround Aoxin's trio. The rabble. Aoxin ignored their encirclement, and a faint aura emanated out, an aura that struck deep into the soul, instantly amplifying the fear in their hearts. More than 100 people collapsed to the ground, some were even directly scared to pee. Dusky liquid soaked through their pants and flowed out. The foul odor made Ao Chen frown straight away. A fist blasted at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's cheek, wrapped in armed color, hammered into Fongkoan's face at a speed faster than the Tyrannosaurus Rex's attack. Bang! There was a crunching sound, a Tyrannosaurus Rex facial bone fracture. The massive body fell backwards. Sharp pain struck, and the shock of being shocked by the dominant color deepened again. Relying on his animal-based superendurance, Fongkoan resumed his human-animal form and struggled to stand up. Armed colors, dominant colors, how did you get so strong? His face was bleeding and he had a few teeth knocked out. He had completely lost the courage to fight Aoxin. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Moreover, this person didn't even use his fruit abilities. With just his physical skills, he left him powerless. Manhwa, you lost to him. I'll leave it up to you what to do with this person. Crossing over the bodies of the group of paralyzed minions on the ground, he took out the steel whip that was deeply inserted into the wall and led Ao Chen away. In place were Manhwa and Fongkoan and the others. Who is he? Only after Aoxin left did Fongkoan dare to ask Manhwa about it. My boss, Manhwa proudly proclaimed. The legendary Green Dragon Big Brother. He is the Green Dragon Big Brother? Fongkoan sat down disheveled on the ground. He didn't even use his fruit abilities, and easily defeated me with just his physical skills. He thought he could take this force of phantom beast species under his wing, but as a result, a Manhwa made him nearly die, and if he hadn't struck while he was running out of strength, he wouldn't have been able to even see Aoxin's face. Give your allegiance to my boss, or die. Manhwa stood proudly, although his physical strength had yet to recover. Fongkoan was crippled by Aoxin, and everyone else was too shocked by the overlord color to move. Even if he didn't use his fruit ability, the current him would be able to kill all of these people. Since Aoxin didn't directly kill these people but handed them over to himself to deal with, it meant that Aoxin was planning to take them in. Manhwa speculated about Aoxin's thoughts. Fongkoan's heart was unwilling, but the huge gap in strength between the two sides caused him to despair. His own arrogance had been shattered by Aoxin. I'm willing to recognize Big Brother Green Dragon as my boss. Fongkoan looked back at the scared and dumbfounded minions. What about you guys? Are you willing to join me in joining Big Brother Qinglong? Where are these little brothers half unwilling to do so? All were pleasantly surprised. As for the dozen or so companions killed, what's that got to do with them? This group of people can even abandon their families. A group of workers is just a group of workers. Do you want to avenge for that group of people? Furthermore, Aoxin was clearly a stronger powerhouse than Fongkoan. Following Aoxin would certainly be more promising than following Fengkuan. Previously, when they learned that big brother Qinglong was also from Biansheng, they still had the idea of betraying Fengkuan to join Aoxin. It's just that on the one hand, it's difficult to cross a city filled with zombies without knowing exactly where the other person lives. On the other hand, there is also the fear of being killed if Fengkuan finds out. In the end, even if they found Aoxin, it was hard to say whether they would be taken in. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to collect themselves, it was just what they wanted. Willing. We are willing. We'll be Boss Green Dragon's men from now on. Brother, what is your name? We can also address you. Immediately, some of these juniors came up to offer their attentions to Meng Kuei, and Fengkuan's heart was cold as he watched, cursing this group of people for forgetting about profit and not having the slightest bit of loyalty to speak of. But the situation was stronger than the others, and there was nothing he could do about it. My name is Meng Kuei, and my boss's name is Aoxin. Meng Kuei looked at these workers who were bowing to the ground with satisfaction. But the boss's name is not something you can call out freely. You have to honor it. Understand? The workers said they understood. As they were talking, the zombies roaming in the distance were attracted by the crowd gathered here and attacked the area. Meng Kuei glanced at them, lifted his own sword, which had curled and nicked its edge, and looked off into the distance. The walkers are coming. Keep fighting. Show me where you live later. Meng Kuei inquired to Fengkuan. Can you still fight? Fengkuan's face was bleeding, and so was his shoulder. His facial bones were cracked and his shoulder blades were pierced by a steel whip. His injuries were really not light. If it weren't for the superhuman endurance provided by the animal system, he would have passed out by now. Yes, gritting his teeth, Fengkuan felt that he couldn't be looked down upon. Even if he had to pledge allegiance to Aoxin, the future must depend on ability. Dropping one arm and holding the knife with one arm, he stood at the forefront of the group of workers, acting as an arrowhead. Meng Kuei, on the other hand, stood at the end of the group and cleaned up the zombies that were chasing them from the rear. These people are not very educated, but they are very thoughtful and have found an easy way to be able to fight the walkers with the advantage of numbers. This method works well up front. It's actually the troops that are best suited for this method of combat. They have greater physical fitness and stamina, the ability to synergize, combat experience and courage, and more. However, the military ministry of his time wanted to eradicate the zombie crisis as fast as possible, and chose to use thermal weapons for mass destruction. As a result, the zombies are prompted to evolve, and the brave warriors are killed and wounded. Suddenly, one man let out a shriek as he was bitten by a zombie on his arm, and the sharp pain caused him to break out in a cold sweat, but the worker beside him had already cut him down on the spot. It's a rule they made when they first joined forces that whoever is bitten by a walker has to be killed immediately by those around them. This was the reason why this small force was able to grow and become one of the 4 major forces in Bian City. Meng Kuei, who was at the end of the line, was amazed to witness this scene. Truth be told, this Minuteman team is not too disorganized. He thought to himself that if those coaches and trainees of his own fight club had organized themselves, they would never have had the kind of action they had. No wonder the boss wanted to keep them. These people were indeed quite something. This would have been the west side of the city, close to the villa area they occupied. Half an hour later, they had arrived in the villa. In the process, once again, one person was bitten by a walker, and of course was killed on the spot. Brother Meng, this is the safe base we've created. A very tall youth came to introduce Meng Kuei to everything they had to offer very attentively. Fengkuan was disgruntled after seeing this scene, but he didn't dare to say anything. He didn't even dare to grunt. He could only silently follow behind Meng Kuei. The others, seeing that this youth had grabbed the lead, were not willing to lag behind and went forward. Brother Meng, let me tell you, Meng. The group's chaotic yelling made Meng Kuei feel raucous, and he snorted coldly. Shut up, all of you. The crowd snapped, quietly bowing their heads and taking 2 steps back. Meng Kuei pointed at the youth who had spoken to him in the beginning. You continue. The young man was overjoyed, and quickly added a self-introduction. Brother Meng, my name is Zhou Xiang. You can call me Xiao Zhou. We are here. Zhou Xiang detailed their details. From each person work, how to gather together, how to capture the neighborhood and so on. Everything is explained in detail. Your folk? Upon learning of these people's experiences, Meng Kuei seemed to vaguely know Aoxin's intentions for leaving them behind. Only, did the boss know beforehand that this was a team of Minutemen? Can't figure it out. But looking at the tall concrete wall on the periphery of the villa, and the various building materials piled up in the neighborhood, he had to sigh a sigh of relief that these people were also considered talented. Brother Meng, why don't we bring our boss over as well? We're in a high-class villa neighborhood. It's only right that our most honorable boss lives here. And,
Zhou Xiang's small eyes gurgled and quietly approached Meng Kuei. Brother Meng, we have a lot of good stuff here. Good stuff? Meng Kuei was a bit unconvinced. Although he admired the organization and building ability of these folk, what good could they have? Could anything better be better than a devil fruit? Zhou Xiang saw his disbelief and said with a fawning smile, Brother Meng, come and take a look in our house. You'll be satisfied. Looking at the youth's confident look, Meng Kuei also became curious, so he followed him into the villa. As soon as he walked in, he saw many unclothed women and instantly realized what Zhou Xiang was talking about when he said something good. Although these women looked a little haggard, but with fair skin and exquisite figures, although they were not considered to be some kind of overwhelming beauty, in the eyes of ordinary people, they were also beautiful women. Brother Meng, all these women are moist and are now yours. There was no reaction on the women's faces when they saw a strange man enter. It was just one more person to use their bodies, and they were used to that these days. Besides, although Meng Kuei wasn't exactly handsome, he had a hard face and a shapely body, and he was also much cleaner than these folk. It's better to sleep with him than to serve the folk. Brother Meng, if you're not satisfied, there are more in the other villas, and in this neighborhood. Every villa has a few of these women. It's all yours. And there are some of the prettiest women in that villa back there. You go see. Zhou Xiang rubbed his hands together and introduced himself to Meng Kuei. In the past, these women are to be enjoyed by Feng Kuan first, and Feng Kuan will also be the most beautiful several locked to their own house, not allowed others to move. Now, Feng Kuan could only follow behind and sulk, but he didn't even dare to have a disgruntled expression. No need. Meng Kuei stopped Zhou Xiang's continued introduction. These women, he can't look at them anymore. That, Brother Meng, what kind of women does our boss like? Should we send a few to the boss? Zhou Xiang was still thinking of using these people to send gifts to AOXIN, but Meng Kuei frowned. Put away those thoughts of yours. The boss can't see these women. These people were like a candle flame compared to the white moon in front of Lu Xiao. Moreover, they have been toyed with for a long time. Lu Xiao is still intact. AOXIN has not even touched Lu Xiao. And how would he look at these broken flowers? Zhou Xiang was glared at and snapped, not daring to speak. Alright, I've got a general idea, so you guys do your usual, and I'll come back for you after I report to the boss. He also added each other's Divine Providence space friends with Feng Kuan and Zhou Xiang, making it convenient for him to contact these people at any time. After resting in the villa for a little while, he left once again when his strength was restored. The boss had said that the first thing in the end times was one's own strength. In the north of the city, AOXIN was hunting zombies towards the north of the city with AOChen. These monsters that were terrifying in the eyes of others were nothing more than one point after another in their eyes. Pust. AOChen's long knife decapitated the head of a zombie. She was now becoming more and more skillful at the job of beheading. After AOXIN killed a large group of zombies, he left behind a flesh corpse for AOChen to practice on. The flesh corpse was equivalent to a human copper skin realm powerhouse, but AOChen had the speed bonus of the duo bow mouse and was barely able to maneuver around it. AOXIN, on the other hand, was on the side, mentioning a word from time to time. This kind of extreme battle can best stimulate human potential and is the fastest way to improve strength. Half an hour later, AOChen finally decapitated this flesh corpse. Although her body was extremely tired, her heart was leaping with joy. This was the first time she had crossed the ranks and won. After clearing a patch of streets clean of walkers, the two sat down in a coffee shop to rest. Within the Divine Providence space, AOXIN looked at his points and now had 12,000. He's going to redeem some combat skills. The best fit right now is the Navy 6s, and they only cost 1,000 points each, and the 6s are only 6,000 points. However, he didn't directly choose the 6 styles, but instead chose Life Restitution. This ability is not exclusive to the Navy. Many pirates know it as well. Being able to take nutrients directly from the food you eat and use it to regain your strength and even recover from injuries. One of them, Brooke, can even recover from bone trauma by drawing on the calcium in milk. Although it wasn't explained in the animation, AOXIN knew that it was a use of Life Restitution. With Life Restitution, his range will increase dramatically. However, the points consumed for Life Restitution were also more, a full 10,000. Without hesitation, he directly exchanged the Life Restitution Cultivation method. Like the tricolor bay, even if he had already learned Life Restitution in his last life, he still needed to redeem it again, which was actually a license to practice. The cultivation method of Life Restitution instantly entered his mind, and he didn't need to go through it. With the experience of his previous life, he would soon be able to practice it as long as he received permission to practice. With 2,000 points left, he chose Shave and Moonstep from the 6 styles again. Shave is a high-speed movement method, while Moonwalk is able to walk in the air. While his green dragon could fly, It needed to take on a beast or human beast form to use the flame cloud to hold up its body. Some trouble. Not as simple and effective as moonwalking. After the points were consumed, he realized that there was a message from Meng Kuei to himself in the communication channel. Clicking in, it was Meng Kuei who had already subdued Feng Kuen's forces and gave a short report on Feng Kuen's forces' intelligence, asking him what to do next. Feng Kuen's detailed information. He was actually not too clear. In his previous life he only knew a general idea. However, from Meng Kuei's endowment, these people's expertise was not bad. Remembering that in his previous life, after Feng Kuan surrendered to that big brother in God's capital, he was the one who specialized in the matter of building safe bases, said to Menkyu, "These men are yours. They are under your command." Feng Kuan and the others weren't worthy of being in their core layer yet. Giving it to Meng Kuei was just right. In addition, he thought of what Meng Kuei had mentioned, the woman who had been imprisoned by Feng Kuan and the others. These women can't stay in captivity, or their bodies will get worse and worse, making it difficult to carry the zombie virus that will become stronger and stronger in the air in the future. When the time comes to necroticize, it will bring a lot of trouble. However, even though they were imprisoned by Feng Kuan and the others, they could not fail to become a force in their own right. After thinking about it, he messaged Meng Kuei again. "I'll leave these women to Lu Xiao to lead. She'll come to you later." He also sent a message to Lu Xiao, asking her to receive and integrate those imprisoned women, and at the same time, he also transferred all of his remaining 358 points after exchanging his battle skills to Lu Xiao, as her startup capital to gather those women. Lu Xiao didn't reply immediately. She should be in the middle of a battle. When Ao Chen had regained his breath, he took Ao Chen and continued to head north of the city. The target, the forces of Su Wenhao in the north of the city. He is also a devil fruit ability. Ao Xin's target, however, was not Su Wenhao, but one of Su Wenhao's men. It was a teenager of few words. Probably 14 when the end times began. This person looked even more ordinary, but who knew that he would become the second in command in the forces of that big shot in the god's capital in the future? He dared to fight and fought with a frightening insanity, and those who knew him called him by one of his nicknames in Watermargin. Desperate, without devil fruit abilities, he became a top powerhouse in the post-apocalyptic world based solely on his physical skills. In the end times, those who dared to fight did not have poor strength. Even Yang Xiaofei and Zhang Hong, who had also become the leaders of the small forces on one side of Bianqing City at this moment, were dwarfed in front of this teenager. Aside from that, and most importantly, the teenager had briefly helped him. The two of them walked slowly towards the tower, the symbol of Bianqing. The tower was extremely hard. Not only had it carried the artillery fire of the brats at one time, but in the early days of the end times, it was also able to resist zombie attacks. Once the gate is closed and the inside blocked, no walkers can breach the tower in the early stages. The only drawback is that the space is relatively small and can accommodate a small population. This also led to the fact that there weren't many members of Su Wenhao's forces. Even when he was later strong enough to fight most of the zombies, the forces under his command were limited and only his most core members were allowed to live in the tower. At the moment, there were 13 people crouching in the pylons. Their older ones were in their 40s and the younger ones were only 14, both male and female, and were resting in the tower. "Brother Su, I've heard that we have 3 illusory beast race abilities in Bianqing City. If we can recruit them as well, our team will be invincible. We can't just recruit people. The most important thing is the character of those people, not their ability. People may not be willing to come into our small team either. Wasn't there a self-proclaimed Koan who claimed to have the ancient species ability of a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the same city's exchange group before? He even clamored to rule Bian City. Rule Biancheng? Let's say he can kill all the zombies." A group of people chattered and chatted. With Su Wenhao's fruit ability, they got a lot of supplies from the nearby shopping mall. There was no problem in terms of living for the time being. What does Dash think? Suddenly, a 30-year-old woman looked up to the boy crouching in the corner in the tower one level above. The boy's face was still childish, and he had barely spoken since he was pulled in by Su Wenhao. Some people think he was born with a stuffy personality. Others feel that it was the tragic deaths of his parents that devastated the boy's psyche. However, what Su Wenhao valued about him in the first place was the kind of character that had no fear and fought to the death. But there was still wisdom in the fight. A 14-year-old teenager, who was completely physically inferior to the walker, was able to kill it by his own means. That's a calm and collected approach that most adults can't take. Su Wenhao felt that this kid must be a talent, so he helped him out and invited him to join his newly formed squad. "But I think we can try to communicate with those guys. We need to help each other if we want to survive in the post-apocalyptic world." It was so proposed. "But do you know how to contact them? Those 3 phantom beast species that were exposed have never spoken in our crosstown exchange group, so they must not be able to see us. Our brother Su is also an ability person. Why can't he see us? What do you say? Co. Su Hao Wan, who had been sitting on the ladder, didn't say anything. He didn't have much ambition. He just wanted to live well in the post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, his expression changed and he made a silent gesture to everyone. Watch out. Someone's coming. Everyone shut up at once, all staring intently at the door. Suddenly, a popping sound came from the gate of the tower as it was shattered with a loud bang. In the smoke and dust, the figure of a man was revealed. Su Wenhao, come out for a chat? Aoxin brought Ao Chen to stand in front of the gate of the tower. The gate was too low and he had no intention of going in. Su Wenhao's heart sank. It was coming for him. The other party was able to travel through countless zombies to come here, and still managed to shatter the gate forcefully. His strength was no worse than his own. The people in the tower looked at each other in disbelief as Su Wenhao rose. Brother Su, the visitors are not good. I'm afraid it's those illusory beast race ability users. Brother Su, don't go out yet. Since the other party knows about you, they must also know that you're an ability user, which means that they have a sure way of dealing with you. But where is the situation now for them? Su Wenhao sighed. The gates are shattered. If I don't go out, he'll be able to kill his way in as well. And by then, you'll all be in danger. All stay in the tower. I'll go out and meet him. Several others also said, Brother Su, I'll go with you. Right, let's go together. Brother Su, you saved me from the zombies. I owe you my life. Let's face that man together today. Su Wenhao was a little moved. The so-called affliction sees true love. Now it seems that there are no white-eyed wolves in the team. Nodding, even if these people were hiding in the pylons, they weren't safe. A group of people walked out in unison, and when they saw that there were only two people on the opposite side, they were all surprised. Only two? And there's no fruit ability, either. Ha! Oxin didn't even need the green dragon ability to kill these zombies and flesh corpses now. And after the zombies in this neighborhood were killed, Ao Chen also lifted his fruit ability to recover his physical strength. A little handsome guy and a little pretty girl. Are they a couple? Handsome people always attracted favor. And a few people's earlier nervousness faded a bit, thinking that it might not be as bad as they thought. May I ask your honor, Quinn? Or one of those phantom beast species? Su Wenhao stood at the front. He sized up these two for a few moments. Although these two looked harmless, the young man gave him a faint sense of pressure. As I approached, I was surprised to feel an involuntary shudder in my heart. This man is a master. His eyes coalesced on top of the steel whip that Aoxin carried on his shoulder, which still had the slime left behind after smashing open the zombie's brain. This pole of weaponry didn't look light, and the one who could use this kind of weapon was bound to be extremely powerful, and it was also highly likely that it was one of those several illusory beast species. Aoxin was also sizing up Su Wenhao's group. Speaking of which, even in his own memories of his previous life, this force, Su Wenhao, was very idiosyncratic. They support each other and still have the warmth of the pre-apocalyptic world. Its degree of unity is also far greater than that of other forces. However, when Su Wenhao finally died, he also died in this mode. He thought he could identify everyone's character. But where can the human heart be measured? When he was weak it was nothing, but when he became powerful, the more mixed he became among those who joined him, and caused his eventual death on the betrayal of his companions. It's kind of a holy mother. There are two kinds of Madonna in the last days. One who stands on the moral high ground accusing others and bringing disaster to them, commonly known as the Madonna bitch. There is another group of people who are kind-hearted and just do their best to help others without taking the moral high ground and demanding what others do. Such people tend to bring calamity upon themselves. But Su Wenhao, as the leader of a force, such behavior would invite disaster for the entire force. I came to you this time for one purpose. Aoxin's gaze scanned the group behind Su Wenhao, and eventually fixed his gaze on a skinny teenager. I want one. He pointed at the teenager. This kid is related to me. Su Wenhao was surprised that this person had come to claim this teenager. Is it a grudge against a teenager? Or do you see something in him? Su Wenhao was puzzled. When the teenager saw Aoxin pointing at himself, he was also startled. Me? He was sure that he did not know this youth and had no entanglement with him. But why did the other party name himself? Aoxin nodded. That's right. If I remember correctly, your name is Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei was surprised. That's right. Why do you know me? Su Wenhao also asked. What do you want Fei for? Oxin said bluntly. It's too wasteful for him to follow you. I can maximize his potential. Su Wenhao laughed twice. Although I, Su Wenhao, am not an expert, but your excellency's words are too bullying. Oxin didn't have the time to pull his punches with him. The fist covered with the armed color blasted out with a powerful wind sound that caused Su Wenhao to turn pale. His fist instantly turned into steel and collided with Aoxin's fist. However, that fist of steel was actually dented directly by Aoxin, and even Su Wenhao's body flew out a long way. "Co, how are you doing, Su?" The rest of them were shocked. They had never seen Su Wenhao suffer such a big loss. This youth in front of him had only swung his fist, but surprisingly, it made Su Wenhao, who had used his fruit ability, unable to resist. Although Su Wenhao was blown away, his body transformed into steel, and after rubbing against the ground for a while, he didn't suffer too much damage, but when he looked down at his fist, he was horrified to find that his bones had been cracked by Aoxin's punch. Armed color hegemony? Su Wenhao was no longer as arrogant as he was before, keeping a distance from Aoxin and looking at Aoxin with an extremely guarded expression. "Your fruit ability is good. It's the rarest nature system, and if you develop it properly, you can become an expert." Aoxin stood with his hands behind his back, and Ao Chen beside him was even more proud, almost looking at people with his nostrils. Aoxin knew what Su Wenhao was capable of. It's a fruit that never appeared in the manga. Nature system iron fruit. Unlike the golden gold fruit, the iron fruit is elementalizable, and it can also create iron elements out of thin air. Except that the iron elements he creates do not exist permanently once he leaves himself. He can, as in the case of the Terminator T-1000, turn into liquid metal and change the shape of his body in doing so. It can also manipulate other iron objects around the body and change their shape and form, as well as manipulate them from a distance. For example, coalescing steel balls and shooting them out like bullets. It can also be condensed into a sword blade and kill people with a sword like a sword fairy. With the constant development of his fruit abilities, he could also constantly compress the density of steel to enhance its hardness. But now, he couldn't even carry an ordinary punch from Aoxin. The fist wrapped in the color of armament struck directly on the body of his iron elementalized fist, cracking his fist until it cracked. Do we need to keep talking? Aoxin didn't kill him directly. This person's strength was good and valuable. Only, his character was too charitable for his own liking, so he didn't intend to directly accept Su Wenhao's forces, but just Yuan Fei. What if I don't agree? Su Wenhao is ultimately unwilling to give up the promise he once received this young man issued. He believes that, although Aoxin is strong, but just now the other party suddenly attacked, so that he is not fully prepared. If it is really life and death struggle, he will not necessarily lose. No? Aoxin's eyes turned cold. You will all die. Su Wenhao was unconvinced, and the iron railing around him turned into iron water under his manipulation, and then into 5 steel beads that hovered in front of his body. I admit that you're very strong, being able to awaken your hegemony so early in the morning, but even if you can really kill me, you yourself will definitely not fare well. There are still so many zombies beside me. After killing me, do you still have the ability to deal with the zombies? Hey, you people really don't know what's good for you. Aoxin hadn't said anything yet. Ao Chen was upset first. She pouted her little mouth and toed the line. My brother didn't even use his fruit powers or his weapons to knock you away with his empty hands. You think you have a chance to resist? Not to mention you. Even if it's a zombie, my brother has already killed 2 of them. Ao Chen's words shocked Su Wenhao. Aoshin still has fruit abilities? Dianqing wasn't big, and there weren't many people with fruit abilities. As of right now, from what was broken out in the God's Gift Space's same city exchange group, there were a total of 5 ability users in Dianqing. Separately, the Tyrannosaurus Rex Fruitsphone Kun and himself, as well as 3 mysterious never-speaking phantom beast race ability users. This person's power was so strong that it was highly likely that he was the green dragon or that 4-horned black bull. He asked tentatively, "Are you a phantom beast species green dragon fruit ability?" Ao Chen nodded. "That's right. My brother didn't want to kill you guys, so he didn't use his fruit abilities. Otherwise you'd be dead by now. Besides, that teenager, following my brother is better than following you anyways." Although she wasn't sure why Aoxin had named this 14-year-old teenager, but her brother was a reborn, and there was bound to be a reason for what he was going to do. Su Wenhao took a deep breath. The green dragon. Even the average person who doesn't watch The King of Thieves knows the strength of this mythical creature. If the other party's battle power was at full strength, he was afraid that he would really be killed in an instant. Without him, even if Aoxin didn't kill the others, how long would the others be able to survive in the end times? While Su Wenhao was thinking quickly, Yuan Fei took the initiative to step forward. "Brother Su, I'll go with this big brother." Xiao Fei. Su Wenhao felt that it was because he hadn't fulfilled his responsibility as a big brother that he made his little brother have to settle for less. Yuan Fei said, "Brother Su, thank you for taking care of me these days. Fei will never forget it. If big brother Ao wanted to kill me, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. I believe that big brother Ao wouldn't treat me badly." Su Wenhao sighed. Well, if you've been treated unfairly in any way, you can always come back. Brother Sue will always be your brother Sue. Aoxin looked at this scene indifferently. Although he had been cold-blooded and ruthless in this life, he was still willing to give these people with good intentions a chance at life, as long as they don't get in the way. Yuan Fei said goodbye to Su Wenhao and the others one by one. He didn't have anything to pack, just holding a steel pipe that he had been using to fight. Coming in front of Aoxin, the stubborn teenager followed the plot he had seen in a TV show, kneeling down on one knee and placing his hand on his chest. Big brother Ao. Yuan Fei will go with you. Please let brother Su go. Aoxin glanced at him and slung the steel whip over his shoulder. Follow me. At this moment, the zombies wandering in the distance had already gathered here in large numbers, and Aoxin asked as he walked, have you learned about hegemony? Yuan Fei nodded. Brother Su gave us 10 points each to learn armed color hegemony, but I haven't awakened it yet. After Aoxin added Yuan Fei's friend, he transferred 20 points to him. Learn the seeing color and overlord color together as well. What greets you next is endless fighting. Yuan Fei did not refuse, received the points, exchanged the remaining 2 colored hegemonic energy, and instantly understood the cultivation method of hegemonic energy. Fighting, still fighting, perseverance, the spirit of never giving up, the courage to live to the death. This is the foundation for awakening the dominant color. The zombies gathered. Ao Chen entered the human-animal form and began to fight with them. After awakening the seeing color, ordinary zombies are no longer her opponent. Even if it was a 1-star flesh corpse, Ao Chen was able to cut it down after a bit of a swim. Yuan Fei lifted the steel pipe and knocked on a zombie's body. Here, other than the 2 of them, it had been cleared out by Aoxin. It was easy for him to kill ordinary zombies now, not the least bit challenging. The only thing that could make him get serious was a 2-star zombie. It's about time for zombies to appear in Biancheng. Aoxin squinted his eyes and looked into the distance, fighting these ordinary zombies. Although he was able to gain points, the effect on improving his strength was minimal. His domineering aura was now in his bones, and he was not far from the Iron Bone realm. Without fierce battles, his hegemony cultivation slowed down. Not far away, Su Wenhao saw Aoxin easily kill all the zombies that surrounded him, and became more convinced of Aoxin's power and fear. When he saw Ao Chen's human beast form, he was surprised and said, this sister of Aoxin is actually an ability user as well? The companions around him had already begun to record the footage of Aoxin's battle to upload it to the Divine Providence space. Surprise! The mysterious green dragon Big Brother has appeared. He has awakened his hegemony and slaughters zombies like dogs. Biancheng has seen another ability person. And it's even the sister of Big Brother Qinglong. The 2 videos quickly went viral, with countless people leaving comments below. My god, this Big Brother is too tough. Those zombies, I had to lure one away and utilize obstacles in order to kill them. But the Big Brother is one stick at a time. Can Big Brother purge Biancheng of zombies with this speed of killing zombies? Oh, who knows where the big guy lives? I'd love to warm the bed. Of course, there were also people who noticed Ao Chen in his human beast form. That beast-eared girl is so cute. What's her power? Looks like a mouse. Didn't see any special abilities. Don't know if it's a phantom species. Big Brother Qinglong's sister must be a phantom beast species as well. The crowd was talking, and Aoxin's trio had already drifted away. Su Wenhao looked at his cracked bone fist and thought, everyone is an ability user. What makes me inferior to him? Using his ability, he condensed a steel blade and carried it in his hand. Brothers, it's time for us to continue fighting. In the distance, Aoxin returned with 2 people. Although Yuan Fei was small and thin and had no fruit abilities, his insanity in battle surprised even Ao Chen, passing a piece of watery meat to Yuan Fei to help him regain his strength while continuing to fight. In the middle of the journey, when the physical strength of the 2 people cannot even replenish the water meat, Aoxin will take them into a Kaifeng cuisine store. After clearing out the zombies in the store, the door was blocked with a few tables, and Aoxin and Ao Chen casually sat on either side of a table. Yuan Fei, on the other hand, went alone among the corners. Glancing at Yuan Fei's thin body, Ao Chen asked Aoxin quietly, brother, why do you have to have him? Aoxin said, this child is not ordinary. In my previous life, he made quite a name for himself. Moreover, Yuan Fei's loyalty was different from the others. As long as this power he survived existed, he was the type that wouldn't defect even if he died. But if the power dissipates, or the boss dies, he will also not avenge the power, and will still be dead set on serving the next power when he commits to it. Oddly enough. So, as long as he doesn't die, Yuan Fei is a deadbeat. If he were to die himself, he wouldn't pin his hopes on anyone else. As the 2 chatted, a sudden thud came. It was slight at first, but it got heavier and heavier.
In the end, it was like beating a drum. Brother, where did that sound come from? Ao-chan looked around with wide eyes, hoping to find out the source of the sound. Even Yuan Fei, who was sitting silently in the corner of the back row, suddenly sat up straight and gripped the steel pipe in his hand very tightly. Coming? Ao-xian's gaze was firmly fixed on the kitchen location. Squeak, squeak squeak squeak. With the sound of a wall being smashed open, a large group of cat-sized rats burst out of the sewer. The moment they appeared, their dripping eyes looked at the three people sitting in the store. Ah! Rats! What a big rat! Ao-chan shrieked in fear. Where have we seen such a big rat in the north? Let alone the north. Even the rats in the south are not this big. Ao-xian was speechless. You're a little mouse yourself. Why are you still afraid of mice? Aha! Which one then? Ao-chan jumped onto the table with an ow. I'm a cute doppelganger. Not this big disgusting rat. The rats merely paused for a moment, and then pounced and bit at Ao-xian and the others like a dog that had seen a bone. However, a soul-crushing overlord-colored pressure descended, and the movements of the rats came to a halt. They, as animals, have a sharper sense of danger than humans. That strong overlord color was like facing one's natural enemy, inspiring the ancient fear inherited from one's bloodline. Ao-xian just sat there quietly. In the eyes of these rats, in front of them was a 100-meter-long mighty green dragon. In the corner of the hotel, Yuan Fei, who had already arched his body in preparation for the battle, also quietly sighed in relief at this moment. With so many big rats, and so agile, almost comparable to a succubus, he didn't think he'd be able to survive the swarm. The mouse isn't moving? Ao-chan, who had already jumped from the table to Ao-xian's back, revealed a cute little head, and she was so scared that she directly transformed into her human animal form. Ready to open the run. Ao-xian said, You're not even afraid of zombies, but you're still afraid of rats? Ao-chan tightly grasped the clothes on his back and whispered, That's different. Zombies are seen a lot in the movies. Rats are mainly diaphragmatic. Brother, won't you kill them? What's the point of keeping a bunch of rats? Kill? Of course I'm going to kill. Ao-xian stood up and walked in front of the biggest rat at the head. Along with him approaching, the overlord color pressure became heavier and heavier, and the bodies of these rats in front of him actually began to tremble. Squeak! Squeak! The rats didn't dare to look up. They could hardly imagine that there were such terrible creatures in the world. Ao-xian pressed his hand on the head of this big rat at the head, and when he placed his hand on this stray fur, he could feel the rat under his hand, literally shaking into a sieve. Leaving his hand off the head of the big rat again, Ao-xian moved away the tables and chairs blocking the store door and knocked a few zombies that were crowding in front of the door to death. And after that, he dragged these zombies into the store and placed them in front of this big rat. Hungry? Taste it. He invited the rat to eat in a soft tone, as if he were a pet. But the big rat still didn't dare to move. Snap! Slapped the big rat on the head. Eat! Squeak squeak! The large rat grimaced and grunted, not really understanding humanity or why he was being beaten. Slapped again. It seemed to vaguely understand that the person in front of it wanted to eat these rotting chunks of flesh themselves. Trying to take a bite, a weird energy rushed into its torso. The rat froze for a moment, then began to frantically tear at chunks of zombie flesh. Well, that's good. Ao-xian stood quietly by the side watching it eat, while Ao-chan stayed close behind him, not daring to leave. Brother, what are you feeding it zombie meat for? A bunch of big rats gnawing on a zombie. This scene is super gross. Okay? At this time, even Yuan Fei, who was sitting alone in the corner, carefully came to Ao-xian's side. Truly, the sight of a bunch of fat cat-sized rats covering the entire restaurant was a bit terrifying. The rat gnawed on the corpse of the zombie. Its stomach seemed to be bottomless. It ate an entire thigh and did not see its stomach bulge. Finally, when it ate both thighs, its size doubled again. The Rat King, which was the size of a medium-sized fierce dog, showed its sharp teeth and a pair of pupils with a ferocious light, no longer obedient and docile as before. Squeak! With a command from the Rat King, the rat group that was shocked by the Overlord's color jumped up and pounced towards Ao-xian and the others. The Rat King even lunged straight at Ao-xian's throat to bite his throat off. What green dragon? The Rat King at this moment felt that he could slay dragons. Beasts are really still beasts. They don't know how to be grateful at all. Ao-xian smiled faintly. At the same time his hand exerted force. His 10 fingers were like hooks, crushing the head of the big rat. A mouthful of hot breath was sprayed out, and all the rats were all burned to ashes. Squeak! Squeak! The Rat King who had been scratched and crushed his skull was still struggling, his body moving about trying to tear into Ao-xian. Ka-ching! The dragon's claws closed. The rat's head was crushed alive by him, and in the palm of his hand, only a puddle of blood and a tiny crystal remained. Ha! What's this?
Ao-chan looked curiously at the crystal in his hand, and if it hadn't been covered in the blood and brains of the rats, she would have brought it over for a closer look. Is it a common crystal core in fiction? When the rats were eliminated as much as possible, Ao-chan returned to his usual lively self. Is it true that if you eat this, you will become stronger? This thing is disgusting. I'm not eating it. Ao-chan casually pulled out a tablecloth and wiped the crystals clean. This crystal was very small, only the size of a fingernail cap, presenting an octahedral structure, and in the center of the crystal, there was a strand of tiny silk thread floating around. Not knowing what it was, it's kind of a crystal core, but it's not the same as what you perceive as a crystal core, Ao-chan explained. This thing, which is only useful to us ability users, is known as the awakening crystals, which can help ability users enhance their fruit abilities and accelerate fruit awakening. As for raising the realm of strength, you still need to rely on battles to exercise your hegemony. This thing is useless. Awakening crystals need to be devoured by a creature's zombie flesh, infected by the zombie virus but not necrotic. There will be a chance of this crystallization will be born in the brain of the person. Generally speaking, the leader of a group of organisms has a greater probability of giving birth to a crystalline body. In a previous life, when people discovered this kind of thing, they began to find ways to breed various creatures and feed them chunks of zombie flesh for artificial output. There are even deranged organizations that use people as petri dishes. Human beings are also part of the living creatures and are naturally capable of producing such crystal cores. There are also crazy people who want to increase their strength by generating crystals. However, these crystals devour the brain and distort the soul. Not only does it lead to genetic mutation, no longer being human, but even the soul has ceased to be itself, becoming a new, more dangerous species. They are called the crystalline people. Crystals evolve by devouring zombies, and the flesh and blood of their own kind has a powerful attraction to them as well. Of course, the crystallized brain of a crystallized human is also a great tonic for the ability user, and when the two sides meet, they are bound to be immortal. He explained the usefulness of the awakening crystals to Ao-chan. In the future, we should also get a cultivation base. Not only can we accelerate the development of the fruits, but it's also a bestseller when we use it to sell. That was why he wanted to build up his power, not just to protect his family. There were a lot of things he couldn't do on his own. Now with Fong Cohen's forces gang of Minutemen Corps, it was time to consider establishing a primary base. After resting well, the three of them walked out of the house, and on the streets. Even though he had killed so many zombies, the streets that had been cleared away soon had zombies wandering back over, and the zombies in the city had not decreased in the slightest. On both sides of the street, you can occasionally see people who rely on some buildings to fight. The end of the world has been most of the month. The military's regimentation let everyone know that the end of the world can only rely on themselves. They have to find a way to get supplies, they have to kill zombies to get points, and after getting points they have to fight to improve their strength. Suddenly, the streets were in commotion. Not only were people running towards the houses, but even the zombies, as if they had seen their natural enemies, fled in all directions. That's a zombie without any intelligence. There's only one possibility for this to happen. That would be the emergence of higher-level zombies, and under the pressure, it would not allow these lower-level zombies to appear by its side. Roar! The roar resounded through the 9 heavens, a sound that Ao-chan was already familiar with, and even Ao-chan immediately heard the source of the sound. Brother! It's a zombie! Not far away, a zombie with stiff limbs that could only move forward with a hop and a skip drove a large group of zombies after the humans. Those who relied on a little ingenuity to kill the walkers after they got stuck using the terrain had the obstacle in front of them shattered in an instant. Even the hard reinforced concrete walls were easily pierced by the zombies. The iron of a car seems as thin as paper, and a thick utility pole, as fragile as a cookie. The presence of zombies has turned the buildings that humans previously relied on for survival into decorations. Screams rang out again, panic spreading. But where could these ordinary people escape to? The houses are smashed, the streets are full of walkers, and they soon become food in the mouths of the walkers or infected to become part of the zombie hordes. Ao-chan carried a steel whip and said to Ao-chan, "Stand far away, protect yourself, and if there is any danger, just vanish and go." Ao-chan nodded. She had long been familiar with this process. A loud and clear dragon's roar sounded. Ao-chan transformed into a dragon man, carrying a steel whip, and rushed towards the zombie with great strides. Madaka! The steel whip collided with the zombie's arms, and the zombie's adamantium-like arms were directly struck down. In the sound of the dragon, Ao-chan bullied up. Steel whip raised again, under the huge force, smashed the zombie's head. Dang! Electricity was wrapped around the steel whip, and the zombie skull was smashed directly until it cracked. Roar! The zombie's arms closed in, trying to slap the strange human. However, Aoxian's left claw probed out and grabbed the zombie's right arm, and the strong force prevented the zombie's arm from advancing an inch. The right-hand steel whip smashed out again, and the zombie's left arm was once again smashed away. Moreover, the skin of his arm was split open and his bones had cracked. At this moment, Aoxian's strength was much stronger than the first time he fought against the zombies. The dragon's mouth and the hot breath sprayed out. The distance between the two sides is only 30 centimeters, so close to want to distance. The zombie has no chance to dodge. Searing flames sprayed over his face, scorching his flesh. Bad wind. After the flames, there were countless wind blades that directly scraped off as much of the zombie's burnt flesh as possible. Only a bare skull remains. On the skeleton, cracking was clearly visible. The effect of the steel whip smashing. Bang! The steel whip slammed down again, hitting the crack made by the first smash, and the zombie's head cracked open with a loud bang, its brains dripping all over the place. The whole fight was just 3 seconds. A survivor on the roof of a building not far away saw the battle below. That unbeatable zombie was killed in an instant, causing a great shock to his 3 views. Good. So strong. The human animal form of the green dragon. It's that rumored green dragon big brother. It's a shame we didn't record this battle. On the street, Yuan Fei, who was watching from afar, was also stunned. He already knew that Aoxian was strong, but he didn't know that he was this strong. The teenager's eyes exuded a look of adoration. Being in the post-apocalyptic world, a great man should be like this. How about that? My brother is strong. Ao Chen complacently showed off to Yuan Fei as if she was the one who killed the zombies in seconds. Strong? I must become a strong person like big brother Aoxian in the future. The teenager swore darkly. Aoxian came from the distance, and at the same time, he had also lifted his dragonization. At the last moment of the battle, he felt the hegemony completely merge with his bones, and in that instant, his strength increased by more than 10 times. This is the second realm of body refining, the Iron Bone realm. Stepping into the Iron Bone realm, along with the green dragon fruit, he was enough to battle the 3-star hairy corpse. However, there were no hairy corpses in Bianqing right now, and there were in the provincial city next door, but he wasn't going to go to the provincial city just to kill hairy corpses. In the West Villa area of the city, Lu Xiao had also arrived here after seeing Aoxian's order. On the way, she met up with Meng Kuei and the two of them headed to this villa area at the same time. Inside the small area, Feng Kuan and the others looked at the woman who followed Meng Kuei and were simply amazed. They felt that these women they had imprisoned were beautiful enough, but compared to this tall beauty, they were trash. Unconsciously gulping, he was met with a kick to the chest from Meng Kuei. This is the boss's woman. Put away your filthy thoughts. However, there was another small man secretly staring at Lu Xiao, whose gaze repeatedly browsed over her exquisite figure. Meng Kuei was furious, drew his sword and chopped it down. A head fell to the ground, and only then did these folk wake up. Meng, I'm sorry, my fault. Zhou Xiang's own face to the hard slap. The force of the hard directly let the cheek to the naked eye visible speed swelling up. When Feng Kuan saw this, he cursed in his heart and smacked himself in the mouth as well. Brother Meng, I'm sorry. All the other folk followed suit, and the yard resounded with the sound of cracking and snapping at their own mouths. Even after smoking, Zhou Xiang and Feng Kuan checked whose face was not swollen. You have a terrible attitude in admitting your faults and disrespecting Brother Meng and eldest. Brother Meng, are you going to kill him? Zhou Xiang's words caused the man to panic, and he hurriedly jerked himself up left and right, and soon, his cheeks swelled up high. Meng Kuei watched all this with cold eyes. It was only when blood came out of the corner of the man's nose and mouth that he called for a halt. That'll do, and the next time, kill without pardon. Yes. The Minutemen bowed their heads in response. Only after the farce was over did Lu Xiao speak. Where are those women? Bring them all out. The voice was clear and cold. Even these merciless words still made people feel hooked. However, Feng Kuan and the others no longer dared to have any apathy, rushing off to bring out all the women in the villa. The women looked numb. They didn't know what fate greeted them, but as long as they could live, could there be a more miserable fate than the present? Outside the house, they stood in 3 rows and saw that in addition to the man who made Feng Kuan have to nod and bow, there was another extremely beautiful woman here. The woman was tall and luscious, with fair skin and small, sultry cheeks. It's one of those types that a woman has to look at and be impressed. Her temperament is even more humbling, confident and noble. Waist, hanging a long knife. Feng Kuan, those people are lowered their heads, do not dare to look at her. Even the burly man seemed to be hidden behind the woman. Is she the alpha of this powerful man? The women thought as they did. It's a big difference between people who are also women. Lift your head, Lu Xiao coldly shouted, and these women unconsciously raised their heads. They were in bad spirits and some of them were even coughing. That doesn't bode well. Lu Xiao had already learned from AOXIN that it wasn't only being bitten that one could be infected. There is also a large amount of zombie virus in the air that can directly infect creatures with weak bodies. My name is Lu Xiao. From today onwards, you are under my command. Lu Xiao opened the door and stated, "Fight with me, and you won't need to endure this humiliation anymore." But the women were very ungrateful, and one of them grunted and said, "Fighting? Fighting zombies? Then I'd rather fuck a man." As she spoke, she also coughed, and her face paled for a few moments. There were quite a few people who held her thoughts. "Yeah, why fight? That's simply going to die. I heard the noise in the yard just now. Aren't you also a toy of a powerful man? What's the point of pretending to be noble? Oh, think holding a sword makes you a warrior woman? Why should I listen to you?" These women spoke to each other. From the beginning when they only dared to whisper, to the end when they cursed as hard as they could. Lu Xiao's willow eyebrows stood up. Her hand burned with golden sun true fire, and as soon as she pinched the throat of the woman who was cursing the most fiercely, just in the blink of an eye, the woman was burnt to a crisp. Carbon ash spilled all over the floor and shocked the other women as well. They never dared to keep bleeping again. Not even dare to even shriek. He was afraid that he would also be burned to death like this after angering Lu Xiao. Cursing? Why don't you scold? Lu Xiao extinguished the flames in her hands and coldly scanned them. The folk who stood respectfully in front of Meng Kuei next to him were also startled when they saw the sun true flame. So, the rumored third phantom beast species ability is Sister Ryu. They were solemnly terrified. Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao were both under AOXIN, and wouldn't a force of 3 phantom beast species be invincible? Now that they thought about being taken under its wing, these people felt it was worth it even more. Isn't this better than following Feng Kuan? It's a pity that the opportunity to kiss ass was snatched by Zhou Xiang. Now, Meng Kuei many times asked things directly asked Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang's status is vaguely higher than Feng Kuan, cursing the boy's shamelessness, yet envious. But the opportunity was seized by Zhou Xiang, and they could only sigh. Lu Xiao directly killed one person, and they realized that this beautiful woman was equally ruthless. You think you're safe because you hide and let men play with you and have food and shelter? Lu Xiao said. There's also a zombie virus in the air that infects creatures with weak constitutions. And, as more zombies are killed and the apocalyptic process deepens, the zombie virus in the air will get thicker. If you don't practice, even if you hide, you will be infected and become a zombie. Her words caused the crowd to stir. Not only the women, but even the folk. These are the things they don't know. In a previous life, no one realized this until much later. But by that time, the world was 90% dead. Cultivate hegemony. Exercise your body, and become strong. Not only will it give you dignity in the post-apocalyptic world, but you can also live well. Lu Xiao slowly circled around the group of women. You are right, I am my master's plaything, but that's because I'm lucky and have a good eye, and master has never slighted me. Your luck isn't as good as mine, so all you can rely on is your own perseverance. Be strong, and at least you can choose which powerful person you want to be the plaything of, instead of just anyone who can toy with you with impunity. I heard from Meng Kuei that some of you are the wives, daughters of the rich and powerful in this villa area, and some of you were plundered by them from the next neighborhood. Your husbands, your children, your parents have been killed by walkers and by them. Don't you want revenge? Only then did the eyes of some of the women in the crowd light up with hope, and the folk watching nearby had their mouths wide open in surprise. Brother Meng, this, Zhou Xiang, relying on the fact that he was favored, whispered and opened his mouth beside Meng Kuei, but he was glared at by Meng Kuei. Shut up. Over there was a woman who didn't look more than about 20 years old looking towards Lu Xiao. Can you really let us have our revenge? Her gaze, again, turned to the folk among the people, and the person gazing at her was none other than Zhou Xiang. The cheeks twisted up, and that was due to indignation. Lu Xiao smiled faintly and said softly, I'll make the call and give you guys a chance for a fair duel. If you are strong enough, you can kill your enemies under my auspices. The woman asked aloud, What if I pass you? Lu Xiao said, In this world, the strong are honored. Yes, the woman stepped forward. I'll fight you. Lu Xiao laughed. Very good. How about you guys? She asked the group of women. Fight with me and become my men, and I will take care of your food and drink, as well as give you the opportunity to become stronger. At the same time, you won't need to serve these men anymore. If you don't agree, I won't force you to continue to be neat toys here. The women whispered, and after a long time, one of them asked, But what if your master wants us to accompany him? Lu Xiao's face was a bit displeased. The master didn't even touch me. Would he look at you guys? Of course, if the master really wants you to serve in bed, you will have to do the same, but the master is the only one who can force you to do such things in the future. The women whispered again for a while, and finally,
Another young girl stepped forward. I'm willing to fight too. Where there is one, there is two. And one after another the young girls and young women stepped forward. Until, in place, the last 5 were left. What about you guys? A woman who looked to be in her mid-30s gave a bitter laugh. The zombies are too scary. Fighting is a death. Being infected is a death. I'll live for a few days. A few of the others were silent, but that was basically what they meant. The young girl who initially stepped forward couldn't help but speak up at this moment. Sister Tang, there are only 5 of you now, and there are over 100 of them. You'll die. The woman known as Sister Tang lowered her head. That's still better than going out and being bitten to death by a zombie. Lu Xiao also didn't force them. Alright, people have their own aspirations. I've said what I need to say. Reaching out again, he pointed to the first young girl to speak. What is your name? My name is Baici, 19 years old. Seeing Lu Xiao naming herself, Baici keenly sensed that this was an opportunity and hurriedly reported her name and age. Lu Xiao nodded and didn't bother to ask what kind of enmity she had with that Zhou Xiang. These things, she doesn't care. Starting today, you'll be my second in command. Lu Xiao's words caused Baici to rejoice and responded loudly. Yes, stand at the head of the line. Starting with you, and chime in, Paisley shouted. 1, 2. Things like chiming in were something they had done so often as students that they were familiar with it. 31. When the counting was over, Baici said loudly, reporting to Sister Lu, there are 31 people in total. She had already brought herself into the role of Lu Xiao's deputy. Lu Xiao nodded her head. You lack exercise for years and have been imprisoned for a long time. Your physical functions have declined. I will give each of you 10 points to exchange for the armed color hegemony cultivation method. From now on, all of you run around the middle of the neighborhood for me. She didn't put the men into battle directly. That would be no different than sending them to their deaths. After letting them all add their friends, he transferred 10 points to each of them. The women were surprised to receive it. It seemed good to follow this mysterious woman. Next to him, Zhou Xiang saw that the women had already started running in line after exchanging their armed color hegemony, and only then did he dare to open his mouth. Brother Meng, really let them seek revenge on us? None of them had clean hands, and they were really worried about being beaten to death if they were really seeking revenge. Meng Kuei looked at him askance. Scared? I'm afraid. Brother Meng, you've seen how hard that little bitch's eyes are. She really wants to kill me. Zhou Xiang wanted to cry. Who knew that these imprisoned women would have a day to turn over a new leaf? Meng Kuei said, as long as you're always better than them, you still need to be afraid of being sought after? Don't just stand there. All of you go out with me to hunt walkers. The crowd of civil workers all bitterly dared not speak, picking up their various weapons and following Meng Kuei out of the villa area. Lu Xia watched the women running around the villa complex and reported her preliminary acceptance of them to Aoxin. Aoxin just said back, not bad, they are under your command. No need to report to me. Like handing over the civilian labor corps to Meng Kuei, Aoxin didn't bother with these things. These people, if they don't work, can be replaced at any time, as long as the curfew are kept in check. Aoxin took Ao Chen and Yuan Fei back to his home and arranged the room across the first floor to Yuan Fei. You're staying here from now on, and I'll bring you some food later. And then, he brought Ao Chen upstairs. At this time, the two parents had not returned. Putting that awakening crystal into Ao Chen's hands, place it in your palm and feel it with your heart, and the energy in it will flow into your body, capable of strengthening your devil fruit abilities. Ao Chen curiously weighed the crystal and placed it into his palm as Aoxin had said. Soon, a warm energy flowed from the crystals into one's palm, and from there, it flowed throughout one's body, unconsciously entering her human animal form. She felt in this moment as if she had truly become a doppelganger, forgetting everything about humans for the time being. Half an hour later, Ao Chen opened his eyes in surprise. Brother, my hidden treasure space is now 20 cubic meters, and the range in which I can sense the treasure has expanded by a tenth. She transformed into a duobao mouse again to vanish into the ground, and found that her speed of vanishing was also much faster. Burrowing out of the ground, he resumed his human form and jumped and danced around Aoxin. Brother, this crystal is amazing. Now I can hold more things. The biggest benefit of the strengthened fruit ability was the doubling of the treasure space, but the increase in sensory range and speed of hiding was actually not that big. But brother, why don't you use it yourself? Your green dragon will be stronger if you eat it. Ao Chen suddenly thought of this problem at this time, and felt that it was a bit of a waste for him to use the awakening crystals. Letting his brother use them, he would be stronger. Aoxin laughed. I'm already in the iron bone realm. I'm very strong, and the stronger I am, the faster I can develop my fruits. Besides, this crystal is too small to be of much use to me, but it's different when it's given to you. You're our family's money bag.
He expected Ao Chen's hidden treasure space to become quite a bit bigger right away, and now it seemed that it hadn't disappointed him. The two of them talked for a while, and Aoxan took out quite a bit of food and fresh water from a house that was used as a warehouse and sent it to Yuan Fei, who had left it behind. What kind of weapon do you want? A knife or a sword? Aoxan asked Yuan Fei about his wishes. This teenager was valuable to cultivate. Give him a good weapon and he could grow faster. However, after Yuan Fei thought for a moment, he said, I've used kitchen knives before, and I've gotten an axe, both of which tend to curl their edges, and they don't work as well as a steel pipe. And I see that Big Brother Ao is also using a blunt weapon, so I'll still use a blunt weapon. Aoxin entered the Divine Providence space and looked around. Now Yuan Fei was young. Although he dared to fight, his strength was limited after all. Without fruit abilities again or awakened hegemony, a weapon such as Arlita's Wolfsbane was too heavy for Yuan Fei. After a few moments of searching, he saw something nice. Steel water pipe, an ordinary water pipe. But the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, still uses it as a weapon even after he became famous. So it should not be underestimated. Price, 10 points. This thing, it's not even a weapon. Knowing that the cheapest pirate or navy sword would cost 100 points. Instead, this steel pipe costs only 10 points. Converting it out and comparing it to the one Yuan Fei was holding, it was indeed different. Not to mention the fact that everything in the pirate world seems to be extraordinarily hard. You can use this one first. It's all steel pipe but it's better than the one you're holding. Yuan Fei took it and after entering his hand, the steel pipe was indeed heavier. Many thanks to Brother Ao. There are barriers at the entrance of the building. As long as it's not zombies, it's still safe here. So when you're rested, go fight the zombies and awaken your hegemony as soon as possible. And then he said to Ao Chen, you also practice here. I'll go to the Yellow River to take a look. It's been so long since the end of the world that the running water stopped a long time ago. There is also no water source in the city to establish a safe zone, which would have to be by a river. The nearest river to here is the Bianshui River to the north. Moreover, in his last life, Feng Koan had led his militia group to build a secure base on the banks of Bianshui and continue to expand to collect stragglers. He was going to take a look at it now and find the waters that had yielded the seafloor stone. Using seafloor stone as a building material will make the base stronger. If you are in danger, run. Send me a message and I'll be back as soon as I can. After exhorting his sister a few more times, he transformed into a green dragon and rose into the air, heading towards the north of Bianqing City. After advancing to the Iron Bone realm, his physical strength was even more abundant, and he could completely fly over the distance from his home to Bianshui. On the clouds, the green dragon soars. He also saw a necrophilic magpie as he was about to leave town. It's not that there are no birdwalkers in the post-apocalyptic world, but they are few and far between, because their feathers and flesh and blood will be shed in the early stages. Without feathers, they can't fly, and after losing the ability to fly, even if they are ferocious, they will be easily killed. It would take at least a one-star flesh corpse to evolve to come back into the air. Of course, if the birdwalkers can evolve to the end, they are still very strong, and their flying ability and speed make them the most dangerous killers. But the one in front of me is nothing more than a flesh corpse. Aoxin turned his roar into thunder, and this flesh corpse magpie had its head shattered, falling from the sky and smashing into the head of a youth who was carefully hunting zombies. He looked up suspiciously, only to see the huge green dragon figure swimming in the clouds, quickly disappearing into the distance. It's Big Brother Qinglong, and I don't know if Big Brother Qinglong can take me in. The youth clenched his fists and continued to maneuver around the zombie in front of him. Outside the northern city, the green dragon dropped down from the clouds and came to the shore in human form. Here, it is the place where Bianqing people used to like to barbecue. On the river, there are also some fishing boats. However, it is this gathering that has caused a massive outbreak of zombies, and the area is almost devoid of humans. Only a few zombies wandered about, and the zombies, again attracted by the popularity of the city, were slowly approaching the city. However, there are those who have run outside the city in the end times and are here to stay. In a hut, a yellow-faced man heard a noise and saw Aoxan standing on the shore through the window. His eyes flashed menacingly. Having fled here in haste, he had run out of food, living on the occasional carp that could be caught from the river, but without fishing equipment. His results were limited. When a stranger is seen arriving at this time, it is highly likely that this person is carrying supplies. Even without supplies, the man licked the corners of his mouth. People, themselves, were materials. Opening the door of the room quietly, trying to avoid making a sound, the man was pleased to see that the youth gazing at the yellow river did not react. Tiptoeing behind Aoxin, the man raised the axe in his hand and chopped down heavily. Dang! There was a loud noise, and the man felt a tremendous recoil coming from the The force of the recoil was so strong that it directly caused him to sit on his butt on the ground. Looking again at the axe in his hand, the blade was curled. It was like chopping on steel. Ioxin turned his head bashfully. The man's appearance. He naturally noticed it earlier. But with this coward who had fled the city and hadn't even redeemed his qualification for hegemony cultivation, how could he split his skin? The green dragon fruit's strengthening of the flesh, and the copper skin realm's enhancement of the skin and flesh. Even if he didn't turn on armed color hardening, his body, it wasn't something that could be hacked apart by this ordinary man's axe. You, what a monster you are. The man was stunned. A walker? You're a zombie. The only thing he could think of at this point were those zombies with extremely hard bodies. Although, the body of the youth in front of him did not have the corpse spots that were unique to zombies. Reaching out, he grabbed the man by the throat. Want to die or want to live? When the man saw him speak, he also realized that this person was not a zombie. Feeling the palm on his neck like an iron clamp, he trembled and replied, "Want to live. Want to live. Big brother, spare me. I didn't mean it." Aoxin's eyes were like the vertical pupils of a dragon. Cut the crap. Go to the river and look for a pitch black ore. If I can find it, I'll let you live. The man was choking for air at the moment. No problem. I'm on my way. He didn't even listen to what exactly he was looking for and only wanted Aoxin to let go as soon as possible. Aoxin let go and the man coughed and asked, "There are a lot of black stones. Any other features?" "No." Aoxin shook his head. The seafloor stone was precisely because it was extremely common, and it was only until a long time later that people realized that there was also a seafloor stone in the Blue Star, and began to make weapons and fortifications out of it. The man wanted to say something, but when he met Aoxin's eyes that were filled with killing intent, he swallowed all the words that were going to come out of his mouth. When he came to the river, he was a little weak in the knees as he looked at the rushing water. Not a few people have died in past years after being caught in the whirlpool of the Yellow River. Can you really live if you jump like that? But feeling the oppression behind him, he didn't dare to resist. It was at this moment that the three flesh corpses felt the breath of living beings and quickly rushed towards Aoxin. The man was so shocked that even his lips were trembling. It's over. It's over. Going to be eaten by zombies. In the time he's been hiding in the cabin, he's seen walkers eat people, and evolve. It was also known that this kind of flesh corpse whose body was no longer decaying had even stronger attacks. It's so close now, you can't even run away if you want to. But a scene that made him even more shocked appeared. This monster-like youth raised the steel whip in his hand, and in just 3 strokes, he exploded the 3 meat corpses' heads. Brains splattered all over the place, attracting more zombies to the area. After easily killing the 3 meat corpses in seconds, Aoxin lightly glanced at the man. Still not going? Go! Go at once! The man winced, not daring to delay further, and jumped through gritted teeth. You may die in a fast-flowing river, but if you don't jump, you die immediately. Aoxin stood on the riverbank, and with the killing of these 3 flesh corpses, more and more zombies wandering towards the city were attracted. They want to both eat human flesh and devour the bodies of their companions to evolve. A large group of zombies and flesh corpses swarmed around. Aoxin just stood still. The steel whip kept rising and falling, and more headless corpses were around him. Even if he was occasionally bitten by a zombie, these zombies could not bite through his flesh, much less infect him. His left hand probed out and grabbed the throat of the zombie that had bitten his arm and pinched it with a force. The head rolled off and the body collapsed helplessly. The hegemony was growing stronger by the moment, and he was killing all of these zombies in seconds. The corpses around him piled up into a small mountain. Aoxin stepped out of the small mountain. Otherwise he would have been buried by the corpses. The suburbs were sparsely populated and there weren't many zombies, so soon the ones that rushed in were decimated by him. Finding a bucket, he scooped water from the river and rinsed the steel whip. There were so many headshot walkers, stained with so much brain matter, that it was a bit gross. After rinsing, another spray of hot breath dried the surface of the steel whip, putting it in front of his eyes for a closer look. This weapon obtained from the Thunder Ancestor's view seemed to be slightly different from before. Its surface rust is gradually peeling off, revealing its original color. And, holding the steel whip every day, he felt like penetrating it with his hegemony quickly. It was a bit faster than the Supreme Great Quicksword that he had redeemed in his previous life. However, he knew that the quality of the steel whip was inferior to the Supreme Great Quick Knife. But if it continued at this rate, the steel whip that had been deeply transformed by the overbearing aura might be able to become the quality of a Supreme Great Quick Sword. Maybe that's why it's listed as equipment in the personal information. Aoxin muttered and slung it over his shoulder, feeling the steel whip get a little heavier. Why would a weapon in the hands of a pre-apocalyptic idol have all these gods and goddesses? Confused, in his last life, he hadn't heard of any strong person using a steel whip as a weapon. Everyone used weapons exchanged from the divine providence space, or from amongst the secret realms of the future, or when the second divine gift comes down, go get the Zanpakuto. This mortal weapon, however, has never been seen before. Gazing at the rivers, unlike the manga, all the rivers will have seahorses after the end comes. Of course, the most abundant place for seafloor stones is still the depths of the sea. There are only lakes or pools of water that do not have seafloor stones. Moreover, there seemed to be some kind of mysterious power in the lakes and pools of water, and even if water with the seafloor stone factor flowed into this place, it would be purified. Now that the seafloor stone had just appeared not long ago, the seafloor stone factor in the river was not strong, so he could dive in. He just couldn't touch the seafloor stone. When the time is extended later, the rivers and the sea will become off limits to those with abilities. There had been no movement in the murky river, and just when Aoxian thought that the man had died in the river, the man suddenly emerged again. In his hand, he also held up a small black stone. Big brother, he screamed and was about to get to shore when suddenly a dark shadow surfaced in the river and the man was dragged in before he could react. On the surface of the river, only a pool of blood was left. The blood fainted away, and the little black stone, with it, sank into the river. Is it that guy? It turns out it's mutated from Bianchue. Aoxian stared at the surface of the river, which was the reason why he didn't enter the river himself. The seafloor stone factor, while not strong right now, still weakens you. If he encountered that guy, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it. Aoxian stroked his chin in contemplation on the shore. This big guy swam along the Yellow River, and when it passed through Luoshue, that strong man from the divine capital tried to kill it, but he was nearly dragged into the river. It has been prospering in the Yellow River for a long time, which has caused much suffering to the various forces that rely on the Yellow River to build their security bases. However, for the sake of water, even if people will die, all forces still have to build bases on the shore. Luckily, there weren't too many powerful monsters in the Yellow River, and they wouldn't always harbor in one place, but rather roamed throughout the entire river. They could only pray that they would not encounter this monster. Not only the Yellow River, but also the Yangtze River, Huaiha River and other various rivers. All kinds of monsters appeared. Some were decimated. Some went down the river into the sea. Others, on the other hand, thrive in the rivers, ready to devour the creatures along the banks. Gotta find a way to get this big guy. Aoxian pondered over the strategy, but there was no good solution for a while. In the previous life, it was also in the later stages that those non-capable people grew up and ignored the restraints of the sea light before they could join forces to decimate certain water monsters in rivers. But right now, the ones who have the power to fight are the ones with the ability to do so. It's not easy to get into the water and decapitate a water monster. Transforming into a green dragon and rising into the air, he looked down below and saw that in the waves, the figure of a behemoth was faintly visible. This monster was no smaller than himself. A loud and clear dragon's roar came out, and the sound waves penetrated right through the water. Under the water, the monster heard the dragon's roar and felt its majesty being violated, and as the water rippled, its head crashed through the water. A pair of scarlet eyes staring at the green dragon in the clouds. The green dragon was coiled, and a pair of dragon eyes were staring at it at the moment. The monster was nearly 100 meters long, and its black scales flashed with a cold aura under the sunlight. It's a boa constrictor. The head and neck of the python poking out of the river was 20 meters long. Roar! The green dragon roared and swooped down. The python spat out its snake letters and wasn't willing to show weakness, opening its bloody mouth and tearing up. Roaring thunder! In the sound of the dragon's roar, a thunder spewed out from the green dragon's mouth. The bright lightning was incomparably dazzling, and the loud thunder also shook the giant python. But how swift is lightning? But in an instant, the thunder landed on top of the python's head. Powerful electric currents coursed through the python, and the hissing and stretching snake's letters drooped weakly around its mouth. The electric current not only hit the python's head, but also landed on top of the river. Water can conduct electricity. A large area of the river was covered with electric current, and many fish on the river were electrified and turned their bellies over and floated up. Hot breath. Another mouthful of fiery flames erupted. Although the green dragon was capable of ruling the three elements of wind, fire, and thunder, it was not as powerful as the natural system. It can only be used as an aid to attack. For example, wrapping an elemental around a weapon to enhance an attack. This giant python was so huge, but the scales just didn't know how hard it would be, and he didn't expect to be able to rely on the thunder flame to directly exterminate it. Searing flames raged down, and the python that was being blinded by the electric consciousness was even more unable to react, so it was sprayed with hot breath. The heat steams the water vapor and clouds the river with a hint of a burnt smell coming from it. But Aoxian was not happy, because, This hint of burnt smell was nothing more than some scales being charred. It didn't hurt the python's flesh and blood. Before the time for the python to be paralyzed by the electric current had passed, he once again spewed out a mouthful of bad wind. Countless wind blades strangled and scraped the python's scales scorched by lightning and flames into pieces, and further to cut the python's flesh and blood. At this time, the python paralyzed by the electric current also came back to its senses, and it was enraged as the sharp pain hit it. More carapace left the water as it sought to drag the airborne green dragon down. Still a rash? Aoxin was overjoyed when he saw that the python didn't run away, but instead rushed up like a madman. His original plan was to get rid of the giant python first and not to affect his establishment of the base. We'll get it later when we have the chance. Since this giant python wasn't fleeing, it could be directly beheaded. The green dragon swooped down and did not continue to use the elemental abilities of wind, fire and thunder. Those abilities were too physically demanding. The dragon's claws probed out and grabbed at the python's head. Armed colors covered the dragon's claws, and the black claws flashed cold. A venom was ejected from the poisonous fangs in that giant python's mouth, and the venom shot towards the green dragon's eyes like a sharp arrow. Another mouthful of hot breath and the venom was dried up by the flames. The dragon's claws grabbed the python's maw, but the python's fangs also bit down on the dragon's claws. Roar! The armed colors are all focused on covering the dragon's claws against the fang piercing. With the cultivation of the iron bone realm and the powerful armed color, he could still feel the sharp pain coming from his claws. Luckily, it wasn't pierced, and the armed color still carried the python's fangs. Oomph! Since you can't bite through my hand, it's my turn next. The sharp dragon claws pierced into the python's mouth, and even if its scales were as hard as those of the green dragon, the inside of the mouth was ultimately soft. 3 dragon claws pierced through the python's chin, while the other 2 claws clasped the scales on the outside of its chin. Get the fuck up! Aoxin bellowed and yanked the nearly 100-meter-long python up from the river. The python's body kept flipping over in an attempt to break free from the dragon's claw control, but Aoxin's power was even stronger than it, directly taking it out of the water and flying upwards 100 meters high. On the shore, there are still very few people hiding in their cars, or in some of the stores. They heard the dragon roar outside and saw the battle from their windows. A huge green dragon grabbed a giant python out of the river. That giant python, no matter how much it struggled, could never escape the green dragon's control. These people looked directly dumbfounded. Someone immediately captured the image and uploaded it to the Divine Providence space, signing it as The Battle of the Dragon and the Snake. A 100-meter python appeared in Bianchue. He fought with the green dragon in an unprecedented battle. However, it was unable to defeat the green dragon and was captured by the green dragon. The video quickly surpassed 10 million likes. Countless people commented below. Green dragon? Is it the rumored one? The big green dragon? My god. 100-meter python. Those 3-star hairy corpses that can easily destroy an army. I'm afraid they're no match for this python. I've heard that Big Brother Qinglong is from Biancheng, and the author of this video said that it was captured in Biancheng water. So it's highly likely that Big Brother Qinglong is the one who made the move. It's too exaggerated. I have to be careful when I kill a normal zombie now. And others are already fighting monsters of this level? Hey guys, do you think that python could be an ability of some kind as well? Like the snake fruit phantom beast species bass snake form? Someone whimsically came up with a bold idea that was immediately supported by many netizens. I think it's very likely. The devil fruits that are now appearing worldwide have long exceeded those in the manga, and it's highly likely that this is a war between 2 big men vying for supremacy. Aoxin yanked the python out of the river and swooped down towards the ground again. The dragon's claws pressed down on the python's head and flung it hard to the ground. Opening his mouth, he made another roaring thunder move, striking the python's abdomen. The python tumbled, and the vitality was extremely powerful, but its jaws were impaled and hooked by the dragon's claws, and the only move it could use was nothing more than entanglement. However, the green dragon grabbed Flame Cloud in midair, and it was difficult for the python's body to wrap around his torso. Another mouthful of snarling thunder slammed the python's head to the ground once more. Aoxin transformed back into his human animal form, grabbed the python's head with one hand, removed the steel whip from his back with one hand, and then stabbed it ruthlessly along the gap at the python's chin. The top of the steel whip was rounded, but under his huge force, it still penetrated the python's head. The steel whip pierced through the python's head and plunged into the earth. Aoxin grabbed the python's flung tail with his dragon claws, pulled it backward and straightened it with force, and stomped on it with his feet to death. In doing so, the python's head was impaled and rooted to the ground by the steel whip, and its tail was stomped on by his foot. It couldn't break free for a moment. Aoxin, on the other hand, took advantage of this time to enter the Divine Providence space and spend 10,000 points to exchange for a customized weapon. It was a good fast knife-level rope chain. A chain was run through the wound in the python's jaw and wrapped around a boulder on the bank. With the strength of the python, it wasn't that it couldn't drag the boulder, but this will pull on the wound in the jaw and cause it to ache sharply. Again, he came to the tail of the python, pierced its tail with a steel whip, and plunged it into the earth. With its head and tail immobilized, it was difficult for it to exert the slightest bit of power, no matter how extraordinary its strength was. Clapping his hands, Aoxin lifted his human animal form. It's not easy to subdue this beast. This thing, like the Sea King class in the pirate world in general, rivers were ultimately limited, and in the ocean, those sirens were even bigger. Shoving a zombie carcass into the python's mouth, seeing that it wouldn't eat it, and then shoving it down its throat as hard as he could. With his throat blocked, the python was extremely uncomfortable and had to swallow the zombie corpse. Its body was still writhing frantically, but every time it twisted, it tugged at the head and tail wounds, and the sharp pain kept it honest for a while. But a pair of snake pupils refused to give in. The scarlet eyes were dead set on Aoxin, and once it got out of the trap, it would immediately attack. Using a water monster as a petri dish is the best plan. Aoxin smiled at it. Brother Snake, stay here first, there are zombies to eat every day yo. When I find someone to salvage the seafloor stone and get you a seafloor stone house, then you won't have to suffer so much. Just be my crystal beast at ease. The probability of ordinary creatures turning into corpses after eating chunks of zombie meat is 98%. The probability of success is higher for certain pack leader types of creatures, yet it is less than 50%. However, as in the case of water monsters such as pythons, as long as they were fed zombie meat, the probability of awakening crystals appearing in their heads to become crystal beasts was infinitely close to 100%. However, water monsters are extremely difficult to capture, and even in the last life, there were not many people who could use water monsters as petri dishes. Now that the water monster has been subdued, and the seafloor stone is basically confirmed to be in this neighborhood, it is possible to transfer those militia groups of Phongkoan over to work. However, the distance from the west side of the city to the banks of the Yellow River was not so far though in former days, but it's like a rift in the middle of Armageddon. Phongkoan was still able to come over by relying on his Tyrannosaurus Rex ability, but it would be difficult for the others to walk over. After informing Meng K said that he would definitely be able to arrive within a day. And then, he stayed by the python and killed all the zombies that were attracted to him. The zombies were cleared and those lurking around the perimeter dared to come out. They saw the battle between the green dragon and the python, and they also saw the green dragon turn into a human being. At this moment, he naturally knew that the fierce man in front of him was the rumored green dragon big brother. Can you take me, little brother? I'm willing to pay. What's the time of year when money is still useful? Little brother, I'm willing to pay for the supplies, and I still have some food. Can I get some points from you? So many zombies were killed. It was hard to imagine how many points Aoxin had right now. These people were like used to exchange a little, at least exchange the armed color hegemony, and in the future, they could also have the capital to fight against the zombies. Aoxin looked around. There were quite a few people lurking here, more than 20. The vast majority are strong men, and it is difficult for the young, old and women to survive in this environment. Does anyone know how to operate a sand mining vessel? Aoxin saw a few sand mining boats on the river not far away. Not only can they be used to collect the seafloor stone at the bottom of the river, but the Yellow River sand is also a building material. Hearing him ask, someone immediately replied in a loud voice, "Me, I used to drive a sand mining ship. In fact, the entire Yellow River now does not allow sand mining, but there are always people who will do this kind of costless business. I'll start here in a couple days. You guys work for me and I'll pay you points." These people are sand mining workers, restaurant owners, those who live in the neighborhood, and a few who have run away from the city to hide out here. But those who have been able to carry it so far are in pretty good physical shape. No problem, we'll be there. They rejoiced, having escaped to the outskirts of the city. Although there were fewer zombies, there were no supermarkets, no malls, and no supplies to acquire. Their supplies were basically depleted, and if they didn't have the points to renew their lives, they would starve to death even if they weren't bitten by the zombies. Waving his hand for the men to leave, it was really in the way to keep surrounding the site. Aoxin left a message for Aochen in the Divine Providence space, saying that he wouldn't be coming back for the next 2 days, so that they didn't have to wait for him. The key was the fear of the python breaking free of its chains and escaping. This kind of behemoth was not something that could be easily trapped. With nothing else to do, he began to practice shaving in the 6 styles, and with the experience of his previous life, he quickly found the main points of it after receiving permission to practice. When the sky darkened, it went straight to sleep by lying down on the python. The zombies here were basically cleaned out by him. and the ones farther away were more likely to be attracted to the popularity of the city rather than coming outside of it. Even if the occasional walker came by, his seeing color stayed passively on, waking himself up at the slightest breeze. Moreover, with a physical body of the iron bone realm, ordinary zombies couldn't bite through his tough skin. It's just that the boa constrictor underneath him isn't very honest, always in the mayfly chrysalis, making him sleep not very peacefully, until the latter half of the night. Perhaps the python is also tired of tossing and turning, only then gradually give up struggling, but also into the dreamland. Early in the morning, when the sun is on your face, Aoxin shook his somewhat sore neck. The boa constrictor's slippery body was not very comfortable to sleep in. Yawning, he spent 3 points to redeem a Yamaji version of paella and ate it beautifully. This kind of rice doesn't have the kind of replenishing effect that watery meat has, but the seafood in it, using the smallest Sea King class in the Pirate King world, contains extremely dense energy. Otherwise, with Aoxin's current physical body, I'm afraid that he would have to eat half a cow to get full. After feeding himself, he pulled the corpse of the zombie he had killed yesterday and stuffed it into the python's mouth. With the python's size, it would take quite a bit of zombie meat to complete crystallization. Python wasn't too keen on eating the zombie meat. He could feel a weird energy rushing into his brain that seemed to be stripping it of its sense of self. These water monsters have already developed spiritual intelligence, and during the second divine providence, certain water monsters have become monsters similar to great demons. But Aoxin forced these zombie corpses into the python's throat, and it could only swallow them unwillingly. As the python devoured more zombie meat, its scarlet eyes were gradually dimming. When the first 100 walkers were shoved in, it lost the gleam in its eyes. A dark green thread climbed up into the python's blood-red eyes, and the python's mutation was markedly different from the rat's. Its already limp and motionless body suddenly bounced like an electric shock. And then, the more you jump, the faster it gets. The ropes and chains that penetrated the snake's head and trapped it were shaken and creaked as it struggled. At the tail, the steel whip, which had been pierced and stabbed into the ground, also had the possibility of being pulled out. Veery, Aoxin slapped on the python's head, but this slap actually touched the python's ferocity. Its red and green eyes snapped open, and its mouth, which only hissed and spat out letters, let out a low roar like that of a fierce beast. You who? How dare you jump? Aoxin directly dragonized, his sharp dragon claws wrapped in armed color hegemony, and pressed the raised snake's head to the ground in a deadly manner, while the other dragon claw lifted the snake's scales and cut off its bones. Roars turned into thunder and lightning, flames and wind blades mingled, and the crazily swinging python fell silent once again. Restoring his human form, Aoxin had just clearly felt the python's strength increase quite a bit. The great green light in its eyes dimmed a bit, and the eyes that looked at him were sometimes filled with hatred and sometimes became confused. Aoxin knew that the python at this moment, the awakening crystallization must have already appeared in his mind, but he wasn't going to take it out straight away. Instead he was going to keep cultivating it. Such an excellent petri dish wasn't easy to come by, and he was going to try to grow it big enough. When the time came, it was only when you killed the snake to get the crystals that you would be able to get more benefits. In the late afternoon, 5 large trucks hooted and hollered. From above, a dozen strong and sturdy men jumped down. The leader, with a bandage on his shoulder. It was Fongkuan and the civilian labor corps under his command. Mengkue jumped down from the last car and came in front of Aoxin, his body standing straight as he exclaimed, "Reporting boss. The 99 men of the Minuteman regiment are all in position." Aoxin got down from the python and looked around at these stronghans. The first time I saw them, there were still more than 100 of them, and this was only a day or so ago, but there were less than 100 of them left. In fact, when they initially gathered, there were close to 200 of them, and they were constantly attritioning under the constant fighting. Fighting with zombies and being wounded anywhere by a zombie will get you infected. So as soon as someone is wounded, the companions around them will immediately kill them. Seeing the 100-meter python sitting under Aoxin's buttocks, the civilian corps' awe of him increased a few more points. At this point in time, it's not hard to find a car, but to find oil, Mengkue still has a few skills. Aoxin said, pointing to the riverbank behind him. The water stored in advance is about to run out, and fresh water is important if you want to continue to survive. So I'm going to set up a secure base here. So you guys plan for that. Don't underestimate these migrant workers thinking that they can only do manual labor. In their own hometowns, in the countryside, they built those houses with their own hands, starting with the design and building them brick by brick. If they were to build high-rise buildings, they couldn't do it without the appropriate knowledge. But to build flat bases, these folk were good enough. Zhou Xiang was about to go forward to speak, but was quietly pulled by Fongkuan who was beside him. Fongkuan stepped forward and asked loudly, "Boss, what are the requirements for building a base?" please? Zhou Xiang saw that the matter of showing his face in front of the boss was stolen by Feng Kuan. Although his heart was not willing, he did not dare to say anything, had to stand there quietly, always waiting for a new opportunity to speak. Aoxin said, defense against zombies is the main focus. Zombies will be attracted by popularity. When more people gather here, they will inevitably come to attack. So the most important thing is the ability to defend. Secondly, sewerage facilities. Basic sanitation such as draining of dirt and other basic sanitation facilities should also be available, taking care not to discharge into the river. Third, pay attention to the planning, so that you can keep expanding the size outwards, and otherwise, just follow the normal house layout. After saying this, Aoxin pointed at the river again. Ordinary building materials are hard to resist zombie attacks. There are sea floor stones on the riverbed here, and there are also sand mining boats over there. You guys think of a way to mine the sea floor stones and mix them into steel and building materials, which can greatly enhance the base's defense. Hearing the seafloor stone, Feng Kuan and the others brightened up. They had thought about it before. Zombies can already easily destroy steel and concrete buildings. In the future the zombies are getting stronger and stronger. Can this place really play a defensive role? Some of them, too, wondered if having the seafloor stone would be the capital for ordinary people like themselves to turn the tables on those with abilities. But these are things that they only dare to think about now, and not to show. Meng Kuwei, go and bring a few people to pull over all the building materials in the building materials factory, and get all the non-electric equipment as well. Meng Kuwei led the order, and Aoxin beckoned when he saw those hiding nearby popping up again, said to them, if you want points, join this team, food and lodging are included, and an extra point a day is given, and to the Minutemen, you have it too, you have 3 points a day. The crowd was immediately in an uproar at the different treatment. On what grounds? Why do we have 2 points less than them? Yeah, we're not worse than them. Why should we be treated worse than them? The crowd's dissatisfaction had long been anticipated by Aoxin. He pointed at Feng Kuan. You come out. Feng Kuan was puzzled, but obediently walked out. Boss, what is it? Aoxin looked at the surrounding crowd and pointed at Feng Kuan. See him? No matter which one of you can defeat him, I'll give you 5 points a day. A bunch of cowards who don't even dare to fight zombies. What else do you have? On the basis that I can slap you all to death. Aoxin was furious, and these people didn't dare to continue whining. But seeing Feng Kuan with an arm hanging by a bandage, they felt that they were being underestimated again. Are you telling the truth, Biggie? Just beat him? Aoxin nodded his head and took a few steps backward, leaving the field to Feng Kuan and the onlookers. Feng Kuan was stunned for a few seconds before resurfacing with a ferocious look on his face. The boss said that whoever can defeat me will get 5 points a day. Come on, garbage guys, you go together. He threw the long sword in his hand on the ground and confronted a group of people by himself. What the fuck is so crazy about? How dare you look down on us with your arms hanging out? A middle-aged man was the first to rush up, wanting to grab the good job of 5 points a day. The middle-aged man was nothing more than an ordinary person, attacking without any pattern. Wang Bao fist swinging randomly, being kicked out several meters away by Feng Kuan. It's quiet all around. The gap between the two sides is obvious. Feng Kuan laughed coldly. All fucking together. Want to challenge me? I'll lose even if I move a single place. He was a Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit, and even if he didn't animalize, his physique wasn't comparable to these people. Add to that the fact that he or she is in better shape from years of physical work. Easier to kill zombies would mean more points. And he had also exchanged the tricolor hegemony cultivation method at a very early stage. Although he had not awakened his hegemony so far, his physique had been raised even further, and he had long since crushed these people who were afraid to fight. He was wild and proud, or else he wouldn't have dared to entertain the idea of taking in 3 illusory beast species. If he hadn't been overcome by Aoxin's move, he wouldn't have been willing to be a little brother. The arrogant words angered the crowd, and Feng Kuan's taunts continued. Bunch of weaklings, ever killed a zombie? Still want to be treated the same as us? Boss giving you all 1 point is redundant. In my opinion, giving you guys food and drink is enough. With you guys, you deserve to take 1 point? The group taunts enraged the crowd, and one rather burly-looking youth angrily said, let me do it. I'm going to completely break that arm of his. The words just fell. Feng Kuan will have been in front of the body, and another kick. The man did not even get on the field, was kicked over, holding the stomach on the ground and cried out in pain. Entering the crowd, Feng Kuan no longer gave them a chance, using his one arm and legs as weapons, sweeping across the room. The crowd was so frightened by the beating that they felt that the person they were fighting was not a human being, but a humanoid beast. Soon the crowd fell and fled. On the field, only Feng Kuan was left. Aoxin stopped him from pursuing and said to the group, if you want points, Come on over. If you don't want to come to work, be my guest. The people looked at each other in disbelief, but eventually they had to bow down to life, and a young man in a short undershirt came forward and whispered, "Big brother, I'm willing to work." Aoxin nodded and pointed to the side of the civilian corps. "Go stand there." As he took the lead, the rest came one after another. Aoxin said to Meng Kuei, "Organize and register them. And these men are under your command as well." Meng Kuei agreed and began to work busily. Without a pen and paper, he had each of them friend their God-given space and recorded their names using an internal communication group. Let Feng Kuan lead 10 people to pull building materials and equipment, while he assigned up each person's division of labor. There are those who can operate sand mining boats and go and bring them in, those who clean up the riverbanks, and those who design base building programs. Instead, he led a few men to fight the zombies that were gradually being attracted to the area while overseeing the work of the crowd. Aoxin broke the python's bones so that it couldn't move. Pulling out the steel whip from the python's tail, he looked up to the west. To the west is the provincial capital. It's also one of the most dangerous places in the country for zombies. As a populated city, with the help of heat weapons, the zombies there have evolved to the point of 3-star hairy zombies. Whether or not there were even 4-star martial corpses was anyone's guess, because no one dares to explore. The province's ability to live in the city, all of whom had died in more than one way, was an immense shadow to live in. However, these powerful zombies were just the right targets for Aoxin to practice on. Ordinary zombies. He could kill them in seconds with his empty hands, and 1-star flesh corpses. Picking up a steel whip was one at a time. Even if it was a 2-star zombie, it wouldn't be hard for him to kill it after his dragonization. This kind of crushing battle was better than nothing for cultivating hegemony. If he didn't still have the overbearing genius talent in place, he was afraid that he would have just awakened by now, and would have reached the copper skin realm at most. Therefore, the provincial city was hell for others, but for him, it was exactly the holy land of cultivation. After thinking about it, he went back to the python and touched its bones, cracking each one to avoid it suddenly rising up and hurting someone. After explaining that Meng Kuei stuffs zombie corpses into the python's mouth every day, he went to see Bianqing Tongcheng, the exchange group, for the first time, and said, "I'm Aoxin, Green Dragon Fruit Ability. If any zombies appear, feel free to contact me. I'll take care of it." His statement silenced the entire group. After a long time, the group suddenly exploded. "Crap! Big Brother Green Dragon. Big Brother has shown up. Can Biggie take me? I'd like to give Biggie a monkey. Big Brother, how did you become so strong? Can you pass on your experience?" The group of people patted Aoxin on the back, even ignoring the words that Aoxin was going to help them clean up the zombies. Finally, a statement drowning in a crowd of messages caught his attention. "Big Brother, there's a zombie here at the auto body shop in the south of the city. It's so powerful, those big cars can't stop it, and a lot of people died. I want to run too, but the zombie is right outside. I don't dare to move. It's just words, but there's weeping coming from between the lines." Aoxin directly named her. "I'll be right there." After saying that, he left the Divine Providence space and took off into the air as a green dragon. Running straight from the north to the south of the city was physically enough for his strength today. Upon arriving near the auto body shop, he had seen the zombie that was rampaging around from the sky. Wherever the zombies go, no one can stop them. Looking up to the southwest, there was a large group of people hiding in the chemical plant. The leader of its forces was named Zhang Heng. It was a talent of sorts, but he didn't have time to bother with this person right now. Falling from the air, a roaring thunder struck out, hitting the zombie right in the head. As the zombie roared in anger, a pair of dragon claws stabbed into both of the zombie's shoulders, bringing it off the ground. A flip in the air slammed the zombie headfirst into the ground. As a result, the hard concrete floor was smashed out of a large crater. Shifting from his green dragon form to his dragonman form, he took off the steel whip behind his back and smashed the zombie's brain with a head-on blow. Not far from a residential building, behind the window, a double ponytailed young girl saw the green dragon descending from the sky and easily killing the zombies. Her big eyes filled with admiration. "Strong people? Are these the strong people in the end times?" She saw the green dragon take off into the air and wanted to say hello to Aoxin, but Aoxin didn't see her at all and flew away directly towards the west. The young girl's mood sank for a few moments, but she quickly perked up again. "I'm going to kill zombies too. Become strong like him." Aoxin killed the zombies and then traveled towards the west, and when his stamina ran out, he landed on top of a tall building, looked down at the chaotic streets below, and entered the Divine Providence space, leaving a message for his parents and sister in his family group. He also went to tell Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao to keep an eye out for the newly appeared zombies in Biancheng. It was a good fighting opponent for both of them. In the post-apocalyptic world,
Personal strength always comes first. His parents, Ao-chan, and Meng Kuei were all busy with something at the moment and didn't see his message, but Lu Xiao happened to be resting. Master, I know. And then she talked about the women. Today a woman said she had been more than a week late with her period and didn't come, suspecting that she was pregnant, and asked me what to do. Master, let her give birth? Aoxin said. If she wants to die, then live. Lu Xiao said. She also doesn't want to give birth to the child of the man who gunned her down. Only, now she doesn't know how to abort the child. Aoxin lowered her head in thought and suddenly thought of her father who had gone to the central hospital to get medical equipment. So she said to her, find my dad. There should be medicine in the hospital. Or have him just use his surgical fruit powers to remove the fetus from his stomach. In the pre-apocalyptic period, having children is a death-defying act. The mother's immunity drops during pregnancy and after birth, and she's at risk of infection at any time. And, not being able to fight for a year, she'll drop a lot of strength. And at that point, the zombies are probably going to go up another 2 stars. So what's the point of defending yourself? Moreover, not being strong enough on its own, the child also lacks sufficient immunity to the virus, and the likelihood of being born necrotic is extremely high. Pre-apocalyptic. Having children is pure death-seeking behavior. I understand, Master. After some explanation, Lu Xiao expressed her understanding. Aoxin added, use those women if you can. Give up if you can't. Don't let them drag you down. After his physical strength was restored, he left from the Divine Providence space. Once again, he transformed into a green dragon and ran to the west, the east of the provincial city. This is the new district. The original prosperity has disappeared at the moment. Zombies are active in all streets, and there are countless flesh corpses, even zombies, and every now and then you see one. The most frightening thing was the hairy corpse covered in red hair. The hairy corpse evolved from a zombie, and the virus that had sloughed off in the body was completely absorbed and spawned red hair. Not only does it have more strength and defense than the zombie's copper skin and iron bones, but its body shape is also extremely flexible. Before it, human steel and concrete are as fragile as paper mache. Its sharp nails can easily pierce the skin of an armored car. Cannon fire, bullets, hitting its body, could only twist and distort it, without being able to hurt it in the slightest. To kill such a monster would require the use of nuclear-grade weapons. Aoxin knew that in a month at most, America across the ocean was going to use nuclear weapons, and although they could massively exterminate the zombies, the end result would only make these monsters evolve again. The green dragon fell down from the clouds. He took human form and squatted on top of a tall building, exchanging a yamaji-like paella from the god's gift space and chewing it while recovering his strength. This place was different from Biancheng. What was waiting for him would be a vicious battle, and he must restore his physical state to its peak before he could do so. Half an hour later, strength returned to a satisfactory state. Re-emerging as a green dragon, he swooped down, and when he neared the ground, he transformed into his human animal form, plucking the steel whip from his back and smashing it blatantly on top of a zombie's head. Roar! The zombie roared, and the surrounding zombies immediately cranked up. Countless zombies swarmed towards Aoxin. The dragon's claws wrapped in armed color hegemony grabbed behind him and probed into the chest of a zombie, crushing its heart alive. However, the heart is not the zombie's key point. They still defiantly want to tear Aoxin. The steel whip picked off the arm of the zombie in front of him and smashed into its brain again, the head completely shattering. A 2-star zombie was no longer enough to look at under his second-stage iron bone realm. The dragon's roar carried to the 9th heaven, and several ordinary zombies and flesh corpses were swept down as the tail swept across the sky. Those ordinary zombies were even directly swept off their bodies. Steel Whip is invincible across the board, and with the aid of seeing color, he avoids all zombie bites. As for the zombies and flesh corpses, they couldn't break through his dragon scales at all. Another zombie was cracked in the brain, and more zombies gathered around. The hairy corpse with red hair all over its body also hissed and lunged from afar. It was as agile as a red-haired monkey, with longer and sharp claws. The zombie's bouncing power did not disappear on it, and it quickly came behind Aoxin while running and jumping. The speed is agile and swift, and once it pounces on its back, it's a set of rip and devour package. Seeing the color warning, Aoxin fought to break a zombie's shoulder with a whip, jumped to the side, and turned back to spray a mouthful of roaring thunder while twisting off a flesh corpse's head with his left claw. The thunder struck the hairy corpse straight in the face, splitting the red hair on his body like steel needles and scorching it black. The bad wind brought countless wind blades, and these electrically charred red hairs were blown away, revealing its crimson flesh. Roar! The hairy corpse was still without sanity, and being attacked one after another made it furious. A pair of sharp claws attacked indiscriminately, and a few flesh corpses and zombies were actually caught in the crossfire. AOXIN steel whip smashed into the top of that zombie's head, breaking its brain while breaking the bones of several zombies. With a loud shout, he held the whip in both hands and slammed it down head on the hairy corpse. Madaka! The hairy corpse blocked with both arms, making the sound of gold and iron clashing. Its arms were smashed down and its body took several steps back. However, with a scarlet flash in its eyes, the hairy corpse grinned widely, revealing its sharp teeth, and leapt to its feet. Its legs were like springs, and the speed of its leap was as fast as a phantom lunge. AOXIN steel whip has just fallen. At this moment it is too late to return to help. His feet stepped out dozens of times one after another. The explosive reaction force made him avoid to the side as if in an instant. It's the shaving of the 6 styles. Although it wasn't quite skilled enough to use it continuously, it was still fine to use it for emergencies in battle. Moonwalking, on the other hand, is a more advanced use of shaving that requires stepping on the air to create a reaction force to stagger or walk in the air. Shaving needs to be mastered to the point of purity before it can be practiced. Quickly moved away. Also crashed through the surrounding zombies. He is also copper skin and iron bones. These zombies were hit by him. Directly broken bones and tendons. Fell to the ground. Shaking his arm. The reaction of that smash on the hairy corpse's arm just now was not small. A low growl escaped from the hairy corpse's throat, and the surrounding zombies pounced again. They are not afraid to die, much less know what fear is. Therefore, even if AOXIN could easily kill these zombies and flesh corpses in seconds, he couldn't clear the field with the Overlord color. But it didn't matter. He had come here to engage in the most extreme of battles to work on his hegemony. With his armed colors and his seeing colors at full power, he once again found the feeling of fighting in life and death in his last life. A hairy corpse, 4 zombies, countless flesh corpses and zombies. Himself, there is a real possibility of dying here. But this was the situation he wanted. How could he break through without facing death? The dragon's roar resounded once again, and the hegemonic energy in his body flowed towards the muscle tendons. The steel whip slammed down, crushing the skull of a flesh corpse that stood in its way. The moment the brains splattered out, the hairy corpse behind the flesh corpse pounced. The hairy corpse is tainted with bad luck, and if you come into contact with it, even if you don't get infected, you will have bad luck coming your way. Only the extremely strong blood chi can resist the ominous head-on. A sudden cramping sensation in his left leg caused him to stagger, narrowly missing the hairy corpse's grip on his cheek. Its ominous shrouding. A gradual onset. Dragons roared and electricity coursed through his body. The blood chi rushed through the tendons and joints of the left leg, and the hegemonic chi flowed further into the limbs and bones driven by the blood chi. And with a loud roar, there was a black chi collapsing faintly on his body. That's ominous being washed away. The steel whip slammed down, hitting the hairy corpse's arm again. Its arm was like adamantium, and it was smashed twice in succession. But surprisingly, it didn't even crack its bones. This time, it used one arm to block the steel whip and the other arm to grab at AOXIN's chest. Dragon claws against the claws of the hairy corpse, both sides wrestling. Behind the zombie attack, AOXIN directly to the dragon tail whip. The zombie retreated continuously as the dragon's tail pumped it, but it was still unlikely that the zombie would die if he wanted to use the dragon's tail to pump the zombie to death. Another mouthful of snarling thunder sprayed on the face of the hairy corpse. Both sides of this distance, the hairy corpse did not even have the opportunity to dodge. The ominous aura that was difficult to see with the naked eye eroded AOXIN, and the operation of chi and blood in his body slowed down a bit. It's a good thing that hairy corpses don't have a spirit, and unknowns can only be emitted passively. If it waits for it to continue to evolve, it will be able to control this energy and cause even more damage to living things. With this stalemate, he suddenly spread his hands and his feet stomped the ground in succession. Shave. He came behind the hairy corpse in an instant, knocking over several walkers. The hairy corpse leaned forward because it was off balance and received a hard blow from the steel whip on its back. The hairy corpse was hit by gravity and staggered once again. AOXIN behind him would not let go of such a good opportunity. The steel whip lashed down one after another, and the red hair on its back was smashed off quite a bit by the roots, revealing its bloody back. The hairy corpse roared in rage and lunged forward, grabbing a walker and tearing into it. Then, the wound on his back actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shave. Once again, he was instantly on the side of the hairy corpse, his steel whip smashing into its skull. After entering a state of total concentration in battle, AOXIN's comprehension of the shave this style from his previous life was being rapidly integrated into his body in this life. The more you use it, the more skillful you become. The hairy corpse's head was slammed so hard into the flesh of the tearing walker that his entire face went through that body, but his bones were extremely hard, and after receiving such a whip, there was no crack. Drink! Armed color covered the steel whip. AOXIN slammed down again. The whistling sound of the wind signaled the strength of this move.
The hairy corpse raised the corpse of the zombie in his hands above his head while using his palms to fend off the steel whip. Click! The zombie bodies were smashed and the fingers of the hairy corpses were broken. When the hairy corpse raised its head to face Aoxin head-on, Aoxin once again used Shave to come behind the hairy corpse. The steel whip slammed down again. And this time, a slight bone cracking sound came out. The hairy corpse wanted to turn back to meet the battle, but was thrown to the ground by Aoxin's left-hand dragon claw that directly grabbed his neck and threw him to the ground. The right-hand steel whip smashed down again and again. The hairy corpse struggled. He used his left foot to step on the back of the hairy corpse again. The strong force suppressed the hairy corpse, unable to move. The dragon's tail swings to expel zombies that get close. Finally, after dozens of consecutive smashes, the hairy corpse's head was completely smashed. Brains oozing out, corpses splattered with blood. It finally stopped twitching and became a corpse. Behind him, the zombies were still pouncing on him, and there were also zombies pouncing on the body of the hairy zombie, trying to devour the flesh of the hairy zombie. Although the hairy corpse was dead, the rich zombie virus in its body was still there, which was a great tonic for other zombies, a good thing that could promote their evolution. But Aoxin couldn't let them evolve now. He didn't have much stamina left under this great battle. If another hairy corpse appeared, he wouldn't be able to carry it. A steel whip lashed across the room, the strong force breaking the bones of a zombie. No longer able to stand up, the strength increased a few more points as the hegemonic energy flowed into the flesh and blood. The muscles bulged and the dragon's scales shone with a greenish luster. A zombie jumped and was directly cracked in the brain by his head whip. These monsters that used to take several hits to kill were now the goods to be killed in seconds. From time to time, his feet continuously stepped on the ground, becoming more and more skillful in the use of shaving. On the streets, a greenish-colored draconian flickered through the zombie hordes, and with each appearance, a zombie had its brain cracked open. He went on a killing spree, and finally, the whole street went quiet. Unlocking the fruit ability, his chest heaved violently. The zombie's blood, brain matter, was unavoidably splattered on his body, and if he were just an ordinary person, the blood alone would have infected him as a zombie. But he was physically strong enough to be immune to this level of zombie virus. Pushing open the door of a store, a furniture town, he walked in and sat down on a torn-up couch, placing the steel whip at his fingertips. In this battle, 1 hairy corpse, 7 zombies, hundreds of flesh corpses, and thousands of zombies were killed. For 2 whole hours, the body did not stop for a moment, but the growth in dominance is also amazing. He could feel the fusion of the hegemony on his flesh and blood, and his strength was much greater than before. Entering the Divine Providence space, he now had another 20,000 points. It was mainly the hairy corpse that contributed the most. A 3-star hairy corpse could obtain 1,000 points, and he killed it with the 2nd stage Iron Bone Realm over 1 stage. So the points doubled tenfold, and it was 10,000. Spending 10 points, he redeemed a Sea King meat kebab and took it out for a big bite. The freshness of the Neptune class was like nothing he had ever experienced before, and the ample energy contained in it was enough to feed his hungry body. Burping after a full meal. The divine space does not provide drinking water, but there is some wine in the food that provides additional effects. For example, accelerated blood flow can make a person more sensitive in combat. For example, if you drink it and get a short berserk effect, your overall strength will increase to a certain extent, but you will consume extra energy and enter a weak state after the berserk is over, and so on. Aoxin redeemed a bottle of the cheapest wine. Its effect is to ward off the cold. Drink this bottle and even an ordinary person can move freely in 0-degree weather with bare arms. While accelerating blood flow also has some effect on fighting cold, it is not as effective as fighting cold directly, but Aoxin's purpose was only to quench his thirst. Besides, with his current physical fitness, he was already not afraid of the cold. The choking sensation finally disappeared as he drank his drink. Sitting on the couch, he recalled what it felt like to use shaving during battle. A few more fights of this magnitude and he'd be in full control of shaving. As long as his stamina wasn't depleted, he could use shave at any time without waiting. Outside the door, a few zombies had already been attracted from afar, and they were hungrily gnawing on the zombie corpses on the ground. The virus enters the body and is transforming and strengthening them rapidly. Oxin quietly watched the scene. Just by devouring corpses, evolution was not fast. It would take a long time for these ordinary zombies to evolve to the level of a hairy corpse. Utilizing the method of life restitution, he tried his best to grab the energy from the Sea King-like meat that he had swallowed into his stomach, and quickly spread this energy throughout his body. Not only could it quickly restore physical strength and recover from injuries, it was also able to enhance the strength of the physical body. And then, it was time to redeem all the rest of the 6 styles, including the Iron Block. While the CPs all die from Iron Blocks, that's because of the main character's aura. In the pre-bully days, when there were no overlords, The defense of the iron block was there for all to see. Can we say that the Sasha fruit and Rattle Thunder fruit are crap because Luffy, who doesn't even have a second gear, beat Old Sand and Anilu? The advanced realm of iron block is mobile, and in conjunction with the armed color hegemony, will greatly enhance one's defense in certain battles where one cannot dodge. The basic skills of the 6 styles only cost 1,000 points each, but their extensions cost 10,000 points. In the store, he began to work on the 6 styles, skills he had practiced in his previous life and knew the techniques and tricks. Outside the door, the gathering of zombies was still growing as they devoured the zombie bodies on the ground. Aoxin practiced for 2 hours, and after he got some feeling, he went out to fight these zombies. He had even left his steel whip uncarried on the store couch so he could practice the 6 styles faster. Instead, try to use the unpracticed finger gun and Arashikage attacks. Paper painting looks similar to seeing colors, but it's not really the same. Seeing is seeing an attack out of view and dodging it. However, paper painting is a way to make the body dodge automatically through the flow of air. Simply put, seesaw dodging goes over your head, and paper painting is fully automatic. Try to feel the flow of air currents, let your body react instinctively to them, and turn on the immature iron if you really can't avoid them. With a physical body of the iron bone realm, even if all the skills were only beginners, there was no need to worry about being injured by a zombie. More and more zombies were gathering, and when he was about to run out of stamina, he would turn on his dragonization and kill all these ordinary zombies in seconds, then back to the store to rest. Redeeming Sea King type barbecue and then quickly digesting it with life restitution is much safer and faster than the restorative power of watery meat. After resting for a while, walkers once again gathered outside while he continued to go out and practice the 6 styles with them. At night, after killing the last zombie, he blocked the door with furniture from the furniture city, found a queen-sized bed that was still in good shape, and laid down to sleep. The next morning, after awakening to the morning sun and eating a large piece of Neptune-type barbecue, I got up and moved the furniture at the front door of the furniture store. Just as he moved out of the way, a zombie that was sprawled out on the ground in 5 pieces eating zombie flesh jumped up with a wail and lunged at him. Iron block. Instead of turning on dragonization, he unleashed iron block and, just to be on the safe side, attached another layer of armed color hegemony to defend against the zombie's claws. Madaka. It was like the sound of gold and iron clanking together. Aoxin was overjoyed that the iron block had already seen its first results. He was already bronze and iron, and with the experience of his previous life, he was naturally very fast at practicing iron blocks. Of course, the most important thing was that the physical body had been strengthened through life restitution. Otherwise, it would have taken a long time to practice. Stretching out his index finger, he instantly pointed. Finger gun. The index finger pointed at the zombie's chest, and the sharp pain coming from the finger did not pierce the zombie's chest. Finger strength and the toughness of the finger phalanges still need to continue to be worked on. Retracting his fingers and shaking them off, he used his armed color hardening and struck the finger gun again. The fingers no longer hurt, but they still hadn't penetrated the zombie's flesh either. This move required years and years of honing of the 10 fingers, coupled with special power generation techniques and speed, to reach the point where the fingers were like guns. Even, when practiced to a great extent, one could directly strike the air with his fingers and shoot out air bombs like Arashur kick, like the 6-chakra divine sword. That would really mean gun. In order to be able to strengthen his fingers faster, he reduced the hardening of the armed color on his fingers, and although he could feel a sharp pain every time he poked them out, it was still within tolerable limits. On his feet, with the experience of shaving, he was quick with his kicks, but it still wasn't enough. Arashur kick requires a superfast and extremely powerful kicking technique to curl the air and create a chopping blow. He doesn't have the foot speed to do that right now, but even though he couldn't kick Arashi's leg, the extremely fast speed of his outgoing leg was still able to break the flesh corpse's bones. A knight of catalyzing had evolved a flesh corpse into a zombie, but not yet a hairy one, and that's how he used them to work out the 6 styles, not dragonizing or using steel whips, and even minimizing the use of armed colors. His body was rapidly getting stronger. Finally, when the excruciating pain all over his body couldn't be endured any longer, he kicked this zombie away and dragonized and flew up to the roof of the building, redeeming a Neptune-like roast. He delves his consciousness between his fingers and flesh, and life restitution is unleashed, and the swelling of these excruciatingly painful areas is rapidly reduced. What replaced it was thicker and tougher. After resting for a few moments, he leapt off the roof of the building and opened the fight again. So on and so forth. He fought here for 3 whole days. Because of the lack of attacks, that zombie was never killed either. Even, within the past few days, 3 more flesh corpses had evolved into zombies, and although his progress was great, the enemies he faced were also stronger. The hegemony was an extension of physical strength, and although he didn't use his hegemony, the strengthening of his physique carried the hegemony along with it. He could feel his power had at least doubled from when he first arrived here. Drink! With a loud shout, the index finger poked out, instantly breaking open the chest of the zombie in front of him and cutting off its sternum. Finger guns, too, have been initially practiced. If combined with the dragon claw after the dragon transformation, the power of the finger lance would be even stronger. Shave! If he appeared behind another zombie like an instant, he raised his foot and kicked out. The air was kicked out with a sonic boom, but there was still no chopping air blade. A kick knocked this zombie down and a finger gun through the back of its head. But it wasn't enough. The finger gun poked out continuously, destroying its head completely. A powerful attack arrived at his side, and the accompanying air currents became more violent. He had already sensed the attack with his seeing colors, but there was nowhere to dodge with walkers all around his body. But his body twisted strangely, flexing as if he were a large snake. It's paper painted. Jumping up, his muscles instantly bulged and hardened. Without using his armed color hegemony, he simply used his body to carry the attack of a zombie behind him. Disarming the iron block, he turned around and kicked out, exploding the bodies of 3 zombies, and stabbed out the 10 fingers of both hands at the same time, stabbing into the head of this zombie behind him, and then his hands became claws, and ripped outwards, and the zombie's head was snapped off by him in the middle. He was like a god of killing these zombies with his bare hands. In the distance, those hiding in the floors were stunned to see this scene. Without the use of fruit abilities, or even weapons, and relying only on his body, killing zombies is like slaughtering dogs? Is this the legendary green dragon Big Brother? They say he's so strong because he relies on fruits, but it turns out, without using fruits, he's still so strong. A video was topping the headlines in the communications area of Divine Providence space. In the video, a young man's body transformed into yellow sand, and all the zombies that came into contact with the yellow sand were instantly disintegrated. The yellow sand condensed into a treasure knife, and the flesh corpse with a hard body and flexible movements was easily beheaded. The highlight was his fight with a zombie. Zombie vertical invincibility, copper skin and iron bone, all strange strength. Even tanks are easily torn by it. However, the young man was engaged in a fierce battle with the zombie, and although he was in a disadvantageous position, he performed with ease. Finally, after 2 hours of battle, with the ability to be elementalized and not subject to attack, that zombie was finally worn down by this youth. Sasha fruit. It's crocodile sunshine fruit. That youth is so strong. I've seen a zombie. That's not something a human can fight against at all. He relies on more than just the devil fruit. He has inevitably awakened his hegemony, and his strength is not low. Wow, the big man is so handsome. It's too happy to be in a city with this big guy. Bragging rights filled the video below. In a border city of Parallel State, Li Hui was drinking juice and watching a video in a basement, and saw that he was being worshipped by the crowd, and joyfully posted a thread. Li Hui, Sha fruit possessor. In the state of parallelism, now start recruiting manpower. Those who are interested to apply to me. The video was taken so clearly, naturally he had his men take it, in order to increase the popularity to recruit people. With his nature-based ability, if any other ability wanted to join him, even if it was not in the same city as him, he had the ability to bring that person in. It was beautiful when he suddenly realized that this video of his had been topped by another. And the number of views and likes is rising like crazy. What can overshadow me? It can't be that beauty queen again, can it? Say, that little beauty is so moist. What fruit is it? She seems to have introduced it herself. Oh yeah, it's the animal system, flower fruit, phantom beast species, flower fairy form. Cam, your flower is an animal? Might as well be categorized into everyone's fruits. Or we could start another plant department. With a broken mouth, Li Hui clicked on the video that had toppled him down, in which a man had killed 4 zombies and a large group of flesh corpses and zombies in the midst of the zombie horde with only his fists and feet. What kind of monster is this? Are you sure it's not synthetic? Big brother, the Divine Providence space doesn't have a video compositing function. By the way, what does the headline say? That this is the Green Dragon Bigwig who broke the news earlier? What's the joke? He didn't even use his fruit ability. If he used his fruit ability, wouldn't these zombies be killed in seconds? Right. My FAI brother only killed 1 zombie with his full battle power. And you're saying this person killed 4 with his bare hands? Or was he surrounded by a group of zombies? Li Hui didn't pay attention to the comments below. The video shooter was standing far away and high up, but he still saw at a glance that it was AOXIN. Holy shit, is this one so strong already? It's only been a few days? This one's open for business. Moreover, isn't he from Biancheng? Why did he go to the provincial capital of Yuzhou? There aren't enough zombies in Biancheng for him to kill? Find AOXIN's friend and send over a message. At this moment, Aoxin had just finished the battle and used his points to exchange several large bottles of spirits to rinse himself from top to bottom. Fighting with bare hands makes it easier to get blood on your hands. The zombie's blood was smelly and disgusting, especially the brains, which made his eyes hurt. He didn't care if he had a lot of points anyway, and he was much more refreshed after rinsing with spirits. Putting on his clothes, he had just entered the Divine Providence space when he saw Li Hui's message. Release. Simple and concise. Li Hui, meow, when I'm better than this guy I'm going to have to get him and beat him up. But now, thinking about Aoxin's ease of killing zombies with his bare hands, he still couldn't help but shrink his neck even though he was in the parallel state, muttering, this guy is really a pervert. I got another devil fruit. Do you want it? Aoxin was surprised. This pussy was lucky. Doing the math, Li Hui got 3 devil fruits all by himself? It was true that strong people were always accompanied by great fortune. Make an offer. Don't bother talking to him. Get right to the point. Li Hui said. 10 million points. The corner of Aoxin's mouth twitched. You're thinking about fart eating. So, $1 million? Li Hui generously discounted it by $10 million. If it was a phantom species, would have been a reasonable price in a previous life. For the natural system, the price is around $1 to $5 million. Certain powerful superhuman lines can also be sold for as much as $5 million. However, the probability that this one in Li Hui's hand was only an ordinary species of the animal lineage. This kind of fruit is not worth 1,000,000 points. You should have already appraised it. If it's a very strong fruit, I'm sure you won't be willing to sell it to me. Say it, what kind of ability is it? And make a price with sincerity. Otherwise there's no need to talk about it. Aoxin knew the price of devil fruits far better than Li Hui. Even in the pre-apocalyptic period, because of the difficulty in obtaining points, he could lower the price. Li Hui was in such a hurry to sell it, so he must have wanted more points to exchange for battle techniques or good weapons. Otherwise, even if it was just an animal-based common species, it would still be a rare treasure. He doesn't use it himself, or he can save it for his inner circle. Li Hui sighed. A strong person like Aoxin was really not easy to fool. He did have it appraised, but it wasn't a common species either, but an ancient one. While the strength of your men is important, your own improvement is the key. He wanted to use the points for a rapid increase in his strength, but for a short period of time. The only one with purchasing power was Aoxin. It's not a common species, it's an ancient species. Li Hui's words surprised Aoxin. Was this bastard a bastard child of God? Ancient species usually have far greater bonuses to the body than normal species. Bug fruit, ancient species, lacewing form. Li Hui reported the name of the fruit. Lacewings were similar to modern butterflies and became extinct in the late Cretaceous. According to Li Hui's idea, what fighting power could a butterfly, even an ancient species of butterfly, have, other than being able to fly? He couldn't think of any other benefits of this fruit. That's the big reason he's planning to sell. Now it was a bet that Aoxin didn't understand, and if Aoxin thought that the ancient species would be strong, he would be able to sell it for a high price. Unfortunately, Aoxin knows it well. He understood better than Li Hui that butterflies could be more than just good-looking vases, but he won't lecture Li Hui. What else can a butterfly do besides fly? For the sake of the ancient species, 50,000 points. Li Hui looked unsightly. 50,000 is too little. This is an ancient species. 800,000. I'll give you a little more. Don't be insensitive. $80,000. I'll take a step back too. If you don't want it, I'll give it to my men. $700,000. In the end, under Li Hui's face of flesh pain, the two of them closed the deal with 500,000 points. $500,000 is cheap. Li Hui sighed, but his heart is secretly happy. His original bottom line is 300,000 points. It seems that Aoxin is not always so shrewd. Aoxin, on the other hand, was also elated. Antique species, as a rule, trade for between 800,000 and $3 million. Lacewing's ability isn't bad, and it's worth at least $1.5 million or more. If Li Hui didn't know better, he couldn't have taken it at such a low price. In a year, I'll come to you for a deal. Aoxin promised that he didn't have so many points right now. Besides, he was in Yuzhou and Li Hui was in Huzhou. It was a long way to travel and it wasn't convenient to trade, but he was confident that within a year, not only would he get well over 500,000 points, it was more than enough to strengthen his strength to the point that he wouldn't feel labored even if he flew straight to the parallel state in his green dragon form. A deal was set, and the two chatted for a few moments. I learned that Li Hui was recruiting people to set up a secure base on the banks of the Yellow River. He also kindly warned to watch out for water monsters in the river. Already met. Li Hui sighed. The Yellow River monster is more than just that black-scaled python. That's just the most powerful one. Other water monsters, too, scourge the shoreline crowd. When Li Hui was scouting the riverbanks, he encountered a water monster and narrowly escaped death. Say, how did you become so strong? Is there any experience you can pass on? Aoxin laughed. To the death. Li Hui. I knew the bastard wasn't holding his farts. He must be trying to screw me over. Living to the death in a post-apocalyptic world? What a joke. Screw it and reopen it. I'm done with you. There are 3 zombies looking for me. I'm going to moist. Aoxin said. To kill a zombie, wouldn't that be fine with a hand? Li Hui no longer wanted to reply. The 3 major iron gates he had made were easily destroyed by the zombies, and he directly elementalized and flew over the zombie's head, escaping in the other direction. After Aoxin asked about his parents and sister in the family group again, he lifted his steel whip and continued traveling west. Viencheng, on the bank of the Yellow River, Meng Kuei had a civilian worker drive a sand mining boat into the place designated by Aoxin, and then ask who dares to go into the water. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. In past years, not a few people died in the whirlpool of the Yellow River. And, since there is a monster like the python in the Yellow River, there may be other water monsters. Get in the water before your own strength comes up? That's a death wish. Meng Kuei's gaze went to Zhou Xiang, who had always been the most active, resulting in Zhou Xiang hastily lowering his head and quietly taking a step backward. The others were also too scared to speak, scanning around the room. None of them were willing to gross out either. Just as Meng Kuei was planning to forcefully designate someone, Feng Kuan suddenly stepped forward. I'll do it. They're not as strong as me. There's a greater probability of me going into the water to save my life. Meng Kuei looked him up and down in surprise, as if it was the first day he knew him. Boss said that there are sea floor stones in the riverbed. Although the sea floor stones haven't appeared for a long time, they can still have an effect on the body of an ability user, and you may not be able to utilize much of your strength when you go into the water. Besides, you're not healed yet. The penetrating injury to Feng Kuan's shoulder caused by Aoxin still remains. This kind of injury, how could it be easily healed? Feng Kuan looked at the wound at his shoulder, gritted his teeth, and was about to say something when a youth standing at the end of the line took the initiative to step forward. I'll do it. I'm good with water. He looked so ordinary, 1.7 meters in height, with a slightly thin body, and his appearance was plain, belonging to the type that could not be seen when thrown into a crowd. His appearance surprised the entire Minuteman Corps, including Feng Kuan. He couldn't even remember this youth's name. What's your name? Meng Kuei also didn't expect that someone would really dare to take the initiative to undertake this kind of 9 deaths to life mission, and was impressed by this youth. My name is Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's voice was a bit dull, and there wasn't a single word of unnecessary nonsense other than answering the question. Zhang Tao? Isn't he a stuffy guy? Why is he suddenly brave today? The Minutemen whispered. What bravery? Just looking for death. Jumping into the Yellow River? The current in this place is so swift, not to mention that there may be water monsters in there now. Even in the past, we can't jump. This kid used to be boring. So many women in the villa. Let him open meat he is not willing to. Should be patting the ass when not patting. This time to show off out of the head. Can be really a nerd. Quiet. Meng Kuei shouted loudly, and the noisy chatter immediately stopped. This is the majesty he has shown in the last few days leading the team. Nodding to Zhang Tao. If you can come out alive, I'll reward you with 100 points. Although Zhang Tao tried to make a calm appearance, anyone could see the excitement on his face. 100 points. That's too much for them. Came to the ship with a rope bolted to his body and a chain. They also found a pair of diving equipment on the boat, with 1/3 of the oxygen still in the tank. And after dressing Zhang Tao, he jumped from the boat into the river. The Yellow River has so much sediment and muddy water that it's not easy to find certain things here. On the shore, the giant python whose bones had been knocked out by Aoxin moved every now and then, and even though it was subdued, no one still dared to touch it. Time passes by. Many people already thought that Zhang Tao had perished in the river, but Meng Kuei continued to keep his eyes on the river. Finally, Zhang Tao revealed his head from the river. Before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw a huge shadow emerge from beneath him. Look out! Even if these workers usually in Zhang Tao's relationship is general, at this moment to see the danger approaching is also very heartbreaking. Meng Kuei even directly entered his human-animal form, yanking up the rope tying Zhang Tao and violently lifting it upwards. Zhang Tao was mentioned in midair with a startled cry, the moment he was just raised out of the water. A 5-meter-long fish leaped out from underwater, its bloody mouth tearing towards Zhang Tao. Senor! Meng Kuei was furious, and while pulling the midair Zhang Tao toward him, he raised his long sword and swung out a spectral slash. The power of the underworld coalesced into a crescent moon, splitting the large fish vertically down the center. The body of the fish broken in half fell onto the river, coloring a patch of river water scarlet. Zhang Tao landed on the boat, and only then did he realize that there was a big fish out behind him. Stunned, his legs weakened and he nearly fell. But it was a relief to see that the big fish was instantly killed by manhwa. That was close. Almost. I was going to be buried in the mouth of a fish. Brother Meng, I have found the stone that could be a helicite and have wrapped it in a rope chain. Manhwa quipped. Good job. I'll transfer the points for you. 100 points arrived. And Jiang Tao's body trembled a little with excitement. Manhwa then grabbed the chain and pulled hard. There is no pull. Feng Koan, come along and help. The sand mining boat was not good for power. The two of them pulled the chain and jumped onto the shore. They both transformed into beast forms and carried the chain and dragged it hard towards the shore. The seafloor stone was extremely hard. How could it be pulled off by human power at this moment? However, seafloor stones evolved from common rocks in riverbeds. Although seafloor stone is hard, the rock is not particularly hard. Under the combined power of the tarantula and the Tyrannosaurus rex, the connection between the sea stone and the ordinary rock broke, and a large chunk of the sea stone was pulled up to the shore by them. The dark stone reflects the light as beautifully as obsidian. It is extremely dense and exceptionally heavy. After pulling this large chunk of seafloor stone ashore, Manhwa and Feng Koan were both panting. The next question is how to divide and utilize it. Processing seafloor stone is a profound technology, and at the same time, it is also listed for sale in the Divine Providence space. The method of processing seafloor stones, price 100,000 points. Manhwa naturally didn't have so many points and could only ask Aoxin for help. At the moment, Aoxin was fighting zombies on the road, and it wasn't until the evening, when he entered a bar to rest, that he saw Manhwa's message. You don't have to worry about the points. Go and pull over all the building materials in the entire Bianqing city, and those equipment from the water plant that can be used. The concentration of the zombie virus in the river is about the same as in the air, so there's no need to worry too much. But the Yellow River has too much sediment and the water source needs to be purified. In addition, the river is laced with the sea foam factor, so if we drink it directly, it's no different from poison for us ability users. Remember to distill it first. Distillation removes the sea foam factor from the water. These words, Aoxin told everyone around him. The family's fresh water reserves were about to run out. When Manhwa and his family's construction by the Yellow River took shape, they were going to have their family move there as well. This common sense from past lives is also the experience summarized by countless blood and tears. After exiting the Divine Providence space, he rummaged through this bar. All the liquor on the counter has been taken away or smashed. Broken tables and chairs and bloodstains indicated that an extremely miserable battle had also broken out at this place. The pandemonium of the bar is exactly where zombies tend to break out. He groped his way through the darkness, with no light, and had to rely on his sensory abilities of seeing colors to move forward. The strengthening of his physical body also strengthened his eyesight a lot, and when his eyes were finally able to adjust to the darkness, he was also able to roughly make out the outlines of the objects in front of him. There's a basement. How come it's still unlocked from the inside? Touching a door lock, he twisted it off with a slight force, and was greeted by a staircase leading down. Steel whip in one hand, he slowly walked down the stairs. Suddenly, sensing movement in the ground in the seeing color, the steel whip slammed down instantly. Ah! A shriek rang out as a wisp of fire erupted from his mouth, slightly illuminating the dark underground space, only to see a disheveled young girl crouching in the corner in front of him, and then looking down at the ground. A youth had his brain smashed by a whip. The two men were described as thin and weak, and they didn't know how long they had been in the basement. They had been in the darkness for so long that they could barely see out of it. Seeing the man being smashed to death by Aoxin on his head, the young girl kept shrinking backward in terror, but her back was the wall, so where could she escape to? Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Aoxin frowned at her. Her cheeks were sunken and her bones were as thin as wood, a sign of prolonged starvation. Another wisp of fire erupted from his mouth, and it had to be said that the green dragon was inferior to the burning fruit in this aspect of illumination. Out of the corner of his eye, he swept the ground. On the ground, there were some bodies, and on the bodies, there were some gnawing marks. Nibbling? Aoxin's face changed drastically as he raised his steel whip to block in front of him. Dang! Loud noises traveled through the basement. Hustling back, the terrified girl curled up on the ground was gone. Hearing color sensed the movement at his side, but the speed of the attacker, coupled with the small space, left him nowhere to dodge for a while. Paper painting. With an unscientific concavity of the waist to the inside, he dodged the punch that carried the sound of a powerful wind. At the same time, the fist wrapped in armed color blasted out, sending a figure flying backwards. The steel whip slammed down in a smooth manner. A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the figure in front of him had disappeared again. The darkness was not kind to him, only being able to fight entirely with his seeing colors. He would have taken several hits by now if not for the passive offloading of the paper painting. Of course, with his strength nowadays, even if he was hit by that thing, he wouldn't be hurt too badly. The enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. He stood quietly in the basement and fully applied his seeing color. If you turn on Dragonization you can of course end the fight quickly, but there's no need. It's just a good opportunity to work on your seeing colors. He kicked his left leg to the side and back, but he was still a step too slow. His left leg was empty, and he immediately blasted the other side with his fist. Such a quick change of stance that even that thing couldn't react. There was a muffled grunt as something was blasted against the wall he had blasted into. Dust and wallpaper rustled off the walls, and when he chased after it, the thing was gone again. Shave! The figure moved at extreme speed, and a whip was lashed out, and another crisp shattering sound rang out. Reaching out into the air, he vaguely saw in the darkness that it was a transparent wafer. Did this come out this early? Xian's ears suddenly twitched, and his left arm grabbed out to the side in a lightning-fast manner. Gotcha! Another tiny puff of fire erupted, and in the flames, in his hand was the withered young girl who had been huddled in the corner moments before. But her image at the moment was very different from before. On its cheeks, on its arms, scattered pieces of transparent crystals. She was lifted off the ground by Xian's throat, and was now grabbing Xian's hands with both hands, trying to break these large hands like iron jaws, but the big hand didn't move. TSK, a gentle, pretty little girl like you can go down on zombie meat? Xian, who had experience from his previous life, was more than familiar with this state of a young girl. This is the Crystal Man, eating zombie flesh without getting infected, crystallizing the brain, and brain-field crystals are the treasures known as awakening crystals by those with the ability to do so, and their bodies will gradually crystallize, and these crystals have great defense and also bring them great power. Get off me! Get off me! The crystals on the young girl's face fell off, and she transformed back into her original, harmless appearance. Yo, still a fake Crystal Man? A crystallized human's body mutates, and the brain field crystals devour the original brain and will become a different creature entirely. But there is also a type of crystallized person who will undergo a mutation. Its brain crystals fused with the brain, and the personality of the original owner was not completely erased. Their bodies also retain a human appearance, except that they can autonomously crystallize to attack or defend. The most crucial thing was that this type of fake crystallites were no different from ordinary humans as long as they didn't reveal their crystals. Lurking amongst the humans, it would not be noticed. Seeing how strong you are, you've eaten a lot of walkers. Xian pinched the Crystal Man's neck and lifted it upwards again. This Crystal Man's face was suffocating red. With the speed she had just displayed, how could she be on the level of a flesh corpse? Moreover, this type of fake crystalloid retains human characteristics, and its combat power is quite a bit lower than others of its kind. That is to say, those zombies she ate, if they were normal crystal people, I'm afraid they would have to have the strength of zombies. Let me go. Her voice was distorted and she barely managed to hold 3 words out of her mouth. But all that greeted her was Xian's disdainful smile. I've never hurt a human. It's just walkers I eat. Please, let me go. Her breathing became more and more difficult, and her brain was already slightly confused, but her survival instincts made her insist on finishing her plea for mercy. Release you? While Xian laughed, his hand once again increased its force by a few points. Your brain domain crystallization should have reached the 2-star level. Let me take a look. The other hand reached for her skull, 5 fingers forming a claw to break her skull open to remove the crystals. Crystalline Man's body couldn't stop trembling. Spare me, please. A line of teardrops dripped from her eyes. She didn't want to die. Even if she had to eat disgusting zombie meat to live, she still didn't want to die. But now, this person who was frighteningly strong didn't have the slightest bit of compassion and only wanted to take out her brain domain crystallization. Feeling the hand like a steel claw on her head, she closed her eyes in despair. Or, is it dying? However, Xian's hand, which was about to use the finger gun to shatter the crystallized man's head and take out the crystals, suddenly stopped. His fingers, touching something, plucked it off smoothly and held it in front of his eyes. It's a very plain hair band with black sides and a small star as a decoration. This hair band. Xian looked at the sunken cheeks and bone-thin crystalline person in front of him and fell into a certain memory. What's your name? The hand that was choking Crystalline Man relaxed a little so that she could catch her breath. Seeing that Xian didn't kill her, but instead loosened her claws, she rushed to answer the question even though she didn't know its intention. My name is Han Frost. Boom! This name hit Xian's brain straight on, easing her to the ground. He released the grip on her throat. Did you have a brother named Hanley? How do you know? She was released, still afraid to move. This youth in front of him was too powerful, but why would the other guy know about his brother? Could it be someone my brother knows? So it's you.
Aoxin looked at Han Shuang in the darkness with a complicated expression. In a previous life, one had known her. At that time, Han Frost lurked among a group of survivors disguised as a human. Because of her sunken cheeks and ugly face like a sickly ghost, she was very unattractive. Only herself was willing to talk to her. Later, the identity of her crystal man was revealed and she had to escape. Her own self was still horrified at the time when she learned of her crystal and human identity, but she just laughed and ran away on her own. And then, years later, he was being chased by the kid who got the devil fruit ability, and was once saved by her. Unfortunately, her outburst had exposed herself, and that kid had later spread the news, with countless people wanting to take her brain domain crystals. As for how she turned out in the end, she herself was unknown. After she was held back by those pursuers, she herself died at the hands of the boy. At least, in her previous life, she acted in a way that was not malicious towards humans, nor has she ever been heard of devouring human flesh and blood. Maybe, she really is different from the other crystals. I owe you a favor. Aoxin uttered such an unclear phrase that Han Frost didn't hear it. Nothing. Shaking his head, Aoxin said, "Come with me. As long as you don't eat anyone, I'll keep you safe." Han Frost was still extremely fearful of him. But I'm no longer human. I've turned into this ghostly appearance. When I go out, people will definitely kill me when they see me. No one can kill you while I'm around. Aoxin's words were loud and clear, and although her voice was flat, it inexplicably gave her a strong sense of security. Well, her voice got lower and lower and, finally, she actually sobbed. Aoxin wouldn't be able to comfort people. Besides, this one in front of him wasn't really a person anymore. He searched the basement for a few moments and finally found a large bottle of soda. His purpose in coming to the basement was to find drinkable freshwater or juice. Although alcohol no longer worked on his body, drinking every day didn't really quench his thirst. Unscrewed the cap and gulped it down. The cool breath went straight to the stomach and intestines, and I felt refreshed. Downing the bottle in one gulp, he discarded the mouthful in his hand with a satisfied sigh. I found another bottle of mineral water, opened the cap and took a sip. It hadn't spoiled yet, so I screwed the cap back on and turned away carrying it. Some of them regretted not bringing Ao Chen with them. If they had Ao Chen's treasure space, they would be able to store some more fresh water. But thinking about the battles that he had experienced in the past few days, if he really brought his sister out, she wouldn't be able to carry the hairy corpses and the constant army of zombies. Go! Returning to Han Frost, he greeted him, and with a soft Han Frost followed him out of the basement. Back above the bar, it was still dark, but the visibility was quite a bit better than in the basement. Finding a couch and dropping the mineral water onto it, as well as leaning the steel whip casually against it, he sat down to rest. Han Frost rubbed the corners of his own coat and carefully sat across from Aoxin, his body sitting straight for fear of upsetting him. There's no need to be so formal. If you're hungry, there are walkers outside that I killed. Feel free to eat them. There are only two types of food for crystals, humans and zombies. If she doesn't eat humans, then she can only eat walkers, and other foods are useless to her. Seeing that she was still formal, Aoxin chatted with her and also asked about some of the things that she was not willing to talk about in her previous life. For example, the cause of her transformation into a crystalline human. Normally, a person wouldn't try to eat zombie meat even if they were starved to death. But why on earth did she go this far? In her previous life, she was secretive about this experience of her own, unwilling to talk about it in depth. But now, under Aoxin's powerful pressure, it was really a question of what she said. I was originally a waitress at this bar. Han Frost spoke of his own experience. When the apocalypse came, certain addicts in the bar had low immunity and couldn't carry the zombie virus and developed necrotic mutations. The whole bar was a mess at the time. She fled into the basement with several other bar workers in a panic. Spent a few days on food from the basement. However, the concentration of the zombie virus in the air was getting higher and higher. And with the weakness caused by staying in the basement all the time, there were soon people with necrophilia in their bodies. Luckily, they found it in time and killed the man just as he was necrotic. But end times abound with people who have lost their bottom line. What could happen to a woman locked in a basement with a few men in the midst of this breakdown of civilization? But those were nothing to her anymore, as long as it's alive. But there are always people who are perverted beyond belief. The outside of the bar is full of zombies. They're afraid to go outside, and they're running out of food fast. Finally, one of the men suggested that she should eat the flesh of the guy who had been killed in the necromancy. When she didn't want to, the men held her down and forced that meat into her mouth. It was useless to let her cry and struggle. I don't know if the sky is the limit, but instead of necrotic mutation, she mutated during the crystallization of her brain field and became a fey crystalline human. And kill all those men. After listening to Han Frost's confession, Aoxin couldn't help but sigh. It's true that the scariest thing in the post-apocalyptic world is the human heart. After Han Frost became a fey crystalline man, he also had thoughts of begging for death. But in the end, he still wanted to live. Do you know my brother? How is she today? After a brief exchange between Han Frost and Aoxin, she also realized that Aoxin did not appear to be trying to kill her, and gradually lowered her guard. It was the first time she had seen a living person since she had killed those men. Not only is it incredibly powerful, it doesn't seem to discriminate against itself. This caused her to rely on Aoxin a little more deep down, and she couldn't help but think of Aoxin mentioning her brother earlier. Perhaps it would be possible to get news of his family from him. They're all dead, Aoxin replied. Naturally, he didn't recognize Hanley and their families. These, in a previous life, were heard from Han Frost. After hiding in the basement for a while, she went looking for her family, but found nothing. Later, she inadvertently finds a surveillance video from a nearby store, in which she sees the entire family infected by walkers at the beginning of the apocalypse. Dead, Han Frost murmured, his heart grieving, tears streaming down from his sunken eyes. Expectedly, death is the norm in a post-apocalyptic world. After lying on the couch and sleeping all night, he woke up the next day to see Han Frost hugging and nibbling on a zombie's thigh. That's the zombie he killed yesterday. Morning. Rotate your neck a few times. Sleeping on the couch was uncomfortable and your neck was a little stiff. Han Frost saw him awake and hurriedly turned her back. Although she could only feed on zombies, she didn't want to be seen in an ugly state when she fed on zombies. Aoxin smiled, exchanged a large piece of Sea King-type roasted meat from the god's gift space, swallowed it in a big gulp, and filled his mouth with the mineral water he found from the basement last night. Then he activated life restitution and digested all the energy in this piece of meat as much as he could. After the meal, Han Frost tore a tablecloth to wipe his mouth, and Aoxin felt full of strength. Lifting his steel whip, he headed for the door. Let's go. Behind them, Han Frost followed closely, and just as they opened the gate, a large group of zombies came at them. Aoxin carried the steel whip on his back and utilized the finger lance and the erasure kick, which couldn't send out a chopping strike against the enemy. Han Frost hesitated for a moment and also floated crystals on his body surface and fought the zombie horde. Crystallized people evolve in the same way as zombies, which is to devour other zombies and promote the strengthening of the crystals in their bodies through the zombie virus. Even if they still retained their human appearance, their internal genes were already of a different species. The moment they become a crystalline, they cannot use the divine gift space. To humans, zombies or crystals are monsters. All are killable monsters. Crystallized crystals were born on Han Frost's fist, and he slammed his fist on the body of a flesh corpse. The strong force knocked the flesh corpse back a few steps, but then immediately roared and charged. Rip! Her back was scratched by a zombie. Blood marks surfaced and the zombie virus entered her body, but she would no longer be infected, and with her eyes flashing red, she smashed the head of a walker with a single punch, and grabbed one of its arms and chewed on it. The bloodstain on his back slowly healed as another walker lunged at his flank. She raised her arm and crystals emerged from it, which were hard and deflected the zombie's attacks. Throwing away this gnawed and mangled arm in her hand, her fists were once again covered in crystals as she lunged at the surrounding walkers. But she was once, after all, just an ordinary bartender, and had never been trained in fighting. Even if one became a crystallized man, one's physique was only more powerful, but one's fighting skills were extremely crude, relying on brute strength and indestructible crystals, as well as a crystalline human physique that won't get infected even if bitten. She was only able to be so strong among the walkers. The two walked towards the west while fighting, finding a building to hide in when they got tired and resting, and when they were rested, they continued to go out and fight. Your fighting skills are too shallow. On the way, Aoxin dealt with the constant stream of zombies while giving instructions to Han Frost. I'm sorry, I don't know how to fight. Han Frost was ashamed. Seeing Aoxin's art-like fighting style, his own movements were as ugly as pooping. However, the crystallized brain area of the crystalline human was like a computer with a strong learning ability, and while she dealt with the zombies around her, she learned combat techniques from Aoxin's movements. And the learning outcomes are extremely significant. After clearing out another group of zombies, Aoxin exchanged several bottles of the cheapest spirits from the Divine Providence space and used them to rinse his body. Do you need it? He questioned Han Shuang as he poured the spirits down his head. Ha, me? Han Frost looked down at his body, which was covered in blood and filled with a fishy odor, and then glanced at Aoxin's lean and powerful muscles, and immediately lowered his head in self-contempt. Here, Aoxin had realized that even though she was reduced to having to devour zombie flesh to survive, she was still a woman after all. What woman doesn't love cleanliness?
redeeming a couple bottles of spirits for her as well. The young girl poured it from her head as well. It's impossible to get it completely clean, but the dirt can be less, the smell can be lighter, and it can be a little more comfortable. Thanks. She had very few words. Basically, as long as Aoxin didn't open her mouth, she would remain in a state of silence. After rinsing, the clothes were soaked with liquor, but there's no way around it. And the good thing is that with the hot sun and the alcohol evaporating quickly, the clothes will dry out in no time. Why are there so few walkers on this street? Upon entering a street, it was unusual to see walkers around in threes and threes. This used to be a downtown area, right where the walkers should be. So why is it so sparse? Easily killing an approaching walker. The duo took it in stride. But the further we go, the more zombies there are. Someone's luring walkers? Killing frantically in the zombie horde, he saw a huge iron fence in front of him. The fence was thick, and there were a number of other huge obstacles in the back that would be difficult for even a flesh corpse to break down. At the top of the fence was a raised platform on which a young girl was sitting, making occasional faces at the walkers in front of her. And below, behind the barriers, was a large group of people, holding spears redeemed from the divine providence space, stabbing out through the gaps in the barriers and slowly killing the zombies. In the middle of the intersection was a large man clad in gray-green scale armor with long cheeks and a thick tail behind his buttocks. He wielded a long, serrated blade in his hand. This blade, it was exactly the same as the one of the evil dragon. Aoxin remembered that this was a Liang quick blade level weapon called Chopping Peak, priced at 10,000 points. Is there anyone other than yourself who can get 10,000 points? This person is certainly not a nameless person. The chopping peak was heavy and sharp, and every time it chopped down, it could easily decapitate a zombie, and even if it was a flesh corpse, it was just a matter of chopping a few more times. This person's power, too, was extremely strong. On the high platform, the young girl who was making faces at the zombies was startled when she saw the two Aoxin, who had mixed into the group of zombies and rushed towards them. It was really too easy for them to kill walkers. Hurriedly, he shouted to the serrated blade man below, "Uncle Luo, there are two people mixing with the tide of zombies to kill them." The big man below, who was concentrating on the battle with a serrated greatsword, visibly froze for a moment. "What do you mean? You're coming in with a wave of zombies?" Though the zombies and hairy corpses were all lured further down the street by Ing, where there were only zombies and flesh corpses. But even he, the ancient species ability, didn't dare to mix in this level of zombie tide. Before the young girl could explain, he saw the movement of the zombie tide, only to see this army of zombies attracted by Ing suddenly riot. They stopped charging their way and stopped in their tracks. It seemed that, in the midst of them, something was killing the zombie hordes in a frenzy. Bang! A meat corpse was kicked up in the air and landed directly in front of the dazed big man. Looking at the deep footprints kicked out of the flesh corpse's chest, he was horrified. The unknown being's kick actually broke the zombie's sternum. Even the rise of the spine was rushed to distortion by the huge force. What kind of strength is this to be able to do this? Looking serious, he said in a loud voice, "Everyone be careful. There are strong people coming." He wondered if this powerful man was human or not, and even if he was, what kind of attitude he held toward them. Soon, a youth with a clean face and bulging muscles stepped out from the tide of corpses. He seemed to be carrying an iron rod-like weapon on his back, but he didn't use it. Instead, he struck these zombies with his bare hands. His 10 fingers were like 10 spears, and the defense of the zombies was as weak as toilet paper in front of him. A stab in the back. Beside this youth, there was also a thin woman. It should be a woman. The big man wasn't so sure, but judging by the bulge in the man's chest, odds are it should be a woman. The woman's arm had unknown crystals wrapped around her fist. The crystals glistened in the sunlight, but their hardness was extremely amazing. Ordinary zombies had their skulls shattered in an instant under her fists. The claws and teeth of the zombies elite bit into her body, and were blocked by the crystals. Is it a devil fruit ability? Shining fruit? The only thing he could think of was Diamond Josie's shining fruit. No one knows about the existence of the crystallized man yet, and the crystallized body of Hanfrost is used by him as a fruit ability. Are they really human? Especially that youth, killing zombies with countless deaths by purely using his physical skills. Suddenly, he remembered a video he had seen only a short while ago. That Qinglong big brother? Rumor has it that he's coming toward the provincial city, and judging from the previous video, it's indeed possible for him to reach here if he keeps heading west. There's the hairy corpse over there that Ing lured over. Was it killed by him too? On the high platform, the young girl also looked dumbfounded. She had always thought that Uncle Luo was already the strongest person she had ever seen, but she never thought that she would be shocked by what she saw today. Aoxin had already seen the group hiding in the huge barrier, but he didn't stop killing. Together with Han Frost, they slaughtered the zombies that had been attracted to this side of the city. slowly walking up to the big man. He could already tell that the big man was their leader. Introduce yourself. AOXIN. AOXIN shook off his arm, shaking some of the blood off his body, and stretched out his bloodstained hand, and the big man hesitated for a split second, but still stretched out his own clawed hand covered in gray-green scales and armor to shake with it. Witnessing AOXIN's battle power with his own eyes, he didn't dare to disarm his fruit ability for fear that the man would storm out. Seeing his caution, AOXIN smiled and just gently shook his hand before pulling it away. The image, he recognized. This person's name is Luo, and his fruit is fish fruit ancient species, pig crocodile form. In terms of strength, among the various forces of the end times, it was considered a formidable player, but it was not he himself who made him famous, but a young girl under his command, Tang Yingying, the same girl who stood on the raised platform making faces at the herd of walkers. Because of this girl, Luo Yi's power had developed quickly, and had even confronted that powerhouse from the divine capital. Of course, he was ultimately outmatched and taken under its wing, but when his forces were merged by that one, Tang Yingying's status was even higher than his, because Tang Yingying can lure walkers. Her fruit is the Superman line aroma fruit. The fragrant fruit is also an ability that never appears in the anime. A variety of scents can be released. Actually, when it comes to scent, it's essentially a variety of odors. For example, the mesmerizing incense that puts people to sleep, the fragrance of acacia that arouses the lust of others, and so on. Even, she can give off a scent that attracts walkers, which is why these walkers keep being attracted to her. Not only that, but she explores the scent that attracts walkers in depth. It can release a scent that attracts walkers of all levels. For example, scents that only attract hairy corpses. The hairy corpse had been in the neighborhood, and she'd been led hard into the distance. The zombies were also not something Luo could easily fight against for the time being, and were also lured away by her. She herself can also give off the smell of a walker, making them think she's a walker too, so that she won't be attacked when she walks among them. Only zombies and flesh corpses were left here, and with the multiple obstacles Luo had gotten, they gathered a large group of people and hid in the back to hunt zombies for points, and give Luo the points for uniform distribution. That's why Luo was able to exchange for a Liang quicksword level weapon. It could be said that Tang Yingying's ability was at a strategic level in the post-apocalyptic world. As for making faces, that's pure boredom on her part. When AOXIN saw Tang Yingying on the high stage, he immediately recognized this very famous girl and had some other thoughts. Luo also introduced himself. Is Your Excellency the Green Dragon Fruit ability person rumored on the net? AOXIN nodded. That's right. Hiss. Getting his personal acknowledgement, Luo still marveled. It turned out that not only was his fruit powerful, but he was equally strong in himself. It forced him to be more cautious. If such a strong person had bad intentions towards them, how should they react? Thoughts ran through his mind, spinning many thoughts, and finally despairing that there was no way out. One can only pray for the character of this powerful man. Tang Yingying on the high platform also jumped down and stood behind Luo on guard while sizing up the legendary powerhouse in front of him. How could he be so strong when he looked about the same age as himself? Tang Yingying, aroma fruit ability? AOXIN looked at this young girl. The young girl was wearing a pair of double ponytails. Her skin was white and tender, and her clothes were still clean, which was extremely rare in the post-apocalyptic world. How do you know? Tang Yingying asked, blinking a pair of big eyes. AOXIN laughed. Not only do I know about you, but I also know that Luo is a fish fruit ancient species pig crocodile form. Luo and Tang Yingying were even more shocked. How did he know? Both of them had new abilities that hadn't been seen in the anime. So how could this guy tell? Make a deal. AOXIN had no intention of explaining to them, as this would highlight his mystery and power even more. What's the deal? Luo still didn't know the purpose of AOXIN's appearance here. Pointing to the wave of zombies still pouncing in the distance, AOXIN said, use her ability to lure the zombies here. I'll cripple them and you guys harvest them. Sending points? This was Luo's first reaction, but soon realized something was wrong. No one is a fool, and no one is willing to give anything to another person for nothing. AOXIN must have something in mind with this move. None of you have reached the copper skin realm yet, and every time you cross a step to decapitate a zombie, the points you get will be doubled tenfold. These walkers will be harvested by you to get more points than our 9 points. This kind of thing, he and Ao-chan had done, but it's too much of a waste of time. It was very much affecting Ao-chan's own strength progress, so he gave up after a few attempts. Points can be gained again, but strength can only be gained on your own. But he didn't care if the strength of those in front of him progressed or not. It didn't matter if they were dead or alive. Just the thing to use for this program. I'm sure they won't say no. However, Luo unexpectedly revealed a somewhat overly pleased expression. Is it not too good to give you a 10% share?
AOXIN? You want to eat shit. I9 you won. Luo was even more stunned. At 10%. Wouldn't your side be working for nothing? OOXIN stretched out 3 fingers and smiled. First, I can instantly cripple those flesh corpses, including zombies. You only need to kill them. There is no danger. And you don't need to slowly grind them. Even though it's 10%, you will definitely get more than killing them yourselves. Second, even if it's a hairy corpse, I can still waste it. 3-star hairy corpse, 1000 points. You guys kill it by crossing the 3rd rank. The points will be doubled by 1000 times. That is 1 million. 10% is 100,000. How long will it take you guys to get this 100,000? After saying these 2 points, Luo and Tang Yingying and the other's eyes had lit up. And third? The young girl asked eagerly, wanting to know what else was in it for her. AOXIN was still smiling, but the words he said were frightening. Third, you guys are too weak. I'll kill you with just a handful of hands. So, do you have standing to object? Not to mention that I'm willing to give you 10%. Even if I don't give you even 10%, what can you do? The words were soft, but in the ears of the crowd, they were so cold. Luo Yi's forehead veins stood up, but he understood that this was reality and not a novel. And if he wanted to gain longevity in the post-apocalyptic world, he had to recognize the times. His hands tightly gripped the chopping peak for a long time before he slowly replied, "Good." Behind him, the crowd also felt humiliated, but none of them dared to speak out in mockery. This person killed out in the tide of corpses. All the fury horrified them. How dare they joke with their own lives? Hearing this good word, AOXIN Fong only laughed. This is right. Cooperation is a matter of 2 benefits. I'm not a black-hearted capitalist. Wait for me to clear the field first. These zombies can't contribute a few points. After saying that, he greeted Han Frost and then leapt towards the zombie tide in the other directions. Luo and the others occupied an intersection and set up a 4-square defensive position with various thick metal objects. The people on your side stand in the center, backing up when they get tired and taking turns killing the walkers that attack the barriers. Right now, AOXIN had only cleared out the zombies on the street they came from, and the other 3 streets were still covered with waves of zombies. Removing the steel whip from his back, the purpose of this time was to gain points, so he intended to make quick work of it. The crowd only saw a figure flash by, and that was when countless zombies fell to the ground. OOXIN had seen color and reacted swiftly, purposely avoiding all flesh corpses and instead only hitting the zombies. The zombies are 1 point no matter who kills them. There's no need to cripple them. Luo looked at this scene in shock. The current AOXIN was only using his weapon. The combat power he displayed was very different from the party. Uncle Luo, how is he able to be so powerful? Double ponytail girl, beautiful eyes, colorful. For this kind of people, the age of peace is the shackles. The end of the world is the world that belongs to them. Behind him, one of the youths who had originally defended the northern main gate came panting. Uncle Luo, he's too strong too. Those zombies are like ants in his hands. His body was covered in yellow fur with black spots in it. His head was topped by pointed ears, and behind his butt was a short tail. It was actually an ability user as well. He came to Luo Yi's side before he disarmed his fruit ability. More than strong, it's downright perverted. Tang Yingying spat. Their life in the end times under Luo Yi's organization was not bad. At least, in these days, everyone had received more than 10 points, and they had all exchanged for the armed color cultivation method. However, they schemed for points between life and death, while AOXIN directly had points delivered to his hands. Not only him, but also that woman. Also strong. Uncle Luo isn't even as easy as her. Han Frost's performance wasn't as bright as AOXIN's, but he also crisscrossed the tide of corpses. She's a zombie-level crystal person, converted into humans. That would be the second-order Iron Bone realm. It was only because of being a Fae and maintaining a human image and sense of autonomy that the battle power wasn't as strong as a normal crystalline human, but it also absolutely crushes the existence of flesh corpses. Besides, she was not afraid of the zombie virus and did not need to defend herself too tightly, something that ordinary humans could not compare to. But she didn't feel, to me, like a human. Tang Yingying sniffed the air carefully. She's a fragrant fruit and is very sensitive to odors. Han Frost though behaves all the same as a human, and his crystallized ability can be considered a fruit ability, but the smell of the body can't be fooled. Tang Yingying felt that the odor on Han Frost's body was rather more like a product of the fusion of humans and zombies. Isn't it a human or a zombie? The youth spat and scared twice more. But then again, she is really ugly. I've never seen such an ugly woman. Han Frost's cheeks and eyes were deeply sunken inward. His face was withered and yellow, like a sickly ghost, and his lips were bloodless. If encountered violently at night in the moonlight, it would certainly scare the piss out of the timid. Combined with a bloodstained and tattered dress, her image was not only ugly, but also bizarre.
While several people were chatting, Aoxin had already decimated all the zombies on the 3 streets, leaving only a few flesh corpses behind. He broke the limbs and spines of these flesh corpses and left them to climb on the ground. Hanfrost is exhausted and is resting against a utility pole. She looked at the corpse of the zombie in front of her. Her mouth drooled involuntarily. The big battle had consumed a lot of energy and she was hungry now. Hanfrost's abnormality was noticed by Tang Yingying. She was surprised. You guys, look at the way she's looking at the walkers. Like they're delicious food. No way? The youth thought Tang Yingying was overthinking it. Who would want to eat zombie meat? It's so disgusting. Even Luo Yi feels that this idea of Tang Yingying is too outrageous. Alright Yingying, there's no need to be too sensitive. How could a person eat zombie meat? Tang Yingying bristled. Well, maybe I'm overthinking it. And then continued to admire Aoxin's heroic posture in battle. It's just awesome. Killing the entirety of the zombies that had surrounded him, and cracking the limbs and spines of the fleshy corpses, Aoxin returned with a steel whip. Let your people go. After clearing out this wave of flesh corpses, then have Tang Yingying lure the surrounding zombies over. Luo Yi and the others looked at the empty streets. Was this still the post-apocalyptic world they knew? To the youth beside him, he said, Shao sure. You lead the men to kill these wasted flesh corpses. Be sure to keep track of the number. Never be greedy for even a single point. He was terrified of Aoxin's strength. Those flesh corpses were all wasted by him. If he remembered the number and someone on his side got greedy, wouldn't that push them all into the fire pit? Sure, you nodded and left, greeting 10 people in the crowd. You guys follow me. He first found out the exact number before he had the men start chopping off the heads of the flesh corpses. Flesh corpses' bodies were quite a bit stronger than zombies, and their bones were even harder, and it wasn't an easy task for these people to cut off the head. Aoxin glanced at the work over there and stopped paying attention. Coming to Han Frost. Hungry? He could see the craving for zombie meat in Han Frost's eyes. Go eat if you're hungry. Don't worry. With me around, no one will dare target you. His words were decisive, adding a little more warmth to Han Shuang's heart, which had already fallen into dead silence. But she held back. No, it would give you a bad name. If other people saw her eating zombie meat, not only would she herself be treated as a monster, but even Aoxin, her reputation would be tarnished as a result. She didn't want to see that. In the end of the world, perhaps Aoxin is the only one who was willing to accept his own self as a crystal person. She couldn't let down Aoxin's good intentions. No matter. I don't care about that. Aoxin tilted his head and looked up at the sky. Honor? What is needed in this world is strength. As long as I'm strong enough, others need to shut up. But if I'm not strong, then I'll just be at the mercy of others. Like Han Frost in general. Once upon a time, she was a young girl with no hands who was turned into a crystalline human by having zombie flesh forced down her throat. Is that because she did something bad? No, it's because she's weak. Therefore, the rule that Aoxin practiced was, those who obey me pay protection money, and those who disobey me are all beaten to their knees. Han Frost still shook his head and resisted the desire to eat. Not far away. Sure, you led these people to harvest the heads of the meat corpses. It only took Aoxin 5 minutes to cripple them, but it took Shiryu and the others a full hour to chop off the heads of these flesh corpses. I don't know if the group can cut off the heads of the hairy corpses, muttered, not holding out the slightest hope for the strength of these people. The only one who is somewhat useful is perhaps Shiryu. He had the added power of his animal fruit ability, and his physique was far stronger than the others. The attack is naturally a bit stronger. He might still have a chance to cut off the walker's head. If it really didn't work, they would have to let Luo Yi try. Only, Luo Yi's strength had already entered the copper skin realm, and after killing the hairy corpse, he could only gain 100,000 points. When Shiryu and the others finished harvesting, they came to report to him. There are 68 flesh corpses in total, totaling 6,800 points. According to the agreement, I'll share 120 points with you. I'll transfer them to you now. Aoxin nodded and added Shiryu's friend in the Divine Providence space, receiving 120 points. For these people, getting 680 points for an hour without a fight is a windfall. You couldn't get this much even if you worked hard to grind up zombies in the past. Although they also knew about the rule that the reward for killing oversteps the ranks is double tenfold. However, the zombies are constantly outside. Even if Luo Yi has the strength to waste the flesh zombies, who would dare to go out and behead them? So, even though they only take a tenth, these people are already satisfied. Aoxin looked at Tang Yingying. Go on, this time attract zombies. Do your best to attract more zombies over. Tang Yingying nodded solemnly and stopped paying attention to Han Shuang's abnormality. Climbing back up to the high platform, a scent that no human could smell traveled in all directions. Big brother, you have to kill faster. These defense barriers of ours, zombies can easily destroy them. While Tang Ying leads the zombies, Shiryu climbs into a conversation with Aoxin. There weren't many chances to see this kind of legendary character, who had only been seen in the God's Providence Space Communication Channel videos, in person. Don't worry, Aoxin said faintly. It wasn't long before zombies were the first to jump from the South Street as the scent wafted out. It held its hands flat and its legs were also straight together, but it jumped quickly, and in the blink of an eye it had arrived in front of this defensive position at the crossroads. In the face of this countless living flesh and blood, the zombie was extremely excited, opened his mouth and was about to go on a killing spree, but it was greeted by a steel whip. Snap! With a muffled sound, the zombie's sternum was directly broken. Aoxin used Shave to follow up. The hand movement does not stop. A few times in a row, it broke the zombie's limbs and spine. A kick to the front of the defense position. First, as soon as the words fell, another zombie was seen appearing on the east and west streets at the same time. Aoxin continuously moved with shaving, and before the zombies on the eastern street could react, they were smashed by his whip and broke their spines, carrying the zombie back. On the way, he delivered a few more lashes in passing, breaking its limbs and leaving them in front of the position. And then, the body leapt high, directly over the position. His feet slammed into the air and he actually walked 2 steps in the air. It's the moonwalk, but before he could be happy, he couldn't get a foothold in the air on his 3rd step and fell down. But that's okay, it's a good start. The figure flashed out and came to the zombie with a shave, as it were, and the zombie was wasted. On the high platform, Tang Ying looked at the relaxed appearance of his wasted zombie, and also opened her own ability to the maximum, striving to make the scent waft farther away. On the white forehead, beads of sweat dripped down, the result of running the ability at full strength. Luo and the others, on the other hand, had completely gone numb. It's not even on the same level. A head of zombies was lured from afar, and was easily crippled by Aoxin and thrown in front of the defensive position at the crossroads. When Tang Ying gasped for air and finally couldn't continue to catalyze her ability, there were no longer any zombies appearing in the streets on all sides. Begin! Oxin returned to Han Frost's side and asked Shiryu to lead the men to decapitate these zombies who had their tendons broken. Hey! A man with an ordinary pirate sword swung down hard, but it was like chopping on top of steel, shocking his own wrist with pain. I'll do it! Shiryu brought his sword forward and turned into his human beast form with a loud roar. Shiryu is in the animal lineage, cat fruit, lynx form. Seeing that Aoxin was curious about Shiryu, Luo took the initiative to open his mouth to introduce him. The lynx was also a ferocious beast with a not-so-low combat strength, and the core of their team was him, Shiryu, Tang Ying, and the other 2. The only ones with fruit abilities were the 3 of them. Shiryu had just awakened his hegemony not long ago, and had yet to reach the copper skin realm, but with the lynx fruit's enhancement, his strength was not small. The zombie wanted to tear, but its bones were broken by Aoxin, so it could only be impotent and furious, rolling the zombie over so that it was face down. The long knife was aimed at the zombie's neck and chopped it down in a single stroke. Madaka! Shiryu sat on his butt and fell to the ground, the steel blade in his hand unexpectedly breaking into 2. But the zombie's neck, however, was only cut in a little. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Everyone else had crippled the zombie, but he couldn't even chop off the head. Seeing this, Luo handed over his own serrated greatsword. Use this blade of mine, the quality of a good fast blade to cut zombies without a problem. Shiryu gave a thank you, took the serrated greatsword, and chopped down fiercely. This time, it's chopped right in at 1%. Only 100 more strokes were needed to completely decapitate the zombie. Aoxin was bored with watching, and when she saw Han Shuang staring at the zombie and kept swallowing her saliva, she whispered to her, "If you can't help it, go to the street we came from." The street was not visible from here, and there were quite a few zombies in it that they had killed, enough to feed Han Frost. Han Frost nodded her head. She was too hungry, so she darted away. Luo and the others didn't dare to ask when they saw Han Xuan leave, and they all focused on Shiryu chopping off the zombie's head. There were 13 zombies in total, and for each one, it took 10 minutes to complete the decapitation. By the time it was all chopped up, another 2 hours or so had passed. Shiryu gasped and wiped the sweat from his forehead as he came before Aoxin. The 13 zombies have a total of 130,000 points. You get 90%. That's 117,000 points. Enter the Divine Providence space and transfer the points to Aoxin. Shiryu looked at the string of numbers on his account and felt like he was dreaming. In 2 hours, 13,000 points were harvested. Bring the previous 680. Oh, no need to bring it. Not even a fraction of this one. The more he looked forward to what the hairy corpse could bring them,
The eyes that looked at Aoxin also grew more and more adoring. "Are you okay?" Aoxin asked Tang Ying. Tang Ying had rested for an hour, ate a piece of the regular version of the big meat stick barbecue, and her strength had almost returned. Giving an okay sign to Aoxin, "No problem." Then he climbed onto the high platform again and took a deep breath to adjust the scent in his body. Soon, another smell came out that humans couldn't detect. Only this time, the flavor was being clustered by her efforts to spread to the north. There was another hairy corpse there that she had lured out. After a long time, she stopped panting, but the hairy corpse didn't appear. "Are you any good?" Aoxin questioned. Tang Ying said indignantly, "The distance is too far. My scent can't waft through." After all, she was only an ordinary person who had just awakened her hegemony, and her battle strength was not much higher than those of her companions, and her physical strength was even more average. "It's good enough to let the scent waft that far." Aoxin saw that she did try her best and didn't force her. "Since you lured the hairy corpse out, you should know its location, right? Tell me. I'll go cripple it and bring it back. It's the only way to go at the moment." Tang Ying was a little frustrated that she couldn't help, making it seem like she was useless. Reaching out, he pointed to the street to the north. "Turn west after this street comes to a head, then north after another head, then west after another head, probably in that street." Aoxin. "I'll drop a bean. It's so fucking far away. But think about that location where you killed the hairy corpse. It's a long way from here." It does seem like they went to a lot of trouble to keep the hairy corpses from finding their way back. To Han Frost, who had just returned from a full meal, he said, "Wait for me here. I'll go kill that hairy corpse." After saying that, he directly transformed into a green dragon and rose into the air, flying in the direction Tang Ying had pointed out. My god! Seeing that 100-meter-long green dragon with their own eyes, Luo Yi and the others were all wide-eyed. Even Han Shuang, it was the first time he had seen Aoxin dragon eyes. The mighty green dragon was worshipped, and the spread of the dragons might also added a few more points of awe to their hearts. "Uncle Luo, I'll go check it out." Tang Ying suddenly jumped off the high platform and ran towards the north. She smelled like a walker, and was able to make the walkers recognize her as one of their own kind. And there was no problem with safety. "Be careful." When Luo Yi saw her running out, he could only shout for her to be safe. He didn't have Tang Ying's ability, nor did he have Aoxin's combat power. If he ran out as well, once he encountered a zombie, it would be certain death. Besides, the group needed to sit on their own. Han Frost returned and continued to stand quietly on the corner of the street, silently watching the direction Aoxin left. In the sky, the green dragon looked down, searching for signs of the hairy corpse. Perhaps it was because all the people in this neighborhood were gathered in one place by Luo Yi, and he didn't find any more human figures. A few streets later, he looked shocked as the red-haired thing was resting on the ground. It was the hairy corpse. The green dragon swooped down, while a mouthful of roaring thunder sprayed at the hairy corpse. A rumble of thunder sounded, and the red hairs on the hairy corpse's body fell back and exploded. But he had just gotten up when the thunder struck it straight in the fontanelle. The red hair on top of its head turned into flying dust. The hairy corpse looked up angrily, and as a result, it was greeted by a blazing crimson. That's the green dragon hot breath. Flames covered its torso, and as it burst out of the flames, it saw countless more wind blades sweeping in. Thunder, fire, and wind packages were Aoxin's usual moves. However, controlling three elements at the same time also led to the fact that none of his three elements were too powerful. In the anime, Yamato was able to counteract Kaido's hot breath with his servantless ice teeth. It was because she had only mastered the elemental power of freezing chi. Though not as strong as Kaido himself, Ice's power is enough to rival Kaido's hot breath. On his own side as well, Meng Kuei's underworld power and Lu Xiao's sun true flame were both very powerful. If one was in the same realm as them, one's heat breath would not be able to compare to the sun true flame. However, the combination of the three elements also brought him more battle techniques, exerting a power that was no worse than just one. After the thunder, fire, and wind package, the green dragon probed its claws and grabbed. Armed color covers the dragon's claws, which simultaneously transport the technique of pointing the gun again. Sharp claws flashing cold. Hairy corpse, all red hair has been burned out. Even the flesh has been scraped down a lot. It raised its arm to block, and the green dragon's sharp claws pierced straight into the flesh of its arm and were blocked by its bones. Aoxin transformed into his human animal form at this instant, and with his other hand, he took off the steel whip on his back and violently knocked at the hairy corpse's shoulder. He was going to disable the hairy corpse rather than trying to kill it, which was more difficult than killing it. An invisible ominous aura enveloped the area, and the chi and blood were stagnated for a minute. Roar! With a loud roar, his feet stomped on the ground, his domineering chi merged into his bloodline, and his thick chi and blood rolled and tumbled.
dispersing the condensed blood chi. Electricity surrounded the surface of his body. Strands of black gas were expelled from his body, and the steel whip slammed into the hairy corpse's shoulder, sending his body sinking. But its bones were very hard, and this whip did not crack its shoulder blade. But no harm done. Aoxian's other hand that pierced into the flesh of its arm grabbed down hard, the dragon's claws sliding down close to the hairy corpse's arm bone. The skin and flesh of its arm was torn apart by the dragon's claw, and even the bones of its arm were scratched out by the claw. Skin and flesh peeled off, and though the hairy corpse felt no pain, instinct made it angry. A dull hissing sound came from his throat and he reached for Aoxian's chest. However, Aoxian had already had a battle with a hairy corpse and knew its strength well. Without blocking, allowing the hairy corpse to grab at his chest with both claws, he used his steel whip in one hand and his dragon claw in the other to make a finger gun, wanting to fight with the hairy corpse with his life. But he couldn't really fight the hairy corpse for his life after all. When the hairy corpse's claws were about to grab his chest, its body muscles unexpectedly shrunk backward in a weird way. It's the super toughness practiced by the paper drawing that is dodging with the air currents. But he was a normal human. In the end, he couldn't do the owl's kind of body like a soft clay. His chest muscles backed up slightly, unloading a few moments of the hairy corpse's force after. His chest bulged violently, as hard as steel. Iron block. The iron block covered with armed color hegemony, coupled with the hard dragon scales on the body surface, collided with the sharp claws of the hairy corpse, as indestructible as adamantium. 3 dragon scales had fallen off, and there were a few red spots on his chest, but that's about it. The full force of the hairy corpse's attack was unexpectedly unable to break through his defense at this moment, but his attack would not be relentless. The steel whip slamming into the previous shoulder position once again, as he was unable to move due to the hardening of the iron, relying purely on the inertia of the slam before unleashing it. Bang! The hairy corpse nearly fell to its knees as he smashed it. The dragon's claws stabbed at the hairy corpse's throat and pierced through the flesh of its throat, nudging at the throat bone. Even more coincidentally, this finger just happened to point at the bone gap of the throat bone. Sharp dragon claws wrapped in armed color stabbed halfway into the raw, and when he disarmed the iron, the claws curled up and retracted the nails between the bones, piercing the flesh of his throat completely. The dragon's claws fully probed into its throat and grasped the internal neck bone directly. Drink! Aoxian shouted and lifted his body up. In the distance, a gasping young girl peeked out from the back of the building, watching the battle in shock. Crap! This big brother is too fierce. Tang Ying covered her small mouth in surprise as the berserk green dragon's manual form was currently grasping the hairy corpse's neck and slamming it nonstop towards the ground. He's so powerful. Hurry up and turn on the video recording function of the Divine Providence space to record this wonderful scene. Although Tang Ying wasn't strong, she could see that the hairy corpse was struggling hard, but it could never break free from the grasp of the dragon's claws. Surrounded by other zombies, Aoxian directly used the hairy zombie in his hand as a weapon and smashed at those zombies. The head of the hairy corpse was like the hardest sledgehammer, smashing into the other zombies and easily breaking the bones of the other zombies. Even if it was a zombie, if it was smashed a bit, it would at least end up with cracked bones. In fact, the strength of the hairy corpse was in between with Aoxian, but Aoxian possessed the experience of his previous life, and every time in the gap between the hairy corpse's strength, he used techniques to destroy its force, so that they have no power but to be reduced to toys in their own hands. Bang! The hairy corpse was once again smashed hard on the ground. Aoxian's body was half bent, one foot stepped on its head, and the steel whip smashed hard on its shoulder. Suddenly, Aoxian's dragon claw that was deep into the flesh of the hairy corpse's neck was soft, and for a moment he couldn't even use his strength. This was a long time in negative distance contact with the body of the hairy corpse. Ominous infestation. The dragon tendons in the dragon's claws were tangled, and even the blood chi didn't flush them away at once. Dragon claws cannot use the force. The hairy corpse from the starting grasp to see break free, struggling to leap up. Aoxian stepped on the head of the hairy corpse's feet cannot withstand this huge force. Staggered backward 2 steps. He flung his left hand, the armed color covering it once again as the blood chi pounded repeatedly within his body, finally dispersing the tangled tendons and joints. What a pain in the ass. Sputtering, he rushed on again. At this moment, the hairy corpse looked extremely miserable. The skin and flesh on its neck almost completely fell off, revealing the white cervical vertebrae, and the marks left by the dragon's claws on it. Roar! The hairy corpse hissed angrily, then grabbed the body of a zombie next to it and began to gnaw on it. But how would Aoxian let him nibble his way back to recovery? Shave! With a flash of his body, he arrived in front of the hairy corpse and raised his whip to smash down. The hairy corpse tried to resist with its fists, but this arm of its was slammed by the steel whip one after another, and its bones had already cracked. It has no pain, but the body still has to follow the laws of physics. The fractured arm was far less responsive and capable of exerting far less power. The steel whip slammed head-on on top of its fist blade. The force conducted and went straight into the shoulder. And the hairy corpse that was gnawing on the zombie's flesh and blood was sent flying by the force. The shoulder, which was already cracked in the bone, was also smashed out of its skin toward the back by the force. Shave. The body in midair has not yet stood steadily in front of the body of the hairy corpse once again appeared in front of the figure of the dragon man. Aoxin with one hand grabbed the throat of the hairy corpse, at the same time with the tail of the dragon rolled around the body of the hairy corpse. The steel whip slammed into that shoulder once again. The shoulder blade finally shattered open completely and an arm fell to the ground. The hairy corpse violently dropped the zombie meat in his hand and opened his mouth to bite at Aoxin's throat with sharp teeth. It is suddenly difficult. The force is extremely strong. Good thing Aoxin one hand grabbed it by the throat. This fishy mouth stopped in front of their own will no longer be able to store into. Another mouthful of snarling thunder spewed out, and the thunder struck the zombie squarely in the face, and its eyes were blown out by the thunder. The dragon's tail behind him curled with force, and the left dragon claw instantly loosened and tightened, and the hairy corpse had turned into a confined form with its back to itself. Grabbing it hard by the neck, he slammed it down towards the ground one at a time, but the concrete floor wasn't as hard as its head. And even though the concrete floor had been smashed out of a big hole, the hairy corpse's forehead still didn't have the slightest crack. This thing had shed quite a bit of flesh and blood all over its body, but its ferocity was unabated, hissing as it tried to get up and attack. But after having one of its arms removed by Aoxin, it had absolutely no chance of winning. The steel whip kept smashing down, first cracking the spine of the hairy corpse, and then completely breaking the bones of its limbs, but it was essentially a corpse, and although the bones had been knocked out, the flesh could still move. Only that, without the bones to support it, the power it could exert was much smaller. Lifting up the foot that was stepping on the head of the hairy corpse, Aoxin stabbed one of his dragon claws from behind into the body of the hairy corpse and grabbed its vertebrae before transforming into a green dragon and taking off into the air. Is the big man done with this fight? Tang Ying, who hid to watch the battle, was not satisfied. The expected world war did not happen. From the beginning of her arrival, she saw the hairy corpse was unilaterally hanging. Hey, big brother's gone. I have to hurry back too. At the original intersection, a hairy corpse was thrown from the sky before the green dragon landed in human form. He removed the steel whip from his back and completely dislodged the 3 remaining limbs of the hairy corpse before stabbing it in the back again. So what if there's no blade? The rounded head of the whip pierced through the body of the hairy corpse under his immense strength and stabbed deep into the earth. Begin! Luo-yi and the others gulped. They had seen the destructive power of the hairy corpses. A corpse slaughtering an entire heavily armed army was easy. But now, it was thrown in front of them like a dead dog. Uncle Luo, lend me the knife again. Sure, you received this peak chopper greatsword from Luo-yi and came before the hairy corpse. With a beastly roar, he took on the human animal form of a lynx and chopped down as hard as he could, but only left a cut white mark on the hairy corpse's cervical vertebrae. Sure Yu's own wrist was still raw from the recoil. Oxin witnessed this scene. He took a breath. Really cannot break the defense? Trying to cross the third rank to kill was really impossible. Sure you continued to chop hard, but it was still almost difficult to inflict effective damage on the hairy corpse's neck bone. Just as he was about to give up the generous reward for Luo-yi to try, Tang Ying, who had run back out of breath, was the first to speak. I have an idea. I wonder if you would like to try. Oh, Aoxin gave a sideways glance. What method could immediately increase the attack power by so much? Tang Ying explained. The chopping peak is only a weapon at the level of a good quick sword. If there was a weapon at the level of a great quick sword, it might be able to do damage to the hairy corpses. Ying, the great fast blade requires 100,000 points. But where do we have 100,000 points to use? Luo-yi laughed bitterly. If he could obtain a weapon at the level of a great quick sword, would he not use it? Tang Ying didn't answer Luo-yi, but instead stared at Aoxin. Big brother Qinglong, if this flesh corpse can be beheaded by brother Shiryu, you will receive 900,000 points, and we will also receive 100,000. If you are willing to lend us $100,000 up front to exchange for the great fast sword, you will most likely receive a higher return. Ying, Luo-yi hurriedly pulled Tang Ying a bit. Big brother would already be thankful if he could share the points with them. How could he dare to let big brother pad for them? While signaling Tang Ying not to say more, he observed Aoxin's reaction. Aoxin didn't get angry at what he heard, but pondered whether it was cost-effective to do so. It was indeed as Tang Ying had said, lend them a big fast knife for a chance to get more. He did have over 100,000 points too. Even if they got the big fast knife and still couldn't decapitate the hairy corpse's head, he could take it back and give it to Han Frost to use. or go back to his sister to use it, both of which would be fine, and he himself wouldn't actually be at a disadvantage. Could be. Thoughts settled. He agreed to the plan. What type of weapon do you want to use? He inquired to Luo. This was because, if the head of the hairy corpse could be decapitated, this blade would most likely be used by Luo, while chopping peak would be eliminated to Shiryu. God's gift space isn't the only place where you can customize the type of weapons that have appeared in the anime. I'll do whatever you want. Luo stated that he didn't care. Without further ado, he entered the Divine Providence space and began searching. Finally, the hardest one was chosen. The Autumn Water. The price of the big fast knife is 100,000 points, but he has the title of God's gift member, so he can enjoy a 20% discount, and only needs 80,000 points to redeem. Passing the Autumn Water into Shiryu's hands. Try it. Autumn Water is a black blade, far heavier than other knives, although it was not as big as the sawtooth dagger chopper. The weight, however, was 5 times that of the chopper. Shiryu only felt a heaviness in his hand. If he were to fight with this weapon in hand, not to mention the impact on his dexterity, he would simply be exhausted after a few swings. It was also fortunate that he didn't need to fight now. He just needed to mechanically hack away. The blade was sheathed, the cold reflecting his lynx-like face. Discarding the sheath on the ground, he held the knife in both hands, took a deep breath, and slashed down hard on the neck of the hairy corpse. Dang! Metal-like clashing sounds echoed, and Shiryu was shaken back several steps. However, the shallow slash mark on the hairy corpse's neck made him unusually excited. Uncle Luo, big brother, feasible. Dragging the blade back, he once again chopped down fiercely, and as a strong concussion sounded, he was also shaken back once again. Unfortunately, the time with the sword was too short, the accuracy was not good, and the blade, chopped next to the first blade. Noticing Aoxin's disgruntled look, he panicked. Big brother, I'm sorry, I definitely won't cut off the side next time. With that, he raised his sword again and chopped heavily. As a result, a third slash appeared on the hairy corpse's cervical vertebrae. Shiryu, apprehensively, he looked at Aoxin's reaction, fearing that this big brother would get himself killed in a fit of anger. Aoxin's face was expressionless. This situation is actually quite normal. Before the end of the world, they were all flowers in a greenhouse. Who would carry a knife and cut people? To be able to quickly adapt to the post-apocalyptic world and grow gradually is amazingly heartfelt. You cut slowly. Aoxin said to Shiryu and faced Tang Ying again. Keep luring the flesh corpses and zombies. He doesn't know how much longer he'll have to cut. Tang Ying shrugged. The nearby zombies have already been lured out, and it will need to be at least a day before any distant zombies gather. No more walkers? Aoxin felt sorry. It seemed that the nearby zombies had been killed off by themselves, but it doesn't matter. There's never a shortage of zombies in the post-apocalyptic world. Because of the nature of the zombie virus, these zombie corpses will evolve and become stronger beings when eaten by other zombies. After thinking about it, he said to Luo, have your people come out and move all these zombie corpses to the intersection at the end of the 4 streets? It's not only the popularity of the people that attracts the walkers, but also the bodies of the walkers, which are good for promoting their evolution. Wait for a wave of zombies to evolve in the distance, just in time to continue the harvest. Very happy, Aoxin thought as such. Luo listened to him and did as he was told, and one after another, the people in the defense position came out and began to carry the bodies of the zombies and transported them to the end of the street. Beside the position, Shiryu was still slashing away. I wonder how long it will take to cut, but as far as the naked eye could see, the hairy corpse's cervical vertebrae had been hacked off with a small gaping hole. Everyone was busy. Aoxin had nothing to do for the time being and said to Luo, want to join me? Luo was stunned. What he feared had still happened. This strong man was recruiting himself. Tang Ying, who had a bored look on her face next to her, also perked up her ears, listening to Luo's choice. Even Shiryu, who kept raising his sword to chop down, paused for a moment. Luo was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. Can I refuse? Aoxin was still smiling. What do you think? Hey, in the post-apocalyptic world where the strongest are honored, Luo knew he had no choice but to ask, what benefits can we get? Perhaps it was because Aoxin had acted very approachable since he came into contact with them that Luo dared to ask this. Aoxin said, a better life, getting stronger faster. Luo's expression didn't change much when he heard these 2 points. Such promises were too false. He wanted to hear something practical. If you don't go through the Divine Providence space, but instead purchase items through me, I'll give you a 95% discount. The 95% off isn't much, but the points are invaluable and every little bit saved is good. This benefit is extremely tantalizing, not to mention the ordinary people in Luo's forces. Even he was moved by his heart. 100,000 points for a big fast knife. And a 95% discount would save 5,000 points. That's 5,000 points. These 5,000 points used to buy people's hearts would also be an extremely cost-effective deal. Yes, he responded heavily. Throwing the serrated sword chopping peak on the ground, he knelt down on one knee and came to show his loyalty to AOXIN. Boss AO, Luo Yi would like to serve you. Seeing his allegiance, Tang Yingying and Shiryu also came together behind Luo Yi. Boss AO, Tang Yingying, Shiryu, wishes to serve you. Nodding in satisfaction, he let them get up and said to Shiryu, you're moving too slowly even as you continue to cut down the hairy corpses, taking in Luo Yi's forces, especially by getting Tang Yingying. It would be easier to gain points in the future. When those who went to transport the corpses returned, Luo Yi announced to them his decision to pledge allegiance to AOXIN. Stay or go as you please. I'm not imposing. That said, who dares to leave? With their strength, they could still survive by holding together as a group. Leaving alone was purely looking for death. No one had any objections. AOXIN had Luo Yi count a total of 172 people. Most of them were young and strong. And these people, under Luo Yi's constraints, maintained order quite well, leaving Han Frost behind to watch over Shiryu and the others. AOXIN took Tang Yingying with him and left for the time being. You're coming with me. Saying that, and not caring whether Tang Yingying agreed or not, he directly dragonized, grabbed Tang Yingying and flew off into the distance. Yingying, Luo Yi was shocked, and Shiryu was also shocked. Boss, where are we taking Yingying to? In the sky, came Qinglong's voice. You guys hurry up and get that hairy corpse killed. I'll go get another one. Ah-ha-ha. In the dragon's claw, tiny Tang Yingying clung to his paw and screamed frantically. I'm afraid of heights, big brother. Though the dragon's claws gripped her tightly, she clung to one claw for dear life, her body curling up frantically and clamping her legs around the other claw as well, refusing to let go. The wind whistled around them, the sound of air currents from rapid flight. Looking up was the massive body of the dragon, completely blocking out the overhead scenery. Beneath her, the buildings and crowds were rapidly getting smaller. Her heart was thumping, and she would have almost peed if her legs hadn't been so tightly clamped together. Hot-blooded and dizzy, she had no idea where AOXIN had taken herself. As it gradually adjusted a bit, the mind couldn't help but wander again. Why did Biggie single me out? Is it going to do something to me? Do I say yes or no? I hear it hurts, and the big guy is so strong. Woo-woo, can you get pregnant? Do you want to give birth if you're pregnant? What's the baby's name? AOXIN, who had transformed into a dragon and was flying, didn't even know where this little thing gripped in his claws had thought of. And soon, when he saw a group of zombies wandering aimlessly below, he dropped down from a high altitude and stood on top of a tall building. Unclasping his claws, he flung them downward. Looking down, Tang Yingying was still clinging to his paw in death and refusing to let go. Her eyes were disoriented, not knowing if she was stunned or thinking randomly about something. Hey, coming down. Ha! Tang Yingying awoke with a start, but seeing the roof of a 30-story building at her feet, she was scared again and hugged tighter. It's too high. I don't dare. There was no other way. AOXIN had to come to the roof right in the middle of the building, which gave her some sense of security. Carefully loosening her arms and legs, standing on the roof of the building, not daring to walk forward at all. Why did you bring me to the roof, big guy? What's on my mind is, yoo-hoo, big brother brought me to the roof. I'm not really guessing right, am I? He's so strong, I can't seem to resist. However, after AOXIN put her down, he did not take human form, but said, use your ability to lure the nearby zombies over, hairy zombies and those below them. Before the words fell, he swooped down, and when he was still 10 meters away from the ground, he transformed into a human form, and his feet even stepped on the void, walking 2 steps in the air before landing safely. Hey, Tang Yingying on the roof blinked her big, dumb eyes. Big brother isn't going to take me? Seem to have gotten sidetracked? Oh-hoo, so embarrassing. Though there was no one around and her heartfelt words were unheard, the young girl's cheeks instantly flushed. She was left alone and shy for a long time before she remembered that AOXIN said she would help him attract monsters, and hurriedly released the scent that attracted the zombies. But she still didn't dare to go to the edge of the roof and look down. A man sat alone on the roof of a building, humming a little tune as he used his abilities. Downstairs, AOXIN was killing his way through the zombies. There are a lot of zombies roaming around here, but not enough to reach the point of a zombie wave. However, there was Tang Yingying upstairs who was constantly drawing the zombies in for him, which also led to his fight never stopping. Ordinary zombie flesh corpses are killed outright, while zombies have their limbs broken off and thrown into a side store. He fought freely, and the growth of his hegemony was slow but palpable. The strength of the flesh body was a few more points stronger. and the hegemony was spreading into the flesh and blood. According to the rough division in his previous life, he was now in the middle of the iron bone realm, and when his bones were completely transformed into adamantine, his power would be generated from within, strengthening his flesh and sinews, and he would reach the realm of huge power. This was due to the overwhelming genius's talent, allowing him to cultivate extremely quickly. Finally, a hairy corpse was attracted to him, and he let out a long cry of excitement, but instead of entering his human beast form, he took off the steel whip on his back and attempted to fight the hairy corpse. Both sides of the force intersected. Aoxin only felt a huge force coming. His feet could not help but take several steps back. Without the green dragon to add to his power, he still didn't have enough power. But to be able to take on a 3-star hairy corpse with the iron bone realm without being killed in seconds was already a feat. Armed with a color-covered steel whip, he held the whip in one hand, stabbed out with a finger gun in the other, and underneath his feet, he kicked with vigor using the Arisher Kicks power style. But the hairy corpse's arms blocked, easily blocking the steel whip's attack, and its finger gun, also blocked by the hairy corpse's other fist. The legs were swift and drove the wind to roar, but there was still no chop issued. Practicing the 3 battle techniques on the feet, shaving, moon steps and Arisher feet, if one were to come back to the divine feet realm to learn them, one's progress would be extremely fast. However, he was only a mere iron bone, and his physique could hardly reach the point of kicking out a chopping blow. With his excellent fighting skills, Aoxin was still able to maneuver with the hairy corpse even though he was being pressured by it. The other walkers around him made his situation even more difficult, but this kind of situation was exactly what he needed. And this kind of crisis and ups and downs combat environment was more than capable of bringing him back to the feeling of fighting in his previous life. Once he himself was struggling on the edge of life and death, how had he ever had this pleasure of killing everything in seconds? However, if you only indulge in spikes, the growth of your combat skills will be slowed down, and the cultivation of your hegemony will be slowed down as well. Therefore, from time to time, he would deliberately create this kind of tense battle atmosphere used to urge himself, without turning on dragonization, strength, agility, reaction speed, etc. all dropped quite a bit. He seeks the kill in a huddle of walkers. Bang! Dodging an attack from a hairy corpse, he broke the left leg of a zombie and kicked out again, shattering the sternum of a flesh corpse. The steel whip fell against the hairy corpse's fist. When there is an attack that is too late to parry, localized armed color hardening is turned on, or the iron block is briefly used to parry it. The force of the zombie's attack impacted his blood, and the hairy zombie knocked him back with each attack. But instead of panicking, he inspired a stronger will to fight. The hegemonic energy was running wild, and with every collision with the enemy, the force of that impact was strengthening his own flesh and blood. This is the path that forged people must go through. Behind him was the building Tang Ying was in, and the hairy corpse's attack could easily break the steel and concrete of a tall building, so he retreated as he fought in the other direction. The use of the steel whip in his hand was also becoming more and more pure, not far from the level of his own knife skills in his previous life. Knock! Once again with the hairy corpse fists collided for a moment, he suddenly pain in the small abdomen, unsteady body, face changed under the emergency open iron blocker against the attack of a zombie. It was the ominousness of the hairy corpse that was eating away at his own chakra. He had been fighting this hairy corpse for too long and was somewhat unable to resist. With a dragon roar, he finally turned on his dragon transformation, and strong blood chi surged out from his body, washing away this ominous aura. The pain in his belly was relieved, and now, it was time for him to fight back. With a roar, he slammed a whip into the hairy corpse's fist, and this time, it was no longer him who backed away, but the corpse. At the same time, he kicked out and broke the right leg of a zombie, and the steel whip swung down one after another. With a kick, this zombie was kicked into the middle of the store next to him. The hairy corpse was furious and leapt up again. The steel whip in his hand came after him and smashed at the joints of the hairy corpse's arms. This is the benefit of improved combat skills. The other dragon's claw was interlocked with the hairy corpse's other hand with 10 fingers. The force penetrated the fingertips and pierced into the flesh and blood of the hairy corpse's palm. The hairy corpse's claws were sharp as well, again trying to pierce his flesh. But how hard are dragon scales, coupled with the hardening of the armed color? The hairy corpse's nails were like snapping on top of a piece of steel. The 5 fingers violently exerted force. The hairy corpse, a monster that only had killing instincts but lacked combat skills, could not defend itself in time, and the 5 fingers of its right hand were broken off by him alive. The other arm, on the other hand, was smashed down by the steel whip one after another. Although it wanted to attack Aoxin's body, Aoxin was always able to smash his arm faster than him. In this, the joint position was taken care of many times, and the hairy corpse's left arm had hung down as limp as spaghetti. The left hand had been grasping the right hand of the hairy corpse that had its 5 fingers broken. and when the steel whip smashed the joints of its left arm, the left claw fiercely exerted a forceful belt, bringing its body to a stagger, and the steel whip smashed down in a smooth manner. And this time, it was the shoulder of its right arm that was smashed. The zombies and flesh corpses around him were whipped by his dragon's tail and couldn't get close, and the occasional ones that could get close had their bones broken by his powerful kicks. Electricity wrapped around the steel whip, adding a few more moments of power to the weapon. 10 minutes later, the hairy corpse had had its limbs and vertebrae smashed off by him, stomped him under his feet, stabbed him in the back with a steel whip and pinned him to the ground. Aoxin undid his dragonization and fought the other zombies with his bare hands. After another half hour, the surrounding zombies were slaughtered by him, and no more zombies were drawn from the distance. It should have been killed off, or Tang Ying on the roof of the building exhausted, redeeming a few bottles of spirits from the Divine Providence space and pouring them down on his head to clean the bloodstains. He also redeemed a Liang Quicksilver grade chain from the Divine Providence space at a large cost of 10,000 points. Take the chain and go into the middle of the side store. Here were the zombies he had scrapped. 23 in all. 23 zombies were threaded through the zombie's peepa bone with a chain after piercing it with a finger gun. Finally, pulling the string of zombies outside the store, he pulled out his steel whip and, after poking the hairy corpse's loot bone with it with force, skewered him and the string of zombies as well. Carrying one end of the chain, he transformed into a dragon and took off into the air to the top of the tall building. Sure enough, Tang Ying was seen sitting paralyzed on the ground gasping for air. While gasping for air, he wondered what he was shattering. Go away! Shouting loudly, he woke up the dazed Tang Ying. Just as the young girl was surprised that he had finally appeared, she saw the string of zombies and hairy corpses clutched in its claws. It was like a string of candy canes. Holy shit! You're so fierce, big brother. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she saw the green dragon drop down and grab her with its other claw and fly up into the sky. Ah! Fear of heights was the young girl screaming again, clinging her entire body to the dragon's claws, not daring to let go. The green dragon flew into the clouds, the thin air giving the young girl a few moments of suffocation, but also more than a few moments of novelty and excitement. Soon, the green dragon landed at their original intersection, where the people had already begun to eat and rest, and only Shiryu was already struggling to hack the heads of the hairy corpses. A chain was thrown from the sky, smashing out a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, Luo Yi and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. A large string of zombies on chains and a hairy corpse covered in red hair alarmed them. The green dragon landed and flung itself several more times before throwing down Tang Ying, who was clinging to her claws. Reassuming his human form, he landed on the ground and went to check Shiryu's progress. Well, that's good. It's already cut off a good chunk of it. Come on, those are yours back there. Aoxin's encouraging words made Shiryu want to cry. One hairy corpse took him so long to cut down, and now there's another one. And so many zombies, how long will he have to cut down? However, Luo Yi's team points were uniformly distributed depending on contributions. He had made such a strong effort, and he was sure to be assigned a lot of points this time, so his vigor remained high. It was dusk, and Aoxin was extremely tired from this battle. It would be fine if he was just fighting the hairy corpses, but he hadn't turned on his dragonization at first, and he was fighting purely with his physical skills, and he was using up a lot more stamina. There was no intention of continuing the fight now. Rest and recuperate and continue tomorrow. Luo Yi led this group of people to a building on the north side of the street. It was at this time that Aoxin realized how they were holding the group under the watchful eyes of the zombies. The key was still in Tang Ying, who released the same flavor as the zombies, covering this building. In this way, it hides the popularity in the building. But this cover-up was not as convenient as Tang Ying used on herself. On the one hand, this would add to Tang Ying's physical exertion, and on the other hand, once a zombie wandered into the room, it would be able to sense the human scent when it got close. However, as long as the door to the room is locked tightly, the walkers usually don't bother to violently break down the door without their popularity being exposed. Of course, Tang Ying would be able to get a good night's sleep today, because the nearby zombies were killed off by Aoxin. There was no need for her to release her ability to mask her popularity. Redeeming a piece of roasted meat of the Sea King class from the god's gift space, he gulped it down and used life restitution to absorb all of its energy, and then they lay down on a bed to sleep. Outside the house, a steady thud sounded. That was Shiryu, who was still trying to hack the head of the hairy corpse. The crowd fell asleep with the thud. When the bright moon was high in the sky and the temperature was a little bit cooler, Shiryu gasped and sat down on the ground. In front of him was the corpse of a hairy corpse with its limbs removed. The hairy corpse head rolled down beside him with one eye wide open. Few finally cut it off. Sheathing the autumn water, he could only feel his arms aching and his muscles twitching. However, seeing his 1 million points in the Divine Providence space,
All the pain and fatigue seemed to dissipate in an instant. 1,000,000 points. 1,000,000 That's the price of a supreme great quicksword. If I run away while I'm here, this 1,000,000 points will be mine. And this big fast knife, I can take it along. His mind couldn't help but rise with such greedy thoughts. The end of the world more than a month. Points million. Is that the powerful green dragon ability AOXIN? Also not so much. All kinds of battle techniques, potions, can be purchased. A normal pedigree factor is just 1,000,000 points. There's the side effect of losing your feelings. But do feelings work in a post-apocalyptic world? His heart was on fire and he unconsciously licked his lips. But what he didn't see was a petite figure quietly peering at him from the shadows not far away. The silhouette's clothes were tattered and still stained with blood. Its face lurking in the darkness unreadable. On the roof of the building, behind an open window, a pair of eyes were quietly staring at the place. Sure you murdered Qiu Shui? His eyes staring straight at the body of the hairy corpse. But soon he winced and slugged himself. The crisp voice echoed in the dark night. And sure you secretly cursed himself. Tee-hee, what's happening to me? Uncle Luo is so good to me that he even gave me the devil fruit. And Ing, if I escape, Uncle Luo and Ing will be killed by Big Brother Qinglong, right? Thinking of Tang Ing, he sighed again. Hey, it looks like Ing is interested in Big Brother. I don't seem to have much hope. Sitting on the ground, remembering Tang Ing's delicate face, he froze for a long time again. But Big Brother doesn't seem to be interested in Ing. I'm not without hope. Suddenly feeling motivated to live again, he got up and returned to the tall building where the crowd was resting. It was only after he had walked into the building that the petite figure emerged from the darkness. It was Han Frost. Out this late, she was foraging for food. In the daytime, she was too embarrassed to eat zombies in front of the crowd. AOXIN asked her to watch these people, and she couldn't run far away, so she could only come out at this time. She gulped at the sight of the hairy corpse on the ground and looked around. No one was there. And then she grabbed the body of the hairy corpse and darted into the middle of a pharmacy next door. The pair of eyes on the roof were preparing to go to sleep after seeing Shiryu return to the tall building when he suddenly saw a silhouette leaping in front of the hairy corpse, his eyes snapping open. Is she? What's she doing holding a hairy corpse in the middle of the night? Unfortunately, the pharmacy store door blocked the view, so he couldn't see what exactly that Han Frost was going to do with the body of the hairy corpse in his arms. In the pharmacy, Han Frost peeled off the red hair of the hairy corpse, crystallized his teeth in his mouth, and took a big bite. Blood dripped down the corners of her mouth, and after becoming a crystalline, the fishy zombie flesh was so fresh to her palate. It was more delicious than the best meal she had ever eaten as a human. Crunch! The hard bones of the hairy corpses were too hard for her to bite into, but the crunchy bones, which she clucked and crunched on, were very tasty to eat. Soon, half of the hairy corpse was gnawed away, and with a comforting belch, she hid the remaining half under the collapsed medicine cabinet of the pharmacy. This is going to be saved for tomorrow's breakfast. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth on her body a little, she quietly returned to the tall building where the people were living and slept in one of the houses Luo Yi had arranged for himself. Right after she fell asleep, another figure quietly descended the stairs and came into the pharmacy, but he saw nothing. Rummaging through the pharmacy, he sucked in a cold breath when he lifted a fallen medicine cabinet. I'm a bean? Half the body of the hairy corpse had been gnawed off, and the remaining half was still dripping blood downward. Eat, eat. His hands were trembling, thinking of what Tang Ying had said during the day. Uncle Luo, I don't feel like she's human. Under the dim moonlight, a stalwart face was reflected, and it was none other than Luo Yi. Behind him, a sudden noise came out, startling him to turn back in a hurry. Large dark eyes were staring intently at him and the half-fleshed corpse of a hairy corpse next to him, almost screaming out loud. When he saw the figure of the person, he was relieved. Ing, why did you come out in the middle of the night without sleeping? The person who came was Tang Ying, who was filled with horror as she looked at the half-haired corpse on the ground. Lo, Uncle Lo, did that woman eat it? She was caught in the sky by AOXIN's claws during the day, and in the middle of the night, she dreamed of falling from a high altitude. Suddenly woke up and opened the window to get some air, but she happened to see someone running into the drugstore holding the body of a hairy corpse. Curious, she secretly followed, and only when Han Shuang returned, hiding in the shadows, did she see that it was Han Shuang. After confirming that Han Frost had returned upstairs, she was about to enter the drugstore, but then she saw Luo Yi come down from upstairs and enter straight into the drugstore. That's when she came along. It's her. Luo Yi only felt his brain dizzy. A person? Why would he eat a zombie? Even if you don't feel sick, aren't you afraid of contracting the zombie virus? Uncle Luo, I'm afraid she really isn't human. Tang Ying recalled Han Shuang's face like a sickly ghost and that eerie aura. When approaching, one could still smell a 5% resemblance to a walker. This should not be what humans should have. Not human.
Not zombie-like. What the hell is she? Does Biggie know she's not human? The two of them were wide-eyed, with indescribable shock in their expressions. The two men restuffed the half-haired corpse under the collapsed medicine cabinet and carefully returned to the building. The next day, the crossroads. Sure, you transferred the points gained from hacking the hairy corpses yesterday to AOXIN. Xiao Shuwei was directly bought by Luo, with the promise of a 95% discount from AOXIN, spending 95,000 points. AOXIN gained 995,000 points. Why don't you run when you get 1,000,000 points? AOXIN asked him with some curiosity. There weren't many normal people who could withstand this large amount of wealth. Sure, you said with a straight face. My father said that when one lives in the world, one should put trust and righteousness first. For his words, AOXIN did not comment. In the post-apocalyptic world, this kind of words to listen to, even letting Shiryu alone to cut down the hairy corpses outside. He wasn't really afraid of Shiryu escaping. With Shiryu's strength of not even reaching the copper skin realm, where could he escape to? You keep cutting these walkers. On the ground, the zombies and hairy corpses strung up by chains were still writhing and struggling, but with even their bones cracked, there was almost no possibility for them to move by muscle power alone. Shiryu respectfully replied, yes. As far as the eye could see, there were already walkers roaming at the end of the street. They were gnawing on the bodies of other walkers on the ground. But one night of attraction is still not quite enough. Tang Yingying released a scent to attract meat corpses, yet there were only 42 of them. These flesh corpses quickly rushed in and were crippled by AOXIN again in a matter of moments. Throw it in front of the defensive position at the crossroads and let the people inside come out and lord it over you. Just as everyone was busy, Han Frost quietly walked into the pharmacy last night. Her brow furrowed when she saw that the pharmacy seemed to show signs of having been moved after she had left, moving the collapsed medicine cabinet. And when she saw that half of the hairy corpse was still there, she didn't think much of it, and nibbled on it as she cradled the body of the hairy corpse. Not far away, Luo Yi and Tang Yingying had been keeping an eye on Han Shuang, and when they saw her walk into the drugstore, a look of horror appeared on their faces. The two looked at each other as if they wanted to ask if they should tell AOXIN. However, Luo Yi gently shook his head, and they could only forcefully hold down their doubts and fears. It didn't take long for Han Shuang to walk out of the pharmacy. At the corner of her mouth, a trace of blood remained. Luo Yi and Tang Yingying, who saw this scene, confirmed even more that she was indeed eating the hairy corpse. When Han Frost returned, although he didn't approach them, they all quietly took a step back, fearing that Han Frost would suddenly change and rise up to hurt people, leaving these people to chop up the meat corpses. He grabbed Tang Yingying once again and flew into the sky. Ah! Not at all prepared for this, the scared teenager also screamed again. This time, he left a little further away. A pair of dragon eyes stared downwards, but there had been no sign of the hairy corpse. Zombies were no longer useful to him, except for redeeming points, and to raise his strength, he still needed hairy corpse-level monsters. This time, it was only after flying for 10 kilometers that he saw a familiar flash of red hair. However, there were no tall buildings here for Tang Yingying to use for shelter. After thinking about it, he went to the top of the nearest tall building and set Tang Yingying down. At the same time, he entered the Divine Providence space and transferred 100,000 points to manhwa to exchange for the Hylu Stone processing method. Unfortunately, Divine Space can't transfer items. Otherwise, he could save 20,000 points by exchanging the processing method himself and then giving it to manhwa. But there's no time to go back now, so we'll just have to waste it. After putting Tang Yingying down, he said, he'll go and lure that hairy zombie over. And after he comes over, you can use your ability again to lure more zombies over for me. While the Divine Providence space hadn't modified the rules of points yet, he wanted to rake in a little more. Better to rake in $110 million to get yourself converted to the invisible black bloodline factor and the demonizing potion. Once again, he transformed into a dragon and went to the place where he had seen the hairy corpse before. Falling down in human form, he took off the steel whip behind his back and slammed it down hard. Roar! The hairy corpse was furious. While he fought as he headed for the tall building where Tang Yingying was, the hairy zombie was attracted by his rich blood aura and chased after him. Not only the hairy zombie, but also the other zombies around him. The 6 styles are used alternately. The armed color covers the body, and the smell color is always aware of the surroundings. He struggled to maneuver around the group of walkers. Not enough. It's not enough. Not enough pressure. Bullying is not just about squeezing physical strength. It's also about realizing potential between life and death crises. Otherwise, with the amount of force Shiryu had put into chopping the hairy corpse's head, his strength should have been refined. However, his hegemony did not grow too much and still did not reach the copperskin realm. This is the reason. So, again, with the same amount of physical effort, Fighting improves strength far more than labor or exercise. Why isn't Tang Ying luring the zombies yet? Aoxin muttered. She fell asleep? In fact, what he didn't know was that Tang Ying, because of her fear of heights, had stayed right in the middle of the roof of the building, not daring to go to the edge at all to look downward, and not knowing when he would arrive. Yelling, Tang Ying, it's time to lure the monsters. If the roar like a dragon's roar went straight to the sky, waking up the young girl who was afraid of heights on the roof of the building. Ah, I know, she tried to yell, but her voice remained limited. Utilizing the ability of the fragrant fruit, the invisible aroma drifted out in all directions. A large number of zombies were drawn from a distance. Aoxin shook his spirit, but the more he fought, the more courageous he became. The power of all kinds of moves were also a few points stronger. It was only when his flesh gradually stagnated due to the ominous erosion that he opened his human beast form once again, using his powerful blood chi to wash away the ominous aura in his body. 3 hours later, the hairy corpse collapsed beneath him with broken limbs and spine. There were also a large number of zombie corpses, flesh corpses, and zombie battered bodies around. Redeeming a bottle of spirits to rinse his body, he redeemed a large piece of Sea King type roasted meat and transported life restitution to turn it into flesh energy. After eating, as usual, I redeemed a chain and put the zombies and hairy corpses through their piping bones and brought them to the roof. Tang Ying on the roof was brushing the video in Divine Providence space. Sensing someone coming up, she hurriedly exited Divine Providence space, and when she saw the string of zombies and hairy corpses again, she was no longer surprised. Big brother, I just swiped a video. A new zombie has appeared. It's even stronger than a hairy corpse. There were 7 ability users who teamed up to surround it, resulting in 3 deaths and 2 serious injuries. Only 2 escaped with minor injuries. Saying that, she also shared the video link to Aoxin. The filmmakers of this battle were far away, resulting in a somewhat blurry image. However, he could still see the appearance of the so-called new species of zombies that Tang Ying had spoken of, only to see that in addition to the red hair on this zombie's body, there were also a large number of exoskeletons growing out, which could not only be used as the armor of bone to protect the body, but could also be prolonged to turn into a bone blade to be used for attack. And, although the zombie still didn't seem to have a spirit, its fighting movements became more and more pure. It seemed that it had an additional fighting instinct in addition to its instinct to kill and infect. That's a born killer, a born warrior. A 4-star zombie appeared so soon? Aoxin was surprised. This progress, it was twice as fast as in his previous life. Is it because of the butterfly effect from your own rebirth? He's not sure, but he had an added sense of urgency. He was currently only at the 2nd stage Iron Bone realm. And even with the addition of the green dragon fruit, he was still no match for a 4-star zombie. A 4-star zombie that spawns bones from a virus in its body while forming a layer of bony armor on its surface. They are called bone corpses, or martial corpses. Those 7 ability users, who were not even in the Iron Bone realm, dared to challenge the martial corpses? It was their extraordinary luck that they didn't get wiped out. Looking at where the video was posted, it was really a Mecha from across the ocean. A Mecha uses a nuclear weapon to be the first to catalyze a 4-star walker, which is generally true of her previous life. But America is not the only one who uses nuclear weapons. The northern powers neighboring China have similarly used nuclear weapons to bombard the zombies. Their walkers evolve quickly, too. Of course, it wasn't America and the northern powers that were the scariest. Instead, it's San to the west of China. Their nuclear arsenal exploded. All the nuclear-encrusted eggs are fully lit. Directly blew the city where they were storing their nuclear-encrusted eggs to dust. And the radiation spreads halfway across the AR, where they have the highest level of zombie evolution on the planet. Of course, that's an afterthought. The core city of San is now in ruins, and while the zombie virus is rapidly evolving, the zombies are similarly blown to pieces, and the periphery is needed to get in to collect the upgrade bonanza. Because the 3 countries of AS are adjacent to China, the zombie impact on China from AS is not small. Biggie, this kind of walker, can you beat it? Tang Ying asked. Oxin shook his head. With my current strength, difficult. Can't even beat you? Tang Ying was stunned, not being able to visualize the terror of the martial corpse from the video. But Aoxin was already the most powerful human she had ever known, and even he couldn't do anything about it. So if martial corpses appeared in Yuzhou as well, how should they cope? Aoxin said, don't think so much. Working hard to improve yourself is the truth. You can't just use it to unleash fruit abilities either. Your own strength is just as important. Oh, Tang Ying let out an oh, and then suddenly thought of Han Frost's strange appearance, and after struggling for a moment in her heart, she still couldn't help but ask, Biggie, that woman you brought in, there's something wrong with her. Do you notice? Aoxin was surprised. You found out? He didn't intend to hide the identity of the Han Frost Crystal Man. As people increase their level of exploration of the end times, they also grow to understand things about the crystalline man. At that time, Han Shuang's identity would naturally be exposed. He also didn't intend to let Han Frost live in hiding all the time. In this life, his principle was to suppress everything with absolute strength. Big brother, you know? This time it was Tang Yingying's turn to be surprised. She thought Aoxin didn't know that Han Frost ate zombie meat. Then he talked about what he saw last night. Big brother. She ate the body of a hairy corpse. Is she, or is she human? Aoxin said bluntly. No. Aoxin told Tang Yingying about the knowledge of the crystal people and told her about the awakening crystals. My god. There are such monsters. The young girl straight away exclaimed in an eye-opening manner. That is to say, the brain domain crystals of this kind of crystalline beast or crystalline human are able to promote the growth and awakening of the ability user? Isn't that a shortcut to getting stronger? She suddenly thought. In that case, the other abilities will try to kill Han Frost. Aoxin's reply was short and strong. My people. Whoever dares to touch them, dies. Oh, cake seller. Tang Yingying's small face suddenly reddened. That, big brother, am I your person now? Of course. Aoxin laughed. As long as they defect to me, they are all my people. So if someone bullies me, you'll help me too, right? Tang Yingying blinked her big, dopey eyes with an expectant face as she asked. That's for sure. Who bullied you? Aoxin felt that there must be something if Tang Yingying asked this. Sure enough, Tang Yingying's eyes lit up with hatred. It's a friend of mine. When we were running away together, she ended up backstabbing me after I found a devil fruit. Tang Yingying slowly recounted what she had experienced. Simply put, she was backstabbed and nearly killed by her former best friend. And when she returned, she was viciously discredited. Finally, a group of men grabbed her to abuse. If Uncle Luo and Brother Stone hadn't saved me, I'd be dead now. She spoke through gritted teeth. Before the end of the world. That was my best BFF. Why did she do this to me? She was puzzled that she had clearly sworn to be the first and the best in the world. But why did she end up like this for the sake of a little profit? She wants it, and it's not like she won't give it to her if she's given the word. Why would you want to kill yourself? Hate that he had forgiven her after he had evaded her killer and after she had cried out in pain. Tang Yingying hated her teeth when she thought of that woman. What's her name? Aoxin wasn't interested in Tang Yingying's story, but now that Tang Yingying was her own henchman, it wouldn't be a bad idea to avenge her if he met her. Sozo. After Tang Yingying said this name, Aoxin's face changed abruptly, even his voice raised a few points. Say that again. What's the name? Tang Yingying, who was immersed in anger, was startled by his aura and hurriedly repeated. Su Ro, do you know her, big brother? If it's your good friend, it's okay if I don't take revenge. The young girl who had just gritted her teeth instantly begged for her life. However, Aoxin's eyes showed a killing intent she had never seen before. That was the killing intent that Aoxin had never shown even though he had fought zombies. What does she look like? Aoxin took a deep breath to suppress his emotions. Tang Yingying hurriedly touched her clothes pocket, from which she took out a torn photo. This is her. It is evident that they were once indeed the first and best in the world. Otherwise, in the information age, who would carry around physical photos of other people? Aoxin not over. The photo of the young girl filled with youthfulness. She smiled cheerfully, wearing a beautiful dress. This smile, quite a few points of seduction. It was a face that gradually merged with memories from a previous life. Report. Why don't you report it? He laughed out loud. Su Ro, it's good to see you again. He said it really well, but Tang Yingying always felt that he was trying to kill Su Ro alive. Big brother, you guys have a grudge? Aoxin didn't answer. Do you know where she is? Tang Yingying hurriedly replied. I know. She's in the northern part of the provincial city. And I heard that she's found a big brother. What's his name? Zhao Chongkong, who's also an ability user. I didn't expect to find out about Su Ro so quickly. Aoxin's heart was on fire. Having been conned to death by her in his previous life, he had thought that it would take a while longer before he could get news of her. But it turned out that she was actually Tang Yingying's former friend. She punked you. How do you still know her info? Aoxin was curious. According to reason, after Tang Yingying and Su Ro had a falling out, both sides should have cut off contact with each other. Su Ro herself wasn't a big shot, so why was Tang Yingying so clear about her whereabouts? Tang Yingying said, I still have her best friend, and she still comes to taunt me from time to time even after she's pulled up to the big brother, and said that her big brother will definitely kill Uncle Luo, and then she's going to find dozens of men to gang up on me. The young girl's mouthful of silver teeth gritted and creaked. Obviously the victimized one had been herself. Why did she have such a big grudge against herself? Sheesh. Aoxin sneered. It was really sinister as always. He understood Su-Ro's mentality. Since he was offended, it would be immortal. In that case, he did understand that Su-Ro, who had clearly evening out to a big brother in his previous life, would meet up with himself. Zhao Changkong, an ability user in the northern part of the Yuzhou provincial city, was not small in his ambitions. However, it was defeated by the one from the god's capital and the entire force was annexed. Then, that one expanded eastward and met up with Luo-Yi and the others. The result was obvious. Luo-Yi lost. Luo-Yi and the others are integrated. Tang Yingying is reused because of her special ability, and Su-Ro runs away for fear of retaliation. That's what made her look so pathetic when she met her later. He guessed it probably should be. As for how Su-Ro pitched herself, it's the same as you all thought, so I won't use this old plot to water down the word count. North of the city? Aoxin raised his eyes to the north. Since he had already learned the news of his enemy, he didn't want to wait a moment longer. Longhua grabbed Tang Yingying and the string of zombies on the ground and flew back to the intersection where Luo-Yi and the others were, dropping the zombies and the string of hairy corpses. Another large plume of smoke and dust swept up, and Shiryu, who was hemming and hawing and hacking at the heads of the hairy corpses, had a look of pain and pleasure on his face. Throwing Tang Yingying off his claws, he rushed up into the clouds and headed straight for the north of the city. Ha! What's the boss running in such a hurry for? Shiryu just looked up and saw Aoxin leaving again, and this time he didn't even bring Tang Yingying with him. Yingying, boss this? Luo-Yi felt that Tang Yingying should know something, so he came to ask. Ha! Tang Yingying was still in a daze from her descent from a high altitude, and when she heard Luo-Yi's question, it took her a long time to react. Oh, Big Brother seems to have gone to find Zhao Changkong. Zhao Changkong? Isn't he in the north of the city? What's boss looking for him for? Luo-Yi was puzzled, but instantly thought, is it because he wants to subdue Zhao Changkong's forces? Since Aoxin had subdued him, it made sense to subdue the rest of the gathered crowd. He thought that a strong person like Aoxin would definitely want to dominate. I told the big man about Su-Ro, and then the big man seemed to be very angry, and without saying anything, he threw me here and ran away, and I thought, maybe Su-Ro had offended him? Tang Yingying organized the information in her brain, still feeling incredible. Su-Ro had been her best girlfriend, and the two of them had almost nothing to talk about at that time, so I hadn't heard that she knew this big brother, right? Moreover, looking at Aoxin's appearance, it was at least the kind of hatred that killed his father and took his wife. What did Su-Ro do to him? No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. Luo-Yi looked at Shiryu's labored appearance, thought for a moment, and said to the others, come out all of you. I'll give each of you a fast knife. Come cut these few zombies that have been wasted by the boss. Shiryu's energy was almost all held back by the hairy corpse, and he hadn't even chopped off the head of the one from yesterday before Aoxin got another one. I don't know how long it will be until he's done chopping, so get the others to come along and help. Although none of their strength was high, they were all people who had exchanged the hegemony cultivation method, and the strength of their physical bodies was now much stronger than before the end of the world, coupled with the fast knife level weapon, although still cannot cut the zombie, but, two people group, with the knife and the zombie neck to saw to grind, can also play a role. In the sky, Aoxin stepped on the flame cloud and flew rapidly. In the center of the city, he dropped out of the air and stood atop a tall building to rest. Below, it was extraordinarily chaotic, and the level of chaos was completely different from anywhere else. For, there are not many who cause strife. Instead, it's a myriad of animals. Looking ahead, there was an extremely spacious gate with the words Provincial Zoo written on it. The zombie virus that doesn't only infect humans, however, it is dogs and cats that are usually seen the most in the city, especially in a small city like Biancheng. There were almost no potent dogs, and those pet cats and dogs, even if they were infected, were the zombies with the lowest fighting strength, and were the easiest points to gain. Moreover, because of their small size, many cats and dogs have lost the possibility of necrophilia when their heads are eaten by zombies, only to be reduced to a petri dish for the zombie virus while other zombies swallow and evolve. But it's different here. These animals at the zoo are far more menacing than dogs and cats. When infected, they will also become more powerful zombies. Of course, the most horrifying thing is not that they are infected, but that these large animals become crystalline beasts after drinking the blood of the zombies or eating the flesh of the zombies under hunger. With virus resistance, they devour zombie flesh and blood as well as crave living flesh and blood, and are dangerous, more so than zombies. Bang! Leaping down from a tall building, a finger gun pierced the skull of a walker and he blew its head off with a single punch, with a sideways kick, only to hear a clicking sound. The sound of crystal shattering came. Aoxin reached out and grabbed the head of this wolf, his 10 fingers like hooks, stabbing into its skull. A brain-stained crystal was pulled out and he casually tossed its corpse away. Snap! Another kick, kicking a zebra that had evolved into a flesh corpse. This one kicking it in the sternum, directly breaking its sternum. The probability of becoming a crystal beast is still too low. Aoxin idly walked through the zombies, killing them for an hour, and there were only 3 more awakening crystals in his hands. It's all crystallized in 1 star. Is that guy not here anymore? He fought and searched at the same time, dropping down from here, and apart from collecting a few awakening crystals along the way, his most important purpose was to search for that person. Perhaps he should not be called a human being, because, in his true form, he was a Bengal white tiger, but in the post-apocalyptic world, he eats a devil fruit and has a strong battle power, and, after being subdued by the one from God's capital, he also became the #1 bruiser in his forces. Devil fruits, of course, are not only for humans to eat, and even the God-given space is not only for humans to possess. Only, most of the creatures did not have spiritual intelligence and could not operate. Even if they had points from killing zombies, they did not know how to exchange the items in them. However, it would be different if there were devil fruit, the already powerful beasts, with the addition of the devil fruit, and with the hegemonic aura, have a battle power that surpasses that of most people. It was only after he saw the zoo that he remembered this one, and it was well worth taking under his wing. Moreover, the beast's mind is pure, and once it recognizes its master, it is hard to betray it, and it is something that can be used as a beloved. Killed into the zoo, killed through and jumped out the back, not finding the manticore along the way. Instead, there were 2 more pieces of 1-star crystals and 1 more piece of 2-star crystals in his hand. There's no place to put it, and you can't hold on to it all the time. Ooxin scratched his head, looked around, and burrowed into a store whose walls had all collapsed. A garbage bag was rummaged through the rubble and the 6 crystals were placed in it. Since he was taken in by the one from the divine capital, it's highly likely that he's headed to the west. But what about the fact that I have to go north now to get my revenge? After thinking for a moment, he decided to take revenge first. An additional fierce tiger under his command was just icing on the cake. And he, the great green dragon, could still lack this white tiger? But revenge can make one's thoughts clear. Or revenge is more important. After the thought was finalized, he no longer hesitated, exchanged a meat stick and ate it, then transformed into a green dragon and took off into the air. North of the provincial capital, on the bank of the Yellow River, Zhao Changkong was leading people to build a base here. He is not weak, and has gotten a lot of building materials from the building materials factory, and has also gathered a lot of people to gather under him by his strong strength. The fresh water that can be found in the city has been depleted, and the only hope is the Yellow River. But he was unlucky. There was a water monster with good strength in this section of the Yellow River, although it was much worse than the black-scaled python in Bianchue, but it also made the group of juniors under his command die or be injured. And now, he stared at the monster in front of him with a bitter face. He was 3 meters tall, dressed in a tiger skin with black stripes on a white background, standing up as a man with jumping and flickering flames around him. On its forehead, there is also a vertical eye. Who the hell are you? Zhao Changkong gasped for breath. His opponent was too powerful. Even when he joined forces with the other 2 abilities under his command, he was still injured at the hands of this strong man. It looks like he is an animal-based power user. Cat fruit, tiger form? Or the even more terrifying cat fruit, phantom beast seed, white tiger form? He now strongly suspected the latter, because the vertical eye on the other party's forehead, and the luster that surrounded his body, were not very extraordinary. Only the legendary phantom beast species had such a vision. However, this strong man did not say a word, as if he had to get them killed. The afterglow looked at the blood on his shoulder. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, he would have been seriously injured at this moment. Of course, to directly decapitate him, this suspected tiger form power user couldn't do it yet, because he is the Superman lineage chopper fruit. His body, as hard as steel, but steel isn't invincible, and he's still injured. Your Excellency, why be so aggressive? Zhao Changkong's arms and legs were transformed into sharp blades, always on guard. Your strength is indeed strong, but with the 3 of us joining forces, you're going to be seriously injured. Why bother? His eyes signaled the 2 men flanking the white tiger, who, while standing, both had the bodies of animals. It's an animal-based ability. One of them, covered in a green exoskeleton, had arms that transformed into green bony sides and 2 pairs of wings on his back. It's the bug fruit mantis form. With his scythe arms, his attack power was not bad, but now, one of the scythe arms was broken. The other, on the other hand, had antelope-like horns, and his hands and feet were turned into hooves. It's a cow-calf fruit antelope form, but on his chest, 3 deep and long wounds appeared, with blood trickling down, as if he had nearly had his heart ripped out. In the distance, a group of people hid and shivered. A battle of this level was not for them to intervene. A terrified look appeared in the eyes of a young girl with a pretty face. Brother Zhao doesn't seem to be able to beat him. Are we going to die? Next to him, a young man with disheveled hair stared at her full figure with fiery eyes, taking advantage of the crowd and taking the opportunity to touch the young girl's body twice. Unfortunately, this is the person Zhao has his eye on, so you can't mess with him. But now that Zhao himself is in trouble, he can't help but have some crooked thoughts in his mind. Hey, don't you touch me! The young girl felt her buttocks being touched by someone, and swept back with a face full of indignation, eventually locking onto a middle-aged man with a mute expression. That's disgusting. I'll let Zhao kick you out when he's done fighting. The middle-aged man was horrified and hastily knelt down to beg for mercy. No, it wasn't me. Don't kick me out. A person will die if they go out. The young girl kicked him with a face full of disgust and once again looked at the battle in the distance, thinking, Zhao can't do it. If he loses, will that person kill us? No, even if the others will die. I won't. I'm so pretty. If I just show a little bit of flesh to seduce him, I don't believe he won't be tempted. In the distance, the four of them fought fiercely for a while longer, and the white tiger man had a few more wounds on his body. He hadn't been cultivating for long after all, and although his base was good, his strength was limited. His body was injured and his beastly instincts made him want to retreat. Plus, with hunger in his belly, he no longer wanted to fight. Zhao Changkong also saw the retreat in his eyes and sighed in relief. His physical strength was almost exhausted. If he fought any longer, he would have to account for it. If your excellency wishes to leave, please feel free to do so. We will not stop you in any way. Though tired, he braced himself to act victorious and motioned for the other two to back off. The tiger man hesitated for a moment, growled again, and intended to leave. Yo, what a coincidence. So you're here. Just as he was about to leave, a person appeared behind him at some point, smiling and blocking his retreat. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the four fields and blew Aoxian's hair, but he was unmoved, still standing there blocking the way. I didn't realize I was so lucky. This wave, is killing two birds with one stone. Submit, or die. Ignoring the tiger's roar, the overlord color exploded. The white tiger's heart felt fear, and the bodies of the three Zhao Changkongs not far away were even trembling. What a strong overlord color. Who is this person? Having just taken care of the tiger, he met the true dragon again. He screamed in his mind, hoping that this big brother would leave once he had subdued that tiger man powerhouse. The overlord color was mixed with the dragon's might, and the white tiger's eyes showed fear. It's the beast's survival instinct. Another overlord color impacted out, and the crowd hiding in the distance directly knelt. Zhao Changkong and the three of them looked at each other in disbelief, their legs trembling as they barely managed to remain standing. The white tiger closest to Aoxian felt his heart about to burst. He prostrated himself on the ground, revealing his true form as a white tiger. Meow. This big guy actually rubbed against Aoxian's leg while clenching his throat and letting out a coarse cat purr. Zhao Changkong was shocked. What the hell was a meow? Very good. Reaching out, he rubbed the tiger's head. From now on you'll be hanging out with me. What's your name again? He inquired about White Tiger's name, remembering that the 6 of their siblings were named according to Monday through the weekend, with no Saturday, and wondered what day of the week it was on this end. The White Tiger shook its head. It had only opened its spirit not long ago, and before its spirit was opened, it had no concept of names given by humans. It was also fortunate that the fruit it consumed was the fruit of everyone. If it was any other kind, its spirituality wouldn't have opened up so much, and it would still need to slowly improve in cultivation. Then you'll be called White from now on. Aoxian is satisfied with his level of naming. Meow. But the White Tiger seemed to be very dissatisfied. He hadn't been spiritually enlightened for long and wasn't very good at speaking human language yet. He just stumbled and said, well, difficult. He wanted to say that it was hard to hear, but Aoxian was overjoyed. You also say yes? Are you a good man? You want to say good man? Then you'll be called Xiao Bai from now on. Ow. The White Tiger blinked his big eyes, still wanting to fight for a bit, but seeing that Aoxian had already left his hand on his head and walked forward, he had no choice but to accept the name with resignation. Zhao Changkong? He knew that Zhao Changkong was a chopper fruit, and he knew his identity by looking at his current appearance. It's me. And you are? Zhao Changkong tried to remain calm, yet looked at him with great vigilance. What kind of strength was it to subdue that Tiger Man powerhouse so easily, and to make that Tiger Man powerhouse transform into a beast form and pamper him? Don't be nervous, I'm here for you to see someone. His face was expressionless, and Zhao Changkong didn't know if he was happy or angry. Who are you looking for? Zhao Changkong inquired. Sozo. When the name was reported, Zhao Changkong was shocked. This kid looks so young. He can't be Su Ro's ex-boyfriend. himself has been merging with Su-ro every night for the past few days. If he knew about it, he might take it out on me. Unless he's willing to be a fellow traveler with me. No, can't tell the truth. Laughing a bit, he said, I'm sorry, I don't have anyone named Su-ro here. You can look elsewhere. Yes? He believed that Tang Ying wouldn't lie to herself. And that would be this Zhao Changkong lying. Get your people out here and I'll take a look. Although his tone was calm, in Zhao Changkong's ears, it was like a command. This annoyed him even more. So what if you're strong in bully colors? In the early stages, the bastard color could only clear soldiers. And even if you had the points to learn bastard stalking, the bastard colors level had to be extremely high to be able to do so. It's like you can't learn Raya Sakura just because you know armed colors. This is my Zhao Changkong's territory. Your excellency is too overbearing. His face was grim, and the two animal-type ability users under him surrounded Aoxin, wanting to threaten him to leave. However, roar! The white tiger let out a tiger roar and looked angrily at Zhao Changkong and the others. His eyes filled with a ferocious light. How dare you act in front of the one he recognizes as his master? Haven't these scum been abused enough? Zhao Changkong was shocked again. It seemed that the tiger man had really been subdued, but he couldn't back down. If this man was really Su-ro's ex-boyfriend, he wouldn't be able to spare himself. Solely intimidate him a bit to scare him off. Aoxin reached out and stroked Xiaobai's head. Alright, no need to be angry. Feel free to recuperate yourself. Only then did White grunt and plop down again. He looked at Zhao Changkong. When this person was really unwilling to back off, he was also unwilling to continue with the nonsense and slowly moved forward. If you want to die, try stopping me. Under the pressure of his powerful aura, Zhao Changkong took several steps back one after another, but he finally couldn't help but strike. Drink! Both arms turned into steel blades and lunged at Aoxin. Behind them, the two animal-type ability users similarly killed. However, Aoxin only extended a hand. With 3 consecutive finger gunpoints, they shattered the skulls of these 3 people. Like steel? It's nothing but a joke in front of him. A finger-sized hole appeared on the heads of the 3. Their eyes filled with unwillingness and horror, and they quickly lost their breath of life. The crowd in the distance was once again shocked. They were far away and didn't hear Aoxin open his mouth to ask for Su-ro. They just saw him arguing with Zhao Changkong for a few moments. And then, the 3 of them were instantly killed. Brother Zhao is dead. Brother Nyo and Jie are dead too. They were horrified, not knowing what kind of end would greet them. Zhao died without even resisting. I didn't even see how he struck. Su-ro watched him slowly approach. A heart thumping. This sense of oppression was too strong. What's he gonna do? If I can fall for this kind of big shot, I'll be 100 times better than Chiu. Plus, he's so handsome. Hastily straightening her hair, she peeled down the shoulders of her blouse a bit, revealing her white and greasy flesh, trying to calm her mind, preparing to reveal her most flirtatious expression when Aoxin arrived. Aoxin came to the front of the crowd and saw Su-ro, whose fragrant shoulders were half exposed. At a glance, Su-ro, but I found you. He laughed, a big laugh. Suzhou was also happy. He knows me. Who is he? Someone who used to chase me? Or some lickspittle who can't remember what he looks like? She and Tang Ying were known as the 2 golden flowers, and there were so many suitors that it was normal that they couldn't remember a few. Since he likes me, that's even better. Tang Ying, with this big brother helping me, I'll see how you die. While his mind was thinking about this mess, his face had the sweetest smile of his life. Me. But she only said one word and a hole appeared in her forehead. A finger was pulled out of the hole. Brains and blood running down. The beautiful maiden collapsed with a puzzled look on her face. She didn't know what happened until she died. The others were even more fearful when they saw him kill Su-ro without a second thought. Even the most beautiful Su-ro could be killed. What else do they have to show for it? Aoxin scanned through the crowd again and didn't see the man. It seemed like he hadn't left from Zhao Changkong. The enemy is down to the last one. But there's no rush. You'll meet him sooner or later. No longer paying attention to the group of scared pissed off people, he turned to leave. Let's go White. Greeting the white tiger. He directly transformed into a green dragon and grabbed the white tiger in his hands, taking off into the air. Green dragon. It's big brother Green Dragon. No wonder it's so strong, the kneeling crowd exclaimed. But soon they were caught up in a fight over who was the boss. Duong. An iron rod smashed on the head of a youth with messy hair, and the mute middle-aged man gave another rod, and the youth suddenly bled from his head, and fell to the ground still twitching. I'll be the boss. Who won't obey? The middle-aged man who had always been mute and honest suddenly exploded, startling the crowd. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, they had long been accustomed to life and death, and after the initial shock, someone immediately jumped out. What the fuck are you? How dare you be the boss? Bang! The iron rod in the middle-aged man's hand directly smashed down.
the women scattered in a hurry, and the men, who defied no one, engaged in an armed struggle for the position of boss. After a long time, almost everyone fell to the ground. Some people died in the chaos, some were seriously injured, and some had their bones broken. Only one person is still standing on an iron rod, but also panting, and its left eye, still bleeding. I do not know who was poked blind. In the sky, the white tiger looked down in shock, in front of the 100-meter green dragon. He was so small. Roar! Couldn't help but let out a tiger's roar, as if it was his own river and mountain down there. Not bad for your own boss. His spiritual wisdom had opened up, and although he could not yet speak much human language, he already had human emotions and thoughts. When Aoxin returned to that intersection, the sun had already sunk in the west. The bright moon in the sky hung in the gray air, and on the side of the road, there was still the sound of thumping and chopping bones, but this time, there was the additional sound of jabbing and stabbing and scratching at bone. It's a regular member of the Shiyu and saw zombies who chop up hairy corpses. It was dark, but they were still working hard. A huge green dragon grabbed a white tiger and fell from the sky, scaring them. Veery, where did the boss get such a big tiger? It looks like a Bengal white tiger. What's the boss doing with a tiger? It doesn't look like the tiger is infected. Is it going to eat tiger meat? White, I'm not much of a human speaker, but I can understand alright. Xiaobai shook his spirit, shook his head, roared, and took human form. His human form, 3 meters tall, was extremely majestic. There was a vertical eye on his forehead, and on his body, there was an ancient general's armor that looked formidable. Ha! Turned into a human again? Did you eat the fruit from the tiger form of the cat fruit? The crowd stopped what they were doing and looked at Bai. As a result, he still let out a tiger roar after he turned into human form. Then, in broken Chinese, he called out to Aoxin, Master Silver. It was one of the few things he would say. In the shadows beside the street, Hanfrost also curiously surveyed the big guy. The crystal people's perception was a bit sharper than humans. She could feel the animalistic nature in this guy. Also able to keenly perceive Xiao Bai's identity was Tang Ying. She was sensitive to smells, and White was clearly not human. Biggie, he's a tiger eating everyone's fruit? The young girl carefully stepped forward, not daring to get too close to Xiao Bai for fear that the big tiger would eat her. Even though Xiao Bai's human form was really handsome, the crowd was surprised to hear her words. Ying, are you sure he's a tiger and not a human? Luo cautiously looked at Little White. This big guy gave himself an extremely fierce feeling. Tang Ying bristled. Uncle Luo, who in their right mind can grow 3 meters tall? You think they're all admirals? With her reminder, the crowd reacted to the fact that yes, White was too tall. The robust Aoxin and Luo were both much more petite in front of Little White. Boss, is he really a tiger? Aoxin nodded his head and introduced. Xiao Bai is a Bengal white tiger from the provincial zoo. He ate a devil fruit before turning into a human, and his fruit is of the animal lineage everyone's fruit phantom beast species spirit officer form. That said, it's just weird that Joba, that old man form, is still covered in animal hair and being treated like a snowman when it's the same fruit of everyone. He had always suspected that what Joba ate was actually the fruit of man ancient species, no form. Little White stood by Aoxin's side. Very well behaved, but he didn't seem to like using his human form, and after a short while, he turned back into his beastman form. The orc form was much more majestic, but the vertical pupils of the forehead, and all the armor were still there. Just as Anamaru's Daichi-Do form came with its own monk's clothes and armor, this armor of his was also a gift from his fruit ability and possessed a certain amount of defensive power. Biggie, he's a phantom beast species. He should have special abilities. Seeing that Xiao Bai was well behaved, Tang Ying then dared to take a few more steps closer. Originally, she wanted to ask Su Ro how she was doing, but now she was completely captivated by Xiao Bai. What a little white power. Aoxin exchanged a large meat stick from the Divine Providence space and ate it while chatting with them. Lingguan, the Taoist mythological guardian deity. Main ability Thunderbolt. A special energy that combines thunder and flame. This kind of thunderbolt is not only able to use the third eye in the forehead to shoot out thunderbolt rays of extremely cohesive energy, but also surrounded by thunderbolt firelight, which has the effect of driving away evil spirits. The so-called exorcism can, on the one hand, strengthen one's resistance to the zombie virus and, on the other hand, ward off ominous invasions. Since the zombie has evolved to the 3-star hairy zombie, it will be born from within the body of ominous. This kind of breath erosion of living beings' blood chi, and when it reaches a certain concentration, it can also take away the chi of living beings, attach bad luck to others. As strong as Aoxin was, every time he fought against a hairy corpse, he needed to use his chi and blood to forcefully disperse the ominousness, but that was only because the hairy corpse didn't have a spirit.
when the zombies are born spiritually in the future, the ominousness can't be dispelled so easily. At that time, the role of the spiritual officer, a thunderbolt capable of warding off evil spirits, would be greatly increased. Moreover, such insurmountable abilities as the negative ghost of the spirit fruit and the childish fruit turning into a toy when touched are notoriously resistant to thunderbolt. In his previous life, Little White was able to become the #1 bruiser of the forces of the god's capital, and this fruit had contributed a lot. Oh my god, it's too much. Tang Ying covered her small mouth in awe. Is this the illusory beast species? After chatting for a while, Xiaobai exchanged a large meat stick himself and sat down next to Aoxin to take a big bite. It was far more flavorful than anything he had ever eaten. After Aoxin added Xiaobai as a friend in the Divine Providence space, he transferred 20,000 points to him, allowing him to learn all of the life restitution and 6 styles. Biggie, that, how's Suaro? Tang Ying approached and asked in a low voice. Horror, Aoxin laughed. Dead. Dead? That woman who had victimized herself was finally dead, and Tang Ying felt a bit empty at the same time as she was relieved. Biggie, can I ask? The words were interrupted by Aoxin before he could finish. I can't. Tang Ying. Aoxin knew that she wanted to ask about her feud with Suaro, but it's enough to give my sister alone the stuff of her past life. Can't she just tell anyone else? Dang. Dang. Clank. Suddenly, Shiryu exclaimed in surprise. Boss, I hacked this hairy corpse to death too. Another 1,000,000 points arrived, and he was exceptionally excited. Boss, I'll transfer 900,000 points to you right now. The others, after a day of sharpening, also ground off the heads of a large portion of the crippled zombies and transferred 90% of them to Aoxin. When everyone returned to that high building to rest, Han Frost, who had been standing in the shadows, went up and dragged the body of the hairy corpse to that pharmacy. Although Luo Yi and Tang Ying both already knew about her identity as a crystallized human, she still didn't want to eat a zombie in front of others. In the tall building, on the bottom board beside Aoxin, was Xiaobai, who had reappeared as a white tiger, out of the mentality of the ferocious beast Muqiang. After he was shocked and subdued by Aoxin, he became extremely dependent on him. Just like a domestic cat likes to sleep close to its owner, he also likes to sleep close to Aoxin. Now that your spiritual wisdom has been opened, learn to speak more, and when you have the chance I'll find a book for you to read. You'll have to be able to recognize words as well. Aoxin was lying on the bed, chatting with Xiaobai in one way or another. Instead, all that responded to him was a whimper. Crossroads? Aoxin had spent 10 days here with Luo Yi and the others. Since arriving here, he'd brought back 13 crippled hairy corpses and even more zombies. Dang, dang, dang. These people from Luo Yi's forces had gotten used to the happy life of the big brother crippling and them reaping the rewards. Although the dominance doesn't grow fast, it's better than being safe and scoring extremely high points. Aoxin threw a hairy corpse in front of Shiryu, and after these days of catalyzing, the zombies in the distance were gradually gathering towards them. And, after devouring the zombie corpses they threw at the end of the street, their bodies were rapidly evolving. In the last 3 days, Aoxin had stopped dragonizing and flying into the distance, and close by, there were hairy corpses appearing from time to time. Instead of using his fruit abilities, he fights them all with his physical body. It was now possible to cripple a hairy corpse with physical strength. His strength was not far from the 3rd order giant strength realm. Dang! The sound of this chopping bone was extraordinarily loud. A voice of surprise mixed with distress came out. Boss, I've broken through to the copper skin realm. It's Shiryu. He's upgraded. This is a good thing, but a bad thing. This meant that Aoxin could no longer obtain the 1,000 times points reward through Shiryu. Although everyone else's strength had also been refined, without the addition of the devil fruit, they couldn't even wield the autumn water a few times, much less decapitate a hairy corpse. Looking at the 4 hairy corpses on the ground waiting to be decapitated, he pondered what to do. Boss, should I keep chopping? Shiryu scratched his head in some embarrassment. His strength progressed, and it was easier for him to cut down the hairy corpses, but the points he received were also 10 times less. While Aoxin was bowing his head in contemplation, suddenly, space and time froze, and everyone was forcibly pulled into the Divine Providence space. The rules for obtaining points have been adjusted. Killing zombies will be awarded points based on battle contributions, and when a zombie is incapacitated, no points will be awarded for further attacks. Don't have to think about it. Divine Space fixed the bugs straight away. But it's not without its benefits. Earning points based on battle contributions can improve collaboration between teams. Before, in order to get points, even if multiple people surrounded them, there was always someone thinking of taking the last hit, even if the team agreed to distribute it at the end. But how? How to convince the public? Why would people want to give you points? and so on and so forth. A host of mistrust issues can erupt into many conflicts in the end times. Now it's a different story, with points awarded based on each person's contribution to the battle, so that fighting zombies will be something everyone strives to be first and refuses to be left behind. However, the bugs weren't fixed so quickly in the previous life, and I wonder if the adjustment was advanced due to my own crazy wool gathering of the God-given space. While he was sighing for one less wool gathering opportunity, the grand and majestic voice of the divine providence space resounded in his own ears again. Because you have found a loophole in the divine space and prompted the rules of the divine space to become more perfect, the divine space will issue a reward for you. Please choose any one of the following 3 certificate rewards. Ha! Another reward? OOXIN was pleasantly surprised. The rewards of the divine providence space can be extremely valuable. The first time he gained the talented hegemony genius, which kept his cultivation at the forefront of everyone's. Getting the title divine member for the second time makes it possible to earn the difference and rake in the points. I wonder what the certificate will be this time. When I looked up, I saw that it was the same as the first 2 times I had stared. Certificate 1, License to do business. You have been granted a license to do business in divine space, and your small store will appear in the divine store, so that others can purchase items from you and have them manifested directly into their hands. Note, every time you put goods on the shelves, God's space will charge a handling fee of 1% of the selling price, which is non-refundable regardless of whether or not the goods are sold. And if the goods are taken off the shelves and put back on the shelves, the handling fee will still be charged again. Certificate 2, License to preach. You are granted a license to preach in reality, allowing you to teach others a skill that you have mastered purely without making them redeem that skill in divine gift space. Note, the skill you impart lacks the divine gift space infusion function. Therefore, others do not learn it immediately, and need to gradually comprehend it based on your level of preaching and the apprentice's enlightenment. Certificate 3, Storage License. You are granted a license to temporarily store items from reality into the God's giving space. Each time you pay points based on the volume and time of the stored items, you can also share the storage privilege with others, but others need to consume double points when storing 3 certificates, or documents. Rule out 3 in the first place. Though space-based abilities have always been the best choice in a post-apocalyptic world, but, on the one hand, he had his sister's hidden treasure space, and was not in dire need of spatial storage capabilities. This storage, on the other hand, requires the consumption of points. That's too much of a pitfall. The only redeeming factor is the bit about being able to share it with others, and he can earn points for that, but it's not as good as option 1. Also, wouldn't the store work as a sort of warehouse for storing supplies? The best fit for him is undoubtedly 1. Combined with the divine gift membership, the speed at which he could rake in points would rise again. As for the second, it's too much trouble. The process of learning is divided into learning, comprehending, and practicing. The divine gift space directly eliminates the process of learning and reaches the stage of comprehension, and then only requires the redeemer to slowly cultivate to practice it. But if he chooses to preach license, then others still need to learn slowly, and he has to teach a little. Although it would allow him to use it to earn points on others, or train his men, it was too much of a hassle, and not nearly as much as getting a lot of points through one and then rewarding them to others. Pick one. No more hesitation. Just select business license. Checking out the divine providence space, I saw that there was an extra page of my own backstage in it. Tap in to check it out. Empty. He still needs to fill out the basic information, as well as stock up, before he can appear in the divine providence store. Taking names. Aoshin Shop? Green Dragon Shop? Tatsu Dragon Shop? He pondered, as to whether or not to hide that he was the store owner. Hide my ass. He's invincible and afraid of nothing. I know. Store name, Dragon Emperor Shop. Looking at his current points, 999, 999, 999, 1 point short of 10 million. At that time, he would be able to purchase those 2 unique items at a discount through the privilege of Divine Providence membership. Do you want to redeem one first, or do you want to buy a lot of supplies from the Divine Providence store to get more points? It's a dilemma. He did, however, find another hard place to be. Goods in the store, with no locking or hiding features, are available to everyone once they are on the shelves. This meant that he couldn't use it as a storage space through the store. If you price it low, it will be bought by someone else. If you price it high, you have to pay a 1% pricing fee. It would be more than worth it. After thinking for a long time, AOXIN finally decided to shelve the stores first. He sells things at a discount and believes he'll be back on his feet in no time and making a killing. As for things to sell, he checked in equipment, potions, and battle skills could not be sold because once a battle skill was exchanged, it would directly imbue the exchanger and could not be stored. At this stage, those who could afford a good fast sword were already strong, and most people still use fast swords and ordinary weapons. After exchanging 9,800,000 points into weapons of various grades and potions of food, he hung them all in his store. The price, on the other hand, is 99% off the original price, without competition. Even if it was a little bit cheaper, there would be countless people coming to him to buy. After doing so, happily, he went to check his personal panel, something he hadn't checked in a long time. Name, AOXIN. Talent, Bullying Genius. Title, Divine Member. Certificate, License to do business. Devil Fruit, Fish Fruit, Green Dragon Form. Realm, Forged Body, Iron Bone. Battle Techniques, Shaving, Finger Gun, Iron Block, Paper Painting, Erasure Kick, Moon Step, Life Returning. Equipment, Lazu Whip, Pseudo. Points, 78,724. Strength was not what it used to be, and he was already in existence that could single-handedly challenge hairy corpses with his physical body. Even if a 4-star martial corpse was in front of him, he still had the ability to maneuver around it, right? Exiting the Divine Providence space, it suddenly occurred to him that he hadn't heard of anyone opening a personal store in his previous life. Had he? Since he himself could get this reward, then the person who had the most wool gathering in his previous life by crippling and letting the low levels cut down the zombies should be able to get it as well. Could it be that the other option was chosen? However, this reward isn't much use if it's not paired with divine membership, and the odds are that the person who triggered this reward in a previous life didn't earn the title of divine member. The time lag ended and he opened his eyes to find that everyone had awkwardly stopped what they were doing. The point rules have changed, and now they can no longer earn points for killing these walkers. Seeing everyone looking at him, AOXIN said, "The rules of points have changed. We can't use this method anymore. I'm going to go back. You guys come with me? I'm building a safe base there. Moreover, the zombies in Bianqing City are a bit weaker than those in the provincial city, which makes it more suitable for you guys to cultivate." When they returned, they would also be able to speed up the construction of their own secure base, and they themselves would have to go and see the progress of the base's construction, and how the family is doing now. Although it was possible to learn of their safety through the divine gift space, it was never as reassuring as seeing it with one's own eyes. Ow! Woo! As his words fell, the first one to respond to him was Little White, who had turned into his white tiger beast body again at his side. He's not fully familiar with the person yet, but these days follow AOXIN them. Talk is a lot of sharp, Lord Silver. Amount to a you back to karma. Can generally understand what he's saying, except for pronunciation, which is still a bit of a problem. Touching Xiao Bai's head, it had to be said that the fierce beast was very talented in fighting. When he first met him himself, Xiao Bai had the copper skin realm, and now, he was almost at the second order iron bone realm. After AOXIN allowed him to exchange life restitution and the 6 styles, Xiao Bai's comprehension of life restitution was quick, and in just 7 days, he was already able to use it. Of the 6 styles, the one he was the first to master was the finger gun. Combined with his tiger claw, it was not bad. Luo Yi said, "I agree. We can't keep guarding this place. The fresh water is already depleted. Even if the boss doesn't mention it, we have to move to a place with a water source." They were in luck. There was a big shopping mall on either side of this one with quite a few drinks and mineral water. Luo Yi relied on the strong strength of the ancient species, as well as Shiryu to help him, and led his people to occupy this place. It was also because of the large quantities of food and fresh water that he was able to gather so many people so quickly, but now the supplies are running out. The others were even more unopposed. And then, Xiao Bai and Han Shuang opened the way in front. Luo Yi and Shiryu broke off the back, and the crowd slowly traveled towards the east. Little White, you should exchange a weapon to practice as well. It's a disadvantage to only use your claws. AOXIN persuaded Xiao Bai bitterly. Still, this tiger was more keen on his sharp claws. Even, because of the effects of the thunderbolt to ward off evil spirits, he occasionally crunched zombie heads with his fangs. Big cats, very fond of headbanging their prey. White still loves it now. It was also because of the amount of sharp claws he used that his finger guns were able to improve by leaps and bounds. But AOXIN felt that this wouldn't work. A broken weapon is not a big deal, but a serious physical injury has a big impact. Kahaku said, "I have Pa Kiri, AOXIN." As they were returning towards Bian City, a furor broke out in the Divine Providence space. It was because, finally, someone had discovered the Dragon Emperor shops. Dragon Emperor shops? What is this? A certain survivor who was browsing through the merchandise suddenly saw something strange. Haven't seen that before. Curious, he clicked in, and the items sold therein were not surprising, but their prices, however, shocked him. The stuff in this store is cheaper than the ones in God's giving space? Hurriedly browsed through all of them, all cheaper than the outside, although not much cheaper, but now the points are precious. Cheaper is also good. It can't be a fake, can it? He was skeptical of the authenticity, but thinking of all the divine aspects of the God-given space after the end times came, he still felt like trusting him. Buy it. Spending 990 points to purchase a fast knife. When he exited the divine providence space, the fast knife really did appear in his hand. I can't believe it's true. He was shocked and delighted. Originally he only had 996 points, which was not enough to redeem a quicksword. He was thinking of saving up a bit more, but he didn't expect to redeem the quicksword directly. That's a great store. Although many people died in the end times, the base was too large and there were still many survivors. He wasn't the only one who discovered the Dragon Emperor's merchant shop, and soon there were others who did as well. They went from initial consternation to disbelief to experimentation to surprise, and some were alone in their joy, thinking that this was a benefit given to them by the divine space, and even thinking of using the Dragon Emperor's shops to make a profit on the price difference, while some people called out to their friends to share their joy, and soon the Dragon Emperor shops were known to many. In the communication channel of the Divine Providence space, the matter about the Dragon Emperor's shops was quickly pushed to the #1 spot in the heat. Brothers, go and look. There's a Dragon Emperor shop in Divine Providence space. The things for sale are much cheaper than Divine Providence space. Wish today. Zoon do fake do? Who still buys things in Divine Providence space when you have this Dragon Emperor shop? If you have points, go buy them. The Dragon Emperor stores are limited in number, and they'll be gone if they're snatched up by others. Tamiao, save some for me. Damn, you guys are quick. Hey, what the fuck? Nothing? Who owns this store and doesn't stock it? Although Aoxin knew that he had no worries about selling his goods, he did not expect that when the Dragon Emperor shops exploded, nearly 10 million supplies were swept away. At this moment, he was still leading Luoyi and the others slowly back towards Biancheng. On the way back to the east with Aoxin, 2 zombies appeared to block the way. This time, he didn't personally strike, but Han Frost and Little White greeted him. Han Frost had a daily feast of hairy corpses, and now his strength was not what it used to be. His arms were covered with crystals, and he beat a zombie into a wailing retreat. Xiaobai met him in his orc form. Transparent flames that flickered like lightning on his body wrapped around his claws, and a dull whirring sound came out of his throat as he fought the other zombie. Naturally, zombies aren't the only ones roaming the roads. There are tons of flesh corpses and zombies as well. Luoyi led the team to fight these zombies. However, with the loss of the barrier, ordinary people with little combat experience have occasionally been accidentally infected by zombie scratches, even if he was on good terms with the crowd. At this time, his comrades around him could only endure the pain and kill him. Aoxin had nothing better to do than to enter the Divine Providence space and check how the sale of his goods was going. Outcome. Wish today. Empty? How long has it been empty? Dumbfounded. He still underestimated the attraction of the slightest discount to those struggling to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. Immediately afterward he wondered, is the pricing too low? Should it be higher? Like 99% off? It's selling so fast, it's obviously in short supply. His points, directly to 12206224. How long has it been? Over $2 million in hand. There doesn't even seem to be a shortage of points in the future. Hurry up and spend all your points again and stock up. Just after loading, he saw the goods disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sheesh. 8 billion people around the world. Even if 100 million are left dead, if you average 10 points per person, there are still 1 billion points. He was going to get all of those billion points. A message from Little Morning? Suddenly he noticed his sister's message to him in the God's gift space, and when he clicked on it, it almost made him angry. Older brother. A Dragon Emperor's shop has suddenly appeared in the Divine Providence space, and the things inside are cheaper than those outside. You should have a lot of points, right? Hurry up and buy more to stock up. In case you can't buy them later, you'll lose money. Even if we don't use them, we can still make a lot of money by selling them to others. On this look, Ao Chen had dozens of messages for him, all urging him to grab the goods, afraid that he would not see. A moment later a message. The anxiety of the mood is very obvious. This silly girl. Aoxin laughed. There is no such thing as buying one's own goods. In addition to Ao Chen's message, he also saw messages from his parents, Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao, all telling him about the Dragon Emperor's stores, fearing that he didn't know. It was also Luoyi and the others who had been fighting and didn't have the time to look at the Divine Providence space. Otherwise, they would have come to purchase it as well. He hastened to tell these few close people that the Dragon Emperor shop was owned by himself, so that they didn't have to buy it, and that he could obtain the items at a greater discount. He had just sent it out when Ao Chen's reply came. Older brother. You own the Dragon Emperor shop? You should have said so earlier. I used all my points to buy your goods. She felt aggrieved, thanks to the fact that she had been helping her old brother keep an eye on her, and had used all her points to stock up on goods. wanting to help her old brother make more money, only to have her old brother tell her that it was his business. It's okay, brother is going back soon. What do you need? Brother will buy it for you then. Aoxin hurriedly comforted his sister. We won't be short of points in the future. Just feel free to improve our strength. Wait until my brother goes back and takes you to jerk off the cat. Seeing that the goods were selling quickly, he simply stayed in the Divine Providence space for a longer period of time, during which he had been restocking. Finally, after restocking about 30 million goods, the rate of purchases dropped significantly. It was because the crowd realized that the store seemed to never run out, and since that was the case, there was no need to stock up. Just come and buy it when you needed it. It's just a matter of changing the place of purchase from the Divine Providence shop to the Dragon Emperor shop. It seems like it's not realistic to try to earn all the points in everyone's hands in one wave. Aoxin pondered. The license he received to do business could only sell weapons and equipment and potions. He could not sell battle techniques. However, battle techniques are equally vital to strength, and most people accumulate points to exchange for battle techniques once they get a weapon of about the same level, as well as leaving points for food and potions. After replenishing the goods for the third time, he left 10 million points behind and opened the Divine Providence store, intending to use the privileges of Divine Providence membership first to exchange for a unique selling item, chemtrail potion or invisible black blood factor. If he were to exchange for a demonizing potion, he still had a rattling thunder fruit in Ao Chen's treasure space, but the green dragon already possessed the ability to manipulate the three elements of wind, fire, and thunder. It's less powerful than a single element, but it's enough. And, after taking in Little White, he considered whether he could fuse the wind, fire, and thunder elements into a new type of energy that was more powerful. For example, Xiaobai's Thunderbolt Fire, which was a fusion of lightning and flame, was not only no weaker than the elements alone, but also possessed the special effect of driving away evil spirits. However, one's current development of fruit abilities was still too shallow, and when the green dragon fruit had been developed to the extreme, I wondered if it was possible to unite the three elements. As for elementalization, it wasn't of much use to him. Elementalization could fly, and so could he, Xinglong. Elementalization is not subject to attack, but armed colors can catch the elementalized ability's body, and instead of elementalizing, wouldn't it be better to work the hegemony to the extreme? Besides, isn't the super high defense, recovery and speed provided by the invisible black bloodline factor even more insurmountable than elementalization? Decision made. Redeem the invisible black blood factor first. Wait until you have enough points to get 80 million before redeeming the demonization potion, and then find a more powerful devil fruit to get the double fruit ability. 10 million points were entered and the invisible black blood factor was successfully exchanged. Suddenly, a sense of stagnation emanated from his body and he was forcefully brought back to reality. Powerful and overbearing strength flowed through his body, and he felt his limbs stiffen and unable to move, so he just stood frozen in place. The energy that flowed out of the unknown land surged through his body and transformed his bloodline. He was already bronze and iron, but his bones cracked under the impact of this energy, his skin and flesh opened up, and blood flowed out. Soon, covered in blood but unable to move, he was noticed by the crowd. Boss, what's wrong with you? Tang Yingying, who was mixed in the crowd and killed zombies and flesh corpses together with the crowd, was not far away from Aoxin, and just as she wanted to go forward to care, a tiger's roar resounded in her ears, causing her eardrums to buzz. Roar! Little White sniffed his master's blood and let out a loud roar. His vertical eye on his forehead opened, and a thunderbolt fire ray with extremely cohesive energy shot out from the vertical pupil. The rays hit this zombie he was fighting against straight above his forehead. The zombie's head was instantly pierced. However, a trace of blood flowed from his vertical pupil. The vertical pupil closed, and he instantly jumped to Aoxin's side, a pair of tiger eyes glaring at the surrounding crowd, not allowing anyone to approach. A low growl came from White's throat, warning the others to stay away. Seeing this, Han Frost's hand attacked a few moments faster. She had been eating hairy corpses for days, and the zombie virus in her body had prompted the crystals to grow further. With a grunt of pain, the crystals on her shoulder were scratched by the zombie and ripped off a good chunk of her flesh. The crystals on the surface of a crystallized human's body are like a human's hegemony, requiring physical exertion. She had limited strength and limited crystals she could release. In order to deal heavy damage to the zombie, she focused the vast majority of her crystals on both fists. The crystals on the arms are much weaker. Blood and flesh were torn from her shoulder and her attack descended on the zombie. The crystals at the fist's edge were tapered, and the powerful force blatantly shattered the zombie's head. She grabbed the cracked head with both hands and wrenched it outward, once again bullying her way in, both fists blasting out again from the shattered head. She was drenched in blood, but her fists did not stop for a moment. The zombie's head wasn't hammered right through.
and as she frantically attacked the zombie frantically attacked her. Finally, the zombie's head was completely blown apart and fell into the dust. Her shoulders were showing the white bones of Mori, and her chest was showing her sternum and collarbone. Blood kept dripping down, but she didn't care. Grabbing the corpse of the zombie, while placing it on her mouth and gnawing on it, she came behind Aoxin and Xiao Bai, one after the other, protected the immobile Aoxin, not permitting anyone to come close. A 3-meter-tall humanoid tiger roared low and loud, and a skinny woman like a sickly ghost grabbed the zombie and gnawed on it in her mouth. Who wouldn't be terrified to see such a scene? We mean no harm and are concerned about the boss. Seeing the defensive look of the two, Luo hurriedly smiled and went forward to explain. However, he was greeted by a low roar that was even more urgent from Xiao Bai. That meant to warn him that he would not be polite if he dared to come any closer. Tang Ying hurriedly pulled a hand on Luo, fearing that Xiao Bai and Hanfrost would flip out. These two, one was a beast that had opened up its spirit, and the other was an alienated crystalline human, but none of them were good. We won't come near. We won't come near. Don't be angry. Tang Ying pulled Luo back, telling Xiao Bai and Hanfrost not to be too nervous. That has always refused to eat in front of people. Hanfrost today even ignored the criticism. Public nibbling zombie corpses to recover from injuries. Visible she has been ready to protect Aoxin fish death net broken. In his heart, he envied Aoxin for being so lucky. Not only was he strong, but there were also two strong men who were loyal to the core. Luo organized the crowd and kept all the zombies and flesh corpses out, waiting for Aoxin to wake up. In the center, Han Shuang and Xiao Bai were both full of worry as they looked towards Aoxin, who was constantly dripping blood, and their strength was already not weak enough for them to hear bone-cracking sounds coming from time to time. The source of that sound was clearly within Aoxin. Aoxin's bones are breaking? This is not good news. However, they neither knew what exactly happened to Aoxin, nor did they have any healing ability. They could only guard the side and watch. Nothing else could be done. Although Aoxin couldn't move, everything around him was in his eyes. He was moved by the scene of Xiao Bai and Han Shuang guarding themselves against all odds. Xiao Bai was only at the copper skin realm, and although he could kill zombies with his fierce beast instincts and the phantom beast seed fruit, he definitely couldn't do it in seconds. However, he could send out rays by condensing a large amount of thunderbolt at once, creating explosive type damage. That's what allowed him to blast the zombie's head in one move. However, the price was that the vertical pupil on his forehead was damaged and bleeding, and he could not use it for a short period of time, and he was also tired from consuming a lot of physical strength. But he still chose to do it, because he was going to guard his master. There was also Han Frost, who clearly could have slowly ground the zombie to death, but chose to end the battle quickly by exchanging injuries for injuries, in order to, also, guard himself. They, from this moment on, would be regarded by him as his beloved. The energy in his body from the invisible black bloodline factor was so overbearing that the sharp tearing sensation left him with a gut-wrenching pain. This tearing of the heart is not an adjective, but it is indeed tearing the organs, flesh, sinews, bones, etc., of the body. After the tear, this energy then impacts in to repair it, and then continues to impact to continue the break. He suffers from broken bones all the time. The hegemonic aura blended inward into his bones, also making his bones harder and harder. After an hour of this repeated pounding, a good-sized puddle of blood flowed from the floor. The energy in his body was finally completely integrated into his torso. His body could move again, and he stumbled forward a step, the result of not being able to adapt to the drastic rise in his physique. "You're okay?" Han Frost breathed a sigh of relief. For this man who didn't look at her differently and still treated her as one of her own, she was willing to dedicate everything to him. Xiao Bai also inquired in broken Chinese. "Lift Silver. Just now what happened?" Aoxin exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and smiled. "Thank you for guarding me. I'm fine." He turned his neck a few times before taking a few small hops in place, then taking 2 steps forward, gradually getting used to it before leaping up, his feet stomping continuously in the air. A popping sound coming from him as he scurried a step forward. Stepping out again. He sprang out again. In this way, he stepped on the air and went straight to the roof of a tall building next to the street. It's the moonwalk. Finally practiced moonwalking. Because of the extreme speed granted by the invisible black bloodline factor, he stepped on the air several times faster than before, which enabled him to complete the aerial walk. Not only did he moonwalk, but he kicked out quickly with his left foot, rolling up the vacuum to form a chopping blow that severed the electrical box on the roof of the building. But that's about it. Now even though he can make an erasure kick, the power is touchy and not as powerful as kicking himself directly into his enemy. Tilting his head back to look at the clouds in the sky, he exchanged a few bottles of spirits from the god's gift space to use to rinse the bloodstains on his body.
After rinsing off, he moonwalked down from the roof again. Big brother, are you completely practiced in moon steps? Only then did Tang Yingying dare to go forward and ask what had just happened. How did you suddenly not move? Not only was she curious, but everyone was looking at him with bated breath and a look of a gourd eater. It was caused by this energy rushing through me when I converted the invisible black blood factor, but now that I've fully fused the bloodline factor, I just need to follow up and develop it slowly. The bloodline factor was not directly in an awakened state, and needed to be developed by him step by step in order to achieve its true effect. My goodness, you already have 100 million points, big brother? The young girl's small mouth opened into an O shape. The two unique exchange options in the divine gift space is the dream in everyone's heart. However, when they saw the price of 100 million points, they couldn't help but sigh in dismay and feel that there was little hope. Since AOXIN had already redeemed it, wouldn't that mean he already had 100 million points? It's only been a month or so since the end of the world. The integration of the bloodline factor not only allowed him to practice the moon steps and Erasure kick, but the impact of that energy directly brought his strength to the giant strength realm. The immense force was not quite enough to pull mountains, but it was 1,000 tons. It's okay, keep going. He greeted the crowd and moved on. After leaving the downtown, the number of zombies decreased dramatically, and he directly rode on Little White's back, placing the 6 pieces of awakening crystals that he had previously obtained near the zoo in his hand and slowly absorbing them. Although he had seen the awakening crystals in his previous life, he didn't have the devil fruit himself, so he didn't know what it felt like when he absorbed it. At this moment, he felt a warm energy flow into his blood veins from the palm of his hand and flow throughout his body. The blood in his body rushed like a dragon's roar, and when he closed his eyes and gazed at his heart, it seemed that there was a green dragon silhouette swimming around his body. The animal fruit is developed to enhance physical fitness on all fronts. Awakening with a flame cloud surrounding the body, different from the one Kai-sensei's flight grabs, and a highly enhanced physical fitness along with a significant increase in self-healing ability. The process of development is a deep exploration of the body, and although the realm does not grow, the physique grows, and the power of the wind, fire, and thunder that could be manipulated had become a bit stronger. Little White, who was being ridden by AOXIN, turned back in confusion. He always felt as if his master was heavier. When all 6 pieces of awakening crystals in his hand melted away, AOXIN opened his eyes and clenched his fists. Now he was confident to single-handedly challenge the 4-star martial corpses with just his physical body. If he were to use his green dragon form again, it wouldn't be too difficult to decapitate a martial corpse. Remembering that the capital city had appeared with martial corpses not long after the beginning of the end times, the current provincial city was estimated to be on the verge of appearing with martial corpses as well. Or rather, there were already martial corpses, but the humans in the location of the corpses had already died out, so the news didn't break out. Once he went back to arrange Luo Yi and the others and make plans for the next development of the base, he could move to find those martial corpses to practice on. Riding on Little White's back, he entered the Divine Providence space to see how the sales of his stores were going. Although he sold some more, the speed of selling was greatly reduced, and after replenishing the sold goods, he saw a message from his sister Ao Chen. Brother, remember the owner of that Dongfeng Mastodon when we went treasure hunting? Dongfeng Mastodon? AOXIN naturally remembers. As for its owner, that begged himself, said he would give the car to himself for free, just begging himself to take in the youth? From memory he was also a survivalist, but unfortunately the knowledge of prepared survival was of little use. Remember, why? Ao Chen saw AOXIN reply in seconds and said in a hurry, he came to us, says he wants to join us. Do you think you should take him in? Really? AOXIN was stunned. Don't look at him coming and going freely between Bianqing and the provincial city. It was because his strength was far higher than others. It would be extremely difficult for others to travel this distance on foot. Those who could find their way here in such a short period of time were either gifted with rapid advancement in hegemony or extremely lucky to have found the devil fruit. Otherwise, the only option is to die on the road. Don't receive it yet. Tell him to wait until I get back. This person had only met him once, and although he seemed determined to follow his heart, he still could not be trusted too much. A group of people rushed back to Bianqing City in great numbers. When AOXIN met them at the beginning, the group had a total of 172 people, but now there were only 146 people left. 26 more died during this period. This was still under the circumstance that they had already initially adapted to the post-apocalyptic world and had all exchanged their hegemony chi, as well as Luo Yi and Shiryu taking care of them on both sides. However, they were used to hiding behind obstacles and fighting before, and there were not many times when they fought head-on with the zombies. Along the way, AOXIN didn't take any action himself, and Xiaobai and Han Frost were only responsible for dealing with zombie-level monsters, and they still had people getting bitten and infected from time to time. However, Those that survive are the elite. Boss, the road ahead is blocked. He was taking a nap on the back of Bai when someone suddenly spoke up beside him and told him he couldn't go any further. When he opened his eyes, countless obstacles of all kinds cut off the entire road directly. And, as if a high wall, the obstacles extended far away. It was not the same road that one had come on, and one did not know when they had piled it up. In the center of the barrier was a modest iron door, behind which, above the barrier, a youth crouched. When he saw this large group of them coming, he shouted, "Those who want to enter our Dongxing base, pay the protection fee first, 100 points a person." Aoxin looked away and didn't bother with him. Luo took the initiative to step forward and said, "We're just passing by. Please open the door." The youth visibly froze at his words, leaned over to say something to the people below, and blurted out again, "Those who pass by, the same protection fee must be paid, 100 points a person." Below him was a huge field, and two burly men were coming in fast with their men. "Brother Dong, Brother Shang, more than 100 people have come, and there's a white tiger among them, saying they want to borrow the road." The youth leaned down to explain the situation to the visitor. "Borrowing?" A bald man rubbed his head. "Bullshit. They must be trying to rob our base. Damn it, I've read The Art of War, okay? This is called the false way to destroy the tiger. Dong, it's a false way out." A junior next to him corrected him in a whisper. The bald head lifted his hand and was a big pussy bucket. "Tai Miao Laozi said a tiger is a tiger. Let you talk? Yes, you're right. Dong." Next to the bald man was a man wearing a sharp black suit with sunglasses, but also a muscular man. Judging by how much the suit was held up, to be able to gather more than 100 people is no ordinary person. "Let's see if we can take them in, or exterminate them if we can't. Brothers, to the wall." At the word of command, the minions behind them all climbed onto the barriers they had erected, and head after head popped up, and they all had guns in their hands. It's a flintlock rifle unique to the pirate world. This gun is of course also a heat weapon and does not give points for killing walkers. However, fighting people with guns is extremely useful. In the past, they had had an extremely pleasant time using their guns to cripple the zombies and then going down to harvest the points. Unfortunately, the point rules have changed, and you don't get points after maiming a zombie with a gun. But against the 100 or so people out there, they believed it was just a matter of one round of flurry. If one round doesn't work, then two. If they have capable people, they have them on their side. Therefore, the big bald man and the man in the suit were not afraid in the slightest. Outside, Luo Yi's face was ugly. "Where is this atoll? It's clearly robbery." But Aoxin didn't say anything, as if he was just looking to see how he was going to handle the matter. Just as he was about to threaten a couple of times and then lead a strong attack if he couldn't, he suddenly realized that a black mass of human heads appeared behind the barrier. In each man's hand, there was also a flintlock pistol. The black holes of the muzzle of the gun looked at his scalp. He felt that he should be able to withstand the bullets by relying on his cultivation of the copper skin realm plus the defense of the pig crocodile fruit. But not these guys back there. What to do? Pleading eyes looked at Aoxin. "Boss, they have guns." The situation is really beyond his expectations. These motherfuckers are fully armed? Not only flintlock rifles, but real-life heat weapons. And I don't know where these people got them. Aoxin looked up and saw the patch of gun muzzles. Buying guns is indeed a good way to go in the early stages. However, with a gun you can't work on your hegemony through melee combat, which is extremely detrimental to strength. And guns are not cheap. So if you think about relying on guns to get points first, and then fighting after you've exchanged them for better weapons and battle skills, I'm afraid you'll fall behind the times. The exercise of the physical body needed to be gradual. And now Xiao Bai, Luo Yi ensure you had all reached the copper skin realm. 80% of the team had awakened their hegemony, and their strength gains were on track. I'm afraid less than 20% of those who use guns have awakened their hegemony. But now, with the pale armed color of these men under his command, they could not withstand the bullets, and it seemed that he had to step in himself. "Whether you want our shelter or to cross the road, you have to pay 100 points, the bald and burly man exclaimed. "However, if you are willing to kneel down and kowtow 3 times to our brother and sister and call us father, it's not like Laozi can't take you in. Ha ha ha, that pretty girl. Wouldn't it be better for you to accompany me than to follow those losers?" Pointing at Tang Yingying, this girl was much prettier than those pussies in his base. And now, he was a little impatient for a change of scenery. After eating a lot of home-cooked food, it's time to try a big meal. The man in the suit beside him nodded faintly in recognition of the bald man's words. Aoxin got off of Little White and instantly transformed into a green dragon and rose into the air, his body growing a little longer than it originally was. The moment he transformed into a dragon, the bald man and the man in the suit were both shocked. The green dragon appeared. Wasn't this the green dragon big brother in Bianqing City that was rumored on the net? It's over. This is a kick in the teeth. The bald man and the man in the suit were about to open their mouths and beg for mercy when they saw a thunderbolt fall from the sky. The green dragon spat out 3 mouthfuls of roaring thunder in succession, and the dense thunder directly covered this shelter. The thunder rumbled on, and the lightning lit up the whiteness in front of them. The moment the vision returned to normal and the thunder stopped, Aoxin had already retransformed into human form and returned to Little White's back. But the obstacles in front of them had been knocked down as far as they could go, and there was no longer a trace of life in them. The entire Dongxing base was instantly leveled. That Dong and Shang were power users, but they couldn't even show their lower fruit abilities before they were already electrocuted to charcoal. The strength of these two people was only copper skin, and although his thunder didn't seem to be very powerful against the hairy corpses, it was because the defenses of the hairy corpses were too strong. Where are these little caramels to resist? His bitter battle was only for the high-level zombies, and among the humans, no one was his one enemy. Raising an initial secure base in an instant was nothing more than usual for him. Clapping his hands, he said to the shocked crowd, "Keep going, the road is open." The crowd's awe for him rose once again as they silently followed behind Xiaobai and walked towards Bian City. As he walked, he added, "Shocked by a gun? Don't be superstitious about guns. If you have a lot of points, you can get a gun for defense, but when fighting zombies, don't rely on it. Dominance is the foundation. Do guns work? Naturally. There are things like dominant winding bullets. However, with the group's shallow hegemony, they couldn't even cover their own bodies, much less entangle bullets. Of course, now that the rules for obtaining points have changed, it's impossible for them to kill zombies even if they want to use their guns. All the way forward, the Dongxing base was but a trivial hiccup. Instead of taking the group to his home location, he went directly to the bank of the Yellow River, where Meng Kuei and the others had created their base. On the banks of the Yellow River, this group of civilian laborers is working in full swing, but Meng Kuei is not there. At the head of the group was Feng Kuan. This was not a surprise to Aoxin. Meng Kuei had already spoken to him, and he had split the group of folk into 2 waves. Those who are willing to go to battle are divided into teams, while those who don't want to fight stay here to build the base and get points for their labor. Meng Kuei then took turns with Feng Kuan to oversee their construction. "Boss." Feng Kuan saw Aoxin come with a large group of people and hurriedly went forward to greet them. Aoxin nodded and went up to check on their construction. The black-scaled python had received special care from Meng Kuei under his special account. After Meng Kuei obtained the seafloor stone processing method, the first thing he did was to gather his men to create a cage laced with seafloor stone to trap the black-scaled python in, feeding the meat of the killed zombies in his mouth every day. The python growled low and often, but there was nothing he could do about it. However, after eating zombie meat to become a crystal beast, he was no longer resistant to zombie meat. He was just upset about the fact that he was imprisoned. Aoxin stepped forward and patted the python's head. His scales had been completely crystallized, and at first glance, it was quite beautiful and majestic. The bones in his body had been knocked off inch by Aoxin, and after crystallization, the bones were wrapped in crystals and were also repaired. When Meng Kuei learned of this, he cracked his bones again. Only, it wasn't as easy for him to knock it up as it was for Aoxin. Next to the python's cage was the foundation built by the civilian laborers, who were afraid of fighting, but with the hegemony cultivation method, the strong physical labor could also make their physique slowly rise. As a result, it was not built inefficiently. When Meng Kuei learned that Aoxin had returned, he also hurriedly rushed back from outside with his combat team. Also returning were the villa's women's team led by Lu Xiao, as well as their own families. The mental outlook of these women led by Lu Xiao had been completely different from the original, each full of energy and strong. There had been 31 of them, and in this short month, 12 had died in battle, but in exchange, it was a more resilient will and no less battle-hardened. The 5 women left behind in the villa, on the other hand, were all dead. "Boss, master," they bowed respectfully to Aoxin, and when they saw the large group of people following behind Aoxin, they knew that they must be the new forces that the boss had taken in. These 19 women led by Lu Xiao also saw Aoxin himself for the first time. Is this the boss's master? It's even more handsome than in the video. Thoughts flashed through their minds, but they stood straight and motionless under Lu Xiao's training. Speaking of which, this women's team trained by Lu Xiao had a higher degree of obedience and organization than those civilian combat squads that Meng Kuei had brought with him. It was also unknown what kind of devilish training Lu Xiao had given them. Introducing both sides to each other, he said to Luo Yi, "To your people also divided into categories. Those who do not want to fight can join the construction team. As long as labor, there will be points. Willing to fight. In the future, there will be no such advantages before by virtue of the obstacles to kill the zombies. To meet you, will be more dangerous fight. Luoi sniffed and went to ask these people under his command for their opinions, while Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao registered them. Older brother, you're finally back. Aoxin, who was checking out the foundation and construction plans, suddenly heard his sister's voice, and the little girl called out from a great distance. With her was her sister, and the youth she had met earlier in the provincial town. Dad, Mom, little morning. Aoxin smiled and greeted him. In the post-apocalyptic world, there was nothing more pleasing than seeing the well-being of one's family. Older brother, I'm in the copper skin realm yo. Ao Chen flaunted his strength as soon as they met. After you left, I worked hard. Well, my little morning is the best. Aoxin was pleased with his sister's growth. After not seeing her for a few days, she looked a little thinner, but her physique was stronger, and her spirit was more and more resolute. The parents didn't say much. Seeing Aoxin come back safely was enough. Ao Kong had also reached the copper skin realm, while his mother, Zhang Hong, had awakened her hegemony even though she had not yet reached it, and already had some ability to defend herself. Wow, what a big tiger. Brother, where did you get that big tiger? It's so beautiful. After showing off and getting compliments, Ao Chen finally noticed Xiaobai, who was following behind Aoxin. Relying on her current cultivation level of the copper skin realm as well as the boldness she had cultivated from many days of fighting, she reached out to pet Little White's head. Little White took a step back and let out a low whimpering growl from his throat, warning Ao Chen to stay away. Gee, kitty, let sis pet you. Ao Chen, however, was not the least bit impressed, and hugged Little White's big head as soon as he could. Xiaobai was very unhappy. Aoxin sensed his emotions, and a faint overbearing color emanated. This is my sister. You guys have to get along in the future. Only then did Kahaku drop his guard and whimpered. Tether, raise the silver. Ha, Ao Chen, who was jerking the cat, was surprised. You can talk? White nodded and turned into human form with a thud as she looked on in shock. Ao Chen? I touched a man's head half the time, as handsome as he is. This is embarrassing. One grabbed Aoxin's sleeve. Older brother, why didn't you tell me he was human? No Tai Silver. White proudly proclaims that he's not human. Department of Brainaxe. Aoxin. Gotta. That pronunciation hasn't been corrected yet. Bai is a Bengal white tiger who ate everyone's fruit to become this shape, and he'll be one of us from now on. Kahaku nodded back. Just tie it on. And then, with a wail, he transformed back into his mighty orc form, and showed off his well-developed biceps to Ao Chen. Inside, Ao Chen whispered, can you change back to your original body? I can't jerk off like this. White. Well, there's dignity in that, too. The rude request was flatly refused. Only his master could touch his head. No one else. Not even the master's sister. This is the bottom line of the beast's doings. Brother. Seeing Xiao Bai's refusal, Ao Chen had to pamper Aoxin. I want to jerk a cat. You promised me before that you would let me jerk a cat and let Xiao Bai change back. Having no choice, Aoxin could only look apologetically at Xiao Bai. Why don't you let her jerk off a bit? Little White's tiger head shook like a rattle, and every hair on his body was filled with resistance. Good girl. Gentle laughter mixed with domineering colors. Xiao Bai grunted in aggravation or bent down to transform back into a white tiger. Oi! Jerking off the cat. Wahahaha kitty, here I come. Ao Chen excitedly pounced up and down on Xiao Bai, not caring about Xiao Bai's lifeless eyes. Tang Yingying, who was on the side, saw Ao Chen happily jerking off the cat, and enviously, she wanted to get over there as well, but before she could reach her heel, she was warned by a look from Xiao Bai, looking towards Aoxin for help. But Aoxin had no intention of helping her. LOL, standing back with envy and jealousy. I wish I had a brother like that. Boss Ao. Seeing that Aoxin was finally free to scan himself, Yuan Fei hurriedly saluted Aoxin. His small face had a few scars, not from being scratched by the zombies, but from hitting the obstacles when he was dodging the zombies. In his hand, he still carried the steel pipe, which was stained with blood. Beside him was the youth who had come all the way from the provincial capital. If I remember correctly, I think his name was Lin Tian. Biggie, I've come on foot from the provinces. Can I join you? Lin Tian was even more excited when he saw Aoxin again. Ever since the first time he had met Aoxin, he had been able to see Aoxin's heroic posture in battle from time to time in the videos of the Divine Providence space, killing zombies in seconds, fighting against hairy corpses with his bare hands. This kind of invincible style made his blood boil, and also strengthened the idea of joining Aoxin. Biggie, I got a devil fruit too. Definitely not a liability. He rushed to show his worth to be recognized by Aoxin. Did you really get the devil fruit? Unsurprisingly, he would have had trouble traversing the distance otherwise. Ow. As he spoke,
Lin Tian displayed his fruit ability. A white-haired thin dog stood in front of the crowd, yet his carcass was extremely large, comparable to a white elephant. Biggie, that's my fruit power. Like a white elephant, the thin dog shrunk in size and transformed into human animal form again, looking quite similar to Yamato. I am Inuyasha fruit, phantom beast seed, roaring dog form. Another phantom species? Aoxin looked around. His own place was the lair of a phantom beast species? Granted, there are far more devil fruits in the post-apocalyptic world than in the manga, but the phantom beast species aren't that common. Moreover, in his previous life, he didn't remember any Yujo having a mirage beast species ability person in the form of a roaring dog. So what was Lin Tian's situation? While he was contemplating, Lin Tian continued to describe his abilities. Roaring dogs, in addition to the animal lineage's unique physical bonuses, my perception and endurance are especially outstanding. Of the 5 senses, I have the highest sensitivity to scent. As long as I'm allowed to smell the smell, even if it's tens of thousands of meters away, I'll be able to track it. These were traits unique to the canine family, and while the roaring dog was a bit more powerful, it wasn't so much of a surprise. Roaring dogs also have a special ability to hunt. I can apply a layer of hunting seals to my enemy, and wherever he escapes to, I can sense his location. Attacking a chaser mark can cause additional damage, and when the attached chaser marker dies, the return of the chaser marker to the body will restore my injuries, except that only one chaser marker can exist at the same time. Aoxin patiently listened to him. In addition to the physical enhancement, a sharper perception, and the hunting seal was a special effect attached to the fruit. It's the equivalent of target fruit youth plus sparrow bee youth, which is kinda powerful. Lin Tian looked at Aoxin with expectant eyes. He should be able to be valued for his abilities. Good, you stay for now. Aoxin agreed that this person, though not much known in his previous life, might have died early by running into a powerful zombie. Maybe he didn't get the phantom seed fruit because he didn't look east for himself. But in this life, his fate is apparently changing as well. Count the 6 phantasmal beast species abilities that you now have under your command, respectively. Himself, fish fruit, green dragon form. Ao Chen, mouse fruit, doppelganger form. Meng K, the bull fruit form. Lu Xiao, bird fruit, Pleiades chicken form. Kahaku, everyone's fruit, raken form. Lin Tian, Inuyasha fruit, roaring dog form. In addition to this, there are 3 Superman faculties. Father O'Connell, fruits of surgery. Mother Zhang Hong, sowing the fruit. Ying Tang, fragrant fruits. Animal department, ancient species of Fengkuan. Tyrannosaurus rex form. Luo Yi, pig crocodile form. Common species of Shiryu. Lynx form. G, in his own place, the common species is rarer than the phantom and ancient species. Ao Chen still had a rattling thunder fruit in his treasure space, as well as a bull fruit ancient species slate rhinoceros form, which he hadn't yet figured out how to use. There is also the bug fruit ancient species lacewing form that was agreed upon with Li Hui, but did not complete the transaction directly. The presence of those under his command didn't strike him as particularly bright, either. For Yuan Fei? He pondered. This teenager had good potential. His loyalty was weird but not problematic. If he got the slate rhinoceros form, his strength would definitely soar. Or to Han Frost? Crystallized people can eat devil fruit. To be precise, everything can eat devil fruit, including crystallized people and zombies. But zombies are only interested in flesh and blood, and they won't take the initiative to eat until they turn on their spirit. When the spirit is turned on, some zombies will go to actively search for devil fruit to enhance their strength. Although Han Frost looked strong, it was because she was high in rank. The Fey Crystalline Man has the weakest fighting strength of her class, and it would be nice to make up for her strength a bit with devil fruit. After thinking for a long time, he finally did not reward the fruit. Just wait a little longer. Now that there were already 6 phantom beast breeds, he suddenly wanted to build an army of 100 beasts, all with phantom beast breeds at their core, to fulfill Mr. Kai's unfulfilled dream. Han Frost and Yuan Fei are undoubtedly the types that can be cultivated as beloveds, and the devil fruit can't be replaced once it's eaten. Thanks a lot, boss. Lin Tian will definitely not disappoint you. Lin Tian was overjoyed and quickly expressed his loyalty. At this time, the people Luo Yi brought with him had also finished grouping up. 30% of them didn't want to continue fighting. They chose to join the construction team. Of the remaining people, there were a total of 103, of which 27 were women, and they were assigned to the women's team led by Lu Xiao, which was a bit easier to manage. Boss, Yuan Fei suddenly came to Aoxin and said to him, Su has approached me and said he wants to join you. Can you take them, brother Su? Aoxin froze for a moment before realizing that Yuan Fei was talking about Su Wenhao from the north of the city. He had ignored them after taking Yuan Fei away earlier. How come he was actively looking for them now?
Su Wenhao's own character and strength were good, but his heart was too kind, and he ignored him for fear that he would misbehave if he took Su Wenhao in. Boss, Su's ability is very helpful in building the base. If we take them in, our base can be built faster. He was right. Su Wenhao's iron fruit was able to control iron and steel, although the iron elements he created out of thin air didn't last forever and would disappear. But it will be much easier to build with him controlling the steel. Yes, let him come and see me. After thinking about it, he still felt that the benefits outweighed the disadvantages, so he agreed to Yuan Fei's request. In addition, it was still too slow to build with just this team of civilian laborers, and he planned to recruit people through the Bianqing Exchange Group in Divine Providence space. There were fewer and fewer people talking in the Bianqing Exchange Group. As the end of the world proceeded to this point, more people died, and those who were still alive realized that the only way to go was to die if you didn't fight. A post appeared quietly, and it wasn't until 2 hours later that the first person clicked on it. I'm AOXIN, the Green Dragon ability, now recruiting for manpower. If you're interested you can apply to me. The man stared blankly at the line. AOXIN? Big Brother Qinglong? Crap, Big Brother Qinglong has finally recruited. His face was covered in blood, and there were many scratches on his body. Fighting with walkers, even if he didn't get scratched, his body would be left with injuries from falls, bumps, and so on. He was holding a pirate sword that already had a somewhat curled edge, and was hiding inside a merchant's store to rest. In order to survive, he had to go out and fight, and although his strength was much stronger than it was originally, he also longed more and more for the shelter of a great power. Biggie, me, would like to join you. How should I join? You come to fetch me? His lips were dry and cracked. The fresh water he could find was long gone, and if it wasn't for the divine gift space where he could exchange for food, he would have been starved to death, barely surviving on the few juices in his food, and occasionally, when he couldn't help it, he found some sewage to drink. But this behavior is extremely dangerous. Who knows if the sewage has been contaminated with the zombie virus, and at any moment he fears that he is infected. Now, Bianqing's strongest man, and one of the world's strongest men recognized by everyone on the Divine Providence Network, Qinglong AOXIN, was willing to openly recruit. He stared closely at the post, expecting a reply from AOXIN. AOXIN of course couldn't keep staring at it. Spreading the news out, he would count it tomorrow, and after that, he would just decide on his next plan. However, this post quickly fermented in Bianqing. More and more survivors are taking notice and eagerly leaving comments below indicating their willingness. In Changnan Chemical Factory, Zhang Hong had just returned to the plant with his men to rest when his men reported the news of AOXIN's recruitment. Boss, right now this AOXIN is all the rage. Those people we recruited before also want to join him, but they don't dare to say so openly. I've inquired and found out that they're already trying to find a way to secretly liaise with AOXIN. Zhang Heng's brow furrowed. He was not an ability person and did not have those innate advantages, but he still managed to recruit a group of henchmen by virtue of his boldness to fight. Those videos about AOXIN he had seen were simply not human. He thought that he had already progressed at a godly pace. Whether it was the awakening of his hegemonic aura or the elevation of his realm, it had been fast, but even now he was still only in the copper skin realm. Not to mention single combat zombies. He saw zombies can escape are already enough to blow for a long time. At that moment, another junior beside him said with a twinkle in his eye, "Boss, our fresh water has been cut off for 5 days. I heard that AOXIN is recruiting people to build a secure base by the Yellow River. Why don't we join him as well? Moreover, even if we don't vote, when his base is built, he's bound to expand outward, and we won't be able to defeat him. Instead of surrendering in defeat when the time comes, why don't you defect while his power is still up? And with your strength, boss, you might even be able to mix in the core position." Zhang Hong was very reluctant, yet he had to admit that his men had a point. At the beginning of the end of the world, firstly, there was no time to prepare, so we had to find a safe spot nearby, and secondly, we didn't think too much about it. At this moment fresh water is running out and there seems to be no other way but to move to the Yellow River. His grip on the knife tightened and loosened and tightened, and it was only after a long time that he said, "I'm tired, we'll talk tomorrow, boss." The man who made the suggestion wanted to say something else, but Zhang Hong waved his hand and went to his bedroom without looking back. He stood there squinting at Zhang Heng's departure, not knowing what he was thinking. "Zheng Shichao, you want to betray Brother Hong?" Behind him, another middle-aged man spoke in a gloomy tone, vaguely warning. "Ha!" Zheng Shichao sneered. "Betrayal? I've done something to dishonor Brother Hong? Now that our deaths are at hand, you want to accompany Zhang Hong to his death?" He wasn't the least bit afraid of the man's threats and turned away after mocking him. "You!" The man was angry, but did not say anything more. In the center of the city, In the Drum Tower City, thanks to the many stores around, Yang Xiaofei and the others had plenty of supplies. Now, it's not completely out of food. They were also discussing about AOXIN's recruitment at the moment. AOXIN gathered his men. What do you think of this matter? In the Drum Tower, a middle-aged man dressed in black sat in the center with a cold expression. Around him, people were seated. All of them are helpers that he has hand-picked and pulled together. I watched the video about AOXIN. If the video is true, I dare say that no one in the entire Bianqing city is his opponent. Besides, that video was taken over 10 days ago, and he's only going to get stronger now. Also, he has a far greater calling than we do. Other than that, if there is a conflict between our two sides, he won't have to do anything, and most of our people will turn against us. These people explore carefully, but the words are so feeble. Brother Fei, I think it would be better to defect to him. He doesn't have much manpower right now. We can more or less have some status if we bring these 100 or 10 people with us. When this man spoke, everyone else fell silent or sighed. As devastating as that is, there's no way to refute it. Previously, when AOXIN went to the provincial city, Yang Xiaofei had fought Feng Kuan. If Feng Kuan's injuries from AOXIN had not healed, that time, Yang Xiaofei could have been torn alive by Feng Kuan. And, according to Feng Kuan, above him was Meng Kuei, and Meng Kuei's boss was AOXIN. In other words, the strongest Yang Xiaofei here couldn't even beat AOXIN's little brother's little brother. And the strength comparison between the two sides simply didn't have any suspense. Brother Fei, they are all ability users to be so strong. If you are also an ability user, you are definitely not inferior to them. But right now, we do have to bow down. Yang Xiaofei listened to the discussion of the crowd inside. No, even if he doesn't use his fruit ability, I'm not a match. He's already at least in the Iron Bone realm, and judging by the speed of his upgrades, it wouldn't be surprising if he reaches the Mega Strength realm by now. Those who can survive the end times must first recognize the situation, rather than refusing to admit defeat in a fit of passion. If it's time to give in, then give in. Besides, is that giving in? That's from the heart. The people in the room had all earned their lives in the mouths of walkers, and understood this all the better. It is indeed most appropriate to defect at this moment while we are not yet at odds with him. He was still a bit reluctant, but looking at this group of brothers who had followed him through life and death, he wanted to bring a better future to all of them. I'll contact AOXIN. He should be willing to receive us. Entering the Divine Providence space, he found the post of AOXIN in the Bianqing exchange group, and he left a message below. I am Yang Xiaofei, located in the Drum Tower in the center of the city, with a total of 178 men under my command willing to join you. What shall we do? On the bank of the Yellow River, AOXIN suddenly thought while looking at some of the equipment that Meng Kuei and the others had brought from the water plant. If you can discharge yourself, is there a chance those appliances can be used as well? Even went to the team and asked who knew about circuits and stuff like that. Instead, I found a couple of electricians and a college student who was studying in a related field, and their first reaction to hearing about it was that it was impossible. The first thing is that you need specialized equipment to receive it, and AOXIN also needs to have extreme control over the current. Otherwise, the equipment will be burned out all of a sudden. However, AOXIN's own control was not strong. He was a green dragon, not a ringing thunder, and manipulating wind, fire and thunder was merely incidental. Also, who expects a couple of electricians plus a college student to build a device to receive lightning? One can only put this idea aside for a while and talk about it later when the opportunity arises. Su Wenhao and the others seem to have originally been in the neighborhood, and immediately rushed over after receiving Yuan Fei's word that AOXIN had agreed for them to join. Thinking about the last conflict, Su Wenhao's first action after seeing AOXIN was to kneel down on one knee. Your Excellency AOXIN, the last conflict was my fault. From now on, Su Wenhao will serve you. Behind him, there were 11 others, but it's not looking good for these 11. One of them had a broken arm, and another, his whole nose was gone. And, remembering that there were 13 of them the first time I saw them, now there was one less. Brother Su, where's Sister Lan? Yuan Fei also met them again for the first time, this time after leaving Su Wenhao. It's quite disturbing at first glance. Also, the big sister who was very posh and took care of herself was gone. Su Wenhao's body trembled at the words and whispered, Lan, dead. AOXIN wasn't interested in the story of what happened to them and didn't want to ask. It was already a miracle that only one person had died in over a month. Get up, AOXIN said. Those of you who don't want to fight will join the engineering team. The women will go to Lu Xiao's team and register with Meng Kuei later. But Su Wenhao you need to help build for at least 5 hours or more every day. And after 5 hours, it's up to you if you want to go for combat exercises. Of course, with your ability. The contribution you have made is not comparable to others, and I will pay you 100 points per day. This price is not low enough for Su Wenhao. Although he had already reached the copper skin realm, it wasn't difficult to kill ordinary zombies. However, frequently activating the ability was extremely taxing on physical strength, and killing 100 zombies a day was exhausting, although it could be done, and it wasn't as if he had to help build it all the time for those 5 hours. His stamina wouldn't last that long. It was brought on to give him time to rest and regain his strength. Su Wenhao had no opinion, but there were no cowards in the group under his command. All of them were going to continue to participate in the battle, letting Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao register and arrange for them respectively. Su Wenhao plunged directly into the construction of the base. The basic structure of the construction is still reinforced concrete. Meng Kuei and Feng Kuan pulled a lot of steel bars from the building materials factory, but there is no need for Su Wenhao to go directly to build steel bars. It would save a lot of time by just needing him to maneuver these steel bars to build the skeletal structure. In the evening, Aoxian brought Xiaobai home, introducing Bai and Han Frost to his family in a grand manner once again. His parents, both enlightened people, recognized the two non-humans. After the meal, Xiaobai managed to escape from Ao Chen's clutches, and this big tiger rubbed his legs one by one in Aoxian's bedroom, whimpering to express his aggression. Alright, Xiao Chen likes you too, doesn't he? From now on, we'll be a family. Hearing a family, Xiaobai, a pair of tiger eyes suddenly flashed brightly. Lift Silver, Eminence Department of Family Silver. Ooxian stroked his head while saying, you also talk more when you're not doing anything. This pronunciation is too strange now. But White wagged his tail and said, I only talk through Lifting Silver. Although his spiritual wisdom is open, but in terms of age is only 1 year old. The mind is extremely simple, squinting to enjoy Aoxian's touch, which is completely different from the little witch's touch, so that he is extremely used. Creaking, the door opened silently, and White seemed to have caught a whiff of something, jumping up violently with a humanized look of grief on his face. Brother, Ao Chen quietly approached, and when he saw Xiaobai's resistant expression, he couldn't help but go forward and touch 2 more times. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Don't get me wrong. I read your comments. It's siblings, no adoption, and no bonehead drama. Oxian had no choice but to sit up. Ao Chen stroked little White's silky tiger fur, before he said with a satisfied face, Brother, that Han Frost, is she really a crystal person? Aoxian didn't hide Han Frost's identity. His family would know sooner or later anyway. When they were at the dinner table before, Ao Chen and his parents wanted to ask, and when the meal was over and Han Frost went downstairs, that's when he let his daughter come and ask what was going on. As enlightened as they were, that so-called crystallized man was almost as good as a zombie on first listen, right? Don't worry, she's a fae and retains her self-awareness. She can be trusted. Aoxian knew they couldn't accept Han Shuang so quickly. It's still different from Kahaku, who is nothing more than a big cat and is treated as having a pet, although this pet can turn into a human. But Han Frost, that would be too dangerous. And they even worry that Han Frost will carry the zombie virus to infect the others. Although the crystallized people use the zombie virus as their evolutionary energy, the crystals in their bodies have already completed the transformation of the virus, so their bodies do not contain the virus. Aoxian explained in detail to his sister. That's right, Ao Chen pondered, and suddenly asked again, Brother, honestly, this Han Frost, is she related to you before you were reborn? As she was talking, she suddenly thought that there was Xiaobai next to her, which was not an ordinary tiger. He could understand human language. Hastily shutting up, he quietly glanced at Xiaobai, who had shrunk into a corner, his eyes inquiring about Aoxian. Aoxian sighed. Xiaobai is not an outsider. It's okay. Then he told Ao Chen again about what had happened between his previous life and Han Frost. Right now, other than Mom and Dad and you, the only ones I can trust are Xiaobai and Han Frost, and even Lu Xiao and Meng Kuei have to be a little bit further back. Speaking of Lu Xiao, Ao Chen suddenly came on. Brother, what exactly do you think of Sister Xiao? How do you think? Aoxian was confused. Ao Chen said with a bad smile on his face, I asked Sister Xiao. She said she wants to sleep with you. Ouch. After receiving a sharp blow to the head, Ao Chen pouted in aggravation. Stinky old brother flicked me again. Aoxian said. What is the little girl thinking? Ao Chen hummed, I discussed with my parents. They all think Xiao's sister is good people and beautiful, understanding and filial piety. Mom would like to recognize her as a goddaughter. Don't you want your wife to want a god sister? And you've got one devil fruit in you, and you're still a phantom beast species. Wouldn't it be a shame if you didn't marry her? Aoxian. According to you, I'll have to marry even Menkyu? Ao Chen, it's not impossible. Ha 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 ha. Without finishing her sentence she hurriedly jumped down, letting AOXIN's brain crash bounce off, and made a face at AOXIN. Slightly. By the way, that tanging, it wouldn't be the little wife you found outside, would it? Go to bed. What are you thinking about all day? The wind blew from the open window, sweeping away a trace of the summer night sultriness. AOXIN lay on the bed, one hand drooping down to touch the tiger's head, slowly falling asleep. Downstairs, across from Meng Kuei's room, Han Shuang sat on the edge of the bed with her legs wrapped around her. He really treats me like family. The corners of her eyes were a little moist, and she felt that she was no longer alone. It's just that my ugly face is a bit of a disgrace. The next day, AOXIN stretched, although it is the end of the world, but still home to fall asleep comfortable. Getting out of bed, he stepped on something furry and extremely soft. OXIN looked at Xiaobai's sultry eyes and smiled shyly. Good morning, find. When Xiaobai saw AOXIN smile, the resentment of being stepped on and woken up instantly dissipated, and he also returned to mourning. After breakfast, he opened the shrine space and went to read the post he had left last night. Not surprisingly, the messages were full. Big brother, I'm willing, please, big brother, take me now. I'm willing too, but big brother, I'm here in the eastern suburb of Bien Village, and I heard that you're at the Yellow River, so I can't get through. Big brother begs to be taken in. I'm willing to warm your bed. Biggie, I've killed several walkers myself. I've used up all the supplies I could find, but there's no water, so I'm begging big brother to reward me with some water. One of these countless messages caught his attention. I am Yang Xiaofei, located in the drum tower in the center of the city, with a total of 178 men under my command willing to join you. What shall we do? The Yang Xiaofei forces in the center of the city? Although AOXIN was surprised, he felt it was reasonable. Although these powerhouses were arrogant, they were also extremely knowledgeable and handsome. There is no shame in keeping your head down in the end times. Needless to say, he made the right decision. He posted a quote under the post and topped it. I'll build a new group. Those who are willing to defect to me. You join this group. I don't ask. I don't allow anyone to speak. After I ask a question, it's forbidden to answer words that have nothing to do with the question. Violators are immediately expelled. And I'll never receive them. And then, he set up another exchange group in Divine Providence space. The communication function of this God-given space was even more convenient than the network of the civilized era. It would take a while for them to add the group, while he went to check out the Dragon Emperor's stores. After determining that the Dragon Emperor shops would restock from time to time, the crowd had stopped their mad rush. However, with almost everyone around the globe abandoning the Divine Providence store and only shopping in the Dragon Emperor's shops, his goods were already selling quickly. Replenishing the goods once again, he called Meng Kuei and the others over. I'm going to recruit some more people. AOXIN said to the crowd. I've pulled together a group in Divine Gift Space, so you guys go in there later and help me organize. Meng Kuei separate the teams that are willing to fight. Don't crowd a large group together. Give Xiao Chen, Xiao Bai, Han Frost, Yuan Fei, Feng Koen, Luo Yi, Lin Tian and the rest of them a portion. You and Feng Koen take turns overseeing the base construction, and the 8 squads spread out to go and bring in people. Bring back those who are willing to defect to us, and count your trials as well. Yuan Fei let out an awe after hearing this. Boss, I can't do it. I'm not as strong as Meng and the others. In here, other than Yuan Fei and Han Frost, all of them were ability users, and Han Frost, being a crystalline, had a high combat power, and he was the only one who was an ordinary person. Even though he fought desperately, he didn't have a hegemony genius, and his strength didn't increase quickly. AOXIN had asked him to lead the first team directly, which gave him a lot of psychological pressure. AOXIN said, you can do it. I'll transfer you to you. He's an animal-type ability person. He can help you share some of the pressure. Yes. Yuan Fei was able to kill his way through the post-apocalyptic world as a non-capable person, and he was not a womanizer. And since AOXIN trusted him, he was naturally unwilling to let down that trust. After the explanation, he asked all of these people to enter the group he had pulled together, except for Han Frost. Han Frost lost his eligibility to enter the Divine Providence space when he became a crystallized man. AOXIN said to Lu Shio, pull someone you trust and give Han Frost a second-in-command to lead the way. Lu Shio immediately replied, alright, in my team, the best performer right now is Bai Cece. I'll have her assist Sister Han Frost. Aha, OXIN still had some impression of this girl called Bai Cece. She was promoted by Lu Xiao to be her deputy, and she was the one to lead the team when Lu Xiao was reporting for AOXIN. This girl has a mean streak in her eye. She's someone who can do great things. He also said to Han Shuang,
Whoever dares to mock you, feel free to kill them. There's no need to ask for the cause. Kill until they're cowed. With me behind you, just let go. Good, Han Frost agreed softly, feeling warmth in her heart. Even if her crystalline human identity wasn't exposed, this ugly face alone could cause countless people to mock and ridicule her. In her previous life, she was unwilling to kill humans, and she tolerated it as long as others didn't turn on her. But in this life, with AOXIN backing her up, she no longer had to suffer such humiliation. AO-chan, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. I can lead the team too? Previously, AOXIN was worried that bringing someone would affect the progress of her cultivation. Although the duobao mouse is also an animal system, but there is not much addition to the physique, and only this point of speed is still worthy of praise. With the previous AO-chan, she was worried that bringing someone would drag her sister down. But it's different now. AO-chan's strength has come up a bit, and taking people on can also add some management experience to her. After all, he couldn't be the only one to manage the establishment of forces. He definitely had to use trusted people. What could be more trustworthy than a parent's family? He also thought about involving his parents, but the old couple seems to have gotten much younger again since they have been practicing. And just yesterday he came back for dinner and saw a sight as if the old couple had returned to the honeymoon period. Killing a zombie is hand in hand, as if they're in a two-person world. He had to, and it was good that his parents were in a good place, so he didn't mention it again. It just so happened that after his father got tired of fighting, he would have his old mom use her stitch fruit ability to bring back a few zombies to the Central Hospital to study. They've been fighting near Central Hospital lately. There's no telling what my father could have researched from the walkers. Silver, I'd like to sing you in a few. When everyone else entered the group chat under AOXIN's arrangement, Xiaobai suddenly opened his mouth, his big eyes blinking and blinking as he looked at him, still not quite sure what he was going to do. Forgot about white. AOXIN slapped his forehead and said to Mengkue, you arrange a competent deputy for Xiaobai as well. His spiritual wisdom has just opened up not long ago, and he doesn't understand many things yet. Mengkue said, yes, there's one called Jiang Tao. His performance is good. I was planning to promote him. Now let him come directly to be the deputy for Xiaobai. AOXIN explained to Xiaobai, follow the one called Jiang Tao, do what he says, learn more about being a human being. It's not like I'm leaving. If I do, I'll take you with me. That's when White agreed. After arranging these people, AOXIN went to the bank of the Yellow River and found Su Wenhao, and asked him to use his ability to build an iron fence with very small gaps. But it was thick, large and heavy. But this weight was nothing to AOXIN. He made a simple fish pond by putting an iron fence into the middle of the Yellow River, and then reached into the river and felt it. Now that the end of the world is over a month old, the helicite factor is a little more abundant in the rivers. He could clearly feel the force resisting him, causing a slight weakness in his body. However, it was good that the concentration of high Lucier factor in the river was not high now, and he felt about 30% weaker, which was still acceptable. However, this was also due to the fact that he had incorporated the invisible black bloodline factor. The strength of his physique, and his resistance to seawater had been slightly enhanced. In the guise of a green dragon he leapt into the river. Though he wasn't much of a swimmer, dragons were supposed to be gods of the water, and if it weren't for the restraining effects of the sea life factor on ability users, he could swim in the ocean. The green dragon burrowed into the river as he searched for the large fish that had undergone a mutation, just like that black-scaled python. Although these water monsters were not as vicious as the python, they were also mutated species, and if they entered the sea, they would have a chance to evolve into the Sea King class, which was the most suitable petri dish for cultivating crystal beasts. The Yellow River was muddy and clogged with mud and sand, but his eyesight had improved with his strength, and he could barely make out what was going on in the river. There were fish in the river, but these were not large, not the water monsters one was looking for. Fish are strange creatures. I don't know if it's the sea light factor or not, but there are almost no infected fish. Most of them either adapted to the virus and became stronger to become water monsters, or turned into crystal beasts, or they seem to have another evolutionary route, which is to become a Neptune. But it would be different if they were fed zombie meat directly. They would still be necrotic. The green dragon wandered through the rivers, searching for water monsters that could be used as petri dishes for crystalline beasts. A large fish with a body length of 3 meters jumped into his eyes. He shook his head. This fish was too weak. The probability of becoming a crystal beast was not high. Moving on, another mutant yellow river carp was encountered. The fish was at least 10 meters long, and was covered in a glistening white light. That's its scales reflecting the light. AOXIN's dragon eyes lit up. This is a crystal beast. The dragon's claws probed out, piercing the hard crystallized fish scales on the big fish and stabbing into the big fish, so that no matter how much it struggled, It could not break free. Number 1. At the bottom of the sea, another huge eel about 20 meters long passed by, and when it saw the 100-meter-long green dragon above its head, it hastily sank downwards. This one seems to have cultivation value. Aoxin rushed to catch up. The river churned and the green dragon came and went in it, and when he rose from the river, a huge water monster was stuck in each of his 20 claws on all 4 limbs, leaping out of the river and stepping up into the air on a flaming cloud. He threw all of these water monsters into a cage that had been prepared aside. The cages have been separated so that they don't attack each other. 20 water monsters. How can we get a few crystal beasts out? He returned to land to go to the distance to grab a few zombie corpses that had been killed by manhwa and the others to forcefully break open the water monster's mouth and throw it into its throat, to keep them from spitting them out. He also pressed hard with his paw into his throat to make sure they were swallowed. After swallowing it, he once again went to grab the corpse of the zombie to feed the water monster, and so on many times until he could visibly see the water monster's stomach rise. And only then did he stop, reshaping into his human form and returning to the shore. He clapped his hands and laughed. Still needing me to personally feed. You guys have quite a big face. Let's hope there are a few more crystal beasts. He turned back to the black-scaled python trapped in the seafloor stone cage, opened the cage, and touched its body. The bones had grown back. Removing the steel whip from his back, he once again cracked it. Well, how lovely to be soft. He fed the python another zombie meal before closing the cage and walking away. In the cage, the black-scaled python stared at him with a pair of scarlet eyes in death, and after its scales were completely crystallized, its bones were gradually turning into crystals as well. Back on the bank of the river, he stared intently at the pool, the water monsters churning violently. A large fish flopped around for a few minutes before suddenly its scales began to fall off. Its eyes bulged out, and sharper teeth grew from its mouth. It's turning into a zombie. Zombie fish. Not a good thing. With his feet in the air, he used his moonwalk to get over the pool, reached out and fished it out, pointing his finger gun to crush the big fish's head and feed it to the black-scaled python. The first one failed. He muttered. Soon, another large fish zombified and frantically tore at the cage trying to escape, which he pulled out again to kill and feed to the python. Failed another entry. Hey, after all, it wasn't a dominant level monster like the black-scaled python that could dominate an entire river. The probability of these small monsters becoming crystal beasts wasn't too high. He suddenly saw the scales of a large fish shimmering with a sheen, and although it had not crystallized yet, there were already signs of this. This meant that the brain of this big fish had been covered by brain domain crystals, becoming a crystalline beast. It worked. Overjoyed, he just stared at the big fish as they changed. In the end, of the 20 big fish, only 5 turned into crystal beasts. All the others, they became zombie fish. After emptying the zombie fish, he once again transformed into a green dragon and dived into the river to continue his second catch. This was repeated many times, and it was only when Aochen Menkue and the others returned from various places with those who were willing to join them in the evening that the 50 cages were completely filled with crystal beasts. 50 crystal beasts. He didn't know how many times he had repeatedly caught them before they were filled up. From the experience of his previous life, many years after the end of the world, China had the most strong humans and San had the most strong zombies. Even those zombies that have developed a spirit have taken over the land of Asan to establish a zombie kingdom. The largest number of crystalline beasts, on the other hand, are found in Africa and South America. The only places in Huaxia that were suitable for cultivating crystal beasts were the rivers and the seashore. The monsters in the sea were more menacing than in the jungle, plus the level of danger in the sea itself. So it was better to rely on the water monsters in the rivers in the early stages of cultivating the crystal beasts. Therefore, quite a few strong people hit their ideas on people. Since crystal beasts were not good to cultivate, then they would get crystal people. They imprisoned their fellow citizens, force them to eat zombie meat, kill them as points when they turn, and feed the bodies to others. Those who become crystallized after enduring the zombie virus are nurtured for a period of time before being killed for the brain crystals. It is impossible to imagine the lower limits of morality in a post-apocalyptic world. 50 water monsters as petri dishes is still not quite enough. But today had already been a busy day, and by the time tomorrow rolled around, he was going to build a line of water cages along the banks of the Yellow River to hold the crystal beasts in captivity. Ao Chen and the other 8 teams had brought back almost all the survivors of Biancheng. As long as they weren't stupid, they all knew that defecting to AOXIN at this moment was the safest choice. Unless someone can awaken his system. Brother, we've brought him back. Ao Chen shouted excitedly, I'll go register them. She tried to act like a big sister, taking people to register their information and giving them notes. Boss AO, you'll be our boss from now on. Yang Xiaofei's face was a bit complicated, but he still brought this group of people under him to kneel down and pledge their allegiance. The one who went to pick him up this way was white.
On the way, when he saw the battle between Xiao Bai and the zombies, the shock in his heart was beyond words. Moreover, this strong man maintained his human animal form the entire time, and his true face was never seen. He had tried to strike up a conversation with it, but this strong person was extremely high and cold, and just ignored him completely. Even such a high and mighty person was willing to be Aoxan's henchman. What dignity did he have left to hold on to? But what he didn't expect was that upon seeing Aoxin, this high and cold powerhouse turned into a large white tiger with a wail and pounced towards Aoxin. Lift the silver. I'm done with Prince. Little White rubbed against Aoxin's pants leg, acting extremely intimate. Is this still the same high-strung powerhouse? Yang Xiaofei only felt 100,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. I don't know. That's too much pampering. Ao boss. Who is this? He tried to talk to Aoxin, not knowing yet what kind of personality this expert who was rumored to be prevalent in the Divine Providence Network had. Bye. This is his true form. A Bengal white tiger. Aoxin was also sizing up Yang Xiaofei. This person had a bit of talent and could be used if he was cultivated. No. Whitey. He saw Xiao Bai's eyes that wanted to kill and immediately changed his words. Previously, his impression of Aoxin was still stuck in the video and the pressure phone Cohen brought to bear on him. But after coming here, he realized how small he was. Here, there were at least 10 people who could beat themselves. It is ridiculous that he was sitting on a well before and still had the ambition to fight for the supremacy of Bianqing City. Now, follow Aoxin well. When the time comes, he will also be an executive in this great power. These 8 men, each with a different style of leading the team, brought back people with different mentalities. For example, these people that Han Frost had brought back each had a look of fear on their faces, because some ungrateful guy taunted Han Frost as being ugly. He got his neck broken alive. After this, everyone in this group was silenced along the way, and they did whatever Han Shuang said, even if Han Frost told them to eat shit. I'm afraid this group of people would not hesitate to do so. When they came to the bank of the Yellow River, they all prayed that they would never be allowed to follow this killing god again. It would also be excellent to follow the beautiful young woman who registered the crowd. After counting, 2,000 people were brought back this time. It wasn't that there were only 2,000 people left in Bianqing, but the limit of what these 8 teams could take care of was 2,000 people. A large portion of those 2,000 were in poor physical condition. That's caused by lack of water. On the banks of the Yellow River, there were water purification equipment gotten from the waterworks, as well as distillation equipment, and these days they had stored a lot of clean fresh water. Give everyone a little bit. Fresh water in the belly is better than giving them 10 points. These people thanked Aoxin profusely and said they would definitely repay him. For these words, Aoxin didn't care. How could loyalty be obtained so easily? After registering them, they were assigned to engineering and combat teams according to their wishes. The number of men under the command of the 8 captains also increased again. At night, after Aoxin went home to eat, he called Ao Chen into his room. Brother, is something wrong? As soon as Ao Chen entered the room, he hugged Xiao Bai's head and rubbed it haphazardly. White whimpered, but didn't dare to resist. Aoxin said, I'll transfer 1 million points to you, and you'll exchange the bloodline factor of the highly toxic powder. The special ability of the sister doppelganger is strong, but the combat bonus is too low. If she could obtain the ability of the bloodline factor exoskeleton, it would be a great boost to her strength. But all 4 of these bloodline factors were flawed, and he didn't want his sister to become a war machine that had lost her feelings. So, the only highly toxic powder that retains feelings becomes the best choice. In the manga, Reiju is unable to disobey Gaji's orders, even though she retains her feelings. Now there's no Gaji, and perhaps to keep things balanced, the exoskeletal abilities of the poisonous powder have been nerfed by half as a price for retaining feelings. But even though the exoskeleton was weakened by half, the enhancements gained are still not to be underestimated. 1 million. How many points do you have, brother? Even though Ao Chen knew that Aoxin had a Dragon Emperor merchant shop, he was still shocked by so many points. Not much. It's all restocked. Aoxin spread his hands. Where's the cargo? Sold. Where are the points? Restocked again. That's why he's still a poor bastard. Anyway, just remember that our family won't be short of points in the future. Aoxin urged her to hurry up and redeem the highly poisonous powder bloodline factor. These 4 pedigree factors are not the same as invisible black and can be redeemed by all. However, the bloodline factor also needs to be awakened step by step, and every day earlier you redeem it, you will get a huge advantage. Ao Chen didn't dawdle, and immediately entered the Divine Providence space after getting the points. Soon, Aoxin saw that her body was frozen on the bed, unable to move, and her forehead, on the other hand, appeared with fine beads of sweat, exactly the same as when she fused her own bloodline factor. He stared closely at his sister's manifestation, and behind her, a pair of illusory pink butterfly wings appeared. A faint pink sheen drifted down between the flaps of her wings. That's a special ability that comes with the bloodline factor that absorbs and releases toxins. It's a shame that viruses aren't considered poisonous, or else this ability would really be somewhat unbeatable. Although it can't absorb the zombie virus, the resistance of the highly toxic powder to the virus has also been strengthened by a lot. So if it is accidentally scratched, it will not be immediately infected, and there is still the possibility of salvage. As time passed by, Ao Chen's body was almost soaked, a mixture of sweat and blood. Xiaobai also saw the gravity of the atmosphere and stared closely at Ao Chen. Finally, Ao Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. Brother, I feel like I have so much strength now. With a thought, a pair of butterfly wings appeared behind her back, but the wings were extremely thin, and that was because she hadn't absorbed any toxins yet. However, the poison powder can produce toxins on its own, which is equivalent to a weakened devil fruit ability. Not bad, not bad. I'll redeem Rage's battlesuit for you as well so you can walk in the air even if you don't know how to moonwalk. Jelma's 60's XS battlesuit has decent defense and offers stagger, which is pretty good in both the first and mid-game. The value of a big fast knife is actually a bit low. AOXIN exchanged the battlesuit. It was a pink cylinder. Handing it to Ao Chen, she pressed the button and put it directly on her body. Now that it was summer, she was wearing short sleeves. It was also very convenient. Leaping through the open window, she activated the levitation device of her battlesuit and her body stayed in the air. Woohoo! I can fly! She turned on her heel accelerators again poofed into the distance. The excited young girl seemed to soar through the sky as if she were a happy bird, and she even flew a bit farther away to do battle with a zombie. Aoxin watched Ao-chan go away. This little girl couldn't come back for a while, he said to White. You also exchanged the dramatic poison powder bloodline factor. Xiaobai nodded his head dully. He hadn't seen the King of Thieves. He didn't know what the bloodline factor was, and he did whatever Aoxin said, transferring the points to Kahaku. Soon Kahaku's body also entered a state of rigidity. But don't worry, it's a necessary step to fuse the bloodlines. White fused here as he pushed open the door to his parents' room. Eek, the old couple was actually plastered together in a meaty whisper. Aoxin awkwardly stood in the doorway and turned back to knock again. Saw you come in. Have a word. O'Connell gave an irritated sideways glance. Aoxin. So what? It's dangerous to have a baby now. O'Connell. Jen Hong? What did the brat say? Ao Kong laughed and cursed. What's the matter? Say it quickly. Don't interfere with me making out with your mom. Daddy and mommy showmanship can be deadly. Aoxin hurriedly said. I gave you a person transferred 1 million points. You put the poisonous powder pedigree factor exchange. Combat clothing I have helped you buy. You wait a while on board to see. Can increase a lot of combat power. There are 6 Gilmar combat suits, each of which comes in dual styles for men and women. Invisible black projects a background onto the entire body for a stealth-like effect. Gaji's battle suit, on the other hand, is imbued with electromagnetic powers. The other 4 are all made to enhance and supplement the abilities of this bloodline. For example, the butterfly wings on the back of Rage's battlesuit can help store more poisons. Otherwise, the poisons in her body alone would quickly run out in battle. And then, he transferred points to Lu Xiao, Meng Kuei, and Yuan Fei to exchange for bloodline factors. And separately, he bought Han Frost a female combat suit in invisible black. She couldn't redeem her bloodline factor, and she didn't need the Rage version of her battlesuit. So naturally the invisibility ability was even more important. Master, do you still not want me? When he gave Lu Xiao his combat uniform, the woman's eyes looked at him with affection. She was in a bedroom with Ao Chen, and now that Ao Chen had gone out to go crazy in his battlesuit, she had this chance to be alone with Aoxin. Woohoo! At the doorway, a small head suddenly appeared, and Ao Chen returned at some point. Brother, hurry up and get on. Sister Xiao is taking the initiative. She was full of excitement and had no idea what drama was going on in her head. Aoxin glared back at her, and she closed the door with a snap, the sound coming from outside the door. I understand. I don't interfere with you guys. My room is yours for today. I'm going to get White. Inside the room, the atmosphere was instantly charming. You can't get pregnant in the pre-apocalyptic period. Aoxin felt flames rising within her body, but tried to suppress them. Lu Xiao, on the other hand, turned around and took out a box from the nightstand. Aoxin? Where did you get the gum? Lu Xiao said seriously. I thought Master might need it at any time. And when I was fighting with the zombies, I came across in XXX supply store and brought back a few boxes so that it wouldn't be dangerous. The corner of Aoxin's mouth twitched. You're so thoughtful. the door to Ao Kang's room was knocked on again, and Ao Chen quietly walked into his parents' room, still looking back thievishly. Zhang Hong said helplessly, "What are you doing here with us without sleeping?" Ao Chen rubbed his hands together in excitement and lowered his voice. "My brother went to Sister Xiao's place." The old couple instantly became excited as well. "Really? That's for sure. I locked the door from the outside." Ao Chen excitedly invited. "Am I going to be an aunt?" Ao Kong laughed. "Don't worry about your brother's affairs. Go to sleep." Xiao Xian said that you can't have children in the pre-apocalyptic period, and you won't be able to be an aunt for a while. Ao Chen was a bit disappointed, but suddenly his eyes rolled and he said, "I'll go listen." Ao Kong threw up a pillow and mouthed room, and Ao Chen, who was about to slip away, switched places with the pillow and came to the side of their bed. The young girl blinked her big innocent eyes. "Dad, what are you doing?" Ao Kong lightly tapped her forehead. "Your brother has a strong seeing color. You will be discovered if you eavesdrop. Don't spoil your brother's good deed. Go to bed obediently." Ao Chen struggled. "No, he won't be able to find me. He won't be able to find me if I disappear," saying that he was about to transform, but was grabbed by Ao Kong again. The old father and the old mother looked at each other and seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Ao Chen suddenly panicked in his heart. "Dad, Mom, what are you going to do? I'm not going to eavesdrop." But it didn't work. A few moments later, inside Ao Xian's room, Ao Chen was sewn onto the bed by Zhang Hong with the ability of the sewing fruit, and Xiao Bai squatted next to him and watched with a gloating expression. "Bai, keep an eye on Xiao Chen. Don't let her run around." Xiao Bai nodded his head busily. The packet debt amount of heart mourning. Ao Chen, on the other hand, was writhing frantically on the bed. "Mom, I was wrong. It's so hard like this. I have to pee." Zhang Hong was not the least bit impressed. "Piss on the bed." Ao Chen pouted. "No way. My brother will scold me." However, in return, Zhang Hong sewed the bed and the floor and the walls together again, feeling relieved only after sewing. "Be a good boy and go to bed and I'll let you out tomorrow." Ao Kong and Zhang Hong left at ease. Ao Chen fluttered for a while to see that he could not induce his parents to return to their hearts, so he could only dismayed to stop struggling. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw Bai lying on the edge of the bed and said in a gentle tone, "Little Bai, go listen to what my brother, Sister Xiao, is doing and come back and tell me." White shook his head. "No, Mommy made me watch you." Ao Chen, "I should have known better than to tell Mom and Dad." The next day, Ao Xian walked out of his room refreshed, and behind him, there was still a blush on Lu Xiao's face. "Ha, where's little morning?" Walking to the living room, he didn't see Ao Chen move, but rather his parents were ready to go out after putting on the combat clothes he had redeemed for them. Hearing his words, Zhang Hong realized, "I almost forgot about Xiao Chen." Rushing to open the door to Ao Xian's room, he saw that Ao Chen was staring at the ceiling with a face full of lifelessness. She'd been awake for a while, but her body was sewn to the bed and she couldn't move at all. White woke up but kept an honest eye on her. It felt good not to be pawed by her. "Why is little morning sewn up?" Ao Xian, who followed her parents into the room door, was stunned, and behind her, Lu Xiao covered her small mouth and laughed. "Brother, do you know what a sacrifice I've made for you?" Ao Chen's tone was filled with resentment when he heard them coming. After Zhang Hong stepped forward to undo the fruit ability, the young girl who was still in a state of lifelessness climbed up in a puff of smoke and instantly leapt in front of Ao Xian, circling around him and Lu Xiao. "Brother, did you and Sister Xiao last night?" A pair of big eyes filled with gossip. Ao Xian faintly said, "In the future, you and Xiao Bai will be in the same room." "Wow. Whoa." The first sound was Ao Chen's, the second was Xiao Bai's. "Don't. No. I'm going to kill you." Little White stepped back in terror, his tiger eyes pitiful, as if he was a kitten abandoned by his master. But Ao Chen was happy. "Whoa ho ho ho. From now on, you can jerk off Xiao Bai whenever you want." Ao Xian said, "Xiao Chen, you also don't move on Xiao Bai. You accompany Xiao Bai to chat and correct his pronunciation. Those textbooks of yours can also be taken to Xiao Bai to teach him to recognize words." I know. The resentment of being sewn up in bed all night by my mom instantly dissipated. "Oh no. It's a transfer to White." Headed downstairs to the banks of the Yellow River, each to begin their respective new day. Ao Chen and the others naturally continued to go and bring people, while Ao Xian had Su Wenhao prepare to continue catching water monsters after getting another 50 steel water cages. "Boss." Just as he was about to jump into the river, Meng Kuwei found him. "At Zhang Heng's place in the south of the city, there are a lot of people secretly looking for someone to contact us, saying they want to join us. Just add it. Pull them over to work." Ao Xian didn't think it was a big deal, but Meng Kuwei was a bit worried. According to those people, Zhang Hong was late in taking a stand, And they found some other friends to contact us without Zhang Heng's knowledge. Oh, AOXIN still in different attitude, go directly to ask. To come. Don't care about Zhang Heng. Also don't care about these people wallflower. Pull to work on the end. Okay, I get it. Meng Kuei led the people away. And after he stretched his body he transformed into a green dragon and leapt into the water. The body is weaker than it was yesterday. And the helicite factor is rapidly integrating into the river. We have to catch more water monsters while the concentration of seafloor stone factor is not high. And then we won't be able to get in later. But 100 million points should be enough soon. So when the time comes to exchange the demonizing potion and get rid of the side effects, I'll still be able to enter the water at will. Should we eat the rattlesnake when the time comes? If I don't eat it, where should I get better fruit? Once this wave had caught enough water monsters, he would take Ao Chen out again, both to look for stronger zombies to fight and also to look for the next devil fruit. Although there are many abilities that have popped out now, there are also many that have died in battle, and their fruits will still be refreshed. After a busy day in the river, another 50 water cages were filled with water monsters transformed into crystalline beasts. Satisfied, AOXIN clapped his hands on the riverbank and fed the python a walker. When the team that went out to fight the zombies returned with a second group of people willing to defect to him, Yuan Fei grabbed Shiryu and came to him. What's going on? Yuan Fei naturally couldn't beat Shiryu. Now it was just that Shiryu wasn't resisting. AOXIN was a bit puzzled as to what Shiryu had done to cause Yuan Fei to be so angry. Boss. Him. Yuan Fei was about to relate, but suddenly stopped again and glared fiercely at Shiryu. Speak for yourself. Shiryu didn't dare to raise his head to look at AOXIN and mumbled. Boss, I'm hiding something. What is it? AOXIN really couldn't figure out what he had to hide from himself and could make Yuan Fei so concerned and angry. What's wrong with Brother Stone? Tang Yingying, who was assigned to Ao Chen's team, saw the scene happening here and hurriedly ran over. Seeing Tang Yingying, Shiryu took a deep breath and said stiffly, I got a reward from the God's gift space after I killed the 10th zombie, which was when the rules for obtaining points changed, and I've been hiding it from you. Reward? AOXIN realized that he had already obtained it 3 times. Shiryu had killed hairy corpses by crossing the 3rd rank, and there were still 10 of them. It doesn't seem surprising that the rewards can be triggered. What reward? Shiryu said. The bloodline reward is one of 3 choices. It was still 3 choices, and AOXIN was already used to this setting. Bloodline? He suddenly thought of a strong man in his previous life who was rumored to possess Teacher Kai's ghost race bloodline. However, no one knew how he had acquired it, and there was no redemption option in the divine providence space. Now it seems that it should be a divine reward triggered by accomplishing certain achievements. What bloodline? Hiding his bottom card was something everyone did, and he wasn't surprised. Although Shiryu and Luo Yi and the others were loyal, he didn't expect much loyalty from these people. The giant bloodline, the ghost bloodline, and the Lunaria bloodline, Shiryu said as he took off his own top, and behind him was a pair of tiny black wings that were as newborn as they were not yet grown. With a movement of his mind, a blazing flame appeared behind him. I chose the Lunaria bloodline. Shiryu lowered his head, not daring to look at AOXIN's gaze. The fact that he was hiding something so important meant that he had his own calculations in mind. And indeed he did have his own little calculations. Can AOXIN tolerate this kind of thing? He doesn't know. Brother Stone, this is a good thing. Why are you hiding it? Wouldn't it be better to tell the boss earlier? Tang Yingying's voice made him look up cautiously, and seeing Tang Yingying's tense expression, he let out a bitter smile. Tang Yingying also understood what Shiryu's concealment meant, and hurriedly defended him. Boss, Brother Stone didn't mean to hide it. He was halfway through, and the young girl was sweating with impatience, but he couldn't think of any suitable excuse. AOXIN suddenly came forward and reached out to place his hand on top of Shiryu's head. Shiryu's heart thumped and his legs trembled. Tang Yingying and Luo Yi were even more alarmed and said in a hurry, Boss. Brother Stone was confused for a moment. He'll definitely redeem himself. Boss, it's Little Stone's fault for hiding it from you. The boy's brain is stupid. He didn't mean it. Luo Yi and Shiryu get along quite well. Worrying that AOXIN will directly kill Shiryu, he flung himself down and knelt in front of AOXIN, and buried his head very low. Boss, I, Luo Yi, am willing to guarantee with my life, if Little Stone is unfaithful to you, I'm willing to die in thanks. Boss, me too. Brother Stone didn't do it on purpose. I'm also willing to vouch for Brother Stone. Tang Yingying also knelt down, her heart in trepidation. She looked at Ao Chen with pleading eyes. With her lovely appearance, cheerful personality, and special abilities, she quickly became close to Ao Chen after she was assigned to Ao Chen's team. At the moment, none of them knew what AOXIN was thinking and could only turn to Ao Chen,
the only person present who might be able to persuade Aoxin. But Ao-chan didn't pay any attention to her eyes. She trusted her brother to make all the judgments. Just as everyone was getting nervous, Aoxin reached out and merely touched the flames behind Shiryu. The temperature is okay, but that's about it when it comes to him. Green dragon physique, giant strength, realm strength. An invisible black bloodline factor increased his defense to an exaggerated level. This flame, it's nothing. He lamented in his heart that if he had known this, he should have let Ao-chan kill the hairy corpse in the first place. This is the bloodline of the Lunaria clan. As long as the flames stay on, the arguably unbeatable defense can take the sisters' survivability to another level. Even if it was turned off, the extreme speed coupled with the speed of the doppelganger, almost no one could catch up with Ao-chan. Unfortunately, however, Ao-chan's attack power was no good. Although it was a phantom beast species, it was no match for a lynx, and if she was asked to cut down a hairy corpse, even if she was given a big fast knife, she wouldn't necessarily be able to lift it. Leaving his hand from Shiryu's head, he said indifferently, "Two people have used their lives to protect you. If you have any dissenting thoughts, you should know the consequences." Shiryu was already soaking his pants in cold sweat as he hurriedly said, "I got my reward because of the boss. I would never dare to betray it." "Aha." Ooxin said to Luoyi and Tang Yingying, "Get up. You should have all seen the Dragon Emperor's store in the Divine Providence space these past few days. And, as many of you should be able to guess, that store is owned by me." When the crowd heard this, they all had a look of determination and were not surprised in the slightest. The Dragon Emperor shops are sold at a 99% discount, but as my commanders, I'm giving you all a 5% discount as my employee benefit. He said this and then left without saying anything more. After he left, the silent yellow river bank, the crowd only dared to discuss softly. "I knew the Dragon Emperor shops must be run by the boss. 95% off. Defecting to Boss Ao is really the right thing to do. With such good benefits, only a fool would run. And Boss Ao isn't just taking in the strong. Weaklings like us are also able to gain points by working for Boss Ao. Where else in the end times are we as moist as this?" That's it. Suddenly, one of them viciously pointed at Shiryu. "Hey, you kid don't know what's good for you. If you dare to betray Boss Ao, this sister you like, will immortal sword after breaking, and then sword after breaking. You." Shiryu was furious. He couldn't tolerate someone insulting Tang Yingying. "Brother Stone, forget it." Tang Yingying hurriedly pulled him back. Ooxin had only just left. If he were to hurt someone here, it wouldn't be justifiable. "You cut the crap." A bearded middle-aged man pulled away the youth who had put in a harsh word. Although Shiryu didn't even dare to fart in front of Aoxin. After all, he was an ability user, or an ability user who had obtained a powerful bloodline. As long as he doesn't betray, he will be a senior member of Aoxin's command in the future. When the time comes, send him on a mission to die, or find an excuse to quietly get him killed, and the boss won't even know. Even if it's known, so what? At most, we'll get a few accusations. But this scene was seen in Lin Tian's eyes. He rubbed his chin in contemplation for a moment and followed the two men to their quarters. "Hello." He suddenly spoke up and the two turned around in shock. "Tian?" Lin Tian was younger than them, but they knew that their fists were the biggest in the end times, and as long as they were stronger than they were, it was never wrong to call them brother. Lin Tian came in front of the young youth. "What's your name?" The youth pointed to himself. "Me?" Lin Tian nodded. He said, "My name is Gu Shifeng. Brother Tian can just call me Little Wind." He looked like he should be a bit older than Lin Tian, but this level of cheekiness made that middle-aged man sweat a bit. "Aha!" Lin Tian didn't care about this. "Want to come on my team?" Gu Chengfeng was delighted at his words. "Can I?" Lin Tian said. "Of course, it's just that, my training is also very strict. If you can't handle it, I'll kick you out to the dry site." "No problem Tin." Gu Chengfeng immediately said. "It's my honor to follow Brother Tian." Lin Tian said. "Tomorrow, I'll apply to the boss and transfer you to my team." With that he turned to leave. "Gu, you've gotten rich." The middle-aged man looked at Gu Shifeng with some envy in his eyes. Being looked at by a powerful man because of a single word? Gu Shifeng's face was excited, and he thought, the bet is done. Aoxin went home, and Lu Shiyao packed up and moved into the one upstairs. Otherwise it would be embarrassing for mom and dad to hear when you're having fun. "Oh, raise silver not wine." Little White whimpered and hugged his leg, his large eyes full of reluctance. Ao-chan, on the other hand, rode directly on Little White's back, rubbed his ears and said, "I want to move too." The older O'Connell couple had little to say about their siblings moving away. Anyway, the building is empty, so feel free to live wherever they want. Not to mention this building, even the building next door is empty. But for Ao-chan, a 16-year-old girl,
Moving upstairs was an experience of freedom from living with her parents. Aoxin also let her be. White was the only one who was upset about this arrangement. Unfortunately, the protests were ineffective. 2 hours later, Aoxin, who had entered the Sage's Hour, entered the Divine Providence space to restock his stores. At this time, he saw a message from Fai Li. Brother Ao, this Dragon Emperor merchant shop is run by you, right? Aoxin returned. Yes. Perhaps it was because it was already night and Li Hui had cleared his mind. He had just finished replying when the other side immediately returned. I grass. I knew it. One look at the name and I knew it was run by you perverts. How did you manage to open a store in Divine Providence space? Ha? And why are you able to sell goods at a 99% discount? Can you teach me? Li Hui threw out several questions in a row, and shyly asked for a way to open a store. You want farts to eat? Aoxin couldn't impart it even if he wanted to. And he didn't know if the same type of title and certificate rewards would appear again. Even if it appears, how do you trigger it? This answer was unsurprising, and Li Hui didn't expect to get this method from Aoxin. Even if this method can be replicated, Aoxin will certainly want to monopolize to profiteer. Since you can sell the goods at a 99% discount, it means you can get the goods from God's gift space at a lower price. How about giving the brother a 20% discount? Aoxin spat out. Go to sleep. Dreams have everything. Li Hui is still not dead set on it. A discount of 81% will do. 82% off? 10% off? 95% off? Crap, you're not even going to give that face. Aoxin was too lazy to pay attention to this bastard. Do I know you well? Or do you have the fruit of the face? Moreover, Aoxin didn't have the authority to give someone a discount. Even for these people under his own command. He had redeemed them with points in advance and handed them over to a specialized person for safekeeping. And then those people would take the points and go there to register for redemption. It was a bit of a hassle, but these people were willing to do it to save even 1 point. After grinding for a long time, Li Hui saw that he couldn't pull wool from Aoxin before he finally gave up. People are more angry than people. I'm still struggling for a few points, and you're already rich and famous. It seems like you're the one who exchanged away that invisible black bloodline factor as well. You have this kind of store. That demon transformation potion is probably yours as well. I was thinking that you'd redeem one at most and I'd still have a chance to fight for the other, but now it seems that both of them have no chance with me. If I had known I would have sold this devil fruit a little more expensively. You big dog. That said, you're not short on points, so when are you coming to trade with me? Li Hui sent a lot of messages in one breath. Aoxin replied after reading them. There's no rush. I'll go look for you after I'm done with this mess at home. By the way, do you have any news on powerful devil fruits? A strong person like Li Hui's great fortune is added to his body. And it is impossible to say that he can get other powerful devil fruits, which he can't use himself, and he either rewards his men or sells them. He inquired with a tentative mindset. Li Hui said, no more. It's rare enough for me to find 3 fruits on my own. Where can I find more? But I do have some news. It's up to you to dare. Li Hui's words aroused Aoxin's interest. Dare you? There are still things you wouldn't dare to do? Talk. Li Hui laughed. Hey, intelligence is also a value. Charging you 1,000,000 points is not too much. Aoxin snorted. Are you crazy for wanting points? I don't believe that you're the only one who knows this news. If you don't tell me, I'll just hang a reward and ask someone else. As soon as he heard Aoxin say this, Li Hui immediately became anxious. Fine. I'll say. 100,000 points is always fine. You have to pay some even if you hang a bounty, don't you? It's better to give it to someone else than to me. Aoxin said. Love to talk. With that, he entered the Divine Providence network and began to look for information about devil fruits. He just couldn't believe that this was Li Hui's exclusive secret. As the most important part of the first divine gift, the news of the devil fruit was also everyone's main concern. He did this search, and also found a large number of people who had been blown out of the water with their abilities. Apart from him and Li Hui, the most famous one is the female anchor named Yusu in Mordor before the end of the world. Her real name is Anan, and she is an animal flower fruit phantom beast species flower fairy form. But she's not in a good place today, although the fruit ability is strong, but does not focus on their own strength. Hegemony cultivation progress is very slow. Now, another powerful person from the magic capital approached her and wanted to double cultivate with her. She didn't want to, but she couldn't fight and was now running away in a heap. That strong man, Aoxin had an impression, named Wu Shuang. In his previous life, he was one of the strongest people in China, second only to Desert Emperor Li Hui. Anan is eventually captured by him and becomes one of his women. Wu Shuang, animal, cow fruit, phantom beast species, Kirin form. The griffin is based on the deer and blends other fierce animal traits. And since the giraffe is classified as a bovine fruit, it makes sense that the griffin would be classified as a bovine fruit, even though they are not in the same family. This shows that Oda is really uneducated. And burning is the next level of lava? Bullshit. He dominated the southeast and was extremely strong. And the man who had eaten the green dragon fruit in his previous life had been defeated under him. But the most striking of these videos is that of a dog. It was a red husky, or rather, a husky with flames burning all over it. It was quite invincible in its valor as it killed its way through the zombies. Unfortunately, its stamina was limited, and it fled without fighting for a while. From the video, it wasn't very strong. It shouldn't have eaten the fruit for long, and although it was humane, it was also very unskilled in the use of divine providence space. But what made Aoxin care the most was a youth next to the husky. That young man has a head of yellow hair is very eye-catching. It is the net name of noble hair youth that he once purchased the ringing thunder fruit. This one's still alive? Aoxin was surprised. Besides, I've never heard of him in my previous life, have I? However, he did know that there was a burning fruit ability person from Jizhou, but he just didn't know where he had obtained this fruit. However, no one had purchased this youth's rattling thunder fruit in his last life, and he had eaten it after the beginning of the end of the world, which had been awesome for a while. Unfortunately, it was too much of a fool's errand and ran out of stamina and was split up by the zombies. Perhaps it was the fact that he had bought away his rattling thunder fruit that caused his fate to change. The video was shot by Yellow Hair himself, and he shows off as he spits. Who the hell said burnt fruit dogs don't eat? My dog ate it. Fuck. Let me eat it too. Why is my dog eating it? There used to be a rattling thunder fruit in front of me, but unfortunately I didn't treasure it. And now there's a burning fruit, but it's been eaten by a dog. The motherfucking jello is up. It's a good thing that my family's big silly chun still recognized me as his master after eating the fruit, or else I would have died in the zombie horde long ago. But it seems like big silly chun mutated after eating the fruit, and his originally handsome black and white fur turned into all red, so he's now called Sakaski. It was a good thing that the husky had somehow gotten bigger as well, and was carrying the little yellow hair around. The little yellow hair proudly introduced himself. Wahahaha, please remember me, Knight of Dogs. Ah no, it's Knight of Red Dogs. Wei Mingxian. I too will eventually stand at the pinnacle, overlooking the earth. Sauron, the zombies are coming after us. TSK, 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 TSK as Aoxin watched. Little Yellow Hair was really lucky. Unsurprisingly, the comments below exploded. This motherfucker ate shit. What a lucky shit. Fuck. With that beat up face of his, I'd like to give him 2 big pussy fights. Tay meow. People fighting dogs can be okay. Ooh-hoo. It's okay to give my dog a devil fruit. I won't be so stifled. But this was clearly not the devil fruit news he needed, and he continued to scroll down. However, at this point in time, the beginning of the end of the world was still not long ago, and many of the powerful abilities that had been blown out of the water and had high hopes, but a lot of them had died tragically in the tide of corpses. Not many actually make it to the end and stand at the top. Finally, after flipping through the video for a long time, he finally saw the clue he needed. This video was filmed in the capital city. Due to the emergence of martial arts corpses, the capital had almost become one of the most dangerous places in China. This video was taken by an unknown person, and there is a devil fruit-looking fruit right at the feet of the martial arts corpse. The characteristic curly lines and strange shapes made a lot of people's hearts flutter. The crowd was afraid that the fruit would be crushed by the martial corpse's foot. There was pretty much only one way to snatch the fruit from under the feet of a martial corpse and get out in one piece. That is to rely on the elementalization of the natural system to dodge the attack of the martial corpse. At least, zombies at the level of a 4-star martial zombie did not yet have a hegemony-like ability to touch the ability user's own body. But the natural lineage is too rare. There are only about a dozen of them in the entire world. Nowadays, Wasia has appeared Shasha fruit, rattling thunder fruit and burning fruit. The owner of the burning fruit is a dog and is too weak to run far even if elementalized. The rattling thunder fruit was in Ao Chen's hidden treasure space. It was also unlikely that Li Hui of the Shasha fruit would have traveled all the way to the capital for a demon fruit whose name he didn't know. I think this is the news about the devil fruit that Li Hui was talking about. This fruit, he didn't recognize either. After all, being able to identify, no one will remember what the fruits look like, and even less will publish what they have obtained. Turning the video over to Li Hui. That's the message you're talking about, isn't it? Li Hui. Yes. Can't you let me earn some points? It's so many points and you're still so stingy. Oxin didn't bother listening to his bleeps and directly ignored his reply. After rummaging through the Divine Providence network for a while longer, it was determined that there was no more news of other fruits. And then, he posted a message in his Dragon Emperor shop.
I'm AOXIN, the owner of Dragon Emperor Shops. Whoever has a devil fruit for sale, or has news related to devil fruits, can contact me at a negotiable price. Although there is a fruit-related news, but after all, do not know its true ability, and, to form the 100 Beasts core himself, also need more devil fruit. He instantly set the internet ablaze again with this news. AOXIN? The Dragon Emperor shop is run by a human? I thought it came with the Divine Providence space. How did this dude do it? I don't know how much he gets for the goods, but even if he only makes 0.1% on each piece, it's enough for him to get rich. He won't lack points in the future. And judging from the amount he first loaded, he initially had 10 million points. That's too terrifying. Soon, someone under AOXIN saw it and proudly tried to announce, I know this big guy. He's a green dragon fruit ability. Now it's my boss. You buy things at 99% off, but our internal price is 95% off. He did not ask his men to keep these things about his own identity and the internal 15% discount a secret. On the one hand, there were too many people who knew and couldn't hide it. Even Li Hui could guess it, and it would be guessed by others in the future. And on the other hand, it was unnecessary. Making a name for himself will also attract more people to work for him. When expanding in the future, you don't even need to get your hands dirty. Just report your name and the enemy forces will automatically disintegrate. As for trouble, there was bound to be some trouble, such as someone trying to coerce him by force to share in those benefits. But this kind of trouble wasn't called trouble. His strength defied everything. 95% off? Crap, you guys are too happy. Sure enough, once the internal staff broke the news, it sparked envy in others. Where are you, big guy? I want to join you too. Biggie, I'm soft and easy to push over. Do you need me to warm the bed? I found out. Someone said that Big Brother is from Biancheng. Biancheng is too far away. I can't get through. Oh, Big Brother, expand to us quickly. I will welcome the King's Division with little food and pots of rice. Ordinary survivors envied those who were in the same city as AOXIN, who could hug a golden leg. But certain powerful people saw other meanings in it. AOXIN, the Dragon Emperor? Wu Shuang had left Magic City at the moment, and although he had formed some forces, he wanted in Nan more. Before the end of the world, he liked this female anchor, and now that the end of the world, he also got an powerful devil fruit ability. Naturally, he wants to live as he pleases, but the woman was so alert that he chased her for so long and never caught her. Humph. So what if you have more points? My strength won't be inferior to yours. When the time comes, I'll see if your green dragon is stronger or my Qilin. In the divine capital, on a high floor near Luoshui, a slender woman was holding a white mask in her hands as she lay on her bed and was browsing through the Dragon Emperor's stores. Dragon Emperor AOXIN? Biancheng City is not far from the divine capital. I'll see you soon. The points are temporarily placed in your place. They'll all be mine in the future. She then went into the Divine Providence Network and asked one of her men, did you get her? The henchman seemed to be resting as well, and immediately replied when he saw the message. Boss, she's very alert, and she's also a phantom beast species. She escaped after catching up several times. She huffed a bit. Rubbish. What I gave you is also a phantom beast species, and gave you so many points. You can't even catch a woman. What use do I have for you? Now your family is getting the best care every day, and if you don't complete your mission, you know the consequences. The henchman hurriedly replied, don't worry, boss, I will definitely bring her back. At night, in the middle of a suburban wilderness, a young girl with a clean-cut face looked back as a zombie was chasing after her. Although she was fast, her strength was only in the copper skin realm after all, and the zombie leaped up in a few steps, getting closer and closer to her. Damn, that wretched woman, she cursed, took a deep breath, and slowed down. Although she was a phantom beast species, her battle prowess wasn't particularly strong. Her abilities were in other areas. Slowing down, she listened carefully to the voices in the back of her head, her seeing colors progressing far faster than her armed colors because she had been avoiding pursuit. The fishy wind came with the distinctive fishy odor of zombies. Her body suddenly squatted and drilled through the zombie's crotch. Her sturdy and white calves snapped into action, and under this leap, she actually leapt more than 10 meters away. However, the zombie's sharp claws still ripped through the back of her shirt and cut through the skin underneath her fleece. Apparently her defense wasn't enough to withstand the zombie's attack. The zombie virus was eating its way into the body, and if it were anyone else, they would have turned in the blink of an eye. But she was used to being hunted like this. Only a glistening sheen flashed across her back, and her skin healed in an instant without leaving a single scar. The zombie virus that had eroded into the body was also purified by this shine. It looked like it was somewhat similar to the immortal bird's resurrection cyanitis. She scrambled in a panic, and in the distance behind her, there was another youth, chasing the trail she had left behind, tracking her all the way.
It's the smell of walkers. The youth frowned. She's running really fast. If we keep chasing her, she'll have to leave Yujo. But the thought of his family at the hands of that woman compelled him to continue tracking them down. It's a good thing that he's an Inuyasha fruits mirage beast species with a good sense of smell. Otherwise it would have been really easy to lose him. But after all, he wasn't a roaring dog. He didn't have the ability to chase and hunt. Once the other party was too far away from him, he couldn't smell the other party's traces, so he can only continue to chase after a short rest. Bien Cheng. Aoxin did not move immediately. He wanted to catch as many water monsters as possible to use to cultivate the crystals before he left. The construction of a secure base on the banks of the Yellow River is also getting faster. As Aochen Mengkue and the others continued to bring people from other parts of Biancheng City and joined the infrastructure army, the innermost foundation had already been laid. A large amount of river sand was dredged up by the sand mining ship, and together with the building materials that Mengkue had brought from the building materials factory, it became the basic material. Zhang Heng, who was stationed in the chemical plant in the south of the city, left his men to run away alone after one night, and his men felt grateful instead. Without Zhang Heng, they wouldn't have to contact Aoxin's forces behind the boss's back, and now they had also been moved as far as they could to the banks of the Yellow River. Of course, in this process of continually bringing people in, there were still many people who were infected and decimated by their peers. By the time a month had passed, nearly 100,000 people had gathered here. This is all the survivors in Biancheng today. The gathering of the population also caused the zombies to start turning towards the banks of the Yellow River to converge, as it was the most popular place. Instead of going far away to kill the zombies, the combat squad no longer needed to go far away to kill the zombies, but guarded the bank of the Yellow River, in front of the infrastructure team, to keep the zombies away. When the night came, Tang Yingying lured the zombies away, and then used the fragrant fruit to mimic the zombie odor to mask the popularity for the crowd to get a good night's sleep. In her previous life, she was able to become an important cadre under the powerful men of God's capital precisely because this ability was important in both the first and middle stages. After a busy month, Aoxin catalyzed a total of 2,000 crystal beasts, which were, for the time being, enough. Moreover, the water monsters in the nearby waters of the Yellow River were almost all caught by him. If you want to catch it again, you'll have to go further away, killing the 10 crystal beasts. He handed the awakening crystals to Ao Chen for her to absorb them. Aren't you going to absorb it, brother? Ao Chen felt that she was wasting some of it by absorbing it now. Her ability didn't add much to combat, and even if the fruit got developed, it wouldn't be of much benefit to combat. Aoxin said, I'm going to go to the capital. You come with me. Your fruit ability will become bigger after getting developed to hide the treasure space. You can also bring more fresh water. When Aoxin went to the provincial capital before, he relied on the water and alcohol and food to sustain him throughout the trip. Occasionally, I could find some fresh water from a roadside store or hotel, but for the most part, I was in a situation where my lips were dry and cracked. So this time he must ground Ao Chen, and in the meantime use Ao Chen's ability to find out if there are any other devil fruits again. After Ao Chen knew he was useful, he then absorbed the 10 crystals. On average, each crystal core could raise her treasure space by 10 cubic meters, and after 10, she now had 120 cubic meters of treasure space. However, Aoxin still felt that it was not enough, so she directly killed 100 heads and raised her hidden treasure space to 1,000 cubic meters, which was barely satisfactory. Another bucket collected from various supermarkets and other places, filled it with fresh water and stuffed it all into Ao Chen's hidden treasure space. They had quite a bit of fresh water left over from distilling these days, in addition to their daily drinking, but 1,000 cubic meters a load also completely depleted those reserves. Dad, Mom, Xiao, I'll take Xiao Chen and Xiao Bai on a trip to the capital, and you guys continue to build and cultivate according to my previous plan. After he had a relationship with Lu Xiao, he had now also elevated him to the ranks of his family, receiving treatment second only to his own parents and sister. Don't worry about going, you have your father here to watch over you. Ao Kong was now in good spirits. He was surprised to find that he had a good talent for hegemonic cultivation. His face and physique were 1 point younger after his flesh was strong, and his words were full of confidence. Ao Chen's fruit ability has been developed by the awakening crystallization. Not only is the treasure space greatly expanded, but his own perception of the treasure range, as well as the depth and speed of the recluse have been significantly improved. What surprised Aoxin the most was that Ao Chen's speed was once again improved. Originally, her speed bonus was roughly double that of an illusory beast species of the same level, but now, it had reached 3 times. According to this trend, by the time the Ao Chen fruit awakens, she will already be one of the best by virtue of her speed alone, completely makes up for the lack of strength and defense. The two men and the tiger bid farewell to their parents and headed north. Along the way, Bai was extremely happy. He would be happier if Ao-chan didn't follow. The reason why Aoxian wanted to take Xiaobai was still because Xiaobai hadn't recognized his master for a long time, and the feline family was notoriously ruthless. He was afraid that if he left, Xiaobai would be taught by others. Especially, the current white experience is like a toddler, like a blank sheet of paper. Is the easiest time to be colored black? In order to save time, Aoxian directly transformed into a green dragon, carried Ao-chan on his back, and grabbed Xiaobai, crossed the Yellow River, and headed north at great speed. Ow! Being grasped by the green dragon overlooking the world, Xiaobai couldn't help but growl out a wolf's cry, and Aoxian almost stumbled and threw him down. Shaking the white in his paws, he asked, "What's this commotion you're calling out?" Little White replied with a dumbfounded expression. "Ha! Sister Chen taught me." He's got his accent corrected now. He's just been taught some weird stuff. Ao-chan sniffed and immediately denied 3 times. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense." Aoxian was speechless. "I can't let you live with Xiaobai in the future. I let you teach him to read and write. What kind of nonsense have you taught him?" Upon hearing this, Ao-chan tugged on his dragon's horn and shook it. "No way. I want Little White. I'll teach him knowledge properly." While playing around, Ao-chan suddenly looked shocked and said to Aoxian, "Brother, below, to the northwest, there are treasures." Upon hearing about the treasure, Aoxian immediately came into the spirit and flew in the direction Ao-chan pointed. After the fruit's ability was further developed, Ao-chan's treasure hunting range increased greatly. Otherwise, if they hadn't used those 100 first-order awakening crystals, they definitely wouldn't have been able to discover this devil fruit. Landing from the air, it was a deserted countryside, and in the middle of the dense forest, at the root of a willow tree, there was a strange fruit with twisted patterns. There was no one here and no zombies, and if they hadn't been passing by, there was no telling how long the fruit would have had to exist here before it was discovered. Pulled it out and appraised it on the spot with some disappointment. It's the Inuyasha fruit Samoan form. It's just a common species of the animal family. Samoyed. Aoxian looked at this fruit in his hand speechlessly, but when he thought about that admiral in the form of a spotted dog, even though it was only an ordinary species, it wasn't too bad. Handing it over to Ao-chan, they continued to head north. Without a map to navigate, Aoxian relied entirely on his own senses as well as the experience of wandering in his previous life to move forward. As he flew over a county town, a youth hiding on the roof of a tall building below happened to witness his departure. Green Dragon? Wei Mingxian scratched his yellow hair. He passed by a barber store when he was escaping and smoothed out someone's hair dye, coloring his newly grown black hair yellow as well. Woof! The husky squatting next to him witnessed the green dragon flying by, and suddenly a wave of bravado came from within. Ow! He howled up to the sky, and his voice, which was no longer an ordinary era, spread extremely widely, so that even Xiaobai, who was flying in the sky in the grip of the green dragon, heard him, and it was followed by an echoing ow. It was nothing for White to scream. They were flying anyway, and even if they drew the walkers in, they weren't afraid with their strength. But not at Little Yellow Hair's place, where Era's voice directly indicated the location for the zombies roaming downstairs. Crap! The Little Yellow Hair that had just rested for not long heard the roar of the zombies downstairs, startling him to stand up with a bang. Little Saw, what are you screaming about? Go! 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 Jump to that building next door. He leapt onto Saiza's back, and with a wail and a bark this Akane ran towards the edge of the roof, and when he reached the edge, he took a mighty leap to the top of the tall building next door. It was still too troublesome to carry the Little Yellow Hair as a burden, or else it would have elementalized itself and been able to wave. What's the big green dragon doing here? Wei Mingxian suddenly thought of a possibility. Earlier, Big Brother Qinglong asked for devil fruit-related news. He's not going to challenge that boss, is he? That thing is not something that can be messed with at all. I heard that Amelika also had one of these things, and 7 ability users surrounded it, only to be instantly annihilated by the group. As he fled, he captured the footage of the green dragon sweeping by and uploaded it to the Divine Providence Network. Shocking! Bianqing's Qinglong Big Brother is flying north, suspected to challenge that zombie boss in the capital. TSK. Wei Mingxian looked at the video he had posted with satisfaction, and suddenly thought, if I go and film the footage of the Big Brother fighting, it will definitely burst into flames. As for why he was so fond of being in the limelight, it was because more and more people were discovering that after posting a video to the Divine Providence space, they could receive points based on the number of plays. Although these points are few and far between, and even with a big fire, the points gained are limited. It's ultimately a reward that doesn't involve taking risks. In his previous life, when he reached the late stage of the first Divine Providence, There had been speculation that this feature of the Divine Providence space might be encouraging the exchange of intelligence between places. Unfortunately, there's always someone who makes some mess to push up the favorites for the sake of a gimmick. Little Sa, let's go to the capital too. He tapped the sitting era, and the little SA carried him as he hopped around on the roof of the building, looking away from the back of the fading green dragon. By the way, where's the guy who bought me that rattling thunder fruit? How come I've never heard anything about him? Wei Mingxian has never been able to forget that he once had a rattling thunder fruit but sold it for 1,000. The rarest of nature. It's only logical that the man should have made some name for himself. He was puzzled as to why he had never heard anything about the rattling thunder fruit ability. As the figure of the green dragon in his field of vision grew farther and farther away, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Big brother green dragon seems to have run off course. Is he not going to the capital? After a long time of tangling with little Sa, he still decided to head in the direction of the capital first. Maybe the big man just suddenly had something to detour off the road. He guessed correctly that Aoxin did have something to go around. Just as he was about to fly away from this county, Ao Chen suddenly found another trace of treasure. And it was still two. Brother, there's another treasure. Or two. It's just that one is to the northwest and one is directly ahead. So where do we go first? Aoxin decided to go to the northwest first, and the other one could be picked up on the way. Descending into the clouds, it was still a wilderness with little in the way of people. Little White was excitedly scattering on the ground as Ao Chen headed straight for the treasure-sensing location. Roar! Suddenly, a tiger whistled in the forest, and Little White, who was having fun, immediately pricked up his ears, and after carefully recognizing the direction, he jumped straight into the forest. Where did the tiger come from? Aoxin was puzzled, but followed. When he arrived, he found that Xiaobai had already fought a tiger with crystals surrounding its body. It's a crystal beast, and unlike the Fey-like Han Frost, this type of normal crystalline beasts had even more berserk battle power. Roar! The crystal beast Manticore let out a furious roar, and the crystals on his body unexpectedly burned. Aoxin was stunned. This crystal beast didn't look like it was of a low grade. Crystal burning was a power that was only possessed by crystal beasts that had reached the 4th rank. The flame took on a demonic purple color, and could even directly ignite the ominous chi on the body of the hairy corpse. But this flame is ineffective against normal creatures. It is not a real flame that is burning, but a magical power, a flame known as amethyst magic flame. However, even if the flames couldn't cauterize the creature, this burning flame could boost the power of the crystal beast itself. Xiaobai had now transformed into a beastman form, and the thunderbolt fire that jumped like lightning circled around his body as he waved his tiger claws and slapped at the crystal beast. Crystalline beasts, people, zombies, creatures, between each other, they form a vaguely restraining relationship. The crystal beast's amethyst magic flame was able to ignite the ominous surface of a high-level zombie's body, and the zombie virus was the core power of their evolution. The zombie's virus possesses an extremely strong infectious power over living things, and creatures fighting with zombies will almost immediately turn necrotic once they are scratched. And zombies need creatures to serve as petri dishes for new viruses to fuel their own evolution, and the creature in the divine gift space to learn the 3 colors of hegemony. In the high stage, Flow Cherry has a good destructive effect on the crystallization of crystal beasts. Hegemony entanglement is able to directly shock the crystal beasts of the brain domain crystallization, and ability users need the brain field crystals of crystal beasts to accelerate fruit ability development and awakening. Crystalline beasts and zombies don't have psychic intelligence in the early stages, which is their flaw. However, their evolution is much faster, which is another advantage for them. In his previous life, these 3 were later triadic in Blue Star. No one could destroy anyone, at least when Aoxin lived to the 2nd divine providence. It was still the same situation. Xiaobai's domineering talent was extremely high, and at this time, he was already in the Iron Bone realm, and according to Aoxin's estimation, apart from himself, Xiaobai should be the first creature to cross into the Iron Bone realm. Combined with the fighting talent of a fierce beast, the even more powerful physical talent, and the exoskeleton granted by the bloodline factor, he was able to take on a 4th stage crystal beast with 2nd stage strength without immediately losing. Roar! Xiaobai roared. Although he could turn into a human and speak human language, when fighting, he was still used to the tiger's roar. How could a human's roar be as powerful as a tiger's? A pair of sharp claws covered in armed color, and the power of thunderbolt was laced into his finger gun. If this finger went down, even an iron pillar would be pierced through, but the crystal beast tiger blocked it with the crystals on its claws. Roar! The crystalline beast also whistled at the tiger. As he stood up, the crystalline beast had long since fallen out of its original biological category after it had received its alienation, its crystalline skeleton shaping it into a stance more suited for battle. Madaka! The tiger's claw collided with the tiger's claw, surprisingly rubbing out sparks. Xiaobai suddenly grabbed the crystal beast's tiger paw, but his strength was nowhere near as great as the other party's, and his arms were instantly pressed down by a huge force, but that was supposed to be his plan. The third eye on his forehead opened, and a dense thunderbolt energy converged in it. With a crackling sound, the pillar of flaming light dripping with lightning slammed straight into the crystal beast's brain. However, the crystal beast didn't panic either, as an extremely thick side of crystallization instantly appeared on his forehead. The crystals continued to shatter under the thunderbolt fire, but his crystals were too thick, and when the energy of the thunderbolt rays ran out, there was still a thin layer of the crystalline defense shield on the crystal beast's brain. But Bai had exhausted his entire body with this lone strike. His arms went limp, and he was nearly snapped right off by the crystal beast. "Master, help me." All the moves were used, but it was only a short stalemate. Xiaobai decisively conceded and asked Aoxan for help. Before the words left his mouth, he saw a steel whip fall, and the crystal beast had to turn around to fend it off. Dang! With a loud bang, the crystal beast was knocked back by this whip. Xiaobai took advantage of this gap to rush to retreat, and when he escaped the attack range of the crystal beast, he no longer had the strength to even maintain his orc form. Reassuming his white tiger body, he collapsed to the ground and panted heavily. White. At this moment, Ao Chen has already picked that devil fruit to return. A long way from hearing the sound of a battle here, she hastily transformed into a multi-precious mouse to escape and run to the ground. Only after noticing that Aoxin was able to suppress the crystal beasts did she reveal her head from the ground. The little girl was smart. It was nothing to be weak, and she definitely couldn't be a drag on her brother. After carefully inspecting Bai's body, it was good to see that he was not injured, but only exhausted. Little by Bai, old brother will definitely be able to beat that crystal beast to death. She sat beside White and watched the battle from a distance. Aha! Master will definitely win. Xiaobai was confident in Aoxin's strength, or rather, he had an inexplicable admiration for Aoxin's strength. I feel that Aoxin is the strongest in the world. Can Aoxin win? Nature can win, because he didn't even use his human beast form to suppress the crystal beast. The strength of the Megaforce realm, the green dragon's enhanced physique, and the super strong exoskeleton provided by the invisible black bloodline factor. It was also that the bloodline factor was not fully awakened yet. Otherwise, he would have been enough to easily kill this crystal beast with just his physical strength. The steel whip slammed down, and the crystallized crystals on the arm of the crystal beast became fragile after taking several heavy blows one after another. A crack was faintly visible in it. Roar! The crystal beast roared, and the flames on its body blazed even more. He was pushing the power in his body with all his might, and the crystals accelerated the burning, which could make his power more furious, but it also lasted for a shorter period of time. Aoxin's fingers were hardened by the armed color, making the finger gun constantly attack the crystal beast's throat and chest, and with his legs, he alternated between the Erasure feet. Although his Erasure kick chopping attack was not strong, using the Erasure kick's power style to kick directly at the crystal beast's leg was an extremely powerful attack. He wasn't in a hurry to strike. The fight was just exercise now. But the crystal beast is very anxious, although he has long been not once a fierce tiger, and there is no spiritual intelligence. But the basic sense of life and death crisis knowledge is still stronger than the low-rank zombies. Crystalline beasts aren't as intrepid as zombies. However, the more hasty it was, the more its attacks broke. Aoxin responded calmly. A steel whip, 5-finger gun, 2 legs and Erasure feet, constantly using the attack moves he had mastered. Roar! The crystal beast snapped. Its center door opened wide, and its claws stabbed at Aoxin's chest. It was this pounce that led to its defeat. Shave! Moving at breakneck speed as if in an instant, Aoxin came to the back of it and raised his steel whip and smashed it on its brain. Bang! The skull cracked, and its crystallized brain area quaked. In order to protect this crystal from being smashed by himself, Aoxin could only attack in a different place. Abruptly, the flames on the surface of the crystal beast's body burned even more furiously, and its strength and speed became stronger once again. Madaka! The arm encased in crystalline body blocked the steel whip, and the crystal beast opened its already crystallized teeth to bite at Aoxin. Oh! Carving! The fist turned black. It was armed color hardening, and slammed into the jaws of the crystalline beast. But this time, Aoxin took a step back. To be able to suppress a 4th-order crystal beast with a 3rd order based on physical strength alone, he was already extremely strong. But a crystal beast that accelerated the burning of crystal flames was still a bit stronger than him. Still, it's just some of it. The strong exoskeleton granted by the blood factor made his body equally as adamantine. He could have swam to consume the crystal beast's crystal flames, but in order to sharpen himself, he met it with all his might.
Both sides fiercely collided together. Aoxin was like a humanoid beast, using the toughest means to extinguish the amethyst magic flame. The purple flame went out, representing the complete exhaustion of the crystal beast's power. The steel whip slammed down and he was no longer able to resist. Bang! The crystal beast's facial bones were shattered, and even if they were already crystallized and extremely hard, they couldn't stop the heavy blows of the steel whip. In order not to destroy the brainfield crystals, Aoxin broke open the crystal beast's cheekbones from below. The brain matter had been assimilated by him into a viscous liquid, and a crystalline body was suspended in the midst of this liquid. Reaching down, he pulled it out. Disgusting, but he was used to it. This crystalline body was more massive than anything he had ever seen before. Tiger-type crystal beast. Is that the one? Aoxin shook off the slime on his hand and placed this one crystallized body in his palm. The black-scaled python was fed a sufficient amount of zombies by itself every day, and now it was only just at the third stage. This fierce tiger, surprisingly, had grown to the fourth rank on its own. In his previous life, there was indeed a tiger-type crystal beast that infested Jizhou and grew at an astonishing rate. From memory, it seemed like it tried to hunt that martial corpse in the capital, but ended up escaping with serious injuries without knowing what had happened to it. Then later, when he reappeared, he was already in the state of Bingzhou. Li Hui had been chased by him, and then, there was no news. The probability is that he ran into a strong enemy and died. I think it's that end. Oxin came to Little White's side and sat down on his knees. We'll leave after I've absorbed this crystal. A fourth order awakening crystal should be able to greatly advance his fruit abilities, right? Xiaobai and Aochin sat on either side of his body, helping him to alert the surrounding movements. In his palm, the idea flowed through. A special energy flowed into his body and combined with the devil fruit's ability, catalyzing the fruit's ability to go even further. The green dragon's shadow circled within his body, and his blood flow accelerated. In the veins, the temperature of the blood grew hotter and hotter, steaming like a flame, and a gust of wind swept through, scraping away the impurities that clung to the walls of the veins. Vaguely, there were also sounds of thunder, and Aochin and Xiaobai could see electric arcs sweeping across his body surface. Underneath his skin, green-colored dragon scales faintly emerged, and his physical strength was further strengthened. Only after sitting in the disc for a long time did he open his eyes. A brilliant light flashed as he clenched his fists, his fleshly body even stronger. Did you identify that fruit? After absorbing the fourth order crystalline power, Aoxin asked Aochin. Not yet. Don't you have a 20% discount? Or is it more cost-effective for you to appraise? Aochin took the fruit out of the hidden treasure space and handed it to Aoxin. The results of the appraisal were a disappointment to him. Brother, what kind of fruit is it? Aochin asked. Xiaobai also had a curious expression on his face. He now knew what a devil fruit was and the magic power this thing possessed. He was able to turn into a human because of this magical fruit. Animal system Inuyasha fruit Alaskan form. Aoxin sighed. Was he running away from the doghouse? I just got a Samoan form of the Inuyasha fruit, and now an Alaskan. How about a lucky bonus for talking doppelgangers? Return the fruit to Aochin and consider how this fruit should be used later. Go! Turning into a dragon, he rose up, carried Aochin on his back, grabbed Little White, and rushed straight into the sky. His body didn't grow too much longer, but the power in his body was more than one step stronger. The once 100-meter green dragon was nothing more than a sham, but now he truly had the power he deserved. The green dragon is not a dragon. That's the four spirits of heaven. The divine emperor Meng Zhang. Mr. Kai was far from being at his strongest as a green dragon. Brother, that way. Aochin showed Aoxin the way. She had found 2 devil fruits before, and after picking the one on this side, she was now heading to the other. Not good. The treasure sense is gone. Not long after taking off, he heard Aochin shout anxiously, Brother, the fruit might have been eaten by someone else. Neither of the 2 fruits she sensed were in the city, and she had thought that the probability of them being found and eaten in such a short period of time should not be high, yet it had happened anyway. Just as they were advancing, a yellow-haired young man with a red husky dropped a bitten fruit with a twisted grin on his face. Wahahaha, heaven won't kill me Wei Mingxian. Old me has a devil fruit too. The heavens are dead, and the yellow hairs are standing. This world is mine. The middle-aged man's words traveled a long way as he gloated. So what if the rattling thunder fruit was sold by me? So what if the burning fruit was eaten by a dog? I can still get my own devil fruit. What is this called? This is the protagonist's aura. The end times? I must be the protagonist of the end times. Let's see. What exactly are my powers? It's definitely still natural. Just as he closed his eyes to feel the power within him, a deep voice came from behind. It's you? Little Yellow Hair hurriedly opened his eyes. Beside him Little Saw had already wagged his tail at Aoxin, and that pleasing look made Little Yellow Hair staggered. but when he saw Aoxin's appearance, he exclaimed, "It's you!" He shouted the same words as Aoxin. "You're the one who bought away my rattling thunderfruit. Damn it, give me back my fruit. Sa, get on, bite him." However, looking down, he found that Xiao Sa was sitting obediently by Aoxin's leg, rubbing against Aoxin's pant leg, with that silly look on his face, as if Aoxin was its master. "Little Sa, I'm the one who owns you. Bite him. Burn him." Little Yellow Hair was enraged. How did his own big silly spring defect? As a result, what responded to his angry roar was Little Sa's contemptuous look and a disdainful woof. For some reason, he was suddenly able to read Sa's screams, which were clearly speaking. "Stupid. I'm not stupid. Why don't you get on?" It wasn't like Era was really too, and in Little Sa's eyes, the dragon's might plus the tiger's might simply scared the piss out of it. That stupid master is clearly trying to get his own dodgy ass killed. Isn't it just a tiger? You're a naval marshal. What's wrong with you? Little Yellow Hair triggered the power in his body in his anger, and a powerful force surged out of his body, which was undergoing a drastic change. To Sai's amazed eyes, his master was rapidly becoming himself. That handsome look was a dead ringer for his own self before his fur turned red. He looked dumbfounded with his doggy eyes, and saw his master, who had changed into himself, rushing towards the big man beside him without knowing what he was doing. Woof! The only thing that was different from Little Sa's original appearance was that Little Yellow Hair had transformed into a beast form, with a handful of yellow hair still on top of his head. He didn't know why he let out a bark. He just felt that he was now much stronger than before. Self-confidence immediately exploded. Is this what it feels like to be strong? Die! Leaping up violently to pounce on the youth in front of him who had purchased his rattling thunderfruit. But, as a result, he was easily pinched by the throat. Oxin grabbed him by the neck and lifted him in his hands. "Canine fruit, husky form?" said, and looked down at the red-haired husky squatting by his leg to please. These two goods are twin brothers, right? Moreover, getting the Samoyed form, the Alaskan form, and the husky form one after the other. Was this a case of not wanting to collect all the three stooges of the sled by himself? Oh no! The husky form has been eaten by this Little Yellow Hair. Big brother. I was wrong, big brother. Spare me, big brother. The moment he was choked, the Little Yellow Hair came to his senses. No wonder Little Sa was so wimpy. So this is big brother. The son of a bitch didn't even remind himself. He also instantly conceded. "Big brother, I'm convinced. You are the protagonist of this world. Please, big brother, give a chance to follow." Grass. Getting two naturals in a row, neither of which are your own, and the third one is even in husky form? Little Yellow Hair spat in his heart. It seems that being the protagonist is out of the question. But this big guy is really strong. Following him might not be bad. Moreover, he didn't even use his rattling thunder fruit's ability to easily pin down himself, which showed that his hegemonic strength was far beyond his imagination. Aoxin threw Little Yellow Hair to the ground. He covered his neck and gasped rapidly. Just now he almost thought he was going to be strangled to death. After catching his breath for a few moments, he hurriedly rolled and crawled to Aoxin. "Big brother, my name is Wei Mingxian. I am willing to be your little brother. There's also my little Sa. It ate the burnt fruit, so it can definitely help you." He dropped out of junior high school before graduating to hang out in society, and he knows the ways of the world so well that several social big brothers have praised him for having a future. Aoxin remained silent, but it was Little White who curiously came up and sniffed around him. When he saw Xiao Bai before, he didn't think it was a big deal. He had seen all the powerful zombies before, but a tiger is just a tiger. Can it be as strong as a zombie? But when Xiao Bai walked in front of him, that faint pressure made his legs go weak. Sure enough to be brought along by the big brother. How could this tiger be a waste? And what does Biggie mean? Why don't you say something? Why did he let this tiger circle around him? Is it going to eat itself? Aoxin, on the other hand, was thinking about what to do with this Little Yellow Hair. He was expected to be a minor character who had already died in the tide of corpses, but he seems to be getting better and better as he gains devil fruits one after another. His destiny had changed and his chi seemed to have improved. Chi luck. Is there such a thing as chi luck? He doesn't know. However, according to the settings of certain online texts, collecting these people who possess chi luck would also raise the chi luck of one's entire power. Keep it for now. Let Meng Kuei and the others tune it up later. Get up. After thinking about it, he decided to take Little Yellow Hair. Thanks a lot, big brother. Thank you very much, big brother. I, Wei Mingxian, will definitely not let you down. Little Yellow Hair was overjoyed, and apprehensively said to Little White, Inside, brother tiger, can you not surround me? No? I'm afraid. White grunted disdainfully. Goon. Little Yellow Hair was shocked. Speak. The tiger spoke. That is to say,
Even his own pet has eaten the burnt fruit. The big brother's pet will be stronger anyway. Woof. Another bark came and he was furious. It was a cry from Sa, who seemed to be able to understand Sa's cry since he ate the husky fruit. The word Wang also means wimp. How the hell do you have the nerve to call me a goon when you're quicker to goon than I am? But when he saw Xiao Sa, who was squatting under Aoxan's legs, looking like Aoxan's faithful dog's leg, he was so angry that his teeth itched. Humph, isn't that just wagging your tail? I can do that too. Instantly turning into beast form, he wagged his tail to rub Aoxan's pants leg as well. Get out! Aoxan kicked him out, and the bastard gave him a nasty chill. Oh, big brother, I'm your faithful dog too. Little Yellow Hair ran over with his tail wagging again, and when he saw Aoxan about to raise his leg again, he quickly backed away. Big brother, don't kick me. I'm not going over. Normalize, then poor beat you up. Aoxan's warning made the little Yellow Hair not dare to come closer. His eyes dripped and turned, noticing Ao Chen, who had been following Aoxan. Miss, do you have a dog? Scram! Stop talking nonsense and break your legs. Ao Chen also nonchalantly sent him the word roll, dropping his head and transforming back into his human form. Little Yellow Hair carefully asked Aoxan. Inside, big brother, can I know your name? Why haven't we heard anything about the rattling thunder fruit ability? Ha! Aoxan said. My name is Aoxan. You should have heard this name before. Aoxan? Little Yellow Hair's mouth instantly opened to its maximum. Crap Qinglong big brother. I've earned a lot. Big brother, can I also buy things at 95% off? Aoxan nodded. I'm going to the capital. You can wait for me in Biancheng. Little Yellow Hair said. Is big brother going to kill that boss? Aoxan said. That's right. Fourth-ranked martial corpses are good opponents to work out with. And besides, the devil fruit there is just right to take down. Big brother, I'll go too. Little Yellow Hair said. Don't worry about me. I've got Little Sa, and now I've got devil fruit too, so I'll still have no problem escaping. Moreover, if I go and take pictures of Big Brother's fighting valor, it will also allow more people to worship Big Brother. He still had his heart set on the points he'd been rewarded for bursting into flames with the video. Aoxan saw his mind at a glance. In the end times, if you don't dare to fight, even if you have billions of points, you're still a waste, and it's useless to rely on some crooked ways. Your strength is too weak. Going with me will only drag your feet. Take Little Sa to Biancheng. Being able to successfully walk to Biancheng will be considered a proof of your strength. After saying that, he transformed into a green dragon, carried Ao Chen on his back, grabbed Little White, and flew up into the clouds once again, in place, leaving behind the confused little yellow-haired Wei Mingxian and the red dog Sakaski. Hey, big brother, I don't know the way. But Aoxan was already far away. His shouts echoed in the wilderness, and in frustration he said to Xiao Sa, do you know the way to Biancheng? Woof, my stupid master. I've never been to Biancheng. Little Yellow Hair, hey? You didn't scold me too much in the past, did you? Woof. When they entered the capital's range, Aoxan landed on a cloud and put Ao Chen and Xiaobai down. It was sparsely populated, but the powerful zombies that had been catalyzed hadn't spread outside yet, making it perfect for exercise. Ao Chen took out fresh water from the hidden treasure space, and Aoxan exchanged another seafood fried rice for Ao Chen, and exchanged 2 large meat sticks for himself and Xiaobai. The trio found a random room and went in to feast. After eating, Aoxan went back into the Dragon Emperor's store to replenish his stock, and then said to Ao Chen, Xiao Chen, I'll redeem a big fast sword for you. Which one do you want? If you don't like any of them, what category do you want if you customize it? He had enough points, so of course he had to upgrade all his equipment for his loved ones. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to exchange the Supreme Great Fast Sword for Ao Chen, but because, here, the higher the level, the heavier the weapon, and it would be too much of a strain for Ao Chen's strength to use the Supreme Great Fast Sword. Originally, she had struggled to use the Great Rapid Blade, but with the dramatic powder bloodline factor, her strength had increased greatly, which allowed her to use a weapon of the Great Rapid Blade level. Ao Chen thought for a moment and said, I'm going to text it with Dowie. This sword is quite beautiful. Aoxan redeemed it, and the snow-white body of the knife was indeed the favorite of many girls. Here, White, you should also practice your weapons. It's too disadvantageous to just use your claws. The Pirate King, do not use weapons of the strong man is very few. The 4 emperors per capita great swordsman. Kaido a handle of Wolfsbane also has no less than the great swordsman's ability to use weapons. The 3 navy admirals appear to be bare-handed, but Yellow Sara has the light-forming Tenso sword, and Kuzan can use the ice blade and ice spear. Akane didn't seem to use weapons, but he had always carried a long sword when he was young. Surely he must have not weak sword skills as well. The only people who actually fought with two fists were a handful of people like Warlord Cap. After many days of Aoxian's persuasion, Xiaobai finally decided to pick a weapon to practice with. I don't understand. I'll use whatever master tells me to use. Aoxian had exchanged a skyfeather feather chop for him. Swords were the choice of most people, so he also let Xiaobai try swords first. With a weapon, it was less convenient for Bai to use his main body all the time. He had to take on a human beast form and hang the skyfeather feather chop on his waist. This was also one of Aoxian's purposes, to let him familiarize and get used to his human form more, and try to detach himself from his original beastly nature. Bang! As he was talking, the door to the room was slammed open by a flesh corpse, and Xiaobai drew out his heavenly feather chop and casually killed it with a single slash. This unimpeded feeling made Xiaobai instantly fall in love with the weapon. Master, using a weapon is really more convenient than claws, yeah. As the first flesh corpse crashed in, more and more zombies swarmed in. Having not seen a living soul in a long time, Ao Chen and Xiaobai immediately drew their swords to meet them. Aoxian didn't make a move. These zombies were not of a high grade. Most of them were flesh corpses, and occasionally two zombies came over, which was just enough for the two to practice. Ao Chen's gift of seeing colors was a bit stronger, and with her speed, she wandered through the tide of zombies with a focus on wandering. White, on the other hand, is clearly the tough guy style, with a stronger gift of armed color, holding a sword in one hand and using a finger gun with a tiger claw to fight his way through the zombie horde. Fruit ability plus bloodline factor, both of them are extremely strong. They advanced through the streets as they fought. The survivors of the capital city had been concentrated by several powerful ability users after the heavy damage. And here, there was not a single person for kilometers around. Roar! A dull roar came from the distance. A hairy corpse that had been attracted to them. Sister Chen, the zombies are yours. I'll go kill the hairy corpses. White shouted and headed straight for the hairy corpse. He had already been in the Iron Bone realm, and his strength was much stronger than Ao Chen's, and these zombies were not his match at all. The heavenly feather chop slashed through the body of a flesh corpse, cutting it into two ends from the shoulders to the waist. Ignoring the half-fleshed corpse writhing on the ground, White had collided with the hairy corpse. In the red hair, ominous emanations, thunderbolts splintered from White's body. This is the divine power of the spiritual officers, good at driving away evil spirits and eliminating disasters. Thunderbolts dispelled the ominousness as the steel blade chopped down, slicing the skin of the hairy corpse by inches. The tiger's claws came forward, the armed color-covered finger gun pointing at the hairy corpse's head. Xiaobai was over 3 meters tall, and this hairy corpse only reached his chest. On the other side, Ao Chen fought the 3 zombies alone. She opened the Jelma battlesuit to add another layer of defense for herself, and, borrowing the ability of the battlesuit to fly into the sky, she fought with the 3 zombies in full swing. Aoxian quietly watched the battle, occasionally knocking down a few ungrateful zombies that had to make their way to him. Ao Chen's growth pleased him. The end of the world carried on until now, just more than 2 months. The little girl has completely adapted to this kind of fighting environment. Xiaobai sighed, even less need to worry about him. The end of the world inspired the hunting instinct of the tiger latent in the bloodline. Into the battle state of Xiaobai is very violent. Help me, old man. I don't have the strength. After fighting for a long time, Ao Chen gasped for help and flew to his side, turning into a palm-sized doppelganger to hide and rest on his shoulder. Wouldn't it be safer for you to vanish to rest? Aoxian talked to the little mouse on her shoulder while knocking down one zombie after another that rushed towards her. Underground is so boring. I want to see White fight. The little mouse's furry body rubbed against Aoxian's cheek. Moreover, with old brother protecting me, it's definitely safer than underground. What if there are any monsters with strange abilities underground? White's fight feels so strange. She turned her gaze to Bai, who was fighting the hairy corpses, and although Bai was coping with the situation with ease, she always felt that there was something strange about it. Aoxian understood the problem and explained to her. White doesn't know how to use a sword, but his fighting instincts are strong and is using this weapon in his hand as he understands it, so you'll find it strange. Aoxian, who had experienced his previous life, knew that what Xiaobai was using was not a sword technique, but a killing technique. The knife, not the Dao, was just a tool in their hands, and whatever weapon got into the hands of people like him would quickly turn into a tool for their own killing. Don't get it. Ao Chen couldn't understand. She thought a knife was a knife. How could it be so complicated? Does the new knife work well? Aoxian no longer continued to explain. This thing is useless to explain. With the increase in strength, she will naturally understand. When any weapon first arrives, there is a break-in period to familiarize yourself with its weight, its center of gravity, its grip, the feel of its cut, etc. Even the position in which the hand is held to cut more comfortably will slowly become muscle memory. When it becomes more and more comfortable to use, It is what they call a human sword. Not bad. Ao-chan didn't think much about it. He just felt that the big fast knife deserved to be a big fast knife, and that the efficiency of chopping zombies was much higher than before. When Ao-chan recovered his strength, he leapt off Ao-xian's shoulder and once again engaged in the battle. There were more and more zombies around. It was unknown what level of firepower the military had actually used here. The intensity of the zombies was more than one step stronger than Bianqing. Here, you could hardly see any ordinary zombies without stars, and at the very least, they were one-star meat zombies. For ordinary creatures, it would be an extinction. Meow ho! A group of flesh corpses transformed from stray cats jumped in, possessing more agility than humanoid zombies. Cat claws, too, are sharper than humanoid walkers. However, due to their petite size, they have poor strength and defense. Woof roar! There are also many zombies transformed by stray dogs. Ordinary pet dogs are the worst in terms of strength, but some strong dogs are no less dangerous than humanoid zombies. Ao-chan wasn't afraid of the zombie cat's fast speed because she was faster. With the help of the Jelma battlesuit, she can also fly up into the sky when in danger. Ao-xin did not rush towards the martial corpse. Instead, he accompanied White and his sister as they slowly advanced forward. But he wasn't idle, and before another restocking, he left 1,000,000 points to redeem Teacher Kai's battle technique bundle. Thundering 8 trigrams, Roaring Thundering 8 trigrams, David Thundering 8 trigrams, Descending 3, Invoking Naira, Vidra, Dysprosium, Ryutari, Ryusei Jun, and more. A dozen kinds of battle skills are only sold for $1,000,000, which is definitely worth every penny. The thing he most wanted to practice first was Teacher Kai's famous stance, Thundering 8 trigrams. Though he often mimicked the Thundering 8 trigrams with his current wrapped weapons, the two were not the same. Thunder Hagakure is a fusion of the techniques of the Overlord's color wrap, combined with Kai-sensei's way of delivering power. However, even if he had the talent of a hegemonic genius, the intensity of the hegemonic color was still not enough. The prerequisite for using hegemony stocking is a strong hegemony color. Therefore, what he chose to practice first was Vidra Dysprosium. Originally, when Ao-xin watched the anime, he thought that this move was also a bully stalker, but now he realized that it wasn't. Or rather, it wasn't entirely so. This move was able to pillar stick chi, which was similar to the sword chi used by swordsmen. The main point of its use is the swinging of the rod air, and the overlord color wrapping around the rod air. Although he was temporarily unable to utilize the bastard entanglement, practicing the first step and wielding the rod chi, he was considered to have some means of long-range attack. Mulling over the gist of the move's attack, he used the steel whip to swing out again and again. The zombie in front of him was knocked head over heels, but he could never make the stick breath. No, by all rights, the high-rank fingergun's air bomb, the Arisher kicks chop, the swordsman's sword chi, and this Vidra Dysprosium should have the same principle of power generation. Ao-xin pondered as he attacked. The foot kicked out sharply, and a powerful half-moon chop flew out, disemboweling a meat corpse. But that's about it. His chopping attack was still not powerful enough to cut through the bones of the flesh corpse. This level of chopping was completely useless against an opponent of the same combat strength. But he was mulling over the similarities between the two. A zombie's head was blown off as a whip slammed down and he shook his head. Not the feeling he wanted. Crossing over the zombie corpses, he continued his attempts. And behind him, the zombies were scrambling for the bodies of the other zombies. He didn't stop the scene and just slowly moved forward along with Xiaobai and Ao-chan. At night, the three of them found a tall building. He directly broke the stairs, and after dragonizing, he took Xiaobai and Ao-chan up to the roof of the building. Without stairs, the zombies couldn't jump this high, and unless they directly crashed through all the load-bearing columns of the tall building and collapsed it, they couldn't threaten the people on the roof. When you reach the level of zombie, you have the ability to crash through load-bearing pillars, but they were not spiritually intelligent, and although they had the ability, they could not think of such a way, and could only rage impotently and furiously from below, casually pushing open a door to a room. Something felt out of the ordinary in the color of the sight. Ao-xin came to the bedroom door and kicked it open. What came into view was a large, soft bed with a person as dry and thin as a skeleton lying on it. Dead? Ao-xin slowly approached. Not dead. The powerful seeing colors can faintly feel the other person's heartbeat. It was slow and feeble though. Seemingly hearing the sound, the person on the bed barely opened his eyes a slit, but it's just a sliver of a slit. He had been starving for I don't know how long, and had long been on his way out. He was so weak, yet somehow he wasn't corporeal. Gee, that's tragic. Ao-xin didn't bother to pay attention to how he was able to hide here for so long without attracting a zombie, and with a finger gun, he helped him transcend the sea of suffering. This man was so weak that even the moment he stabbed down with his finger gun, his emotions didn't fluctuate a bit. Leaving this bedroom, while he wasn't squeamish about the dead, There were plenty of rooms upstairs in this building. There was no need to have to stay in this one. He was about to find another house when he heard a thud of something heavy falling to the ground. Walking over to see it, it's a skinny man being decapitated by a single slash from Kahaku. Are there so many people hiding here? The man's hand held a kitchen knife, while its body already had some corpse spots. Even though he hadn't been starved to death yet, his weakened physique wasn't far from necrophilia. He kicked aside the body of the man in the doorway and stepped into the room. The sight that met his eyes was alarming. In the room, there was also the naked body of a woman, which showed no signs of necrophilia, but was mutilated. Next to the body, there were a few bones thrown, and on the bones, teeth marks were faintly visible. It seemed that the reason why that skinny man was a bit stronger than the one he had seen earlier, who seemed to be a skeleton, probably because of the search for certain foods. Several more houses were searched and no more living creatures were seen. The three of them found a fairly clean and tidy house and swept away the dust that had fallen on the surface, intending to rest here for the night. Brother, look at this video. After dinner, AOXIN, who was brushing the Divine Providence Network to watch the recent big events, saw a video link sent by AO Chen. Click in and take a look. The heat is already at the top of the Chinese list. Is this thing still happening? Even if AOXIN, who had experienced the first life, even if he had already seen this video once, seeing it again, he still couldn't stop his anger from rising. The video shows a nice safe spot backing up to a water source where two groups are facing off. One group was larger, numbering nearly 1,000. They seemed to occupy the site to expel the later. The later originally seemed to be negotiating in good words, but they did not want the group to take the lead, and the leader drew his belt knife and severed the head of one of the other people with a single cut. This slash completely angered the other side, and a melee broke out as both sides had capable people. In the end, it ended in a numerical victory for the group that had taken the place first, but strangely enough, the losers seemed to be overcome with rage, and even if they were outnumbered, they would still fight to kill one or two of their opponents. Conflicts in the post-apocalyptic world would have been common, but this conflict in the video is different, because it was the Fuso who killed first. They corralled most of the surviving Fusanese in Mordor, seized the Bund, and expelled the Chinese, saying that it was their Fusanese territory. That's the main reason why the group behind them refused to retreat even after they died. Back then, the war, my generation did not catch up. But today, the brats still dare to bully our compatriots. God's gift network. The Chinese region immediately caused a furor. Crap, these motherfuckers are too arrogant. Even after the end of the world, Mordor is still our Chinese territory. The brothers of Mordor aren't strong enough to make this bunch of scumbags so wild? What zombies? If I were in Magic City, even if I were infected by zombies, I'd rush over to get them. The group was furious, and one yelled for war with the brats. Below the video is a post. I, Wu Shuang of Mordor, hereby enlist all my fellow Mordorites to forcefully attack the Bund in 7 days. Whether you guys come or not, even if it's just me, I'm going to fight my way in. I'm not a good bird, but I can't stand to see the brats on our turf. His bravado immediately sparked countless followers. Count me in. Old me is not far from the Bund, and I'm a nobility, with over 60 people under my command. And when I asked, they were all willing to go. And me, I'm not an ableist, but I'm willing to do my bit. I'm a little far away and I might die at the hands of a walker before I get there, but I'm going anyway. Wait for me. Shame. This is a fucking disgrace. If we let them gain a foothold in our magic city, even if I survive, what face will I have to see my compatriots abroad? I've also gathered over 100 men, all of whom are going with me to fight the little devils. Whoever runs away at this time, I'll skin him. Fuck. I just asked our boss and he won't let us go? Fucking brothers just chopped him up. I'm the boss here now. There are a total of 130 of us. Either we make it to the battle or die in the mouths of the zombies on the way. Still as hot as I remember. He wasn't too worried about this battle. In his last life, Wu Shuang had gathered nearly thousands of people with him as the leader, but most of them died on their way to join the war. But they were still righteous. This group of brats had only just started to build a secure base without many fortifications, and under the desperate and forceful attack by Wu Shuang and the others, they broke through it. They were slaughtered, both men and women, though they died and were badly wounded as well. It was also during this battle that Wu Shuang displayed his great strength and became the leader of the survivors of the battle and gradually dominated the southeast. By the early days of the Second Divine Providence, he had also plotted to attack Fusan. As for how it turned out, OXIN wouldn't know. He had already died and been reborn by then. Older brother, I want to go to war too. Ao Chen ran from next door and pushed open the door to his room with a look of indignation and excitement. Going to war? AOXIN pondered. They were now on the outskirts of the capital. Not close to the magic capital, but now that he was of the third rank, and had the bloodline factor, and had absorbed a 4th rank awakening crystal. The green dragon was even more powerful, and both the flying speed and the flying distance were much farther. Within 7 days, it should not be too late to kill the martial corpse, take the devil fruit, and take Xiao Chen and Xiao Bai to the magic capital to join the war. And, speaking of fighting the brats, he'd love to help the field. Yes, immediately agreeing to Ao Chen. He also felt that he was full of passion with nowhere to release it. Go to bed. Fight harder and stronger these days and you'll be able to kill more brats. Ao Chen nodded her little head vigorously and didn't go looking for Xiao Bai. Running back to sleep, she needed to get her strength up. After Ao Chen left, he thought for a moment and replied underneath Wu Shuang's post. Biancheng Aoxin will also participate in the battle at that time. His message was quickly noted. Aoxin? Aoxin, the Green Dragon ability person? Aoxin, the owner of the Dragon Emperor shop? Big brother Qinglong is going to rush to the Magic City from Biancheng? That's nearly 900 kilometers. Maybe it's more than that. I've been feeling lately that some of the roads I travel regularly seem to be longer than they used to be, and I suspect that Blue Star is getting bigger. Yeah, I had that feeling too. I thought it was an illusion before. I've seen videos of Big Brother Qinglong's battles. Back then he easily hanged the zombies. Now he's going to take down these brats. Isn't it a piece of cake? TSK, the little devils are in deep trouble. They can't make any waves with the green dragon. On the outskirts of the magic capital, a young girl was sitting under a large tree, gasping for breath, and in front of him, stood a stout man. Don't you want me? Kill at least 3 of the kids' power users and I'll give it to you. The little beauty stared at Wu Shuang, who had also seen the video. Otherwise, I would rather die. You can only get my corpse. Wu Shuang inserted his hands into his pockets. The corner of his mouth hooked out an evil smile. If I want you, it's one thing. If I kill the little brats, it's another. I'll kill the brats. For sure, but it has nothing to do with you. But you, I want, too, even if it's a corpse. He laughed aloud maniacally. True to his own words, he is not a good bird. But to kill the little kid, this thing, even if it is dead, will go to do it. But he didn't really want just a corpse after all. And after Annan promised not to run away, he stopped pushing. In the Divine Providence Network, when he saw Aoxin's message under his post, he frowned. Aoxin, he's coming? We'll just have to wait and see who's stronger, the Green Dragon or the Qilin. In the southern part of Jizhou, a husky with a full head of yellow hair was running wild all the way with a husky with a full head of red hair. Hey Sa, you don't say. The husky form runs just as fast, ha. Woof, my foolish master. Need you say more? The Ha are the most honorable race in the dog world. Indeed, the little yellow hair in the guise of a husky felt the same way and reacted only after half a day. Crap, you're cursing me again. You're the one who's stupid. Your whole family is stupid. Woof. At night, the 2 dogs turned around and sat on their asses on the side of the road to rest after realizing that the walkers were no longer chasing them. The sense of smell of the Inuyasha fruit was so acute that even without using his eyes, he was able to detect the approaching zombies in advance. Entering the Divine Providence Network to check the recent big news, he saw the video at a glance, as well as Aoxin's message under Wu Shuang's post. Boss, I want to join the war too. He was thrilled, not to mention that he was just a small yellow hair who was a social mixer, but also a patriotic yellow hair. He hurriedly sent a private message to Aoxin. Boss, can you take me? I want to kill little devils too. Aoxin saw little yellow hair's message before he went to sleep, and he replied, I can kill them in seconds alone. You can return to Biancheng first. He didn't intend to bring little yellow hair. This thing couldn't provide much help and wasn't someone he wanted to focus on cultivating. Bringing it alone was still troublesome. Exiting the Divine Providence space, he had just closed his eyes when he heard the door open again. Master, I want to sleep with you. It was Xiao Bai, who blinked his big eyes with an expectant look at Aoxin, with a child's attachment to his parents. Aoxin wanted to refuse, but looking at his pitiful look, he finally sighed. Fine. Yeah, Xiao Bai was getting more and more humanized, and it seemed that Aochen had taught something normal after all. Use, forget it. Aoxin had wanted to let Xiao Bai sleep in his human or human beast form, so that he could become more accustomed to human life, but he didn't want to sleep in the same bed as a man, so he eventually allowed Kahaku to jump onto the bed in his tiger form. It was a wider double bed, and it wasn't too crowded to sleep the 2 of them. It still feels good to be around my master. Xiao Bai sniffed Aoxin's scent and had a very reassuring feeling. Completely different from the little witch. Little Bai, call me Xin from now on. Stop calling me master. You are my family. You will be my brother from now on. White will eventually become fully acclimated to human life and understand all the worldly truths, so he can't be treated like an ordinary tiger. and he can't be made to call out to his master all the time. Xin? Why? I like to be called master. Xiaobai does not quite understand all the meanings of master, and does not know the name of the family relationship between humans. Just from the beginning of the Overlord color shock, unconsciously called the master, but also accustomed to this kind of name. Aoxin also patiently explained, because I treat you like a brother. Calling me Xin means that you also treat me as a brother. Do you want to be my brother? 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 White seemed to recall hazy memories from his early childhood, his tiger mom, and those 5 siblings. It does seem nice to be among brothers, to fight and have fun. Good. I am the master's brother. Xin. Xin. This Xin brother shouted out. In his ignorant heart, he seemed to feel some kind of bond with Aoxin next to him. Xin. I want a bossy name. He spoke in a jar about his wishes, and Ao-chen had told him a lot of stories over the days, and also brought him to know many Chinese characters. He felt that Xiaobai wasn't domineering enough, but of course, as long as Aoxin shouted it, no matter what the name was, he liked it. But when he introduced himself to others by saying his name was White, he always felt like he wasn't pushing it enough. Isn't White overbearing? Aoxin laughed. Back then, Duke Huan of Qi, the head of the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period, who honored the king, was called Xiaobai. You're a name that's shared with such overbearing figures, so how come you're not overbearing? Xiaobai does not know Qi Huan Gong. Ao-chen is not so detailed to give him a history. He shook his head and said, it is not domineering. Brother Xin gave me a domineering name. What kind of name do you think is bossy? Aoxin chatting with him was also a way to further enhance Little White's spiritual wisdom. Aha! Xiaobai thought about the stories Ao-chen had told him. Like, Dragon Ao-tian? I think it's just so domineering. Aoxin. Then what do you think of the name Void Kuan? The Great Kuan of the Returning Ruins. How domineering. Xiaobai hesitated for a moment and said, not so good. It feels weird. Of course it was weird. When he heard the name he always felt like there was a big cock in back pants playing basketball in front of him. He also shouted something unintelligible like Ji De Mei. After teasing Little White for a while, Aoxin mused, you are originally a fierce tiger, a mountain overlord. And since you want a dominating name, let's call it Mountain Monarch. Take my last name, Shanjin, Mountain King? Xiaobai muttered the name under his breath and suddenly laughed. This is good. This is good. I'll be called Mountain Monarch from now on. But you're still my Little White. Aoxin touched the fur on his stomach. TSK. No wonder Xiaochen likes to jerk it off. It just feels good. Aha! Xiaobai rubbed against Aoxin's shoulder. Xiaobai is Xin Xiaobai alone. In front of outsiders. I am the Mountain Monarch. After chatting for a while longer, the man and the tiger fell into a deep sleep. The next day, as the early morning sun shone in, the 3 were already having a new day's breakfast. Naturally, breakfast was still the Pirate King's cuisine redeemed from the god's gift space. After the end of the world began, Ao-chen also gradually adapted to the life of big fish and meat right in the morning. Otherwise, it would not be able to carry the body at all. I should have taken you last time. Do you know how I got by without water? Aoxin gulped down the fresh water that Ao-chen had brought and felt refreshed. Before that you have to quench your thirst with wine. But where can wine really quench your thirst? It was also that he had a strong physique and the alcohol wouldn't take away the water in his body, or else he would only get thirstier the more he drank. That's for sure. Who told you not to take me last time? Ao-chen proudly held his head high. I'm a lucky doppelganger. She had brought 1,000 cubic meters of fresh water with her, and she was able to scrub her body a little at night, and she was living comfortably. Sister Chen, I've got a bossy name now. Xiaobai bragged to Ao-chen. Brother Xin named me. Brother Xin? Ao-chen was surprised. Haven't you always called me old brother master? Xiaobai explained. Brother Xin said that I'm a family member and a younger brother, so he told me to call Xin. So it's more intimate. Oh, Ao-chen glanced at Ao-xin. She had long wanted to propose to Ao-xin that she couldn't keep letting Xiaobai call him master. He was still different from Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao understood everything when she called out this title, but Xiaobai didn't understand anything right now, and in the future when he was strong he might have a different heart because of this title. But then again, she felt that her brother must have had a purpose for doing so, and that what she had thought of, he could surely have thought of as well, and that was why she did not say more. What did your oldest brother name you? Xiaobai loudly announced his new name, Mountain Monarch. Brother Xin said I'm a fierce tiger and a mountain overlord, so he named me Mountain Monarch. It also shares the same surname as Brother Xin and Sister Chen. From now on, I'll be called Ao Shanjun. He liked the name, but still said to Ao Chen, but Brother Xin and Sister Chen can still call me Xiaobai. I'll always be Brother Xin and Sister Chen Xiaobai. Ao Xin bristled. Didn't you say last night that I was the only one who was white? Sure enough, a man's mouth deceives a ghost. After the three of them finished their breakfast, Aoxin grabbed Xiaobai's armor belt and walked down from the roof of the building with a moonwalk. Ao-chan, on the other hand, activated the hovering device of the Jelma battlesuit and flew down after Aoxin's back. Originally, Aoxin intended to exchange a Jelma battlesuit for Xiaobai as well, but Xiaobai came with his own armor, and the battlesuit was too bloated to be wrapped outside, so he dismissed the idea. Shortly after the trio left, an apparition, hard to see with the naked eye, floated up the stairs and made its way to the skeleton-like body. He froze for a long time as he looked at the heart that had been ripped out. Am I dead? How did I die? Am I, now, a soul? His mind wasn't quite clear. His already starved brain was so muddled that he didn't even remember how he died. Oh yeah, I ate a devil fruit earlier, but it didn't have any effect. I thought it was fake. Now it seems to be the Yellow Springs fruit? The appraisal fee required 1,000. And where would a weakling who had been starved alive have the points to have the fruit appraised? He found the devil fruit and ate it straight away. However, he never got the special ability. He thought it was fake, until his soul came to the Yellow Springs and returned to the present world. Then he realized that it was a Yellow Springs fruit. Brooks Yellow Springs fruit, which comes with the coldness of the Yellow Springs, is also capable of out-of-body souls, and during the first divine gift, there were almost no abilities that targeted souls. This fruit, extremely powerful. He burrowed back into his recently dead shell, starved and parched but at least with blood and flesh and skin, much better than Brooks' pure skeleton. Looking down at the ragged hole in his chest and the crushed heart on the floor, he sighed and went to his locker to find a clean shirt to put on to cover the ragged hole in his chest. What am I now? Is it a kind of zombie with a mind? He hurriedly tried to enter the divine shrine space, and luckily, he was still able to enter. With this body of mine, can I still cultivate hegemony? A soul returned from the Yellow Springs, and Aoxin was unaware of this. At this moment, he was rapidly advancing with Bai and Ao-chan towards the place where the devil fruit appeared in the video. He practiced the very impure Vajra Dysprosium, and although he couldn't hit the stick chi, his strong attacks could still easily crack the brains of every zombie on the way forward. The three of them walked and stopped. Ao-chan's stamina was the worst, but every time she ran out of stamina, she would transform into a duo bow mouse and squat on Aoxin's shoulder, which didn't affect the continuation of the journey. But White can't do that when he's tired. They could only stop and rest for a while. 3 days later, Aoxin saw the even more robust zombie from afar. Beyond the red fur on its body, there were bones growing out of it, covering the red fur like armor. At the spine of its back, it also bore bone spurs, and on the outside of each arm, there was a bone blade. This is the martial corpse. The hairy corpse is not worth mentioning in front of it. You two be careful. I'm going to kill this martial corpse. We'll go south to Mordor when we find the devil fruit. Aoxin gave an explanation, and with a steel whip in his hand, he stood up to meet him. Ao-chan and Xiaobai honored his advice and stayed far away from that martial corpse, fighting the hairy corpses and zombies on the outside. Sister Chen, I'm not as strong as Brother Xin. If you're tired, just vanish. There are several hairy corpses here. I might not be able to protect you. Xiaobai's steel blade chopped at the arm of one hairy corpse while, at the same time, his left claw grabbed at the other hairy corpse. It was as if these zombies were the little brothers of that martial corpse. Arching over him, Xiaobai had fought 1 against 3, and he was even able to suppress these 3 hairy corpses. No, Ao-chan replied loudly, wandering between a few zombies at breakneck speeds, occasionally slashing at the zombies' necks. In front of them, Aoxin leapt up and slammed down a whip, knocking the martial corpse's calf slightly bent. The bone blade of one arm of the martial corpse blocked the steel whip, while the other bone blade collided with Aoxin's finger gun. Bang! In the loud noise, Aoxin's fingers slightly hurt. He didn't use his fruit ability, and purely used his physical body to resist the martial corpses. In the case of not using a weapon, his bones were not as hard as the martial corpses, but it's only slightly less than half a step. The integration of the bloodline factor made his body tougher, and even if it wasn't fully awakened, it was still enough for him to collide with martial corpses in a tough manner. A kick with the wind at his feet, that's the Erasure kick. However, the martial corpse's combat intuition was extremely strong, and the moment he raised his foot, the martial corpse also raised his knee up, and his leg bone was covered with a layer of bone armor as well. At the knees, there is also a sharp bone spike for close quarters attacks. Shave! The figure quickly moved to the side of the martial corpse, and the attack descended once again. The martial corpse didn't have the skill of moving as fast as he did, but he was covered in bone armor and raised his arm in haste to meet the attack, and although he was knocked back a step, he wasn't seriously hurt. Drink! The armed color covered the steel whip, its body as black as ink, slammed down hard, splitting the martial corpse back another step. The muscles of his arms bulged, which were filled with strong power. The Overlord color was released and attempted to wrap around the weapon, but his Overlord color was too faint to form a substance, and it quickly collapsed away. Surely you can't use the bully wrap? But he wasn't discouraged, it was to be expected. Iron block. His iron block once again advanced, only to harden his hands and cover them in armed color hegemony as his finger guns once again stabbed at the martial corpse's head. This time, he was extremely close to the martial corpse, and his finger gun was piercing the corpse's brain, but the iron block dissipated at the last moment. The mind is slightly drowsy. It's ominous. The ominous aura of a 4-star martial corpse was even more bizarre and difficult to deal with than a 3-star hairy corpse. The stagnation of his chi and blood hindered the play of the iron, and without the hardening provided by the iron, his fingers were once again shaken raw as he pointed at the thick, hard brain of the martial corpse. Shave. Hastily taking a step back and shaking his head, he let out a loud roar, his domineering aura driving his entire body's chi and blood. Even without entering his human beast form, he still washed away the ominousness that had eroded into his body. This ominous aura is too disgusting. Aoxin adjusted his state and tangled with the martial corpses. His afterglow glimpsed Xiao Bai's battle with the 3-headed hairy corpses, and with the protection of the thunderbolt fire that could drive away evil spirits and eliminate calamities. He was not at all afraid of ominous encroachment. Gotta find a way to deal with these ominous. In his last life, he was well aware of how terrifying it was for a zombie to evolve to a later stage and be all ominous. And in the case of having a spirit to manipulate, it made a lot of strong human beings suffer a great loss. Wait a little longer. The secret realm will open soon, and I remember there's something in that place that can restrain ominousness. His battle with the martial corpse was so loud that many buildings around him were destroyed by the two of them. The steel and concrete of the district was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper before their physique. Ominous erosion. He felt his body getting heavier and heavier, and even if he used his hegemony to drive his chi and blood, it was difficult to dispel it all. That's the advantage that high-level walkers have against living beings. The longer the battle goes on, the more ominous it builds up and the greater the impact it has on living beings. Suddenly, he looked startled and hastily drummed up his chi and blood. Iron block. The bone blade descended, and the iron block wrapped in the color of armament blocked it, but the skin on his chest was still cut open. The blood flowed down. Can't keep fighting like this. Aoxin took on the form of a dragon man with a provincial dragon chant, flames and thunder lining his chest, dispersing the zombie virus that had eroded into his body. The green dragon appeared, and its powerful chi and blood washed away the ominous. He took a big step forward and his steel whip slammed down brazenly. Thunder wrapped around the steel whip, and this time, there were also flames blazing on the whip. He was going to try to combine the wind, fire and thunder that he could control. The whip of thunder and fire slashed down, and the hardened bone blade of the martial corpse was cleaved through a gaping hole. The electric current and flames invaded towards the martial corpse, but unfortunately, the lightning was still lightning, and the flames were still flames, and the two did not merge. But there was no harm in the growl that turned into thunder and struck the martial corpse in the face. His facial bones were charred by the splintering, and just as he tried to fight back, he was pierced by the dragon's claw through a gap in the bones of his chest. The dragon's claws wrapped around the armed color, and a finger lance pierced through the skin membrane of the martial corpse. He clasped his 5 fingers together and struggled to pull outward, to pull the bony armor off the martial corpse's chest. How terrifying was the power of the dragonized Aoxin, and after absorbing a 4th stage awakening crystal, his green dragon form was even more powerful. Roar! The dragon's roar overpowered the roar of the martial corpse, and as the bone blade on the martial corpse's left arm was smashed by the steel whip, his chest bone armor was also completely ripped apart by the dragon's claws. The martial corpse was unafraid. The bone blade on his other arm chopped down, and was grabbed by Aoxin at a much faster speed by the arm and pressed down backwards. It ends here. A mouthful of hot breath spurted out, and his charred cheeks, struck by the roaring thunder, became even more vulnerable. The steel whip slammed down and the facial bones were cracked with a single blow, a kick on the chest of the martial corpse. But he still had one arm of the corpse in one hand, and this kick directly tore the arm of the corpse and dislocated it. The powerful force kicked the martial corpse down, and he stomped on it with one foot, and smashed down one after another with a steel whip in one hand. The cerebral shell shattered and the entire brain was smashed into mush by him. A 4-star martial corpse was no more than that, and in order for him to feel the pressure, he had to be at least 2 ranks higher than him. But Huaxia is not that heartless. Even if the situation is worse, he did not use the nuclear packet egg. Here in the capital, if he does not come, this 4-star martial corpse will still need a long time to evolve to 5-star spirit corpse. Spirit zombies, as the name suggests, are zombies whose viruses have gone up to the brain domain and spawned a spirit of their own. At this point, the zombies began to possess shallow self-awareness. but their IQ was not yet high, and they would consciously collect other low-ranking zombies, and they also began to have the idea of developing combat skills, as well as utilizing ominous chi to fight. They stopped wandering around, even as beasts do, and began to build up their own forces with a certain sense of territory. But the downside is that they stop being fearless and start to fear death. It was also at this point that the Overlord color's deterrent to souls began to work on the walkers. At this point in time, there should be no spirit corpses in China. But the use of nuclear weapons by America across the ocean and the northern powers of China may have catalyzed the spirit corpses. As for the three kingdoms to the west of China, they are bound to have spirit corpses already. Within a few years, the entire country of San will be overrun by zombies and begin to threaten the western border of China. After killing the martial zombies, he cleaned up the surrounding zombies again and started to bring Ao Chen and Xiao Bai to look around this area. It was impossible for the martial corpse to stay put, and with the passage of the past few days, it might have been extremely far away from that devil fruit. Lao found it. Ao Chen's treasure hunting range increased drastically after getting 100 first-order awakening crystals, and he soon sensed the location of that devil fruit. The green dragon led them towards there in a rush. When he saw the fruit, a zombie was popping up there, and had it been a second later, the fruit would have been trampled by the zombie. The roar turned into thunder, decapitating the zombie as a gust of wind swept up and countless wind blades cleared the area. He controlled the height of the gale without rippling the fruit. Leaping down from the air, Ao Chen took the lead and ran to remove it. Brother, appraise it. See what it is. Although Aoxin had already gotten quite a few fruits, his heart was still excited every time he saw a new one. Let's hope it's not a dog this time. Finding 3 canine fruit forms of Samoyed, Alaskan and Husky one after the other is quite enough. After the appraisal, he was puzzled, because, surprisingly, no information was identified. But that's not scientific. Is it? Is this fruit not a devil fruit? But that characteristic curly pattern. It should be a devil fruit, right? The heart is very puzzled. Do not believe in evil. He spent another 1,000 points appraisal. The result is still blank. Ha? What the hell is this? Is it just a normal fruit? This appraisal is a devil fruit appraisal, and only devil fruit can appraise it, not appraise all unrecognizable things. So, it really isn't a devil fruit? But how does it look like a devil fruit? Brother, what kind of fruit is it? Hasn't it been identified yet? Ao Chen was puzzled as to why his old brother froze for so long and frowned. Is it too strong? Or too weak? There are quite a few non-anime fruits they've found, and whatever it is, it doesn't look like this, does it? Aoxin said. I don't know. I can't identify it. Identification is not possible? Ao Chen was also confused. I'll try. Saying that, she turned on her appraisal function, and indeed, as Aoxin said, there was no result. Wait, you try? Ao Chen handed the fruit to Xiao Bai, who tried the method they taught him. Brother Xin. Sister Chen. I can't identify it either. Can't even identify it? Aoxin held the fruit and scrutinized it, which was strange. Even with his experience of living through one life, he had never heard of such a strange thing. The divine space has never failed to live up to its name of divine providence, and when it is really like a gift from God, what devil fruit is so magical that even the divine space can't identify it? Brother, could it be that this isn't a devil fruit, just an ordinary fruit? Ao Chen said. Why don't we find someone to try? Oxin shook his head. The divine providence space can't be identified. Either it's extremely ordinary, or it's extremely extraordinary, so extraordinary that all the fruits in this world combined don't deserve to be given a mention in his shoes. If it's the latter, we can't just let anyone else eat it. This is the kind of thing that has to be in our own hands. Put it in your hidden treasure space first, and consider how to use it later when you have the chance to learn of its efficacy. Although Aoxin could exchange the demonizing potion to consume this fruit directly, but what if it was just a garbage fruit? Wouldn't he lose a lot of money? Even if this possibility was only 1 in a billion, he wouldn't try it casually. And if he couldn't identify its specific ability, he would rather never eat it and keep it in Ao Chen's hidden treasure space forever. Rest for the night. Starting tomorrow, we'll be on our way to the Magic City. Aoxin looked up and found a tall building, similarly interrupting the stairs of the tall building, lifting Xiao Bai's belt, and stepping into the air with moonsteps to go up the stairs. Ao Chen, on the other hand, put on his Jelma combat suit and followed him. The usual sweep of the roof room. No living creatures this time. The three of them ate dinner together and then lay down on their beds to go to the Divine Providence Network to check if there were any major events happening recently. It's mostly up to the progress of the Mordor event. This matter, in China, has been fired to the highest heat. After Wu Shuang took the lead in posting and expressing his attitude of forcefully attacking the Bund, a number of strong people quickly gathered near him. These men were not convinced by each other. but were willing to live in peace for the time being with the battle they were about to face. And it was agreed that whoever dared to lay hands on a fellow human being during this period would be besieged by all, farther away from Mordor, one after another. People were gathering towards this place, but, leaving their sanctuary, their mortality rate is high, and battles are taking place all over Mordor. Under that message from AOXIN, there were quickly more messages as well. Big Brother Qinglong, can you really come over? I accompanied my boss to the gathering place. I was smashed by a falling pillar and broke both my legs. The zombies are coming. I'm going to die soon. I really wish I could see a scene of you expelling the Fusionese ghosts. Big Brother, remember to broadcast live when the time comes. We're too far away and too weak to make it over there. You're all heroes of our Huaxia. Hey, humanity has long been gone in the end times, and to be able to unite everyone because of this, I think it's also good. There were so many of these messages that he didn't bother replying to them all. He had just finished reading these messages when Ao Chen rushed over from next door. Brother, look at this. Clicking on the link to the video sent by his sister, there was a bratty man inside. He had a strong face and a robust body, and said in the video, I am Mordor Wu Shuang, and I'm not going to hide it from you all. My ability is an animal-based fantasy beast species, cow fruit, Kirin form. Ha ha, I heard that green dragon ability is coming to Magic City to join the war? Dare you compare? Let's just compare the number of Fuso abilities killed, and the loser, submit. Although I, Wu Shuang, am not a good bird, I have always been a man of my word. If you can win me, I will bow my head. You will be my big brother from now on. If I win, you'll be my little brother. Dare you take this bet? He directly challenged AOXIN, and the challenge was still to kill the brats to divide the winners. This bet was immediately pushed into the favor by countless people, and below, there were quite a few people who were up in arms. Oh my god, no matter which one of them wins, Green Dragon plus Kirin, who else in this world is their opponent? Let's see if Big Brother Qinglong dares to take it. If he wins this Big Brother Qilin will be his subordinate, but I feel that the Green Dragon Big Brother is a bit of a loss. That Wu Shuang, if he wins, will still be able to enjoy an internal 95% discount on the exchange price after joining the Green Dragon Big Brother. But if Big Brother Green Dragon loses, he'll simply put himself on the hook. No, I don't think Big Brother Qinglong will lose. He was already able to single-handedly challenge zombies without his fruit ability in his video 2 months ago, and now I heard that he's come to challenge that boss in the capital. Can Wu Shuang do it? Not necessarily. Big Brother Qinglong just asked about the news of the devil fruit. He didn't say anything about going to the capital. Although he's strong, he won't be too much stronger compared to the same phantom beast species Kirin, and I've watched Wu Shuang's battle video. It's just as explosive, but I'm still optimistic about the big green dragon. I wonder if Big Brother Qinglong will answer the battle. AOXIN lost his smile after reading it. That's something that wasn't bridged in a previous life. Wu Shuang wants to challenge himself? That's not giving it away for nothing. This Wu Shuang wasn't a good person, but there weren't many good people in the post-apocalyptic world. With his strength, he was indeed qualified enough to join himself. Moreover, it was said that this Wu Shuang had always had his heart set on attacking and destroying Fusan. If the Sea King class wasn't so powerful, he would have put it into action long ago. As it happened, he himself didn't like the brats, and if he had the chance, he would go and exterminate Fuso Island as well. At most, those Fuso pretty girls will be left behind, but they should all be sterilized, and no kid seed should ever be left behind. He immediately asked Ao Chen to make a video of himself. Wu Shuang's challenge. AOXIN, accept it, then whoever kills more kid abilities, the loser submits, posting the video and then etching Wu Shuang. Again, he put up a link to his own video after leaving a comment under Wu Shuang's video. Fittingly, his response to the battle once again brought the incident to another climax. Big Brother Qinglong has answered the battle. Wow, Big Brother Qinglong turned out to look like this. So handsome. AOXIN, do you still need a bed warmer? I want to give you a monkey. There is also a picture of the slutty sister attached below, so I don't know if it's the message writer herself. Those Fusanians are dead. Big Brother Qinglong rushed from Genqing to join the battle. The mere fact that he was able to rush here speaks volumes about Big Brother's strength. Wu Shuang also saw AOXIN's reply, and the corner of his mouth hooked out a smile. It seems that I am going to have one more powerful henchman. He turned back to the pretty hostess in the room and said, I'm not moving you right now, so I'm going to build up my strength over the next few days, and kill 3 brat abilities? I want to kill them all. Annan sat on the edge of the bed without speaking. Although this Wu Shuang was arrogant, this confidence and flair didn't seem to be that annoying. It's a shame it's not as handsome as AOXIN. The video of AOXIN responding to the challenge was also quickly pushed to the top of the hot search, alongside the video of Wu Shuang's challenge. one on top of the other. Wu Shuang is the rigid tough guy style, while Aoxin is the handsome type, only from the point of view of appearance, or Aoxin more attractive nymphomaniac girl. After all, he's only just slightly less handsome than you lord readers. Brother, you can definitely win. Ao Chen let Aoxin watch this video because he wanted him to respond to the battle. Kirin compared to Meng Kuei's vicious and Lu Xiao's Pleiades chicken. In China, Kirin's reputation is much louder. It's almost up there with the Green Dragon. If there were such a strong person under Lao's command, his side would be even stronger. As for Aoxin losing, she hadn't even thought about it. Aoxin's invincibility had long been deep in her heart. That goes without saying? That bastard bet me for nothing. Aoxin laughed. He's thinking too much compared to me. Xiao Bai can easily take him down. Even if it's Meng Kuei, odds are it's still better than him. White is a fierce beast with a high fighting talent, as well as being funded by his own points, and getting a lot of benefits such as the bloodline factor. Meng Kuei had thrown himself under his command on the day of the end of the world, and had done a good job these days, and he had given him a lot of favors, coupled with the fruit that was no worse than the Kirin. Wu Shuang was not really a match for Xiao Bai even though he was a top Chinese powerhouse in his previous life. Meng Kuei's forging talent might not be as good as Wu Shuang's, but the difference was not that big, and with other advantages to make up for it, Wu Shuang was not really sure that he could beat Meng Kuei. What about me, old man? Can I beat him? Ao Chen saw Aoxin praising Xiao Bai and Meng Kuei and hurriedly came forward to show off himself. You? Aoxin pondered. Ao Chen's strength was not weak, although his strength and defense was not good, but he was fast and had a highly toxic powder blood factor. While virulent poison is useless against zombies, it does work against living beings, which is an additional ability of sorts. If she really fought with Wu Shuang, even if she didn't use her battlesuit to fly to the sky, Wu Shuang really wasn't good enough to win. You, should be able to go 50-50 with him. Aoxin speculated about Wu Shuang's strength at this time. The next morning, after the three had breakfast, Aoxin transformed into a green dragon, carrying Ao Chen and grabbing Xiao Bai all the way to the east. In order to avoid going in the wrong direction, he planned to go east to the sea first, and then fly along the coastline, which would take him straight to the Magic City, east of the capital, where a group of survivors have gathered to take refuge. Sister Hong, look there, is it a dragon? A petite teenage girl with a double ponytail said to a woman beside her. Dragons? When the women looked up, they saw the green dragon stomping on a flaming cloud coming in their direction at breakneck speed. It's the green dragon. The figure of the green dragon attracted the attention of many people. Sister Hong, I remembered. Before Qinglong big brother Aoxin asked about devil fruit related news, someone in a county in Jizhou had photographed him flying north. It's highly likely that he's gone to kill that boss in the capital. Moreover, in this direction, he's obviously flying out of the capital. I wonder if he's already killed the boss. Isn't he going to Magic City to join the battle? What's he doing coming in our direction? Driven out by the boss in the capital? The crowd was puzzled and speculated about Aoxin's purpose. In the middle of the discussion, a middle-aged man with a broken arm came running in a hurry. Sister Hong, it's not good. Chen Shua has brought people to fight over again. This shout pulled the crowd's minds back from the green dragon. Chen Shua, it's this asshole again. Are they trying to drive us to extinction? Jing Hong was a woman close to 40 years old, but well-maintained, with a lingering charm, and after the trials and tribulations of the end times, she had a few more points of competence in her body. Hearing that an enemy was coming again, she clanked and drew the sword at her waist, a Rio rapid blade quality weapon, but not any of the swords that had appeared in the manga. Its shape was slender, 1.5 meters. It was a Miao sword, a weapon customized by Jing Hong. This Chen Shua, she was enraged. Follow me into battle. Mom, I heard they have more people than last time. Can we really beat them? Uncle Zhang died in battle last time. Beside Jing Hong, a young girl in her prime had a saddened look on her face. She was Jing Hong's daughter and one of the reasons why Chen Shua had repeatedly attacked them. Don't talk nonsense. Mom will protect you. Jing Hong's face did not change. She gave birth to her daughter at the age of 20. She is quite scheming, with the flavor of a half-aged woman. She has enlisted a lot of men for her own use. That Uncle Young, who died in battle, was one of them. For her, the whole point of hanging on to these men was so that they could die for her. Thus, in contrast to her daughter's sadness, she only lamented the death of these men as the power was weakened a few more points. Led the way, opposite a topless man. He saw Jing Hong come out and laughed. Jing Hong, it's your honor to be my mother-in-law. Moreover, your man has been dead for so long. You are also lonely, right? With so many men under your hand, you haven't recruited them to stabilize yourself in private, have you? Why don't you obey Laozi? Not only will I feed your daughter to her heart's content, but I can also quench your thirst. Gee, don't tell me. You're almost 40, but you've taken such good care of yourself. You look just like you're 30. He carried a 9-ringed greatsword, which was also a Liang quicksword level weapon, and the people following behind him were at least twice as many as Ji Yinghong's side. Chen Shuo, die with your heart. Even if I die, there's no way I'll let you have your way. Ji Yinghong was verbally and lewdly insulted, but her face did not change at all. This is just a small scene. Yo, Chen Shuo's face was playful. You're not afraid to die. Where are these people behind you? Hey, you guys, take this bitch down for me now, and when I get tired of playing with her, I can still give you guys some fun. Aren't you guys following her around just coveting her body? Surrender now. There are beauties to play with. If not, it's a dead end. You. Ji Yinghong's face was ugly. Chen Shuo was now outnumbered. And how many of these people under her command were willing to die to protect her? Sure enough, as Chen Shuo's words fell, her men, all revealed hesitation. She was terrified. She was already outnumbered. And if her men mutinied, she would really die. Humph. I've helped you bitch so many times, and you won't even let me take your hand. Ji Yinghong, you brought this on yourself. Behind her, a middle-aged man, blind in one eye, suddenly reached out and grabbed her, trying to tackle her. Yinghong, you can't win this battle, and I don't want to die, so I'll have to condemn you. Another person attacked. Ji Yinghong hurriedly met her with her sword to protect her daughter. Brilliant green feathers appeared on her body. Her mouth changed to a bird's beak. A pair of wings stretched out behind her back, and her feet burst through her shoes and transformed into sharp bird-like claws. It was clearly an animal-based ability. Most striking of all were the large, elongated tail feathers on her rump, which, when she rose up in anger, braced themselves, their hard feathers covering her daughter like a shield. Ji Yinghong, this peacock of yours isn't a ferocious bird, so why do you have to keep resisting to the death? Chen Shuo makes a mocking remark, but Ji Yinghong is unfazed. Her daughter is everything to her. Even if she dies, she will guard her daughter until the last moment. In the sky, Aoxin, who was passing over this place, suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart, and when he went down, he saw this firefight. This kind of thing was normal in the post-apocalyptic world, where human versus zombie battles were nothing more than the norm, and human versus human fights were the theme, but a certain one of them made his eyes go cold. He turned out to be from the capital? Stomping on the flaming cloud, he rushed down in a hurry, his huge dragon body blocking out the sunlight and shocking the few people fighting desperately below. Brother Shuo, it's Green Dragon. A person beside Chen Shuo spoke out to remind him, and Chen Shuo directly called out a big pussy bucket on his face. I'm not blind. I don't need you to remind me. The Green Dragon is Aoxin. Aoxin has never hidden himself. Everyone knows what it means for the Green Dragon to descend. Why is he suddenly falling? The few people fighting Ji Yinghong hastily retreated, and Ji Yinghong took this time to catch her breath. Several feathers on her body had been chopped off, and her chest, her arms, were cut out with several wounds. Roar! Xiao Bai was the first to fall. He transformed into a beastman form. 3 meters tall stood in the crowd. Under the shock of the tiger's might, no one dared to move. The flame clouds dissipated, and Aoxin landed beside Little White with Ao Chen, but his eyes were looking straight at Chen Shuo. Big brother Qinglong, my name is Chen Shuo. I don't know what I can do for you? Chen Shuo was stared at by Aoxin and his scalp went numb, so he hurriedly changed into a smiling face and greeted him. In my mind, I was thinking, what's he doing staring at me like that all the time? It's not like I've offended him. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a look of shock suddenly appeared on his face, but he saw Aoxin slowly withdraw one hand from his chest. In his hand, he also squeezed a still beating heart. Why? Chen Shuo was also an animal-based ability user with a strong physique, and the moment his heart was ripped out, he didn't die directly, but instead struggled to ask these words. But Aoxin didn't pay the slightest attention to him. His hand exerted force and crushed the heart, and after that, Xiao Bai chopped down and severed his head at the same time. The thunderbolt fire draped around his body and burned his body into ashes. Although he didn't know what Xin wanted to kill this person, but he didn't care, honoring Xin's teachings, cutting off the roots and even raising the ashes. This scene shocked everyone present. This rumored Green Dragon big brother directly beheaded Chen Shuo without saying a word, and Chen Shuo was powerless to fight back. For a while, the crowd was silenced, fearing that they would annoy this big brother and kill themselves as well. Only Ji Yinghong, looking at Aoxin's majestic back, was relieved, and at the same time, there were a few moments of celebration in her heart. She didn't know Aoxin's purpose, but she was already bound to die today. She had already planned to kill her daughter before killing herself when she couldn't stop herself. And she definitely wouldn't be humiliated. Now, the worst situation was nothing more than death. Not to mention, Aoxan's attitude was undecided. It was an opportunity that might be possible. All stand in line. Aoxan suddenly opened his mouth, and the crowd looked at each other, not knowing what he was going to do. Click. The head of the person closest to Aoxan was chopped off by Xiaobai. Brother Xan said, "Stand in a line." He is no longer in front of Aoxan's appearance of pampering, a fierce face, a proper tyrant. Another person died, and the crowd was so alarmed that they rushed to stand in a line. Aoxan looked around the room and then back to the injured woman. Unseen. "What's your name?" Hearing Aoxan ask, the woman hurriedly replied, "My name is Ji Yinghong. This is my daughter, Yaoku Xin." The girl's face was childish, and she shyly lowered her head when she saw him looking over. Young, handsome and strong, Aoxan is the most beautiful boy in the crowd wherever he goes. But Aoxan wasn't interested in them, and his name had never been heard of, indicating that in his previous life, he had either died early or died out. "Are you familiar with Chen Shuo?" Ji Yinghong's brain was a bit dangling. Familiar? How do you answer that? As Chen Shuo was her nemesis, she naturally knew him extremely well. However, Chen Shuo was killed by Aoxan before he could even finish his sentence. Would she also be killed if she said she was familiar? "He's been coveting my daughter and coming to attack us, and I know him fairly well." After thinking about it, Ji Yinghong decided to talk about her feud with Chen Shuo first. "Aha!" Aoxan nodded and said to him, "Among that group of people, are there any relatives of Chen Shuo? Point them out." As soon as these words came out, several people in the crowd were immediately terrified, and their bodies could not stop trembling. Their performance was so conspicuous in front of Aoshin's seeing colors. Little White let out a low roar in his throat, decapitating the three on the spot. "Are they?" Ji Yinghong said. Yes. She was convinced that Aoxan was trying to kill all the people related to Chen Shuo. She was so overjoyed that she hastily pointed to another one and said, "And this one." It was a girl about the same age as her daughter, full of terror and despair. But here in Aoxan, it was treated equally. As the heads fell, he said to the group, "Any more relatives of Chen Shuo? I'll allow you to report each other." Chen Shuo, the last person to pit himself against Su Rou. Once this person died, the grudge from his previous life would be completely settled. He had heard Chen Shuo say that the Chen family was a large clan, and in the pre-apocalyptic period, the Chen family had survived quite a number of people, all of whom followed behind Chen Shuo, who had gained the devil fruit ability. That was why he specifically asked this group of people to kill all the Chen family members so that no one would retaliate, even though he was no longer afraid of retaliation in this life. After a prosecution, he had White kill several more people before ending the killing. Breathe out deeply, be refreshed and clear in your thoughts. All your enemies are dead. Just as he was about to leave, Ji Yinghong suddenly knelt down and said, "Big brother, I want to join your forces. I'm an ability of bird fruit peacock form. I just reached the copper skin realm. I don't know if I have a chance to follow you." Saying that, she even pulled her daughter Yao Kursen down on her knees with her. It's too hard for a woman to protect her daughter and put together a force in the end times. Even though she had tried so hard, her strength was still limited. When the crisis came, these strong men she had gathered would betray in an instant. So, instead of defending yourself against everyone, you should defect to this big guy. At the very least, the perk of a 95% discount on the redemption price is enough to make anyone's eyes glaze over. If my daughter can be seen by Aoxin, although she tried her best to protect her daughter, but now she also figured out that her daughter will eventually marry someone else, and what she can do to protect her is prioritized. Even if the person her daughter marries in the future will really be able to protect her, even if Aoxin has more than one woman, at least, she can keep her daughter safe. Besides, his face, body, and strength are all top-notch. If she was in Biancheng, Aoxin wouldn't mind taking her in, but this was the eastern part of the capital, and he was in a hurry to go to Mordor to kill the little devils. So what could these few people, even if they were collected, do? If you can come to Biancheng, I'll take you in. Aoxin finally said so. Ji Yinghong lamented in her heart. Her strength wasn't enough to move freely in and out of the tide of corpses, let alone while protecting her daughter. From here to Biancheng, the road is too far. Just as he was planning to leave again, Ao Chen suddenly whispered in his ear, "Brother, the jade on that girl's neck seems to be a treasure, but the sense is very weak. I'm so close, it's all a sporadic sensation, and, after a few steps back, the sense is completely gone." Treasure? Aoxin was surprised. Pre-apocalyptic jade was nothing more than jewelry. How precious could it be?
but it was bound to be extraordinary if it could make the doppelganger have a sense. He walked in front of Yaoko Xin. The girl's heart thumped. Big brother, this is looking at me? Show me your jade. What I ended up hearing was this. Jade? She was a little confused, but took off the jade she wore around her neck. Xin held it in his hand, the jade still carrying the girl's body heat. As for body odor, it was definitely not there. The lack of water in the post-apocalyptic world made it impossible to take a bath. So it would be good if it didn't stink. The jade was just ordinary jade that had not undergone any carving. Yet it was extremely lustrous. Although he didn't know jade, as soon as he held it in his hand, he had a feeling that it must be a good piece of jade. This piece of jade, he suddenly thought of certain rumors from his previous life. After the secret realm was opened, there were some places that required a token to enter. And this piece of jade was exactly the same as the piece of token that had been circulating in the Divine Providence network in his previous life. However, the holder of the token was not this young girl, and it was thought that in her previous life to the opening of the secret realm, she might have already died, and the trinket on her body might have changed owners many times. This piece of jade, I'll take it, Xin said bluntly, but it would be inconvenient to take it directly for nothing if these two people were to defect to themselves. I won't take it from you for nothing. I'll send you a devil fruit as payment. Xin signaled Ao Chen to take out a random fruit. Ao Chen picks and chooses, ringing thunder, she will not give out. Ancient species of plate-toothed rhinoceros, she is not willing to give out. That one can't be identified. It's impossible to give it out. In the end, she was between a Samoyed and an Alaskan, handing the Inuyasha fruit in Samoyed form to Xin. It's an Inuyasha fruit Samoan form. Xin said, if you don't want the fruit, I can also give you 100,000 points. Your choice. Ji Inghong immediately said, we want the fruit. Although it was a bit of a pity that it was only a normal species, but any devil fruit was precious. And that Chen Shua who had been looking for trouble with himself was only a normal species of the animal system. Her own peacock form, also a common species. However, she had already planned to give up the forces she had formed and take her daughter to Bianqing to join Xin. If her daughter obtained this fruit, the probability of them successfully reaching Bianqing would be greatly increased. Even if they didn't defect to Xin, a jade token was just a piece of jade. Exchanging it for a devil fruit was something they had earned no matter what. Okay, here you go. Delivering the devil fruit to Ji Inghong. Not waiting for Xin to leave, Ji Inghong immediately stuffed it into her daughter's mouth. And it was too late. How many people around them longed for this fruit? And once Xin left, they were likely to be robbed. The fruit was hard to eat, but Ji Inghong pinched her daughter's nose, forced the fruit in, and covered her mouth to prevent her from spitting it out. Ahem! It wasn't until Yao Kursen swallowed a mouthful of the pulp that she let go of her hand. Xin looked at this scene. This woman was not simple, able to hold up a power alone. Her talent, intelligence, and heart were all very good. If you're going to join me, I'll give you 30 minutes right now to head south and I'll keep an eye on the group. Xin decided to give her a chance. This group of people had the original Chen Shua's men and women, and those who would betray Ji Inghong once he left. These people might not spare Ji Inghong's mother and daughter. So, he let Ji Inghong's mother and daughter go ahead for 30 minutes. Thanks. Ji Inghong was also decisive, pulling up her daughter's hand and immediately running. It was only after 30 minutes that Xin transformed into a green dragon and left with Xiaobai and Ao Chen. Once he's gone, the two forces, both of which have lost their leader, get into a firefight over who will be the boss. Brother, that Chen Shua, is that the last enemy you mentioned? Above the clouds, Ao Chen grabbed Xion's dragon horn and whispered in his ear. When Xion was killing people, she kept silent until this moment, and only then did she ask about the doubts in her heart. Yes, the enemies of my past life have all been killed, and the knot in my heart is no longer there. Xion sighed, his heart soothed, and he couldn't help but let out a loud and clear dragon's roar that shook the 9 heavens. On the Bund of Mordor, a man with a scar on his face was organizing his manpower to resist the zombies. Hi-O Kuan, the Mordents are talking about rallying to crush us. What should we do? A lewd-looking youth's body suddenly transformed into a puddle of yellow, dodging a zombie's attack and quickly transforming into his original body with a slash. As he fought, he conferred with the leader, Scarface. Humph, it's the end times now. There are zombies everywhere. Can't they just assemble whenever they want? Those of us from Fusang originally lived close by and died at least 70% trying to gather together. They are so far away. Even if they came, how many of them would come over alive? There's no need to worry. Improving your strength is the best policy. He held a good fast sword Snow away. His face was reddish red, his nose was long, and a pair of black feathered wings were borne on his back. He also looked like an animal-type fruit ability person.
They expelled the Chinese to occupy the Bund of the Magic City, and had long thought about what consequences would be triggered. And the discussion on the Divine Providence Network is visible to them. But he wasn't the least bit worried. The Chinese are most fond of infighting. How can they really be united? If we come to fight us at this time, isn't it just doing others a favor? He was disdainful, turning to battle among the zombies with his sword. Magic City is a metropolis. The population is super large, but also the military is focused on protecting the target in the early stage. As a result, the zombies here are also extraordinarily vicious, second only to the capital. But even second only to the capital, the original most prosperous core area has been almost deserted. What Wu Shuang? What AOXIN? Once we've gained a foothold here, we'll be able to take over the whole of China. With a cold snort, he swung his sword down, and a flesh corpse was chopped in two with a single slash. At the mouth of the Yellow River, AOXIN stopped here to rest, also because Ao-chan sensed that there was a devil fruit here. On the beach, Ao-chan peeled back the sand and dug out a strangely shaped fruit from underneath, which was the devil fruit, growing in such a secretive place. No wonder no one noticed. After identifying it, it's a cat fruit ancient species brutal lion form. Little Morning, your luck has finally returned. Finally not a dog, and an ancient breed, the brutal lion, a large cat family from the Ice Age, is an extremely powerful fruit even among the ancient species, not in any way inferior to the saber-toothed tiger. That's right, how can it be a dog all the time? Our house is not a kennel. Previously, he had found 3 fruits in a row, all of which were the sled 3 fools, making Ao-chan not even know if he was too lucky or too bad. Now that this ancient species of brutal lion had appeared, she could finally stop doubting her doppelganger's abilities, including it in the hidden treasure space. Ao-chan took out fresh water. AOXIN exchanged for food. They rested in place, and after eating and drinking, they continued to travel south. In the wilderness of southern Jizhou, the 2 huskies had just killed 2 zombies that had wandered into the wilderness. And after exchanging some food from the god's gift space, Wei Mingxian disarmed his fruit ability and restored his person. Sa, do you think we're lost? What Little Yellow Hair originally thought was that by finding the Yellow River first, he would have a landmark, and then after crossing the Yellow River, he would be able to find his way to Biancheng. As a result, they ran for days without seeing the Yellow River. Woof, my stupid master, this wolf hasn't seen the Yellow River. Don't ask me. Hey, Little Yellow Hair sighed. Now I can't even distinguish between southeast and northwest. Maybe we are getting farther and farther away from Biancheng. Little Sa, woof, my stupid master. If you can't even do this little thing, what do I need you for? Hey, you can't go a day without cursing me? Wei Mingxuan's teeth clenched and creaked. Ever since he could understand the dog language, he realized that this dog day was going to curse himself in every sentence. He hated it so much that he wanted to make a dog stew out of Sa. Woof. A man and a dog leaning on each other as they exchange insults gradually drift off to sleep. Brother, I just asked Wu Shuang about their exact meeting place. Ao-chan sat on AOXIN's dragon head and entered the Divine Providence space to ask. Ask them what for? AOXIN said. It's just a bunch of brats. Brother will take you to directly destroy them all. There's no need to gather with that group at all. AOXIN did not intend to rendezvous with the others. It would be too troublesome. Besides, with his strength, one person was enough to wipe out the group. Ao-chan said, killing them directly would be too cheap. The little girl gritted her teeth. We'll make them suffer. AOXIN asked. What torture? A bunch of brats only. There is no need to waste too much time on them. If you want to torture the brats, when brother is stronger, he will take you to directly slaughter Fusan Island, and you can torture them however you want. Ao-chan shook his head and said, no, we can feed them to the zombies. Maybe we can even get a few more crystals. It's also considered waste utilization. That was a path he had not envisioned. The little girl's proposal makes sense. There are at least 1,000 little devils, so how can we get a few crystals out? Good idea. It's still my Chinchan who has the idea. Complimenting the little girl fiercely. The little girl was immediately happy. Ao-chan hurried with all his might and finally found the place where Wu Shuang and the others gathered on the last night before the duel. Along the way, relying on Ao-chan's ability, they found another devil fruit. This time it's more ordinary. Just animal system snake fruit boa form. It is also the same fruit of the 3 sisters of the Goel workers, Boa Sandarsonia. You can transform into a serpent with a powerful strangling strength. They were handed over to Ao-chan and put into the treasure space. Magic City, a place not far from the Bund. A large group of people were gathering here. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the sky. The crowd looked up, and a large-sized green dragon was stepping on a flaming cloud as it flew towards them. It's coming. Big brother Green Dragon is here. He's really here after all. With this big man, the little brats are dead. Wu Shuang raised his head, looked at the mighty and majestic green dragon. His heart suddenly beat a little. What a strong aura. How do I feel that he is stronger than me? To be intimidated by the enemy's aura before fighting, this was the first time for Wu Shuang. Even if it was a hairy corpse, he dared to go up and tough it out. Not long ago, in the center of the magic capital, a martial corpse also appeared. Although he didn't go to challenge it, he wasn't so shocked by it. The green dragon swooped down and the three figures landed on the ground. Who is he? So tall? 3 eyes? Is he Erlangshan? Xiao Bai landed in his human form, and with a height of more than 3 meters, coupled with his 3 eyes and ancient general's armor costume, he was even brighter than Aoxin. Many people thought of him as an empowered person in the form of Erlangshan, and even more so because of the beastly aura he carried with him. Many people were afraid to approach him. Ha! There's another beautiful girl? What a pretty girl! Big brother Qinglong brought her with him. Is she his girlfriend? Ao Chen was rarely photographed and her fame was extremely low because her battle power was not outstanding. Her image was not imposing, and she did not have the kind of control over the elements that Meng Kuei and Lu Xiao had. Ao Chen lifted his green dragon form and walked forward. I am Aoxin. Who is your leader? Wu Xuan was the first to step forward. It's me. But as soon as his words fell, 3 more people stepped forward. Since when is it you? Did you ask Lousy? If it weren't for fighting the little devils, I'd have gotten rid of goods like you long ago. Speak with your fists. I'm the strongest. They were not convinced by each other. They just held back from breaking out into conflict for the time being. Oxin was not surprised by this scene. Or rather, this was the normal situation. He scanned the crowd. I don't care which one of you is the leader. Now that I'm here, you're under my command for now. His dominance immediately triggered the dissatisfaction of these powerhouses. They were all capable people, and they were all daring people. So how had they ever been instructed like that? You? On what grounds? A burly man was the first to speak. Don't think you can pose just because you're called a big brother in that small city of yours. Phantom beast breed? I'm one too. Wu Shuang also came forward and stared at Aoxin. What? You didn't dare to take the promised bet? You want to escape in this way? Okay. I will give you this chance. Defeat me and I will listen to you. Another woman, as strong as a bear, looked at him fiercely. Listen to you? Fine. Sleep with me for 1 night and I'll listen to you for the next 2 days. Each of these powerhouses was unruly, and they were all arrogant people who had gathered a group of people. He was famous, but his name alone was not enough to be feared. I was going to just destroy the brats, but that would have been too cheap for them, so that's why I landed here. He was not the least bit moved by the aura of the 4 powerhouses. If it were not for their patriotism in coming here in a desperate attempt to kill the little devils, he would have cut them down just based on the fact that these people had spoken out of turn. I'll give you guys a chance to challenge me once, and if you dare to be reckless after that, don't blame me for being merciless. At the same time, my bet with Wu Shuang also applies to you all. No matter who can defeat me, I will serve him forever. He stood with his arms folded. In his eyes, these so-called strong people were nothing but dirt. Really? The woman who was as strong as a bear first brightened up. Not to mention Aoxin's own strength and fame, his handsome face and robust body alone were enough to make her move. Several other people were also interested in hearing this. Green Dragon, both in reality and in anime, represents a legend. It would undoubtedly be an extremely favorable thing if he could take this strong man under his wing. Aoxin nodded. Although I, Aoxin, have killed quite a few people, I am a man of my word and will not go back on my word. Yes, the bear-like woman was the first to speak. In that case, I also make the same promise as Wu Shuang. As long as you defeat me, not only will I listen to you during the battle with the little devils, but in the future, I, Li Mingming, will all look up to you. Don't think she's strong as a bear, but there's even a hint of a small family in her name. Seeing that the woman was so committed, the other 2 pondered for a moment and said the same. I, Wang Jia, am just like them. Me too. The last man, a dark, chubby man, spoke aloud, then felt bad enough to add his own name. My name is Yi Xiao. Of the 4 people, only 2 of them he had an impression of were Wu Shuang and Yi Xiao. In his previous life, Li Mingming and Wang Jie were most likely to die in battle against the little devils. Such a person, even after being reborn, he was willing to give more chances. Fine, get it together. I have to rest after beating you guys up. His words angered the crowd, and Wu Xuan was the first to step forward. All get out of the way. Since Aoxin has proposed this contest, then let's simply decide the leader tonight. The one who can outsmart everyone is the chief. I made the bet first. I'll go first in the first game. This approach of Aoxin was just what Wu Xuan wanted. If he could take this opportunity to take all of the strongest people present under his wing, he would be able to develop faster. In particular, AOXIN owned the Dragon Emperor merchant shop. He had researched for a long time, but he couldn't find out how to open a store in Divine Providence space and still have a discount. You can't. It's better to do it all together. AOXIN had his hands wrapped around his chest, and his overlord color emanated, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and those with average strength even had their legs trembling with the thought of kneeling down and submitting. What a strong bully color! Wu Xuan was horrified. The dominant and armed colors are different from the seeing colors. This ability relies on an aura of going forward without fear to gradually improve, but that rhetoric is too vague. Even with a lawless person like Wu Shuang, after redeeming the Overlord color cultivation method for so long, he had only managed to awaken. Most people, even if they redeem it, may never awaken. But AOXIN had no such worries. He had the gift of hegemonic genius. Even if he didn't cultivate, his three-colored hegemony would still grow automatically. Coupled with the fact that he had experience from his previous life, his comprehension of this kind of forward-thinking fearlessness was also more profound than others. That's why his dominant color is so strong. The strong Overlord color shocked the crowd as he blasted out with a black fist that drove the fist wind. Wu Shuang rushed to turn on his fruit ability. With a unicorn roar, golden scales grew on him. Its head, which was quite similar to AOXIN, was slightly different. He drew his long sword and held it with both hands, striving to chop at AOXIN's fist. He doesn't use fruit abilities? And no weapons? This was the opinion of the crowd of onlookers. However, only a few people, Wu Shuang, could feel the might contained in this punch. No wonder he's so cocky. Roar! Wu Shuang yelled, his feet having sunk into the earth. Kirin is the central divine beast. The five elements are earth. It is the king of the earth. As long as it stands on the ground, it can get a constant flow of energy from the earth. On the long blade, not only was it covered in black armed color hegemony, but there was also an earthy yellow blow. This blade was so powerful that even a zombie would fall silent under it. However, when the blade slammed into AOXIN's fist, an overwhelming force struck the blade. Wu Shuang only felt as if he had met a high mountain and his figure flew out uncontrollably. Bang! The powerful Qilin's body smashed the building behind him, and he looked at AOXIN with disbelief, his arms still trembling until this moment. One move. Just one move. AOXIN had used neither his fruit ability nor his weapon. Just the most mediocre flat A move that sent him flying. The crowd was horrified. And in the crowd, a young girl with a pretty face had a big glow in her beautiful eyes. So strong. Is this big brother Qinglong? She clenched her hands on the corners of her coat. AOXIN's invincibility made her worship. Wu Shuang lost this way? After blowing so wildly before, he couldn't even catch a single move from someone else. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but taunt, but it was immediately refuted back. What do you know? It's not that Wu Shuang is weak, but AOXIN is too strong. That slash of Wu Shuang's would have no problem splitting 100 of me to death. Exactly. There were still quite a few sober ones in the crowd. AOXIN is incredibly strong. I really don't know how he managed to do it. This blade of Wu Shuang's is by far the strongest attack I have ever seen from a human being. But in front of AOXIN, it's so unbearable. The three Li Ningning people were also greatly shocked. The three of them glanced at each other, and Yi Xiao yelled, "Together! Damn! I'm convinced, but I still want to see the difference with you." His legs transformed into springs, deeply pressing downwards, holding this large knife in his hands, borrowing the spring force of the springs, violently rushing towards AOXIN. It's the spring fruit of Bellamy the iguana. The fruit bears a striking resemblance to rubber in many ways, except that it can't be turned into the phantom beast species Nika, and is even more elastic than rubber. Li Ningning and Wang Jia were also subdued by AOXIN's punch. However, they were equally strong people who did not fear life and death, and they opened their fruit abilities and cooperated with Yi Xiao, attacking AOXIN on the left and right. Roar! The regal roar was frightening, and the burly, bear-like woman Li Ningning really turned into a majestic bear man. She held an Arlita homage wolfsbane in her hand and fought to slam into AOXIN. Around her, there were her men who consciously opened the role of narrator. Sister Li is a bear fruit ancient species bull-devouring bear form ability user. She is extremely strong in strength and defense, and once, with her strength, she stood up to a 2-star zombie with the copper skin realm. Cow-eating bears, also known as short-faced bears, were ferocious predators 2 million years ago. Next to Li Ningning, Wang Jie's body was also changing. He was likewise an animal-based ability. He grows feathers on his body, and his body and legs are like those of a dinosaur. But he is far more agile than T-Rex's Fongkoan. He is a dragon fruit ancient species velociraptor form ability. He held a Liang-fast sword in each hand and quickly circled around to AOXIN's flank, launching an attack alongside Yi Xiao and Li Ningning. A 3-sided attack? Not a bad tactic.
AOXIN admired these strong people who could rise in the end times, but it was only the first time they met and worked together for the first time, and they were able to make such a tacit cooperation. But that's about it. He kicked at Yi Xiao, who was the fastest. The right foot wrapped in armed color kicked out with the power of an arashikage. The two sides were frozen for a split second before Yi Xiao flew out backwards at a speed faster than he came, smashing out farther than Wu Shuang. Bam! His hands turned into springs and trembled madly, in rapidly unloading the force of AOXIN's blows on him. In the center of the battlefield, AOXIN retracted his right foot and launched both fists. In his eyes, even the velociraptor Wang Jie, who was known for his agility, was extremely slow, not to mention the bull-devouring bear Li Mingming, who was not known for his speed in the first place. If it was a normal fight, he might have avoided his opponent's attack and directly struck through his enemy's heart. But this battle wasn't about killing the enemy. He was going to defeat them in the most shocking way possible. Knock! Instead of avoiding the duo's blades, he struck hard on top of them as before. Wang Jie wanted to use his speed to avoid AOXIN's attack and then raid his flank. But the speed he was so proud of was worthless in front of AOXIN. Li Mingming had always prided herself on her strength, but now, she felt that her strength was so small in front of AOXIN. Bang! The two were equally knocked off their feet and crashed into countless buildings. Ahem! Wang Jie's defense was average, and this strike, although it only struck his blade, the force from the impact caused severe pain in his chest. Coughing desperately twice, he actually coughed up a trace of blood. He was horrified. This is still AOXIN does not intend to kill him. If this punch in his body will not be on the spot body fall? AOXIN closed his fist and stood, his invincible demeanor on display. There was silence in the arena, and no one dared to make a sound. The challenge is over, and anyone else who acts recklessly in front of me next will suffer the consequences. AOXIN scanned the crowd blandly, and Ao Chen stood beside him, his proud little head held high, as if it was himself who had been the one who had been so powerful just now. Xiaobai originally stood on the other side of AOXIN, but AOXIN quietly asked him to stand back and stand behind himself. It's just that White is so tall that standing next to himself steals his thunder. Wu Shuang stood up from the ground. After this moment of rest, he also slowed down, and the blood in his body that had been beaten by AOXIN to the point of churning gradually calmed down. His face was complicated. The man who had always thought highly of himself was knocked out of his confidence by this punch. Did they, indeed, start the end times at the same time? But his heart was high and proud. He could kill in a fit of rage, or he could take by trickery. But the only thing he said to himself was that he must practice what he preached. In his own words, it's the only bottom line he has left as a human being. Slowly stepping in front of AOXIN, he said word for word, I lost. I admit it. From now on, I, Wu Shuang, will only look up to you, AOXIN. With a bang, he knelt down on one knee and shouted, Boss AO. Wu Shuang requests for submission. AOXIN looked sideways. This Wu Shuang is really a man. Dare to say it and dare to admit it. This point is very good. Along with Wu Shuang's allegiance, Li Mingming, Wang Jie, and Yi Xiao also came forward with complex faces. Whether they want to recognize it or not, how can they convince the public in the future if they backtrack in full view of the public? Moreover, with AOXIN's strength, if they dared to deny it, they were afraid that they would be killed on the spot. Li Mingming / Yi Xiao / Wang Jie, willing to serve Boss AO. After the four of them had pledged their allegiance, those who were brought by them also rushed forward to pledge their allegiance. The people who rushed here were naturally more than these four forces, only that the four of them had temporarily overpowered the others. Now that even these four strongest people had obeyed, how could they dare to resist? Moreover, by joining AOXIN's forces and receiving a 95% discount on the internal preferential exchange price, many people would have wanted to directly rely on AOXIN. Now that the water is in the right place, following the four Wu Shuang people directly to change the door. Aha! AOXIN faintly responded. It's late today. Rest first. Tomorrow listen to my arrangements and act in unison. There was supposed to be a housing area here, but the building was pretty much destroyed and didn't accommodate everyone. After AOXIN memorized this location, he directly brought Ao Chen and Little White to find another resting spot. As usual, he broke the stairs to the roof. Ao Chen took out fresh water. He exchanged it for food, and the three of them ate dinner, entered the Divine Providence space, restocked their Dragon Emperor stores, and browsed through the recent news again. When AOXIN left with the people, one person in the crowd taunted another youth. Zhuosi, aren't you also a phantom beast species? Why don't you dare to go on? The youth known as Zhuosi's face was ugly. Before he was still unconvinced by Wu Shuang and the others. However, the moment Wu Shuang went all out, he could see that he was by no means an opponent, so he quietly retreated back. Even Wu Shuang 4 people surrounded and lost. He went up as not for nothing? In the southern part of Jizhou, 2 huskies were wandering around like headless flies. After killing a meat corpse with 1 claw, Wei Mingxian said to Xiao Sa, "Sa, we must be lost. I know that town we just passed. It's west of our house. So let's say we wandered around a lot and went west." "Woof, my stupid master. You really don't let this woof save you." Hey, little yellow hair wasn't even in the mood to tussle with Sa. After leaving that town, he thought he had found the right direction, but he still hadn't seen the Yellow River. "I don't know where I've run off to again." The 2 huskies sulked around, and suddenly, Sa stopped. "Woof, my foolish master, there's a human scent." "Humans?" The husky with a handful of yellow hair on top of his head sniffs vigorously. No, although he possessed a husky form, his sense of smell was still not as good as a real husky, especially since the dog had eaten a devil fruit and also exchanged his tricolor hegemony, and now his sense of smell was stronger than before. "Woof, my foolish master, follow me." The 2 dogs scampered off in one direction, and soon they saw 2 women sitting under a large tree. "Woman, oh Sa, there really is someone. It looks like a beautiful woman." He couldn't contain his excitement. After so long in the end times, all the beautiful women he had seen were either mutilated or turned into zombies. It was hard to see 2 women of such high quality, and he was happy. "Woof, my stupid master, beware of the karma waste." The excited little yellow hair immediately stopped moving forward. Sa was right. There must be something wrong with the sudden appearance of 2 women in the middle of nowhere. Unlocking his fruit powers and returning to his human body, the little yellow hair carefully walked over. "Hello, beautiful." He stopped 5 meters in front of the 2 women, a distance that was enough for him to react as long as he wasn't a pervert like the boss. Little Sa was also at his side and back, keeping a close eye on the 2 women, ready to back up his stupid master who couldn't walk away from the sight of a beautiful woman. "Get out!" Ji Yinghong coldly grunted, her hand already pressed on top of the hilt of the meow knife under her body. As long as this little yellow hair dared to come 1 step closer, she would unsheath her knife. Yao Kurson also tightly grasped one of the long knives that her mother had exchanged for her, wary of the youth in front of her. "I am the Honorable Red Dog Knight Wei Mingxian. May I ask the names of the 2 of you?" He secretly marveled. These 2 in front of him looked like a pair of sisters? Good quality sisters. If he catches this and offers it to the boss, if he rewards him with something, he'll be rich. With these thoughts spinning in his mind, he eyed the swords in the hands of these 2 men and took a tentative step forward. "Get out!" Ji Yinghong uttered a warning for the second time, the long sword in her hand already sheathed. The blade flashed, pointing straight at Wei Mingxian. Why do you have to be so rough, beautiful woman? It's not easy to survive in the post-apocalyptic world, so let's make a companion to improve our survival rate, right?" Wei Mingxian accompanied with a smile, and his hand had also pressed on the hilt of his own blade. Ji Yinghong frowned. She didn't know what this little yellow hair was up to, but what else would a man's thoughts be after seeing a beautiful woman besides that? She was confident in her looks, and although she was half-aged, she could still charm a large number of youngsters, and she was even more confident in her daughter's looks, which were practically the same as when she was young, and pure and lustful. May I ask what man would not be moved by the sight of such a woman? Oh, there seemed to be one, and Aoxian's figure came to her mind. Aoxian, the green dragon. What kind of person is he? With her control of people's hearts, she could be sure that Aoxian indeed did not have a single evil thought towards their mother and daughter at that time, and there were really few men like that. But this little yellow hair in front of her was not that kind of person. She clearly saw the greed in the yellow hair's eyes. That look was all too familiar to her. Keeping up a stalemate wasn't an option, and she decided to make a preemptive strike. With a flash of the blade, she suddenly stormed up, aiming straight at little yellow hair's throat. Wei Mingxian had experienced the polishing of the end times, so how could he not guard against her? Just at the moment Ji Yinghong stormed up, he directly turned on his fruit ability and transformed into the human animal form of a husky, drew the long sword at his waist, and blocked Ji Yinghong's attack in time. Dang! Ji Yinghong's ability to gather a team and serve as its leader naturally relied on more than just her beauty. Her strength and talent were also excellent. However, she did not turn on her fruit ability, and the slash was still blocked by little yellow hair. But little yellow hair wasn't alone. Oh no! Not alone as a dog. With a low growl, little Sa leapt up and lunged towards Ji Yinghong. Yao Kurson was not a flower in a greenhouse even though she had been well protected by her mother. Drawing her knife to meet her, she would block the red dog. However, Xiao Sa suddenly transformed into a fiery flame, splitting away from her blade in advance, crossing over her and pouncing on Ji Yinghong. Mom! Watch out! Surprisingly, it was a rare natural system, and she suddenly remembered a man and a dog that were notorious in the Divine Providence space some time ago. The dog,
Who ate the burnt fruit? Seems to be a red-haired husky as well? Because she had been harassed by Chen Shua, she didn't have much time to enter the Divine Providence Network to pay attention to the outside world's news, and she had only heard people talk about this matter. I didn't expect to meet my mother here. Mom? Wei Mingxian was surprised. I thought it was a sister flower, but it turned out to be a mother and daughter? This auntie is well maintained. TSK. Mother and daughter. It's even more exciting after this dedication to Big Brother, isn't it? What will Big Brother reward me with? This messy thought of his. It will be split. Ji Yinghong, a knife mist, also has open fruit ability. Voluptuous peacock appeared. She a knife to pick open Wei Mingxuan's shoulder flesh. Taking advantage of Wei Mingxuan's backward effort, immediately blade entangled in the armed color chopped to the side of the attacking Xiaosha. Woof! A mouthful of fiery flames erupted from Siza, and the dog's paws were covered in armed color hegemony as well. The flames scorched the feathers on Ji Yinghong's arms, adding to the searing pain she felt, but her slash also knocked Koza out of the air. All of them are able-bodied? Wei Mingxuan's shoulder bled as he looked at the mother and daughter with a grave expression. Sure enough, if you dare two people to walk, you are bound to be extraordinary. Oh woof! Sa stood at his side, staring intently at the other man. Although Ji Yinghong had awakened her armed color, it wasn't too strong, and he was confident that he could fight his opponent to a standstill. However, his own stupid master is in danger. He was at best a tie with that little girl. Ji Yinghong shook off the burnt feathers on her hand and looked at the burnt skin on the back of her hand, which she had defended with her armed color just in time. Otherwise, the whole arm would have been burned away. His own armed color was still too weak to completely ignore nature-based attacks. She kept a close eye on Sa. The dog was stronger than the yellow one, but it was obvious that the yellow one was the master, and she was going to look for an opportunity to kill the yellow one first. Oh woof! My stupid master. We might not be able to do it. Why don't we retreat first? Xiao Sa whispered to Wei Mingxian. Wei Mingxian didn't have any good ideas. After thinking about it, he suddenly put away his sword and laughed. Two beauties. How dangerous it is in the middle of nowhere. Why don't you join my big brother? With your skill, you will definitely be able to be reused at my big brother's place. He originally wanted to say that with your beauty, but for fear of being rejected outright, he turned to praising their strength. No need. Mom and I have already defected to a big brother. If you dare to hurt us, our boss will definitely beat you to death. Your big brother can't protect you either. Yao Kursen in her Samoyed human beast form opened her mouth crisply. She was covered in white fur. Even her hair had turned white, and on top of her head was a pair of fluffy white dog ears that were adorable. Some sort of XP suddenly awakened in the little yellow hairs watching. The white-haired beast-eared lady. His eyes went straight as he watched. But the other party dared to say that their own big brother was inferior to their boss? It was intolerable. Humph. Your boss is nothing. A piece of shit in front of my big brother. The young girl was also energized. My boss is invincible in the world. Killing your big brother is like slaughtering a dog. Hey, I'm so grumpy. Little yellow hair became angry. Don't think that I wouldn't dare to beat you up just because you look cute. I was going to introduce you to my big brother, but now it seems that you're not worthy. What is your big brother? How can he be worthy of me? I'll be damned. The two of them just cursed, and the more they cursed, the more energized they became, and later on, cursed all over their faces, and had reached the point where they couldn't help but go to war again. Ji Yinghong, on the other hand, and Sa, a man and a dog, stared at each other in confrontation. Do you know who my big brother is? Do you know who my boss is? Who is it? Little yellow hair grunted in exasperation and defiance. The young girl was also shivering with anger. My boss is Aoxin, the big brother of the green dragon. Can your big brother be compared to the big brother of the green dragon? My big brother. Hey! Little yellow hair suddenly froze. Wait, who's your boss? Big brother Qinglong. Aoxin. The young girl declared loudly, her voice already a little hoarse from the little yellow hair she had been arguing with for a while. Scared? Hurry up and apologize to me and my mom. Otherwise, if my boss finds out that you bullied us, he will definitely kill both you and your big brother. Wei Mingxian blinked as he looked down and said to Xiao Sa. Xiao Sa, she said that her boss is the green dragon big brother. Did you hear that? Woof. My stupid master. This woof is not deaf. Hey ha 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 ha. Little yellow hair suddenly laughed. It's all family. Family. Big water washes away the Dragon King's temple. But Ji Yinghong's mother and daughter were still nervously wary of him. Who is family with you? Hearing the name of my boss. Afraid? Little yellow hair laughed. What are your names? I'll confirm it. Truth be told, my elder brother is also Dragon Emperor Aoxin. Aoxin just stores up a Dragon Emperor's name. He has not called himself a Dragon Emperor. Small yellow hair directly to him on the honorific. So go out to pretend to have force. Your big brother is also a green dragon, big brother? The young girl's eyes were full of disbelief as she said, my mom's name is Ji Inghong, and I'm Yao Kurson, so go ahead and ask. I'm going to ask the big brother to confirm it as well. Ji Inghong nodded to her, and the young girl's consciousness entered the divine gift space. Wei Mingxian made eye contact with Xiao Sa and asked Xiao Sa to keep an eye on the two women across the street, and he also entered the divine providence space to ask Aoxin. Magic City. Aoxin is watching the recent news. Suddenly received two messages. Clicked to see. Is Wei Mingxian and Yao Kurson. Big brother. There's a yellow-haired guy named Wei Mingxian with a red dog. He said you're his big brother. Is that true? Oh yeah. That dog also ate the burnt fruit. Big brother. I met a pair of superb mothers and daughters. One is called Ji Inghong and the other is called Yao Kurson. They said you are their boss. I don't know if they lied to me. Aoxin underestimated. How did these four run into each other? According to the theory, the little yellow hair should be not far away from Biancheng. How would it meet with Ji Inghong mother and daughter? After sending both of them separate and definite replies, he exited the shrine space with the intention of sleeping. In Jizhou, the three men and one dog who received Aoxin's affirmative reply were wide-eyed. So what? It's all a misunderstanding. Together? The next day, as the sun rose, everyone who was preparing to attack the Bun to expel the brats was in position. As I said yesterday, just decapitating them would be too cheap. So waste away. Aoxin stood at the front of the group and lectured. Any creature that eats zombie meat without turning necrotic can be transformed into a crystalline beast. The crystal beast's brain will be swallowed by the crystalline body. A piece of crystalline body that promotes the development and awakening of the ability fruit. Aoxin popularized their knowledge about crystal beasts. It is now less than 3 months since the end times began, and no one has yet discovered the secret. Is this the common crystal core in post-apocalyptic novels? Wang Jia exclaimed. No wonder when I killed the zombies and went to pull out their heads, I ended up with nothing. So it's in this so-called crystal beast. Thanks to the online writing industry, the vast majority of people know that in the post-apocalyptic world, there are crystals in the heads of zombies. In the other world, magical beasts have crystal cores inside. So many people have gone to dig through the heads of walkers after killing them, only to be disappointed to find that there is nothing inside. Some thought it might be because the regular walkers were too low in rank. But strong people like Wu Shuang also tried to pull out flesh corpses and zombies, and the result was still nothing. Only now do I realize that this setting requires a different trigger. Boss, does it only work on ability users? Can it help level up? Some people are whimsical and want to take this shortcut, but the realm of strength is actually the strength of the hegemony, and this awakening crystal doesn't help raise the hegemony. Bullying, an extension of physical strength, is an outward expression of physical fitness. The first divine gift stage is the process of forging the body. Can't. Aoxin said bluntly. I'll cripple them. You'll be responsible for feeding them zombie meat, killing the ones that turn necrotic, and locking up and cultivating the ones that succeed in mutating into crystals. Although he had become ruthless, even after he was reborn, he had no intention of using human bodies as petri dishes, and that was the last thing on his conscience. But kid, this thing doesn't count as a human being. He doesn't have the slightest psychological burden. The group had no objection to his arrangement. Indeed, direct killing is too cheap for this group of brats. It is necessary to make them into crystallized people. Waste and use. This is my sister, Ao Chan, and this is my brother, Ao Shanjun. You guys listen to their command. I'll be responsible for crippling all the little devils. He introduced Ao Chan and Xiaobai all over, but Ao Chan refused to comply. No brother, I also want to fight the little devils. Those who are weak, let me fight, okay? Also type. With him there, his sister was in no danger, and he agreed to Ao Chen's request. Xiaobai has little hatred for his family and country, and it doesn't matter to him whether he kills the brats or not, so he takes on the role of commanding the crowd. Boss Ao, although I'm not as strong as you, I still have no problem beating up a few rookies. Please let me join the fight as well. Wu Shuang also immediately requested to fight. Before the end of the world, he was a cynic, and he had watched Bright Sword for an unknown number of times, and once fantasized that if he could be reborn into that era, he would also join the ranks of killing the enemy. Now, although the dream of dominating the southeast is shattered, the obsession to kill the little devils remains. Could be, for such patriotic feelings, Aoxin will not refuse. Seeing that Wu Shuang's request was successful, Li Mingming and the others also asked for battle. They traveled all the way through the tide of corpses and died an unknown number of deaths to get here. Not to kill the brats? The boss can be left out, but the brats can't be left out. Seeing the crowd's high emotions, Aoxin knew that his original plan would not work. He could naturally use force to overpower the crowd, but there was no need. This is a sentiment that should be encouraged. Good. I will cripple those Fusang powerhouses as soon as possible. Wu Shuang, you few strong ability users, also take care of some people around you. The plan has changed. All join the battle. Thanks, Boss AO. Long live the boss. What he didn't realize was that with such a simple shift in decision, the group's loyalty to him had risen quite a bit. All watch out. Don't get anyone killed straight away. No double to the group he led roared. AO boss, get crippled and strong. Those Fusang people are not enough to be feared, but don't get caught in the gutter. Yes. Don't worry, Brother Wu. Ha. I'm going to watch these motherfuckers turn into corpses, or turn into the kind of crystals that the boss said. See? This is my grandfather's military medal from the war. Damn it. I can lose everything, but this is the only thing I always carry with me. If the old man is alive, he can see that his grandson didn't dishonor the Zhao family. A young man had a stale medal on his lapel. It was the most cherished thing in a youth's life. Aoxin led this group of people straight to the Bund. Because of the gathering of the Fuso people, here, too, a number of zombies roam and attack their gathering places. Aoxin didn't take a detour. In order to save time, he directly entered his Dragon Man form, took off the steel whip on his back, and killed straight into the group of zombies. Go! Keep up! With a roar, Wu Shuang also transformed into the human beast form of a Qilin, a golden luster enveloping his entire body. He stepped on the earth, the power of earth surging into his body, drew his sword out and followed Aoxin to kill. Kill! Li Mingming transformed into a bull devouring bear and struck with a wolf toothstick in a wide-open manner. Unusual zombies and flesh corpses were instantly broken bones under her stick. Ha, I'm coming too. You guys take care of yourselves. I'm going to kill in first. Yi Zhao's legs transformed into springs and fiercely pressed down, and then he shot out like a loaded bullet, waving his sword towards the zombie. Wang Jia was not that reckless. Velociraptors were not known for their strength, and he led the men under his command, gradually advancing. Anyone who could traverse the many obstacles to gather here was not weak. Those with abilities, naturally, were not the only four of them. Zhuo Si, who had previously defied Wu Shuang, was also an illusory beast species ability person, and although he had conceded in front of Aoxin, he was instantly magnificent on this occasion. He let out a long whistle, and his body quickly changed, also turning into a human beast form. His head was like a vicious dog, with a lion-like mane on his neck, and on top of his head, a unicorn horn, which looked, well, rather menacing. Drawing his belt knife, he led the way, and on the blade, a strange black energy flowed, and as he sliced through the zombie's body, it seemed that some sort of power flowed back into his torso along with this energy. He was powerful in his abilities, but his dominance was not as strong as Li Mingming and the others, and he followed closely behind Aoxin, and did not have the arrogance to kill out on his own. Beside Aoxin, followed by Ao Chen and Xiao Bai on the left and right, they decimated the zombies that Aoxin missed one by one. The steel whip danced, and these zombies, which were no taller than hairy corpses, all shattered their bones in his hands. At the forefront of the tide of corpses, a group of Fusang people were all a bit alarmed when they heard the clutter of voices outside. Hi-O Kuan, they're really killing us. The tide of zombies that gave Wu Shuang and the others and the Fusang people a headache were nothing but ants in Aoxin's eyes. With him as the arrowhead, the tide of corpses was really like waves opening up and rolling, not hindering him at all. Now if you wanted to give him a hindrance, you would have to be at least a monster of the level of a martial corpse. This wave of corpses was quickly overwhelmed by the back and forth attack, and Aoxin led the crowd to stand in front of the Fusang people. You're that green dragon fruit ability? Hyangsuk stared closely at Aoxin. The oppressive feeling this Chinese legendary powerhouse gave off was just too strong. One's previous judgment, perhaps, was wrong. Aoxin also looked at him. This Ping Yosuke, he knew that in his previous life, although he was killed by Wu Shuang, led the crowd. But when Wu Shuang forces and the people also told the details of this battle, among them, there was information related to some of the Fuso people's abilities. First of all, there's this leader, Haraniasuk, who is the fruit of man phantom beast species Big Tengu form ability. Secondly, there's Yusukari Inoue, who is a rare nature-based ability, Shaojo fruit. As the name suggests, he can turn into one superhuman type thorn fruit ability. The others are animal type. The ones he remembered were animal lineage bird fruit ancient species appalling bird form, dragon fruit ancient species side dragon form, bug fruit water bear worm form, Inuyasha fruit Shiba Inu form. There should have been more than these 6 ability users, but he couldn't remember the others. What impressed him the most was not Haraniasuk, the phantom beast species of the Big Tengu, but the Shaojo fruit and the water bear worm. One relies on the ability to split early with its elementalization to be able to effectively dodge damage, and it shows ability to still be extremely nasty. Although only a common species, this creature has survived on the blue planet for 500 million years. It's comparable to an ancient species. Moreover, its tenacity made it extremely difficult for that ability to be killed. He is said to be one of the few people with the ability to not be infected by the zombie virus. However, these people were all hot chickens in front of Aoxin. Not bothering to talk to this group of people, he raised his steel whip and knocked it down. Haraniasuk was shocked and rushed to block it. Bang! A gaping hole was made in the taijutsu of Ryo rapid blade level in Hyasuk's hand. The blade was knocked down, and the steel whip smashed his right arm. But that wasn't all. In an instant Aoxin struck 2 more attacks, first breaking his other arm, and then, smashing his spine. Hyasuk fell to the ground without a fight, only his head still moving. Why is he able to be so strong? Why didn't he kill me? He knew that he had lost the battle, but he also had some blood, refused to be humiliated, and immediately bit off his tongue, wanting to kill himself. However, biting your tongue does not kill yourself. Combined with the strong vitality of his phantom beast species, it only added to the pain in vain. Whoa whoa whoa! He tried to curse, but his tongue had been bitten off by himself and he couldn't utter any complete words. After Aoxin wasted Hyasuk, his movements did not stop and his next target was aimed at Inoue Yusuke. This one's nature-based abilities were too disgusting, and he didn't want to get covered in shit. Shave! Instantly arriving in front of Yusuke Inoue, he had just been elementalized in his horror when a mouthful of hot breath ignited his body. Although Aoxin could hit him directly with his armed color, that was too disgusting, and he didn't want to get a steel whip on show. So, with this one, it's better to just kill it with elemental abilities. The stench of roasted shit wafted through the air. This one deserved to be a show fruit ability, and the show it created was a rare stench in the world. But these elementalized show were able to dodge physical attacks though, and were instantly roasted dry before the flames. He took human form and fell to the ground, black gas coming out of his mouth. Obviously more out of breath than in. Boom! Another mouthful of roaring thunder shattered its head. Nature-based abilities are not good for catching without a hellscream. Even if you catch him, you can't prevent him from escaping. The bottom line, of course, is that this one is disgusting. 2 of Fusan's strongest people died in an instant. And Aoxin was about to go and kill the other ability users when he heard Wu Shuang yell, "Boss Ao, leave this to me." He fully utilized the power of the earth and pounced on the ancient species of Scythe Dragon form ability user as fast as he could. The Kirin's divine might was overwhelming. The long blade chopped down fiercely, and that Fusang met it with a scythe-like sharp claw, then took 2 steps back, but finally resisted Wu Shuang's attack. Aoxin glanced at him. This person was quite powerful, but he was not yet a match for Wu Shuang. He crisscrossed the crowd, his steel whip slamming down quickly as one Fuso-man after another had their arms broken and spines wasted. With him leading the way and taking the lead to waste these ability users, Li Mingming and the others were really like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing the Fusan people with fear and trepidation. Ao Chen entered the Duobao Mouse human hand form and wandered through the crowd with great speed. Her steel blade chopped down one after another, directly cutting off the limbs of the little kids in front of her and turning them into human sticks. She was meant to be a kind maiden, but kind, not for use with these brats. A single overlord flower emerged from the ground and swallowed a Fuso-man in his mouth. However, and Nan did not kill these brats directly, but threw them down after corroding off their limbs through the corrosive liquid of the overlord flower. Soon, the Fuso people broke down psychologically, and someone shouted, "I surrender! Don't kill me! I surrender!" However, surrendering was useless, and he was thrown out by Zhou Si, who chopped off his limbs from the rear. "You guys win! We quit the bund! We concede!" Someone tries to negotiate with them, but no one listens to his bullshit, and Mingli smashes his lumbar vertebrae with a bat. "Devils! You are all devils! Is there any humanity or morality left? Baka! Cruel Chinese! You will be punished!" They cursed, but no one paid any attention. Cruel? Aoxin knew that this group of people could do more than just hijack the bund to expel the Chinese. They also captured a number of Chinese people, tying up their bodies and using them as bloody obstacles, while they themselves hid behind them to kill the zombies. Many other young girls were abused and killed by them. With the advent of the end times, they reverted to the bestiality of their ancestors, and all kinds of cruelty were used on the nearby Chinese. Even the kind-hearted people of Mordor who had initially helped them were used by this group of wolves to kill them. They took pleasure in this, laughing and describing this great achievement, imagining the future occupation of China and accomplishing the great work that their ancestors had not accomplished. These videos of mutilations were also deliberately spread by them to taunt the Chinese. Therefore, how could anyone in China show any mercy to them? Anyone who dares to show mercy will be treated as a traitor. After Aoxin wasted a few of the strongest people, he stopped making any more moves. These little devils couldn't make waves anymore. When the last Fuso fell, he slowly walked over to Hyasuk, grabbed him by the hair, and lifted his head up. White, cut a piece of zombie meat. He never said a word to the brats from start to finish, neither mocking nor abusing them. That wasn't necessary. Nothing worked as well as direct action, and he'd never been one to enjoy a show of words. Salbai sliced off a piece of the flesh corpse's thigh with the feather chop, and when he came to Aoxin, he sliced off another small piece and shoved it down Hyasuk's throat. Whoa! Vomit! Haraniasuk's face paled in anger. He thought about these Chinese people would torture him, would kill him, but it never occurred to him that these Chinese people were feeding him zombie meat. The fishy stench of the zombies made him gag, but it was forced down his throat by prying his mouth open. And then, Aoxin lifted his head and paused downward to swallow the body parts. Gollum! The feeling of nausea no longer mattered at this point, and Haraniasuk felt dizzy as the zombie virus exploded inside him. But he was not weak and not so easily infected. His face was pale but still necrotic. Aoxin's eyes lit up. This one's got something. He was busy saying to White, cut another piece. Another piece of meaty corpse's thigh meat was stuffed into Hyasuk's stomach. The scene was a sight to behold, and those Fuso people who had been crippled were terrified. Kill me. Kill me. I don't want to eat walkers. You devils. We lose and admit when we are killed. Isn't this practice unconscionable? The Fusang people were broken limbs and lumbar vertebrae, wailing in agony on the ground. And at this moment, there were those who begged for mercy, those who begged to be killed, and those who cursed angrily. Don't just stand there. Feed them. Oxin lazy in these people theory, scolding them are too much trouble, directly instructed his men to start the Crystal People training program. You beasts, you still want to die a painful death? I poo. Li Mingming spat a mouthful of old spit in the face of a Fusionese ghost as she growled. Xiao Chang, go cut me a piece of zombie meat. I haven't seen a crystallized human yet. And then, Wu Shuang, Wang Jia, Yi Xiao, Zhuo Si, and Nan and the others either arranged for their men to cut the meat or personally dragged the zombie corpses over themselves and force-fed the meat into the mouths of these Fusangs. Nei, brother Wu, this Fusang bitch is good looking. It's too wasteful to feed her directly to the zombies. Why don't you stay and let the brothers have a good time? It's not too late to feed her zombie meat at the end. Just as the people were following Aoxin's orders and pulling in the zombie corpses to feed to the brats, a middle-aged man rubbed his hands together and said so to Wu Shuang, pointing at the Fuso woman in front of him. Snap! Wu Shuang instantly smacked a big mouth. The motherfuckers think about women all day long. How many of our compatriots have been victimized by these bastards? The boss told us to feed them zombies. And you're still thinking about the lower half of your body? What time is it? You want to do something like this? Damn if you can't help it. I'll let you fuck her when she's necrotic. He cursed and kicked this person over. When he saw Aoxin looking over, he was shocked. Now that Aoxin was the boss, would he go too far with this performance? He was busy saying to Aoxin, Brother Ao. Aoxin waved his hand and said lightly, it's alright. Physiological needs are understandable. There are more than this batch of little devils in China. I'll get you some letdowns later. Now work first. These men who follow him are human beings, not NPCs, so how can they possibly erase someone's physical needs? Especially, in the post-apocalyptic world, the mortality rate of women is far higher than that of men. And with so many men and so few women, there's simply nowhere to give vent to their desires. There was no way he would allow these men to scourge the women under his command, so he would have to ravage the Fae. The man who had been slapped and kicked by Wu Shuang hurriedly climbed up to thank Aoxin, pulled out his belt knife to cut off the flesh of the zombie and shoved it hard into this woman's throat. Vomit! The woman dry heaved, but was unable to vomit as she was choked. The zombie flesh entered her stomach. Her constitution was not as strong as Haraniasuk's, and it was only a matter of seconds before necrotic spots appeared on her body. Roar! The skin and flesh fell off, and her still pretty face instantly became ugly. She was already necrotic. Madaka! The necrotic Fusang woman only roared out a single sound before she was killed by Wu Shuang with a single slash, and after that, sliced off her body to feed another Fusang. This scene, in the eyes of the Fusionese, is like hell, and these Chinese people are all evil spirits. But Aoxin and the others didn't see it that way. They felt that they were the messengers of justice, punishing the descendants of demons. Roar! Another necrotic roar. Aoxin sighed. Hyasuk, who had placed unlimited hope, still failed to carry the zombie virus and turned necrotic. Raising his steel whip and smashing his head, he allowed White to drag his corpse to the water bear worm form ability. This fruit, which is extremely resistant to elemental attacks, a zombie virus of the same order would not be able to infect it.
IOXIN guessed that the probability of this person crystallizing was infinitely close to 100%. White cut the meat after him as he pried the man's mouth open. And after White shoved the meat in, he took a steel whip and poked it inside. Vomit. Whether it's disgusting or not is another story. This type of feeding would make any human being dry heave. Ahem. This person was choking on snot and tears, and he didn't bother to scold AOXIN. And in his mind, he thought, disgusting us with zombie meat? Humph. I'm in water bear bug form, and my virus resistance is extremely strong. When I find a chance to escape, I will definitely take revenge later. It's just zombie meat. Fucking old man would consider it sacred beef. He came and swallowed as much of the zombie meat that AOXIN fed into him as he could. Later, AOXIN also found out about his cooperation and stopped stabbing inside with the steel whip. After eating in a dozen or so pieces one after another, his face changed rapidly and his eyes became scarlet. Roar! Roar! A low roar rang out, and a slight sheen shone on his skin, but there were no necrotic spots. It's done! AOXIN was overjoyed. Sure enough, the probability of this person crystallizing was high. His eyes were like a pair of jewels as he fought to resist. This is the result of the ego consciousness being stripped by the brain field crystals and a new consciousness not yet created. But his limbs and lumbar vertebrae were broken, and even if they were crystallized, they wouldn't be able to heal in a short period of time without the zombie virus replenishing them. AOXIN stomped on him and entered the divine providence space to redeem a large chain at the level of a great quicksilver, threading up his loot bone and breaking his thoracic vertebrae with a whip, leaving him completely paralyzed. The first crystallized man managed to appear. Roar! Roar! The field is filled with the roars of zombies, not many of which can resist the zombie virus and crystallize. However, this group of zombies were often instantly decimated by those around them just as they were necrotic. An hour later, all the Fuzangs had been dealt with. There were only 63 people who had successfully changed into crystallized people. All the others were decapitated after their corpses turned. Boss, mission accomplished. Wu Shuang was the first to speak up. If you can't be the boss, can't you still be under one person? AOXIN nodded his head and redeemed a few more large chains at the level of the great quicksilver, chiseling through the crystallized man's peepa bones and stringing them all together, and give the chain to Wu Shuang and the others. In this battle, because of his presence, there was not a single casualty on his side. However, how to arrange these people has become a new challenge. He naturally couldn't bring them all back to Biancheng. The long distance was inconvenient, not to mention too much of a waste of time. Although you guys have defected to me, it's not too realistic to bring you all back to Biancheng City. I'm planning to form a second secure base here. You guys are locals, do you have any good suggestions? He voiced his thoughts, and the key elements of building a secure base. Most importantly, the water source. Li Mingming stepped forward and said, if the water source, it would be the Huangpu River. This group of Fusong people sees the bund, is to see the nearby Huangpu River, can have a water supply? I have to say, this group of brats have smart people. The place Wu Shuang grabbed is actually on the banks of the Huangpu River as well. As for the others, they came from all parts of the Magic City. My station, too, is near the Huangpu River, so why don't you form a base at my place? Wu Shuang wanted to take advantage of the situation first, but how could the others not see what he was thinking? The situation is just fine on this outer bank occupied by the kitties, and they've laid part of the foundation, so it's better to build a secure base here, Li Mingming suggested. OOXIN quietly listened and let Li Mingming and the others discuss. He was not familiar with the local terrain, so he did not intervene. However, the establishment of the base also need to see floorstone mixed into the building materials to strengthen the hardness of the base building. It is best to find a region that produces sea floorstone, able to get materials nearby. After thinking about it, he entered the Divine Providence space and looked at his Dragon Emperor's shop, which was already half sold again. Now there are 110 million points on the books. Except for those 3 times in the beginning, the selling is slower after that, but the speed of points accumulation is still amazing. He took out 80 million points to exchange for a demonizing potion, first eliminating the side effects of his fruit, and then, all the remaining points were exchanged for goods to replenish the shelves. Demonizing potions aren't really potions, they're just a term of endearment. The moment he completed the redemption, a cool power appeared in his body, like a pair of soft, boneless little hands doing an in-body massage for him. Completely different from the pain he felt when fusing the bloodline factor. This power reassured him and made him want to fall asleep. Soon, the cool energy disappeared, and he felt as if some kind of shackle had been opened in his body. With great ease, although eliminating the side effects didn't help the fruit awaken, the relief still made him feel a boost in power. You guys wait for me for a while. After saying so, he transformed into a green dragon and dived into the Huangpu River. Where's the boss going? The crowd in the argument was stunned. not understanding why Aoxin suddenly transformed into a dragon and dived into the river. But Ao Chen was able to guess his intentions. My brother should be going to look for the seafloor stone. It was no secret that the seafloor stone was not a secret, and these powers could feel the weakness that the river was causing them to feel, and they had some guesses about it. Moreover, after mining the seafloor stone, Aoxin certainly can't come himself personally, surely to let these underlings to carry out. Then it's important to popularize the matter of halolite and the knowledge of adding building materials with halolite. Seafloor stone? After listening to Ao Chen's science, they secretly nodded their heads, although they had some guesses of their own. After all, they didn't know as comprehensively as Aoxin. Ms. Ao, my name is Zhusi. Get acquainted. Taking advantage of Aoxin's absence, Zhusi put on what he thought was his most handsome smile and extended his hand to Ao Chen. They had originally thought that she and Ao Chen were a couple, but it turned out that they were brother and sister. That's even better. If he could become Ao Chen's boyfriend, wouldn't he just take off in Aoxin's power? At least, Aoxin wouldn't skimp on the supplies that could be exchanged for various points, right? With his majestic figure and ordinary but sunny looks, coupled with his phantom beast seed ability, he thought he was still worthy of the young lady. Oh, but Ao Chen just faintly a sound. The little girl ghostly. A glance to see the intention of the left C, have something to say on the line. My home is not popular to shake hands. Saying that, she tugged on Xiao Bai, who, although he didn't understand these twists and turns of humans, still had his tacit understanding of Ao Chen. If you have something to say, what are you staring at my morning sister for? His accent had been corrected, but he was not old enough for his voice to carry a point of childishness, which, combined with his tall stature, resulted in muffled speech. Ah, ha, I, Zhusi, am also an illusory beast race ability. If there's anything Miss Ao needs me for in the future, feel free to command. He was intimidated by the tiger's might, and he didn't dare to be reckless in front of them, so he had to leave it at that. Hello inside. And Nan, the beautiful anchorwoman who had been silent since Aoxin and the others arrived here, also came to Ao Chen and carefully opened her mouth. My name is Nan. I am a flower fruit illusory beast seed flower fairy form ability. She was captured back by Wu Shuang and dragged out on the pretext of killing the brats. Later on, when things developed too fast, Aoxin arrived and quickly defeated all the strongest people present and subdued them, and also because of Aoxin's appearance, Wu Shuang did not manage to kill the three kids' abilities. The entire battle was over when he crippled the ancient species of Scythe Dragon ability. That was good news of a different kind for her. If he could get on good terms with Ao Chen, that Wu Shuang wouldn't dare to push himself. Hello? Ao Chen stretched out her hand. The other party was also a beautiful girl. She still liked it. Wu Shuang frowned when he saw this scene, but did not say anything more. Instead, he placed his gaze on the 3-meter-tall Xiao Bai. Ao Shanjun, you are very strong. He walked straight up to Bai. Cutting a deal? He loved to challenge the strong, and although he lost to Aoxin, his belligerent heart was not lost. Xin said you can't beat me, Xiao Bai said bluntly. Wu Shuang sniffed the corners of his eyes. Try it. If you win, I'll. He wanted to name a bet, but thought about the fact that he had nothing, and had already recognized Aoxin as his big brother. Could he recognize Xiao Bai as his big brother again? If you lose, you can't force Sister Annan anymore. How? Ao Chen interjected at this moment, and Annan was following her with her head down. Yes, anyway, he hadn't fulfilled his promise of killing 3 little kid ability users, so this bet, it wasn't too much. White, go on, beat him up. Ao Chen egged Bayan. River water, the same sea floor stone factor immersion. Aoxin sunk into the water soon after, saw a piece of sea floor stone, but unfortunately too small, still need to continue to grow, but he no longer had the slightly off-putting feeling he had before, which was the benefit of the side effects being eliminated. Under the water, unsurprisingly there were monsters similar to the Yellow River water monster, but he wasn't looking to catch the water monster now, but rather to find the seafloor stone, swimming along the Huangpu River all the way to the east. During that time, he saw a few more pieces of the growing Hylu stone, but he wasn't too satisfied with any of them. It wasn't until he was nearing the mouth of the sea that the large expanse of black at the bottom of the river shook his spirits. Immediately swim over to touch it and observe that it is indeed a sea floor stone. And, at the mouth of the sea, he carefully dived offshore, where there was a feeling that made his heart palpitate. Is it a Neptune? He didn't swim too far, so he turned back in the direction from which he had come. The Blue Star's Sea King class is different from those losers in the pirate world. These huge sea creatures really deserve the word Sea King. It was said that in his previous life, when Wu Shuang had reached the 8th Order Chalcedony realm, he had organized his manpower to build a ship and wanted to go on an expedition to Fusang in the east, and as a result, He was beaten back by the Sea King class. He didn't reveal the details of that battle, but since then, he hadn't brought up the matter of going to sea during the entire first Divine Providence. It wasn't until the second Divine Providence had descended and he felt he was strong enough that he proposed the plan again. Returning to the Bund, he finds White and Wu Shuang fighting. Wu Shuang transformed into his unicorn human beast form, a golden luster covering the blade as he fought to slash at Little White. Although Xiaobai was said by Aoxian to be stronger than Wu Shuang, he had to fight with all his might. Assuming his orc form, he similarly drew the long sword at his waist and clashed with Wu Shuang's blade. Wu Shuang was shocked. He was actually shaken back a step. Again. First, he lost to Aoxian. Could he continue to fail? The two staggered their figures and quickly struck out. When Aoxian came to the center of the crowd, he was seeing Wu Shuang being knelt down by Xiaobai with a knife slash, the blade against Wu Shuang's throat, and there were a few glum looks in this proud man's eyes. I lost again. He disheveled and threw the long sword in his hand to the ground, his pride completely shattered. It's a deal. If you lose you can't force a Nansanyo. Ao Chen's two eyes narrowed into a crescent moon and said to Wu Shuang with a smile. Wu Shuang's face was bitter as he nodded his head and said, "Good. I recognize it." But, shaking his head, he said nothing again. Xiaobai put away his long sword and stood behind Ao Chen again, like a guardian god, guarding his most important person. Aoxian walked up. He didn't care about these grudges and entanglements. At the mouth of the Huangpu River there is a large area of seafloor stone growing out. It's better to establish a base there. Wu Shuang, you guys pull these crystals and go there with me to find the most suitable place to build. Lead the crowd as they traveled northeast along the river. Leading the crowd to the mouth of the sea, he encountered wave after wave of corpses on the way, all of which were killed by his men. These zombies weren't high level and didn't mean much to him in terms of exercise. The road was stop and go, and when it came to the mouth of the sea, it was 2 days later. This was originally the Riverside Forest Park, but now it is also deserted. It's nice here. After the exchange, Aoxian had some understanding of these people. Li Mingming originally practiced wrestling, and then retired to do engineering. And Feng Kuan is considered a peer, but Feng Kuan is a civilian laborer. She is a contracting project. For the planning, a little bit of their own views. Aoxian didn't object. For what he didn't understand, he had always been submissive. The crystallites were chained together and got a number of zombie corpses to place around them, feeding them regularly. At the same time, it also allowed Ao Chen to make a registration of the group and get a general idea of their basic information. The number of capable people isn't small yet. There are 11 in total. Separately, Wu Shuang, Animal System, Cow Fruit, Phantom Beast Species, Kirin Form. Emun Li, Animal System, Bear Fruit, Ancient Species, Cow Eater Bear Form. Wang Jia, Animal System, Dragon Fruit, Ancient Species, Velociraptor Form. Yi Xiao, Superman System, Spring Fruit. Zosi, Animal System, Inuyasha Fruit, Phantom Beast Species, Yearling Beast Form. Anan, Animal System, Flower Lake Fruit, Phantom Beast Species, Flower Fairy Form. Bunsuk, Superman System, Shushu Fruit. Zhao Hang, Animal System, Cow Fruit, Buffalo Form. Bai Xiaowei, Animal System, Rat Fruit, Squirrel Form. Chao Tian, Animal System, Bird Fruit, Crow Form. Chamomile, Animal, Cat Fruit, Rabbit Form. The Phantom Beast Species was C made him look at him more. But he had little impression of this person in his previous life, so he thought that the dominance talent should be worse. Although the Phantom Beast Species is strong, if the dominance can't keep up, it's not even as strong as a fruitless one. The icing on the cake of fruit abilities is still dominance at all. Apart from that, the most pleasant surprise for him was Man Suk. This person's book fruit ability is just right for a cell for crystal people and crystal beasts. The book world is almost impossible to destroy from the inside. He could have saved a lot of work with the prison of books. Sealight wouldn't need to be used to build cages. It could all be used to add to the building materials. It could be said that to him, when Shu's role was far more important than these several phantom beast species. Man Suk right. Where's your book? He remembered that in the original, Mondor had an oversized book that stuffed creatures into the world of the book before nailing them down with a special kind of nail that even Wang Lufei was powerless to break free from. Boss, actually the book world is me. I am the book world. I am the bookman. The quiet-looking girl slowly described her abilities. It turns out that her body, itself, can unfold into a book of pages into which other creatures are imprisoned and, later, nailed with nails empowered by her fruit abilities. In the original, perhaps to make it easier for Big Mom to navigate at any time, so Mondor found a way to separate the book world from himself, but he still needs to operate it himself when holding rare animals or prisoners. The young girl reached down and peeled at her own chest, her upper body lifting right off like the pages of a book with a clatter, and in it, pages and pages of blank paper. Here's the setting edition. So it is. Aoxian then realized. Try locking the crystalline man in.
When Shu obeyed the order and shoved the crystallized man into the pages of the book that she had lifted from her chest, and then a white nail appeared out of nowhere in her hand, and with a gentle press, the nail was inserted into the crystallized man's hands and pinned to the pages of the book. Boss, okay. The operation was not complicated, and Mansuk spread a smile. She understood that in a power, many times it might not be necessary for you to be strong in battle, but rather, it was necessary for you to show enough value. She believed that she was absolutely unique in this ability, and then you can definitely be reused. Aoxin watched in wonder and told her to imprison all the crystals into the book world. Can you feed them directly from the book world? It would be too much of a hassle to feed and still need to put them out. When Shu shook her head, no need. I can just shove the food in as the book world proper. With that, she put on a show for the crowd. A youth had the good sense to drag a zombie corpse, and when Shu easily stuffed it into the crystal mouth. Crystalline people don't need to be force-fed after successful alienation. Zombies are a delicacy to them. He was now considering whether or not to bring Wenshu back to Biancheng. With this ability of hers, one would not need to go and have Su Wenhao create a steel cage, and the book world was much safer and more effective. But on second thought, this ability of Mansuk's could also be used as a warehouse, allowing her to manage and distribute supplies on her behalf. Use this place as an initial point to build a secure base and also recruit the other survivors of Mordor. Aoxin said, while ensuring that we ourselves can survive, we should also try to help our compatriots. In the future we face more enemies than just zombies and crystal beasts. There are more powerful monsters with wolves all around. The power of one was limited, while the power of all was infinite. And although he had been betrayed and reborn, he didn't intend to be a lone wolf. He couldn't go long that way, so he needed to form his own forces. As for the question of whether Wu Shuang is really loyal, will Meng Kuei even betray him one day? Who knows? He's just a reborn person, not a god. Is he going to kill everyone? Turn the world into just his own? One man's invincibility is ultimately limited in power. While being invincible in the world, he also hoped to lead China to restore order and move to the top. I won't be staying in Mordor forever. You guys still need to work on your development here. Aoxin began to arrange personnel appointments. Wu Shuang, you'll be the chief of Magic City. Wu Shuang's strength was indeed worthy of this position. And others, no matter who came, there would be people who would be unconvinced. But he couldn't let Wu Shuang be all alone. Li Mingming, you're in charge of the construction of the base and answer directly to me. Wen Shu, your book world can store supplies. I'll allocate a batch of supplies to you, and you'll be responsible for keeping and distributing them. The Dragon Emperor's shop did not have the ability to set discount privileges for someone directly, so if someone wanted to buy from him, they would have to purchase at a 99% discount just like anyone else, but he promised a 15% discount on the internal price. So, there is a need to redeem a batch of supplies in advance. As of now, only Moon Suk is suitable. Give him the supplies, and if others want to buy them, they trade through her, and then when Shu transfers the points to herself. This is a job that seems to have little power and a lot of oil. If she doesn't like who she sees, she can delay it for a few days or sell it privately. Anyway, she just needs to give Aoxin the points at a 95% discount. It's an absolute riot, but there was no way around it. One's forces were just beginning to form, and these loopholes were inevitable. Fortunately, her own residual power was still there, and when Shu herself was not strong, so she could only go further if she firmly grasped this opportunity she had given her. It totally pays to be that little bit cheap. Trust, she can understand this. Moreover, there were quite a few people who were eyeing this position, so if anyone could discover that she was selling it privately, once she reported it, Aoxin would surely be rewarded. Even if there was no reward, sheer jealousy was enough to keep a constant eye on her not to dare make a small move. Anan, you're in charge of registering personnel information and reporting back to me on time. Wang Jia, Yi Xiao, the two of you will be Wu Shuang's deputies and assist him in managing the Magic Capital branch. He had wanted to leave Ao Chen or Xiao Bai behind. Others, he really couldn't trust. However, Ao Chen was young and not strong enough, and he was worried about his sister's safety. Xiao Bai is too simple again. How can he understand all these hooking up things? Thinking about it, he could only leave the affairs of the Magic Capital to these people to manage on their own for the time being. Wait until later, then spread them out and rearrange them. Boss, what about me? Seeing that it was not even his turn after he finished arranging, Zuo was a little anxious. He was at least a phantom beast species ability person, although his battle strength was not as good as Wu Shuang, and even not as good as Li Ningming and Yi Xiao, but having been reduced to a big-headed soldier himself, he was also somewhat ashamed to face his original men. Aoxin mused. Although Zuo was not famous in his own previous life, that was because he only paid attention to the reputation of the strongest people. This person was a little less talented in dominance, but he was no less of a mid-tier fighter. After thinking about it, he said, "You are responsible for inspecting the gains and losses, and if anyone uses his power for personal gain and humiliates his fellow soldiers, you can report to me at the next level." This man, Zhuo Si, knows his way around and knows how to flatter, and he's eager to flatter himself, just so he can do this job. The work of the watchdog offends, but it is also very powerful. And then, he exchanged $10 million of supplies for Wenshu to store into the book world. A large amount of supplies appeared, causing the crowd to marvel, and the way they looked at Wenshu completely changed. This girl will be the object of their browbeating. You shall not sell it privately, you shall not withhold it maliciously, and if I find you using your power for personal gain. Aoxin's eyes contained dragon power, and the Overlord's color slowly emanated at this point. Dying will be a luxury for you. He had just thunderously eradicated the Fuso who had entrenched themselves on the Bund. They were even tortured in the devil's way to turn them into crystals. The crowd was all in awe of him, and at this moment, when countless supplies were deposited, it was the juncture when the young girl's heart and mind were swirling, and this overbearing and intimidating word was suddenly engraved into her heart like a blade. It was a moment that even she remembered for the rest of her life. Whenever she had greed in her heart, Aoxin's eyes, which contained endless majesty, would emerge from her heart and scare her to sleep. Redeem the seafloor stone processing method and hand it over to Li Mingming. This book-like thing is a one-time use, and although it can be gifted, once it is used, it is also directly dissipated and branded in that person's mind like an infusion. The upside is that it can be learned quickly. The downside is that only one person can use it. "Boss, what's the name of our force?" Wu Shuang asked. The more people they gathered, it was still just a branch. In the future, when they recruited people, as well as introduced to others, they always needed a name. Aoxin pondered for a moment. He had started out with Mr. Kai's green dragon fruit, and had gathered a large number of phantom beast race ability users under him. So let's call it 100 Beasts. 100 Beast Space. Oxin said as such, "You are the 100 Beast Space Magic City branch." 100 Beasts? The crowd murmured, rather expectedly. As with Bianqing's arrangement, he let these people sign up on their own and split into two main groups, one focusing on infrastructure and the other on combat. Those who participate in the engineering team can exchange their labor for points and are under the unified command of Li Mingming. The combat group was divided into Wu Shuang and the others to lead them separately, and he posted out a recruitment announcement to the same city exchange group in Mordor for interested parties to report their location, and these people would go and bring them back. At this time, there are still many teams that want to participate in the battle to eliminate the brats. Still on the road, they were blocked by the tide of corpses, making it difficult to advance, and these people, too, needed rescuing. The engineering team and the combat team began their work separately, and he didn't leave right away. Instead, he planned to catch a wave of water monsters first and get more crystal beasts for Wenshu to raise. Xiao Bai and Ao Chen also temporarily joined the battle group, and just like in Biancheng, they led people to pick up people from various places in the magic capital. He then transformed into a green dragon and leapt into the Huangpu River. This is just a tributary of the Yangtze River. There aren't many water monsters, and they aren't too strong. At least, for the time being, there was no black-scaled python like the one in the Yellow River, constantly catching all kinds of mutated water monsters. After all 20 sharp claws were inserted, they returned to feed the zombies. The necrotic ones were thrown into the book world to feed the crystals, and the ones that succeeded in doing so were locked up and raised in the book world. So on and so forth. He scratched for another month. Now that the concentration of seafloor stone in the river water was getting higher and higher, if Wu Shuang and these people were to capture it, they would be weakened by at least 50%. The efficiency of the capture will be greatly reduced. In a few days, all rivers will be inaccessible to those with abilities. However, he had already used the demonizing potion, and the side effects were completely eliminated, and he dived recklessly in the river water without any resistance at all. However, the Huangpu River water monster had a lower strength, and this month, he had only gotten out 600 crystal beasts. When he finished catching all the nearby water monsters, the huge dragon body looked at the deep sea since the entrance. Want to check out the ocean? While the first divine gift is the power system of the Pirate King, the sea, however, is full on evil. The sea is far more treacherous than in the anime. It's offshore, but the wind and waves are still not bad. The blue star is slowly getting bigger, and this pulling makes for gusty winds and constant tsunamis. Even if he was in the middle of the sea, he could feel the raging currents. There was no light in the sea, and his dragon eyes could see some sights, but not much. Most of the time, he relied on his seeing color hegemony. Suddenly, the dragon's tail swung and lashed viciously to the left side. Hurriedly turning back, he saw a 10-meter-long great white shark stagger as he jerked it around. The great white shark seemed to want to taste the dragon's meat and lunged at him again. Snap! The dragon's tail lashed again. There was resistance in the water, and he wasn't very comfortable with attacking differently than on land. The shark was again jerked over. This time, it seemed to finally realize that it was no match for this unknown creature and hastily slipped away. Ha! Attack me and try to run? How would he be willing to take such a loss? Turned around and went after them. This supersized shark is not yet a king of the sea, but a water monster. Sea King class. Size is a point. For example, that black-scaled python meets this requirement. Without Aoxion's intervention, it will most likely evolve into a Sea King class in the future. But one of the most important characteristics of the Neptune is the drive aquatic. King of the sea. The king of the sea, any aquatic, can be driven. It is for the aquatic to do its bidding, not to scare it away. In the anime, Princess Whitestar can summon a Neptune class that is over 5,000 meters long. His 100-meter-long dragon body today was also exceptionally small in front of that kind of Sea King class. And, judging by the strength of the Sea Kings that appeared in the Blue Planet, the powerful Sea Kings in the Blue Planet in the future might be even bigger. The fish fled in terror wherever this shark went, and it was clearly not a Sea King. But the probability of a water monster of this strength turning into a crystalline beast once it was fed zombie meat was extremely high. He went straight after him, and the shark swam pretty fast, sensing his pursuit and escaping a few points faster again. The sea was dark and the tide was rough. He didn't dare to chase too fast for fear that he wouldn't be able to find his way back. There are no coordinates in the ocean. Get lost. It's normal. No more chasing. His purpose in entering the sea was not to capture water monsters, but to curiously explore the way. Stopping his pursuit, he was about to return when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Seeing the color perception. Around, there are many powerful lifeforms approaching, and this shark he was chasing no longer ran away, but turned around, and in its eyes, there was a hint of teasing vaguely. Teasing? He was shocked to realize that it was not good. The water monsters had turned on their spirits. They had their own minds. A pair of eyes emerged from the dark waters. Those were all water monsters with a body length of at least 10 meters. Compared to this great white shark, it was still considered weak. The great white shark, though sapient, cannot yet drive other water monsters. And now this scene is clearly organized. And there is only one possibility for this kind of organizational power in the middle of the ocean. Neptune class. Neptune's this early? He looked grave. Although he was a reborn, he still knew very little about the sea. The sea suddenly vibrated, and a sound wave of inexplicable significance spread out. He couldn't understand the meaning, but vaguely felt provoked. With a dragon's roar, he was responding to this provocation. He was a green dragon, the head of the scale worms, and even if he was a Sea King class, he couldn't be reckless in front of himself. Sure enough, after this dragon roar, the sound wave was silent for a moment, and then, it was an even more violent sound wave that came. All the water monsters surrounding him seemed to have received some kind of order and attacked him in unison. The rabble. The dragon's tail swung and once again jerked over the large shark, who was large but extremely agile, biting the head of a 30-meter-long electric eel. The electric eel was not convinced and discharged madly. But how could the electric eel's electricity be compared to his thunder? Although he wasn't a rattling thunderfruit, he could manipulate lightning and was more or less lightning resistant. Combined with the hard dragon scales and powerful armed colors, this amount of electricity was not enough at all. Click! The Sea King class was of unknown strength. He couldn't stay his hand. His sharp dragon teeth crushed the electric eel skull and tossed it aside. And then, the dragon's claws probed out. Each claw contained the power generation technique of a finger gun. And these attacking water monsters were instantly pierced through by him. His offense was so invincible that some of the water monsters were already cowed. But another sound wave came, and the cowardly water monster, even more fearful of the presence that commanded it, had to attack again. The overlord color emanated, and the green dragon cut down the attacking water monsters one after another. The dragon's might and the overlord's color intersected, and those water monsters, surprisingly, appeared to be briefly staggered. The overlord's aura shocked the soul, but in the end, it was different from the kind of bloodline suppression that the Sea King class came with, and the water monsters hesitated briefly before continuing to attack and kill the green dragon. The overlord color level is still too low. Aoxin knows the reason. Under the influence of God's gift, although the overlord color can be cultivated, is the most difficult to cultivate one of the three colors of hegemony. Many people had lived until the second divine gift and had not been able to awaken the overlord color. But he had some experience. Looks like we'll have to step up the bully colors in the future. Bastard color twist is an important attack, and you have to practice it as early as possible. The green dragon swam rapidly in the sea.
and these water monsters were quickly killed by him, blood slowly spreading outward. Raising his eyes, it was still dark around him, and he had little visibility underwater. Seeing the color worked frantically, not letting go of the slightest movement around him. All of these water monsters died, but the suspected Sea King-type existence that had secretly manipulated them to attack them never appeared. Another dragon roar came out, but no response appeared. It seemed that this Neptune class had retreated when all of these water monsters were killed in battle. Strange. He carefully sensed his surroundings, and there was still no movement. Meanwhile, because of this battle between him and the water monster, it caused all the swimming fish in this neighborhood to flee. Is it a Neptune? He's a little unsure now. A Sea King class would be so wimpy? Moreover, this suspected Sea King-like being was just offshore. I don't know if it will migrate to faraway places in the future, but as long as it is there, this place is a no-go area for humans. In his previous life, Wu Xuan's eastward expedition across the sea nearly wiped out his entire army. Could it be because of this Sea King class? He used his dragon's tail to sweep these water monster corpses away, and the seawater that was muddied by the blood gradually cleared up a bit, continuing to swim ahead. This time, he swam a little more slowly, keeping an eye on any little abnormality around him. The deeper they sank, the calmer the waters became. The deep sea, too, grew darker and darker, with fewer and fewer vistas to be seen. What's that? It was a bright light that was faint but so striking in the dark sea. He dove toward the bright light, which was surrounded by blackness. Just as he was about to go and take a closer look, he suddenly noticed the water surging rapidly around him again. Again? This time, more water monsters surrounded him than last time, and a low sound wave came from him, and although he still couldn't understand the words of this sea beast, he could recognize that it sounded the same as the last time that the unveiled suspected Sea King type of existence. This suspected Sea King-like thing is afraid to show its face, but repeatedly invites water monsters to besiege itself. Why? He looked down at the bright light in the distance. Something to do with that thing? Next to the bright light, there seemed to be a huge figure perched on the ground that he couldn't see clearly. That's the Sea King? He so guessed. The sound wave grew more and more urgent, as if urging the water monsters to attack. The water surged and a turtle-like water monster was the first to attack. Not only does it have an extremely hard shell, it also has an extremely strong bite, and once it bites you, you'll have to tear off at least one piece of flesh and blood. Its size, several times larger than the largest sea turtles, was a proper monster when placed in the pre-apocalyptic world. But in front of the green dragon, it was so insignificant. The green dragon struck at a speed faster than the sea turtle, biting its neck with a single bite, its sharp dragon teeth instantly penetrating the turtle's neck bone. The taste of turtle blood spread through his mouth and he spat it out, shadowing the second water monster again. These water monsters were good petri dishes for crystals, but he had to kill them all at this point. Dang! The sea rippled as the dragon's claws pierced the head of a large, oddly shaped fish of a species he didn't know. Hooking hard, the big fish lost half of its head when the dragon's claws retracted, but it surprisingly remained undead. Its vitality is so horrible that it is really shocking. The dragon's tail swung and jerked it away. This water monster wanted to escape, but the sound waves that drove them grew more and more urgent. The big fish that had lost half of its head did not know what kind of mental struggle it did, but finally chose to continue to attack the green dragon. The high-pitched dragon roar pierced through the sea, interspersed with the overlord-colored dragon's might, causing these water monsters to tremble. Broken limbs were everywhere, and blood and broken flesh churned the waters into a murky mess. A huge water monster in the shape of a sea serpent took advantage of the chaos and bit him on the back. There were so many water monsters and his dragon body was so big that there were eventually leaks. But it didn't matter. With these water monsters, they couldn't even bite through his dragon scales. The body swung and the dragon's head probed out, biting off the sea serpent's body. As he fought these water monsters, he swam towards the bright light. The more this guy hiding in the darkness stopped himself, the more he was going to find out. Killing is really the best way to familiarize yourself with an unfamiliar environment. He was becoming more and more familiar with water battles. And these huge guys, they weren't too strong. However, the sound waves that harnessed the water monsters got sharper and sharper. And surprisingly, there were more and more water monsters, coming from all directions. Looking at that stance, it was quite a bit like the King of Diligence saving the day. He was certain that the figure perched there was bound to be a Sea King class, and only a Sea King class could harness so many water monsters to forcefully follow orders. It's too much trouble to fight like that. He stopped attacking and instead weaved through the water monsters, letting them bite into him and gather them all. And then, turning back, a mouthful of thunder sprayed out. The seawater conducted electricity, and the powerful thunder electrocuted all of these water monsters that were closest. Flames could not be used in seawater, and bad winds would be dampened.
the only power he could use unhindered was the power of thunder. After exterminating all the water monsters, his stamina was also depleted, but he also finally came to this bright light. Show me what you really are. The faint bright light from the ocean floor didn't illuminate the figure completely, but he was able to make out its true appearance when he got closer. It was a big black fish. The large fish had an extremely long neck, as if it were a long snake. He was dismayed. A snake-necked dragon? What a joke. What's with the serpent-necked dragons here? This thing has been extinct for who knows how long, so why did it suddenly appear? This snake-necked dragon was big, but still not as big as him. Is it a mutation? The green dragon's pupils scrutinized this huge sea beast. This is a Neptune? Is it because of some unknown evolution that it became this prehistoric creature? He speculated on the origin of this snake-necked dragon, but the monster he had been staring at was growling low and often. The roar pierced the waters and he heard the warning. This snake-necked dragon, it seems, is guarding something. Looking down, the belly of the serpent-necked dragon was exactly where the point of light was revealed. Below the point of light, something black, as if it were a sea stone. He's guarding this seafaring stone, and that's why he keeps driving water monsters to banish himself? The dragon's mouth slightly raised, and the green dragon revealed a wicked smile. What could be guarded so well by him was bound to be something more than mundane. What is it? A super powerful devil fruit? Or some treasure you don't know about? Without further hesitation, the green dragon lunged straight towards the snake-necked dragon. That snake-necked dragon originally made a move to attack, but when the green dragon pounced, he actually ran away straight away. Slipped? No wonder he kept driving the water monster to strike while not attacking himself. So it was really from the heart. Since the enemy ran off, he stopped pursuing and went up to check out the bright light. It was a large, black stone, with bright light coming from within it and giving off a faint sheen. It's really a sea stone? Aoxin circled around the boulder. It feels like the glowing thing is inside the stone. Seafloor stone was very hard. Even he couldn't break it with brute force. It needed a special processing method to do so. Consciousness entered the divine providence space, redeeming a large chain of the level of a good fast knife, binding this piece of seafloor stone, and then grabbing it with his claws, dragging it out of the seabed in a hard way. So heavy, he was already in the giant strength realm. His strength was extraordinary, coupled with the beastly strength addition of the green dragon. He still felt heavy. No wonder that Sea King class would rather summon water monsters to expel him than transfer this piece of rock away. Tugging up this huge piece of seafaring stone, he fought his way up to the surface. Suddenly, he let go of both claws and quickly turned around, his dragon claws clawing forward. Been waiting for you for ages. It's the snake-necked dragon. It never moved away, but lurked nearby, waiting to quietly ambush him from behind when he grabbed the seafaring stone and swam upward. However, Aoxin was always using his seeing color to sense his surroundings, and was also on guard against a surprise attack from this Sea King class. As expected, since he valued the stone so much, how could he give it up so easily? The dragon's claws stabbed into its long snake's neck and lifted it upward with force, snapping its throat with a single bite. Although the snake-necked dragon had evolved into the lowest level of the Sea King class for unknown reasons, it wasn't too strong and was killed in one move. Quickly sinking down to grab the seafloor stone he had dropped earlier, he grabbed the body of the Sea King class with his other claw. Although it is the lowest class of Sea King species, its meat is extremely nutritious. Even the simplest grilling will quickly replenish your body's depleted energy. This is the reason why food appears in the divine providence space. As the physical body became stronger, the body needed more and more energy. Unusual foods are simply not enough to supplement. With Aoxin's current physique, even if he ate a cow, he would not be able to make up for the consumption caused by a single battle. But the Neptunes are a different story. Not only were their bodies extremely large, the amount of energy contained in each unit of meat was also extremely high, making them the best tonic. Unfortunately, the Sea King class is powerful and not easy to capture. If humans didn't want to consume points to buy from the divine gift space, the best way to obtain access was still the water monsters in the various waters. Their meat was not as good as that of the Sea Kings, but it was barely enough. Grabbing such a large seafloor stone and a huge Sea King-like corpse at the same time, he was extremely tired by the time he leapt out of the water. But he's still at sea and can't just drop him. Flying up into the air and recognizing the direction, he grabbed Flame Cloud and quickly headed towards the Huangpu River outlet. The people of Mordor, whose construction work was in full swing, suddenly saw the green dragon flying in the sky and two behemoths being smashed down from the sky. Smashed not far from the site, Aoxin fell from the sky and took human form. It's exhausting tugging on these two big guys. Boss is back. What did the boss bring back? The crowd looked sideways. These days Aoxin captured water monsters daily to be used to cultivate crystal beasts, but this one thrown down from the sky didn't look like a living creature in any way. Ha! You're back, Lao. It just so happened that Ao-chan returned with his team, and when he saw Aoxin fall from the sky, he dropped his team and ran over in a huff. What is it? She came to the body of the snake-necked dragon. The carapace of this Sea King class was enormous, nearly 100 meters. She stood next to it, and for a moment she couldn't see its full extent. There was no choice but to put on a combat suit and leap into the air. As she gradually saw the shape of the huge beast, her little mouth opened wide. Snake-necked dragons. It's a snake-necked dragon. She had only ever seen such prehistoric creatures in books, and she didn't expect to see them for real. Her exclamation sparked curiosity in the crowd, not to mention whether this was a snake-necked dragon or not. Its huge body alone was shocking enough. The blue whale was only 30 meters or so, and this huge beast was twice as big as the blue whale. Chao Tian and In Nan, who possessed the ability to fly, flew up into the sky, and when they took a good look at the full appearance of this sea beast, they also let out the same exclamation of shock as Ao-chen. Brother, is this really a snake-necked dragon? Ao-chen landed beside Aoxin. Could the end times still bring prehistoric creatures? Aoxin shook his head. It shouldn't be the kind of snake-necked dragon you perceive. This big guy. Odds are it's a Neptune. That's right. It's one of those giant sea creatures from the King of Thieves, the Sea King class. However, when he said the Sea King class, the crowd didn't have any fear. Instead they had the idea of wanting to get a boat to go out to sea to have a look. In their perception, King Luffy, who had just come out of the sea, could easily kill the Lord of the Near Sea in seconds, and the Sea King class that appeared later was nothing more than food. This is the kind of thing that has a big name and a false reputation. It would be a sight to think about hunting a Sea King class. Don't underestimate the Neptunes. They may be far more terrifying than in the anime. Aoxin saw the group's thoughts at a glance. Hunting Sea King classes? Don't look at how easy it was for him to kill this snake-necked dragon. It was because he was way ahead of the humans in terms of strength. Not to mention killing a snake-necked dragon. If all the people present were to come together, he would kill them in seconds just the same. Besides, this was just the near sea. The sea kings in the deep sea would only be more terrifying. He had a palpitating feeling just by looking into the deep sea. God knows what kind of monsters were contained within, but words were not enough, and he knew he would have a hard time changing these people's minds. They'll get it when they've suffered once. Of course, taking a loss may well cost you your life, but he wasn't a babysitter, and what had to be said had already been said, and if anyone else wanted to go looking for death, he wouldn't stop them. Is there a cook? He's going to cook some Neptune-type meat. 3 men stood out at the same time. The older of them was over 40, the younger but about 20, one was a chef in a famous hotel, and the youth, who had also opened a restaurant of his own, claimed to be a good cook. Aoxin recruited them all. It's too big for one person to get through a Neptune of that size. However, awkwardly, with the strength of these chefs, it was a struggle to cut their flesh. Even if it was a low-ranked Sea King class, even if it died, its flesh would still be tough. It is also this tough body that can contain enough energy. Let Wu Shuang and the others, who had returned to rest, cut up the pieces of meat. After chopping some more wood from the neighborhood, Aoxin set it on fire with a hot breath, and these chefs began to barbecue. While not fully utilizing their chef's craft, their control of the fire is not something that anyone else can match. While the meat was roasting, he dragged the large chunk of seafloor stone and asked Li Mingming to separate it to see what exactly was glowing inside. The method of working with seafloor stones requires not only the method of working, but also some tools. Li Mingming has brought people to get some tools these days, but the tools are rather rudimentary and the processing speed is very slow. Aoxin estimated that according to this progress, it would take at least a day to split this piece of seafloor stone. The aroma of roasted meat gradually drifted in. Ao-chen huffed and said to him, "Brother, I'll go get some seasonings. It'll be even better." After saying that, she transformed into a duo-bao mouse and vanished. Underground. It's not only safer, it's faster. Magic City is a metropolis. All kinds of supermarkets. Life stores are quite a lot. These spices, and not the first survivors to grab the supplies. As such, she quickly got quite a bit of seasoning back and sprinkled it over the roast. Because of the tough meat of the Sea King class, it took a full 5 hours before it was barely cooked. Aoxin took a bite and it was still a bit pinched. It didn't help that his own heat breath was warm enough, but unfortunately the fuel was just some ordinary wood. The roast was distributed to the crowd, but not everyone was lucky enough to taste it. In order to bite it, one would need to be at least as strong as the copper skin realm. You're not strong enough, so each of you share a small piece to try it out. And if you can bite it, then go ahead and share a larger piece to avoid wasting it. Every bit of material in the last days should be cherished. Such a big Sea King class can eat for several days. If those with low strength take a bite and find that they can't bite it, then who will the bitten meat be given to? Hey, just like what Boss Ao said, it really can't be bitten. A stocky man shook his head inside, wrapping the piece of meat carefully. Though he couldn't bite into it now, he planned to taste it when his strength went up. If the thing didn't spoil. Me too. What a shame. A young girl bit her cheeks raw pain, but also just left a tooth mark on the roast meat. So fragrant roast meat, but unfortunately they are not blessed to enjoy. There were not a few people like them who could not enjoy the meat even if they held it in their hands. Part of them threw the bite away directly, and part of them carefully wrapped it up. XIN. It's delicious. White rejected it with a big mouthful. Although this humble cooking environment was not as good as the grilled meat redeemed directly from the God-given space, but it's an environment that he enjoys. Of course, the Sea King type roast they were currently redeeming in the Divine Providence space was also the lowest ranked Sea King type. It was only the following evening that Li Mingming split the large chunk of seafloor stone. It was still the result of her busy night. Boss, finally separated. AOXIN had been watching from the side, and when she saw him split it apart, she immediately went up to check. In the very center of the seafloor stone is a small silver droplet. It's like mercury. OOXIN took it out and placed it in his palm. The small water droplet would drip and flow, and when lifting it, it would deform. However, even if AOXIN used as much force as he could, he was unable to crush it. What is it? He searched his mind and was sure that there was no such thing in the anime, nor had he ever heard of such a thing in his own past life. The small droplets emit a silvery glow, like fireflies in the dusk. However, the penetration of the light was strong, otherwise it would not have been possible to pass through the seafloor stone and still give off a shine. Is that what that Sea King class is guarding? What the hell does this thing do? Ao Chen and Xiaobai also curiously came up. They accompanied AOXIN when they saw that he kept staring at the place. The three take turns resting. Naturally AOXIN does not trust Li Mingming. Who knows what treasures will be inside? What if she gives herself obscured? Brother, do you recognize this thing? What Ao Chen asked, naturally, was whether AOXIN had heard of it in his previous life. AOXIN shook his head and looked at the silver droplets that were dripping and spinning in his palm, and suddenly thought, could it be that the snake-necked dragon that could only evolve into a Sea King class in the near sea was relying on this little thing? Does it keep laying on this thing because it prompts bloodline evolution? Try finding a water monster? If that snake-necked dragon could evolve into the lowest ranked Sea King class just by the light emanating from this thing, wouldn't a whole drop of your own create a legion of Sea King types? It was a pity that he didn't have the ability to control the Neptune class himself, but he could also use it as a crystallization petri dish. Sea Kings, who will not be necrotic, will surely be alienated into crystalline beasts. Seems feasible. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly heard Ao Chen exclaim, "Brother, this water droplet ran into your hand." Even Xiaobai exclaimed, "XIN, your hand." AOXIN was awakened from his thoughts and was busy looking down. But he saw that the silver droplets were being integrated into his palm one by one. His own palm, as the droplet merged, was also slowly expanding in silver with the droplet as its center. What the hell? He flung his hand in a panic and shock, but the small droplet seemed to be rooted in his palm, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter how he shook it off. Grabbing the outside portion with my other hand and yanking it out hard, it too would not budge. The silver-colored water droplets that continue to seep inside the palm, his entire palm, too, was gradually turning silver. The integration of something of this unknown origin into his body made him feel uneasy, but with his sister here and his men watching, he couldn't show it. One can only pretend to be calm and say, no harm, no need to worry. And then, he walked out of the crowd and brought Ao Chen and Little White back to the place where they had been residing all these days. When he was gone, the crowd looked at each other. Someone whispered, "This can't be some kind of poison. You guys, look at the speed of that silver expansion. It's weird. If it's poison, shouldn't the boss?" Before he could finish, he heard Wu Shuang snapped, "Shut up. If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill him." It was rare to see him in such a ruthless manner, and those who were talking about it hastily shut their mouths. "Don't worry," Annan laughed. "Maybe it's some new ability too." Right. Mizzen is right. It must be an even more awesome ability. Who is our boss? Even if it's really poison, it's impossible to do anything to our boss. The crowd chimed in. After a long time, Wu Shuang spoke, about the silver droplets in the seafloor stone, and the change in the boss's hand. "No one is allowed to say anything. Anyone who dares to say anything and I find out, I'll make him beg for death." He spoke vehemently, while being the chief leader of the 100 Beasts demon capital designated by AOXIN. The crowd hastened to agree. "Don't worry, Brother Wu. We'll definitely keep our mouths shut." Right. This is the boss's secret, and also the secret of our 100 Beasts regiment. Whoever dares to talk nonsense, I'll kill him. This change was too sudden and the crowd was uneasy. Wu Shuang stood for a while and suddenly turned his head towards the direction AOXIN left. "Wu Shuang, where are you going?" Li Mingming called out to him. I'll go guard the boss and help in case of danger. Wu Shuang said so, but Li Mingming snorted coldly. The boss has his brother and sister there. He doesn't need you. It's really dangerous for you to go, isn't it? Wu Shuang was furious at his words. What do you mean? Li Mingming. Wu Shuang is not afraid of being told that he is cruel and merciless, good at killing and lusting, but he can't tolerate being told that he has betrayed his trust. With these words, isn't Li Mingming saying that he has a different heart? His hand pressed on the hilt of the knife at his waist, and Li Mingming was even more unafraid, as one of her juniors, Zhang Xiaoqiang, who had been following her, handed her wolfsbane up. All be quiet. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, and Nan rushed forward to persuade them. Sister Mingming, Wu Shuang. He didn't mean that. She still had some understanding of Wu Shuang. This person's words did count, and again said to Wu Shuang, Sister Mingming is also looking out for boss. She's not targeting you. Let's all stay here. Don't go anywhere. Boss has Xiao Chen and Shan Jun there. There's no need for us to worry. Wen Shu, Zhuo Si, Wang Jia, and Yi Xiao, who had been placed in management positions by AOXIN, also came forward to persuade them. AOXIN is still fine. Here is a fight. Turn back will inevitably be blamed. Wu Shuang also understood this. His hand that was pressing on the hilt of the knife was loosened. Alright, I will give Nan this face. But you guys remember this, he said in a cold voice. You can say whatever you want about me, but if you dare to say that I, Wu Shuang, am disloyal or unrighteous, then you are flipping out with me. And Nan also whispered beside Li Mingming. Sister Mingming. Wu Shuang bowed his head. You also make amends. We still have to partner together for a long time. It's all for the sake of the boss. Li Mingming was also a short-tempered woman, but the fact that Wu Shuang was able to bow her head also surprised her, so she took the initiative to go forward. I apologized for talking a little heavy earlier. Wu Shuang slowly nodded. No harm done. As usual, do what you have to do. With a shout, he returned to the house where he was resting and went to sleep. Not far away, AOXIN had already returned to the room on the roof of the building with Ao Chen and Little White. He kept an eye on the droplets in his palm. This droplet, already half incorporated, half of his palms, too, had turned silver. But the good thing was, he didn't feel any discomfort from it. Again, there was no extra power felt in the body as a result. Ao Chen and Little White followed him closely with worried faces. Don't let anything happen to your old brother. Watching the silver spread on his hand, he made the armed color cover. Outside of the silver sheen, another darkness covered out. But still, it couldn't stop the slow integration of the water droplets. He tried to expel the water droplet with his hegemony, but the hegemony could only cover the droplet, which, it seemed, was part of his body, transforming into his draconic form. His left dragon claw was still covered in silver light. Turning his hand over, he looked into his palm, the silver droplets, still seeping into his palm, changing back into human form again. The silver droplets felt as if they had grown on him, slowly but surely trying to become one with him. Brother, Ao Chen stepped forward and looked worriedly at his palm. Any uncomfortable feeling? Xiaobai was still a bit confused, but he also saw the worries of AOXIN's siblings. He didn't know what to do. He could only silently guard behind AOXIN. No feelings. AOXIN thought for a moment and said to Ao Chen, give me your sword. A knife? What are you doing, brother? Ao Chen inquired uneasily as he unhooked the Wadoichi text from his waist. AOXIN didn't say anything and unsheathed his sword, ready to cut it off at any time should this hand feel any discomfort. After years of living in the post-apocalyptic world, he had that kind of vigor. 3 pairs of eyes stared intently at the silver-colored water droplets that slowly merged into AOXIN's left hand. I don't know how long it took, but the water droplets also completely merged into his palm, and the entire palm turned a silvery white, but he still didn't feel anything. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his palm. His face changed, thinking that it was an attack of poison. He gripped his right-hand long knife and was about to chop it down, but the next moment, the silver light suddenly converged. The sharp pain was only momentary. The silver light that spread across the entire left hand of this silver dot was so small, no more than a millimeter in diameter, that it would have been overlooked without a closer look. The silver light disappeared, the droplets vanished, and the only mark left behind was this little silver dot on the back of his hand. It's the hilt of his blade, which he had already gripped tightly, slowly loosened again once more. No need to cut off your hands. The dot was like an innate mole, and even when touched, there was no bump or indentation. There's absolutely no feeling whatsoever. If it is ignored, this little silver dot, it is as if it does not exist. Finished? Ao Chen was confused. Brother, any special abilities? According to those fictional plots I read, since it's not poison, It should be a benefit. She associated it with the Netflix she read before the end of the world and suddenly became excited again. Oxin carefully sensed that there was no additional energy flowing into his body. This small silver dot. And he himself had no feeling for it. No. He slowly shook his head. Ao Chen's guess was also his thought. There shouldn't be no change, whether it's a change for the better or for the worse. Something has to give. That Sea King class, if it really relies on this thing to evolve, could it be that this thing could turn itself into a Neptune class as well? He's the green dragon, the head of the scale worms. It seems, and makes sense, but he didn't feel anything himself. It's late today. I'll try the sea again tomorrow. And since I got it from the sea, maybe it has to be revealed in the sea. He had planned to leave tomorrow with his sister in Xiaobai, but now that plan was going to change. The Mordor crowd had pulled together an internal group in the Divine Providence Network, in which he had sent a word of peace, telling them not to worry. I'm fine. Don't worry. Just as usual. With his response, the men let their hearts drop. The next day, seeing him appear unharmed and unchanged, the crowd was completely relieved. The inexplicable drop of liquid did not affect him in any way. You guys do what you always do. I'm going to check out the ocean. He instructed the crowd to continue the construction of the secure base. There was no Tang Ying here to cover the popularity with the aroma fruits ability, and after they killed the nearby zombies during the day, they still had to leave someone to keep watch at night. Kill the zombies that are once again attracted by the popularity. Once the secure base is put in place, the crowd will be able to sleep soundly. Of course, someone still needs to keep watch. Oxin, who had transformed into a green dragon and risen into the air, thought to himself, if he could establish a safe base in the sky, wouldn't it be a lot safer? Just as the golden lion does. It floats a dozen islands in the air all year round. However, the memory of the Pao Pao fruit was not in Huaxia, and even if he wanted to recruit that strong person who had gotten the Pao Pao fruit, there was no way for him to do so. But who says you have to float fruit to establish a secure base in the sky? Didn't Kai-sensei use the same flaming cloud to lift Onishima into the sky? He looked down at the flaming cloud he was gripping in his dragon's claws. Now that he was too weak, the flame cloud was limited in the amount of weight it could hold up. Not enough to lift the base into the air, but at least there is hope. Even if it was a floating fruit, he guessed that the weight of objects that could float varied from strength to strength. Now that person who got the floating fruit shouldn't be able to float something so heavy yet. In the middle of his thoughts, he had already arrived at the surface of the sea, and as he looked towards the sea, inexplicably, a trace of affinity appeared in his heart. Intimacy? He was surprised. He had come here yesterday, still with palpitating feelings, and today he was cordial? Something to do with that silver droplet? He so guessed, glancing at the dragon's claw on his left front side, and on the back of the claw, again, there was a very small silver dot. Perhaps because of the green dragon's larger stature, this silver dot, too, was considerably larger than when it was in its human form. The green dragon rushed into the sea, and the moment he entered the water, he vaguely had the feeling of returning to his mother's embrace. The sensation was extremely slight, but he was still acutely aware of it. In the middle of the sea, he opened his eyes and looked around. The view is bigger than it was. Thinking it was an illusion, he sank down in a hurry. And he was right. Yesterday in these dark waters, he could only vaguely see a little outline. But today, he had been able to see his surroundings clearly. The view doesn't compare to the shore, but it's definitely a huge improvement. Also, he realized that he had become much faster at swimming in the ocean water. He used to swim in salt water, which he felt was resistance. But today, he felt that the seawater was helping. Swimming, extremely easy, almost no physical exertion. This silver-colored water droplet really seems to have brought about some changes in me. If I am also turned into a Neptune, then can I drive the water monsters? If I could forcefully order the water monsters, I'd still bother catching a Dara. Directly order them to swim over by themselves and feed them to the zombies one by one. Saves time and effort. He thought prettily, wanting to find a water monster to experiment with. However, I don't know if it's because all the water monsters in this neighborhood were driven by that Sea King class yesterday and were decimated by themselves. After swimming for half a day, not a single water monster was seen. Take a look toward the deep sea area. Blessed with his affinity for the sea and his increased swimming speed, he boldly swam towards the deeper areas. The sea was extremely windy, but the sea was silent. Oxin could already clearly see a certain range of the dark ocean, which made him feel comfortable. A fish swims by and he tries to give a commanding keening. However, the fish that heard the dragon's roar were frightened and fled. Oxin. I can't. Why can't I drive an aquatic? Wasn't this droplet the treasure that allowed other creatures to evolve into the Sea King class? He continued to explore ahead, and finally, a supersized ray, 50 meters in length, came into view. This water monster has the potential to evolve into a Sea King class. Another dragon's roar was emitted, which contained a command. However, the ray was also frightened and quickly fled when it saw such a huge green dragon. AOXIN? Just scare away? It's not a Neptune trait to only scare away. He was not convinced and quickly went after the skate. The large skate fled faster in fear. However, AOXIN was highly powerful and now swam faster, and it didn't take long to catch up with this ray. The dragon's claws pressed down on its head, and the ray trembled, not daring to move. He let out another dragon roar, but neither could get a response from this water monster. Is it that you can't understand me? He pondered, but he hadn't gotten a tutorial on how to make command aquatic sounds either. This silver droplet merely enhanced his underwater vision and swimming speed. Annoyed, he tossed the water monster away. Today he hadn't come to catch water monsters, but to experiment with the special abilities granted by the silver droplets. But now it seems like chicken scratch. There were more and more water monster level aquatic species encountered on the way, but they were all quite fearful of themselves and fled away from a distance. He didn't go after them one by one, still diving towards the deep sea. There is no day or night under the sea, and after I don't know how long I swam, a blur of shadows came into view. He suddenly saw a behemoth in the distance, too far away to see it in its entirety, even with his enhanced underwater vision. Approach there carefully. A long chant poured into his ears through the layers of ocean currents. He couldn't understand the language of the sea beasts, but he could hear in the voice the implication of making himself subservient. Another Sea King class? It was similar to the serpent-necked dragon we encountered yesterday, but there was more majesty in this sound wave. But to think of making the titular green dragon submit is thinking too much. He greeted them. They say the sea is dangerous in the end times, and if he can fight it or not, he'll have to try and find out. Seeing that he didn't give a response, and even had a tendency to recoil, that head of the Sea King class was furious. This unruly person was trying to rebel? He also accelerated toward the green dragon swimming close to the AOXIN before seeing his appearance. It was pitch black with a snowy white belly and a few white spots on the back. 2. It's an orca. It was longer than himself, and not as slender as his own body, which made it seem even bigger. Now that's a bit more Neptune-like, although the other was bigger. He was undaunted and rushed on bravely, and the orca opened its bloody mouth to swallow him. As the two sides were about to close in, he dived hard and topped out again quickly, stabbing the orca in the belly with a pair of dragon horns. The dragon's horns, while not quite sharp, were hard enough to be covered by the armed color, as well as the superb physical strength provided by the bloodline factor. He used the power technique of the finger gun for this top, and the orca's abdomen was extremely tough, but it was still instantly toppled through by him. However, orcas have extremely thick subcutaneous fat, and this fat also possesses a strong force-removing function. The force on the dragon's horn was quickly removed, and he wasn't able to directly injure the killer whale's internal organs. Even its subcutaneous fat wasn't completely stabbed through. That's the natural advantage of large organisms. If you don't have enough attack power, you can't even break its defense. The orca is caught off guard and becomes even more enraged as it is pushed through the belly. He was also extremely agile in the water, quickly turning downwards and tearing towards the green dragon once again. The Sea King class possessed an intelligence not inferior to that of humans, but this orca's intelligence had only just been turned on for a short while, and thus was set up by the green dragon during their initial encounter. The green dragon avoided its fangs and swam past its side, but the killer whale's tail lashed out, and he fought back with his dragon's tail. Snap! The water rippled, and the two huge tails clashed heavily together, stirring up the sea currents to surge more than once. What power! AOXIN was slapped away from the sea current for some distance. This was the first time he had encountered an existence whose power was stronger than his own. The orca was stronger than himself, all the more reason not to be bitten by him. With his slender body, he nimbly avoided the orca's bite after bite, while he used his dragon claws to frequently grab at the orca's body. However, the killer whale epidermis was even tougher than its abdomen, and even though his dragon claws were sharp and able to tear through its epidermis, he was unable to completely break through the killer whale's subcutaneous fat. After a long fight, the orca's body looked like it had just a lot more scratches, let alone fatal injuries, not even serious ones. Roaring thunder! Once again, he charged head-on, his mouth roaring into thunder, cleaving at the killer whale along the ocean currents. His epidermis was scorched black by the electricity, but this level of thunder, when dispersed by the seawater, was still not enough to break through his defense. The orca bellowed long and loud, drawing the surrounding water monsters to join in the siege of the green dragon. He was furious. Obviously his strength was stronger than this big sea serpent, but his attacks were always dodged. This big sea serpent was even more slippery than a loach. The water monster wasn't strong. He knew it by heart, but he didn't expect it to kill his enemies either. just enough to block the enemy's movement and create an opportunity for your own attack. The orca doesn't recognize the green dragon, which he thinks is a large mutated sea serpent. Obviously not being a sea king class, it was able to ignore its orders, which provoked its king's dignity. The water monsters follow orders to surround the green dragon. It was true that they were not strong, and a single swing of the green dragon's tail could whip one away. But there are too many water monsters. It greatly hindered Qinglong's dodging. This orca is pretty smart. Aoxian's last life was just an ordinary member of the masses. Even Wu Shuang, who had dominated the southeast, had been killed back by a Sea King class. So naturally, it was even more unlikely that he would have a chance to fight a Sea King class. Aside from the low-ranking Sea King class that lurked offshore that he encountered yesterday, this was the first time he had ever fought such a behemoth in a proper manner. This killer whale, when placed in the human world, was feared to already have the strength of the 5th rank. He was barely able to maneuver around him by relying on his green dragon body and the reinforcement of his bloodline factor. But if he was further hindered in his actions by the water monster, he would surely suffer a loss. Trying to trap me? He directly shot out with a roar, and the majestic power of thunder electrocuted the water monsters that surrounded him. Don't look at the fact that his thunder couldn't break through this orca's defense. It was because the orca was too strong. Against these water monsters, they're all second-guessed goods. The moment the current was released, the killer whale's attack also descended once again. Killer whales are strong not only in strength, but their speed is equally swift. Although Aoxin killed the water monsters that surrounded him for only a split second, it was this split second that the killer whale finally seized the opportunity, with its sharp teeth, to bite into his neck. There's no hiding. Since you can't hide, you don't hide. The green dragon lowered its head and met the killer whale head-on with its horns. The dragon's horns were hardened by the armed color and slammed into the orca's sharp teeth. The water current was swept away by their attacks, and the teeth of this killer whale were surprisingly harder than Liang Quicksword level weapons. His strength was not as good as the orca's, and he was knocked back by it in this clash. But he held his head up and touched again. And naturally the killer whale was not to be outdone, and fought him just as hard. Although this being was strong, he didn't know how to change, and seeing that this never-seen-before sea serpent-like creature in front of him dared to clash with himself, the killer whale was going to kill him with absolute power. But Aoxian's purpose was not to wrestle with him. When the two sides had touched each other hard like this dozens of times, even the Sea King-type killer whale thought that Qinglong was going to split the victory with him just like this. Suddenly, the violently impacting green dragon suddenly became smaller. Aoxin, who had transformed into a human beast form, stepped on the water current. Make a moonwalk and shaving technique at the same time. His human animal form didn't have the underwater gauntlet of the green dragon. However, with this drop of silver liquid incorporated, his swimming ability increased equally greatly even if he went into the sea in his human beast form. The moon steps that could even tread the air, stepped in the current like a flat bottom, and he leapt into the orca's mouth in a split second. The orca was shocked. How did that big sea serpent as long as himself suddenly become smaller? He'd seen humans before, but this thing didn't look much like a human either. Aoxin looked so small in the mouth of the 100-meter giant killer whale. But that was his plan. If you can't break the defense from the outside, can you still not break it from the inside? He leapt down the orca's throat and straight into its belly. Get a free deep throat package. Roaring thunder. As he leapt down, a mouthful of thunder sprayed out, shattering the orca's esophagus. Hot breath. Another shot of fiery flames blazed through the orca's body. The orca felt a sharp pain inside his body and let out a long, mournful cry as the burning sensation caused him to agonize and swallow seawater in large gulps. His oral cavity was that huge, and this mouthful of seawater directly annihilated the flames. But it was this moment of effort that had devastated his esophagus. The seawater extinguished the blaze, but the intense pain remained, and he tossed and rolled in the sea, his mournful roar causing all the aquatic races to rush away. In the distance, an even larger killer whale suddenly heard his moan, and his swimming stance suddenly stopped as a very penetrating sound wave pierced through the layers of sea currents and conveyed far away. Soon he got a response in the distance and quickly swam there. Inside the orca's stomach, Aoxin stood amidst his gastric juices. The gastric juices of this Sea King class were incomparably scorching, comparable to a frying pan. With this kind of temperature and corrosiveness, if an unusual creature entered, it would be melted in the blink of an eye. However, he had a strong body and an armed color covering his torso, and was able to avoid being corrupted by it. The finger gun stabbed out, and the orca's stomach was instantly stabbed out with a small hole. His stomach alone was so huge that this small hole, it seemed, would not kill him. Removing the steel whip from his back, he fought his way to a few places, but the stomach pouch was quite pliable, and the blunt force had limited destructive effect. Wrapping the thunder on top of the steel whip, silk currents splintered, and this time, Instead of smashing down, he concentrated on one point and stabbed out with all his strength. The orca's stomach sac is once again broken open with a hole. Gastric juices flowed outward from the hole, searing its flesh and blood. The orca was in even more pain. He tried to vomit but couldn't, frantically thrashing about in the currents in the hope of shaking the little thing that was wreaking havoc in his stomach. Ooxin stabbed his dragon claws deeply into the orca's stomach sac, and he stood as steady as a mountain no matter how he rolled. The orca's stomach sac was broken open with more and more holes. The gastric juices slowly flowed outward. Ooxin tore open these broken holes and leapt out of its stomach sac, jumping into his flesh and blood. This pipe is a blood vessel, isn't it? He saw the pipe next to him that was flowing red liquid and poked it. It was pretty tough. Finger guns. Sharp dragon claws pierced his veins and he pulled hard, leaping into them and swimming up them. His blood was so hot, but this hot blood was like bathing in a hot spring to Ooxin. The blood was sticky and he swam slowly, and when he finally came to the end of this pipe, an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Time to send you on your way. Here, the heart of this king of the sea like orca. The heart was equally huge, thumping, and the power of each of those beats alone was enough to instantly kill a zombie. Hot breath, roaring thunder, bad wind, fire, and thunder raged in his heart. A tough heart that naturally could not be compared to his epidermal defense. Destroyed by his madness, the steel whip was raised, with currents and wind blades wrapped around it, also further destroying the orca's heart. In the depths of the sea, the orca's mouth was overflowing with blood, and his long chant caused all the aquatic races within 3 miles around him to retreat, with only the even larger orca in the distance swimming towards him. The orca sent out an even more powerful sound wave, and when this orca heard it, a glint of hope flashed in its eyes. However, the destruction of his heart caused his breath to rapidly weaken. Vajradisprosium. Ooxin swung out with a whip, and a huge column of rod chi swept the devastated heart into 2 pieces. Finally practiced. He looked at the steel whip in his hand in surprise. Since redeeming Mr. Kai's battle technique gift pack, his main focus had been on practicing this move, Vajradisprosium. Kung Fu was finally practiced today. When the orca's heart was completely churned by him, the behemoth also completely lost its voice. Dead? That one? He was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a flash of silver in the orca's destroyed heart. Silver light? His heart stirred. This silver light was so familiar. He hastily peeled open the broken heart, and saw a silver droplet lying in it. This silver-colored water droplet was exactly the same as the one that had merged into his palm, but it was 3 times bigger than that one. This thing is really related to the Neptune class. He was going to use his right hand to grab this droplet, but after thinking about it, he suddenly switched hands again and grabbed the silver droplet with his left hand, and the silver dots on the back of his hand suddenly blossomed with a brilliant silver light. There is a reaction. Homologation indeed. Before he could take a closer look, this silver-colored water droplet, just like the one before it, also merged into his palm. And, this time, it blends in much faster. Is there any more? The ability to enhance his vision in the sea and increase his swimming speed was cumulative, but it helped him explore the sea, so it wouldn't hurt to get more. After rummaging around for half a day, I didn't see a second small silver droplet. He broke through the orca's body and came outside. Because of the killer whale's death, his body is sinking fast. This Sea King class is of a higher level than the snake-necked dragon from before, and its nutrition should be richer as well. Ooxin once again transformed into a green dragon, and he clearly felt that his affinity for seawater was a little higher. Lifting his left front paw, he looked at it, where the droplets of water had already incorporated a good portion of it, reaching out his claws to grab the orca's body. It's heavy, only to feel his body sink violently. This orca, far heavier than his size displayed. It was also true that the advancement of the life level had a higher muscle density and bone density, and naturally the body would be heavier. He was about to grab him and return to the surface when he suddenly heard an even louder hiss. With his better sea vision, he vaguely saw a behemoth approaching in the distance. The creature hadn't even gotten close enough to make him feel his heart skip a beat. It was definitely a stronger Sea King class than this orca. Sure enough, the dangers in the sea are far beyond imagination. At this moment, he felt that in his previous life, Wu Shuang's journey across the sea to the east was already a miracle if he could come back alive on the sea. He could clearly hear the anger of the Sea King class, which, perhaps, had some kind of intimate relationship with this killer whale. It was too late to think about it, and tossing the orca from his claws, he quickly swam toward the surface. Longchance continued behind them as the massive Sea King caught the sinking body of the orca and let out a mournful cry, followed by an even more piercing shrill. Even though Ooxin had quickly moved away, this shrill sound had already been transmitted by the seawater and reached the tympanic membrane. So strong, the heart is stunned. The sea is worthy of being a forbidden area for human beings. This is not the deepest part of the sea. There are such strong people. The center of the sea. I don't know what kind of existence has been bred. The left palm was once again colored a silvery white, the silver light illuminating the surrounding sea. With the incorporation of this droplet, he felt his swimming speed increase again. Phew! The green dragon broke through the current and rocketed upwards. In his ears was a rumbling sound. He looked up. Dark clouds coalesced and lightning flashed. Below, the winds are raging and the waves are in full force. Is this the ocean in the end times? Qinglong grabbed the flame cloud and climbed up sharply, recognizing the direction of the continent. Fortunately he hadn't swam out too far, and could vaguely still see land in the distance. Lifting his left front paw to look at it, by now, the silver droplets were fully integrated into his palm. All the silver light converged, and the small silver dot on the back of his hand doubled in size. What the hell is this silver droplet for? He mused in his mind. The droplet was related to the Sea King class, but it was clear that he had not been transformed into one, nor did he possess the ability to harness the aquatic race. But what does enhanced vision in the sea, enhanced swimming speed, these abilities, really do? Land battles, both of them, are completely useless. Amidst the clouds, the green dragon traveled through the thunder. The few times he fought with his dragon body made him feel like he had further developed his fruit abilities. The green dragon's body became stronger, and the control and power of the three elements of wind, thunder, and fire also increased. Even the flame cloud that was grasping it had gotten a little stronger. The speed of the flame cloud's flight, as well as the amount of weight it can hold, has become stronger. The strengthening of the green dragon's body would also feed back into his human body, further strengthening his physique. Kagetsu is known as the strongest creature, and the development of this fruit is credited. Unfortunately, for some reason, Kagetsu didn't awaken. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart and looked down. A huge thing leaped out of the water, opened its mouth, seemingly swallowing the sky. Veery, Aoxin was astonished. In front of this big guy, the orca from before, all seemed as if it was as cute as a minor baby. A killer whale too? He could see clearly from the sky. This big guy with a black back and white belly and a few white spots on his back was the killer whale. Are the parents of the orca from before? He guessed so, because this killer whale was staring at himself with one pair of eyes in anger, as if he had an undying grudge against him. There is no doubt that this is a much more powerful Neptune. The good thing is, it doesn't fly. When the momentum of the leap reaches its limit, it simply falls helplessly and returns to the sea. A long chant shook the sea, and Aoxin seemed to hear a declaration of war from it. The Sea King class possessed a spiritual intelligence that was not inferior to that of humans, and it was not surprising to see this kind of behavior. Guess I won't be able to get off the boat from here for a while. Aoxin felt pity. He had originally wanted to use the body of the green dragon to engage in a few more battles. Although it didn't help with the cultivation of the hegemonic energy, it was beneficial to the development of his fruit ability. Nor can you rely solely on the awakening crystals. Although there was no evidence of this, he had a gut feeling that it would be more prudent to develop it himself. Unfortunately, after killing this orca, the big guy below may have to guard himself here. I don't know how long it would guard, but for the current Aoxin, fighting this big guy had no chance of winning. Let's let you be arrogant for now, and we'll clean you up later. With the silver mark on his own palm, there would be no shortage of battles with Sea King types in the future. Although he didn't know if it had any other functions, he didn't believe that useless things would appear in the end times. All the way back to the mainland, the sky is also clearing up and the sea is calming down. Offshore is still relatively calm. When he returned, he realized just how far he had swum out. Looking at the sky that was once again dimming down, the gray moon rising from the sky, it was amazing that a day had passed since this trip down to the sea. The green dragon descended from the sky, and the crowd below was gathering for a meal. Those who are stronger are assigned a piece of Sea King-like roasted meat to replenish their body's lost energy. Why do I feel like the boss is stronger? Wu Shuang watched as the green dragon landed on the ground. Aoxin's talent really shocked him. Although he knew how strong he was the first time they met, every day, he could vaguely detect that Aoxin had gotten a little stronger again. Today's feeling is particularly pronounced. He was a Qilin species, an existence that was not inferior to the green dragon in Chinese mythology, and was particularly keen to the oppressive feeling of the green dragon. Good thing too, even though I can't be the boss, but being able to follow under such a strong person, it won't dishonor me. Wu Shuang, his eyes became a little firmer, and he said in his heart, moreover, the boss seems to have the intention of going east to Fusan. This is what someone who can master me should do. Ao Chen quietly looked at the back of Aoxin's hand. The silver dots had gotten bigger, and there was some speculation in her mind. Brother? Asking softly, Aoxin said, go back and talk about it. After returning to his residence,
OXIN told AO-chan what he had seen and heard in the sea. When I figure out the full effect of this mark, get a silver droplet and let you try that too. Early the next morning, AOXIN gathered everyone from the magic capital branch together. AO-chan, on the other hand, filled the treasure space with fresh water. It's time for me to go back, and you guys continue to develop according to the plan I've set. The construction of the safe base must not be slowed down. The more people gathered here, the more popularity will flourish and the more zombies will be attracted. I'm sure it's clear to all of you by now that there's no way to kill all the zombies. And Wu Shuang, I know you want to conquer Fuson, but now is not the time. And don't think about getting a boat to go down to the sea. This snake-necked dragon, it's just the weakest of the sea kings. I went down to the sea yesterday and met a sea king that was a dozen times bigger than it. Besides, I've already offended him, and if you guys go down to the sea at will, he might take it out on the humans. Feel free to develop here. There is no need to rush food for now. Fresh water must be stored enough. And when Shu, those crystal people and crystal beasts are cultivated with all their heart, he explains what to do before he leaves, and everyone listens intently. These days together, they had a good feeling about AOXIN the boss, strong, thoughtful, and with insider perks that others don't get. Now they won't leave even if they are kicked out. Even if anyone had any dissenting thoughts, they were able to join forces to tie them up and offer them to AOXIN. After the explanation, AOXIN carried AO-chan on his back and grabbed Xiaobai to leave as a green dragon. Brother, I have an idea. In the sky, AO-chan grasped the horn of the green dragon as he whispered in his ear. I want to go outside and hang out alone. The green dragon flew a little slower. AO-chan said, Brother, I have the ability to search for treasures. Only by going to more places can I encounter more treasures. Moreover, being protected by you all the time, I will grow more slowly. With you around, I am less wary, always thinking that even if I can't beat you, I still have my old brother to cover my back. But I know that it won't work. I'm also going to become strong enough to stand on my own to take the pressure off of you. Brother, even though you're strong, I know you're under a lot of pressure too. You said that zombies might have appeared in Agua that even you can't beat, and there are still sea king types in the sea that are stronger than you. You want to protect mom and dad and me, but we want to help you share some of that too. Moreover, my doppelganger ability can hide from the ground. My seeing color talent is very strong. And with the highly toxic powder bloodline factor and Jelma combat suit that you exchanged for me, even a strong person like Wu Xuan may not be able to beat me, so I should have no problem defending myself. She droned on, and AOXIN was silent. In his last life, the deaths of his family were a permanent pain in the ass, even more so than his own death from a backstabbing. So in this life, he first found a good devil fruit for both his parents and sister, and didn't let his sister stay away when he took her out, for fear that she would be in danger. But AO-chan was right. It's the end times, and she will eventually step out of her protection to face danger alone. It would be good to let her go out and slowly get used to how to survive on her own while the zombies aren't too strong yet. Good. Not being a mother-in-law, he immediately said, yes, but report home every night. Thank God for the internet, which enables family and friends to still know each other's news despite the breakdown of order in the end times. Aha! I'm going to bring back so many babies. Then she said loudly to Little White again. Little White. Listen to your brother. I'm counting on you to take care of mom and dad too. Little White, who was caught in the claws of the green dragon, also responded loudly. Don't worry, Sister Chan. I will definitely protect mom and dad. Older brother. Just here. I'm here. AO-chan was just in the middle of his words when he suddenly exclaimed. Brother, ahead. Right in front. There are treasures. The siblings had become quite taciturn in this regard, and the green dragon flew swiftly in the direction she had guided him. The three men fell from the air, and the sight before them stunned them. It was a swamp, and in the middle of the swamp was an extremely large tree, a tree he did not recognize, and on the thinnest branch of its trunk hung a fruit that was dark purple in color, like a mangosteen. The fruit had that characteristic curly pattern of the devil fruit, but the swamp under the tree was entangled with countless large snakes. On the ground, there was still a lot of broken meat. Looking at its surface necrotic patches, the shredded flesh belonged to the zombies before this. Brother, so many crystal beasts? AOXIN recalled a message from his previous life in his mind. Along the Yangtze River, northwest of the devil's capital, there was a devil snake swamp. Here, coiled with a large number of venomous snakes that had become crystal beasts, the devil snake swamp was considered one of the few strongholds where the Chinese crystal beasts were entrenched. Later, Wu Shuang led the people to clear out the crystal beasts here, and a lot of people died. It seems that the so-called demon snake swamp is here. He recorded the location roughly so that he could bring someone to take the crystal beasts here later. The scales of these crystal beasts shone with the unique luster of crystals.
and their pupils were as gorgeous as two rubies. They spit out their snake letters, and when they see a human approaching, large numbers of venomous snakes quickly swoop down on the area. These things, it would be a waste to kill them. Aoxin transformed into his human animal form, intending to try out the ability he had just thought of. With a thought, a flaming cloud coalesced under his feet, holding him off the ground. Success! He was overjoyed. Why was he so stupid before? Had he known that the human beast form could make a flame cloud, he would have been able to go up to the sky before he learned the moon steps. Little morning, little white, you guys come up to flame cloud. The two agreed and also jumped onto the cloud. And with a thought, Aoxin once again floated a flaming cloud, lifting himself up and flying towards the swamp. The cloud holding Ao Chen and Xiaobai quickly went up into the sky, dodging the attacks of the crystal beasts. He had no intention of killing these crystal beasts, to save them for later to take the awakening crystals, come under the large tree in the center of the swamp and pluck the one purple fruit, and then, without even looking at these viper crystal beasts, he flew up into the sky to join Ao Chen and Little White. Below, the viper crystal beast angrily spat out its snake letters, upset at the escape of its prey. Brother, what kind of fruit is it? In the sky, Ao Chen stepped on the flaming clouds, and although she could fly with the help of her battlesuit, this way of riding the clouds gave her the feeling of a legendary fairy. It's not just an immortal coming through the clouds and mist. When she stepped on the cloud, it was as soft as cotton, yet extremely tough, and even when she bounced hard, she didn't step through it and drop it. Aoxin was urged to appraise this fruit. Aoxin didn't dawdle, and immediately entered the Divine Providence space to appraise it. Brother, what is it? Aoxin laughed. Good luck. It's an illusory beast seed. Animal system, snake fruit, phantom beast species, torrent snake form. The dragon snake, a Chinese divine beast, born with 2 wings, is the energy of the spleen and earth within, and the divine general of fire outside. It is the master of fear and terror, and is the god of falsehood and deceit. I wonder which ability will be presented in this fruit. It's a phantom beast species. Finally another phantom beast seed. Ao Chen was pleasantly surprised. Now she had found 10 devil fruits, but, apart from the 2 phantom beast species in the form of the jackal and the Pleiades chicken at the very beginning, she had never found any more phantom beast species. Today, she was about to part with her brother, and once again obtaining the phantom beast seed devil fruit was a good omen, giving her a few moments of anticipation for the rest of her solo adventures. When I get home, I'm going to give them a big surprise. The little girl cheered herself up in her mind. Mirage beast seed, I'll take this one back and give it to Yuan Fei or Han Frost. Aoxin grabbed it in his hand, and without spatial abilities, it was troublesome. I have 5 more fruits here. Would you like to take them with you? Ao Chen thought of the few fruits he carried in his hidden treasure space. There was little use in carrying them himself, so he might as well let his brother take them back to enhance the strength of his men. Aoxin pondered for a moment. It could work. I don't know how long it will take for my sister to return from this trip. If he needed the fruit here, it would be too late to get his sister back in time. The blue star was getting bigger and bigger, and even if they were stronger, the time they needed to spend on each rush was not short. But there is no bag to carry it in. Ao Chen took a bucket out and gulped a few mouthfuls. Use this to fill it. I should have known that I would have gotten a few bags when I passed by the supermarket earlier. She had a hidden treasure space and no need to carry a bag, so naturally she wouldn't think about that. Aoxin had been carrying Ao Chen with her, and let Ao Chen take everything, and didn't think to bring a few bags. Nowadays one has to use this stupid method. Ao Chen took out all the devil fruits in the hidden treasure space and put them into the bucket that had already vacated part of the space. Devil fruits don't soak in water, and it just so happens that the remaining fresh water inside is for Aoxin and Xiaobai to drink on the way. Brother, I'm leaving. Ao Chen hugged Aoxin and came back to Little White. Little White, can you change back to your original body for a bit? White blinked his big, confused eyes. However, it still obediently transformed back into the white tiger of its original body, and its head rubbed against Ao Chen's arm. Ao Chen hugged his head. Little bye-bye. Sister Chen is leaving. Remember to miss me, yo. After a few more hard jerks on White's furry face, she suddenly laughed. See you later, brother. White, wait for me to bring you guys back with a baby. With a wave of her hand, she transformed into a doppelganger and directly vanished away. Xiaobai looked at Ao Chen's gradually far away back, until that white little mouse disappeared from view him. Only then did he turn back. Xin brother, when will Sister Chen come back? Aoxin also looked at his sister in a daze as she gradually moved away, and when he heard Xiaobai's words, he turned his head and laughed. She'll be back when she finds her baby. Go! Instead of transforming into a green dragon again, he entered his human beast form and summoned a large flaming cloud. Stepping on it with Little White, Xiaobai resumed his human form again.
holding the large bucket left behind by Ao Chen and sitting among the clouds. Aoxin, on the other hand, lazily lay down. If he had known that this ability could be used in this way, why did he go through so much effort to turn into a dragon? If it wasn't for the fact that these abilities had to be used when activating fruit abilities, he wouldn't even want to use his dragon man form. He'd just use his human form to step on the clouds. How cool! Reaching down, he picked at the small white one next to him twice. White, you use your human beast form as well. How embarrassing to be the only one in my human beast form. Oh hoo! Xiaobai scratched his head and also entered into the human beast form of the white tiger man, but still clinging to the large bucket in his arms. He knew there was something very precious here. Aoxin lay on the flame cloud, crossed his legs, and entered the divine providence space in a beautiful manner. In his heart, he thought, cute and much is not good. This ability has to be used in this way to be comfortable. Why do you have to have a big green dragon running around? It's also odd that Kaido never tries to step on the clouds in the anime, causing Aoxin to not think about it here at all. It hadn't occurred to him gradually until the day he thought of lifting the safety base into the air with a flame cloud. Flame clouds are allowed to leave the body. If that's the case, why not use the human animal form to lie directly on the flame cloud? That way the flame cloud can still carry people. He left a message for his mom and dad in his own family's private chat group in the Divine Providence space, saying that he would be able to go back in the next few days, but that Xiao Chen had gone off on his own to make a break for it. Ao Khan and Zhang Hong couple were probably busy right now and didn't see his message. While he then continued to browse up other messages, there was a daily report given to him by Meng Kuei and the others, and he roughly read through it, replied with a knowing, and told them to continue to develop according to the plan. Nowadays, almost all of the survivors in Dianqing had been brought to the bank of the Yellow River in the north of the city to join Aoxin's 100 Beasts base. The mass migration of people has also caused the zombies to start leaving the city and heading towards the banks of the Yellow River. They were constantly being killed and evolving, and instead of hunting zombies in the city, several combat squads were blocking the way for zombies to attack the base. Occasionally, they let in a few weaker walkers for the engineering team to practice on. Aoxin watched the video sent by his old man, and the progress of the construction of the base was not bad. However, Meng Kuei proposes to build a high wall on the outside of the base, a high wall laced with sea stone, to enclose the base and also block the zombies outside. That way, Tang Yingying wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to lure away the zombies every night. Why does this scene look so familiar? Attacking zombies? Aoxin agreed to Meng Kuei's construction plan, which was indeed a good base construction plan. A base like this could work for a while, and for the time being, walkers can't fly. A zombie that can fly needs to wait until the 7th level. Another reply to Lu Xiao's message. Since she had become her woman, she had sent daily messages of good morning and good night during the day she had left Biancheng. And then, he started to go through the other news in the Divine Providence Network. The most popular, of course, is still the news related to the various abilities and what they can do. It was one of those videos that caught his attention. The video is from Fusong, where a young Fusong man, full of vigor and speaking gibberish he doesn't understand, is single-handedly fighting a zombie. Extremely arrogant, he coalesced a transparent hood over his fist and swung at the zombie. With their adamantine bodies and powerful viral infections, zombies won't have anyone fighting them unarmed. But this youth was just this arrogant. As his fist hit the zombie, a crisp clicking sound came out, and a huge concussion rang out on the zombie. This zombie's body cracked and corpse blood flowed out of him. The youth bellowed, once again wrapping his fist in a shield of transparent light and striking the zombie with vigor. More and more cracks appeared on the zombie's hard body, and it seemed that he had also suffered internal injuries, and the corpse blood couldn't stop flowing out.